For every game I lose a part of my body in reality. Losing 15 times has turned me into a one-legged blind man. Even my 5 senses have disappeared completely. If I lose one more game, I will be completely erased from this world. But I didn't hesitate at all, and chose to continue. Because this is a world controlled by the gods. Everyone must use their lifespan as a ticket to participate in the game of the gods. The winner takes it all. The loser pays the price. However, I am an exception. As the end approaches, I can only use my body as a ticket. Everyone mocks me as a lunatic. But what they don't know is that I not only have the server's unique hidden profession, but can even randomly deceive the enemy's talent skills in the game, and bring it back to reality. At this moment, the sound of me signing up for this month's royal game echoes inside the God's Hall. Everyone starts to doubt if their ears are malfunctioning. Compared to my calm demeanor in front of them, the front desk lady in charge of registration feels like she heard something exceptionally absurd and has to confirm once again. But after receiving my affirmative answer, they all gasped. He dares to choose the royal level even after losing 15 times? Is this kid crazy? You dare to play the emperor level game even when you're over 30, are you not afraid of death? But I turned a deaf ear to it. As the front desk confirmed my identity, then, an electronic final game difficulty confirmation document was projected in front of me. Among them, the divine and earth levels are both dim. This means that I cannot choose this difficulty level at the moment. Following them, there are also dim options called Huji and Ziji. Huji is the game difficulty I selected last time, so I cannot choose it again. As for the dim Ziji, it means that I have participated in the game more than 5 times, so I cannot choose the initial difficulty level. After confirmation, I waited for the young lady to enter the information. After the front desk lady finished registering, she gave me a ticket for the emperor level. Unlike the crowded ticket gates for others, my ticket gate was quite empty. Only me. This also means that in this hall, this month, I am the only one who signed up to participate in this golden game. Time quickly arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the gaze of everyone, I stepped into the teleportation door and disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on a soft gray-white bed. Just as I was about to sit up and take a look around, a virtual panel opened in front of me. Player information, Suchen, current occupation, Street Fighter, hidden occupation, fraudster. The game level is royal, and currently, there are 12 players inside the wooden house. The prohibition in the wooden house will be lifted at exactly 8 p.m. in 3 days, and despised players can leave the wooden house. The 12 players need to find among themselves the traitor with the game clues during this time, and submit the answer before midnight. Each person can only submit once, and the clue for the day only exists on one person. Reset at midnight. If by midnight, no player finds the hidden traitor, the traitor can choose to leave the room early with the clues. Otherwise, the finder can enjoy the clues but cannot leave the wooden house early. The world rule of truth refreshes at midnight. All those under this rule will speak the truth and cannot tell lies. Sitting on the bed, I carefully read through the game rules on the panel, then fell into contemplation. Let's test the truth of the proverb. I am truly handsome. As the words were about to come out, I felt a force of the rule forcibly correcting what I wanted to say. Then I blurted out, I am really damn handsome, a simple sentence that made me sure that I really couldn't lie today. After a moment of contemplation, I got out of bed and quickly adapted to my restored complete body, even though I was handicapped in the real world, in the game. Everyone will participate in the most complete form. I did a few simple poppy jumps in the game to confirm my actions, making sure that I didn't carry over the bad habit of being handicapped in the real world. I reopened the virtual panel and selected a set of combat moves that I had prepared in advance. Add white training suit. I put on the white training suit and prepared everything. As I turned the locked door, I felt a force disappear from the door in an instant. My perception range was like a wild horse running free, spreading out from the room in an instant. Luckily, I had anticipated it early and managed to control it within a 5-meter range in time. This is the supreme game. If I had used my perception range right away, no one knows if they will encounter someone with a strong mind. After coming out, I realized that my room was actually on the 2nd floor, room number 11. I walked along the corridor, and all the other room doors were tightly closed. But I didn't intend to knock on any doors either. I went downstairs and glanced around, finding that there were already 9 people inside. Surprisingly, these people seemed to get along well, at least for now. Just as I was about to go over to say hello, the smell of fried eggs wafted over. Then, I saw a woman wearing a pink apron, with a voluptuous figure, appear from the other side of the living room. When she saw me, there was an even bigger smile on her face. Little 11, do you need anything? I was just about to call for you. We've just finished making breakfast. Come over and have it with us." The woman's words made everyone in the living room look at me at the same time, without saying a word. Although I didn't know how I became Little 11, I still nodded lightly to everyone, as a way of greeting. Among the group of 3 playing cards, the man in the yellow t-shirt promptly threw down his cards and stood up decisively. With the man in yellow leading the way, the others also stood up one after another. I followed them into the kitchen, only to discover that there was another man inside wearing a black chef's uniform. With him, all 12 players had arrived. The chef warmly welcomed everyone to take their seats. On the long table, 12 exquisite breakfasts were neatly arranged, astonishing everyone. With a cheerful smile, the man in yellow took the first seat, eagerly picked up the milk on the table, took a sip, then bit into a sandwich. His eyes lit up, and with his other hand, he gave a thumbs up to the chef. Seeing his appearance, the others also took their seats one after another. As soon as I sat down, I used my sensory vision to analyze the ingredients of the breakfast in front of me. After confirming there were no issues, I took a bite of the sandwich, as I couldn't rule out the possibility earlier. The man in yellow who ate first, and the chef, is there a possibility of collusion? After swiftly finishing the food in front of me, I and the man in yellow simultaneously gave the chef a thumbs up, and requested another serving. Once most people had eaten and drunk their fill, the awkward atmosphere was finally broken. Immediately after, everyone made simple self-introductions to each other. However, when everyone heard my self-introduction, they were all stunned, unable to believe that an advanced fighter could appear in the royal game. But due to today's world rules being the truth, no one doubts my honesty. However, soon someone questioned me, "Are you today's secret keeper?" I am not the secret keeper. Upon hearing my straightforward reply, most people in the kitchen couldn't help but put their hands on their foreheads. It seems that the game has started with only 11 people left. Then, surprisingly, I questioned Baiku, "Auntie, are you a craftsman?" Upon hearing me call her auntie, Baiku turned her head in astonishment, meeting my innocent and pure eyes. The corners of her mouth twitched for a moment, and after some thought, she remained silent. Under the world rules, regardless of whether she is a craftsman or not, she wouldn't answer. After all, under the influence of the truth, no one admits they are not a craftsman. The target range of the others will shrink accordingly. She wants to enjoy the clues alone. How could she keep admitting to others and make it easier for them? Moreover, under today's special proverb rules, even if she can't find the secret keeper in the end, she can still use the chain reaction caused by self-exposure to expose the secret keeper of the day. At worst, she will just share the clues with others. After a brief interlude, most people also left the kitchen. In order to quickly infiltrate the enemy's camp, I went to the living room and pointed to the scattered playing cards on the floor. "Hello, may I join you?" Upon seeing that the newcomer was me, Gui Gang and Zhang Jiqing also nodded readily. Unconsciously, I relied on the maxims of the world rules. The two of them quickly relaxed their vigilance and began to treat each other like brothers due to their own miserable experiences and weaknesses. "Brothers Guan and Zhang, you must have some tricks to become stronger if you were able to come all the way up here. Can you teach me?" Looking at the light in my eyes, the two of them also scratched their heads somewhat embarrassedly. "There is, but it's not something that can be taught just because you want to. Mainly, it depends on your own understanding." After hearing that, I felt a little disappointed and lowered my head, but soon raised it again. "By the way, two big brothers, I am a fighter who is skilled with a long spear, but I don't have any game equipment that I can bring into the game. Two big brothers, can you recommend a weapon for my level?" The corners of the two big brothers' mouths twitched imperceptibly, and then Gui Gang still patted my shoulder and earnestly said, The first thing you need to do to become stronger is not to reveal your usual weapon to the enemy." I looked bewildered, but big brothers, you are good people, not enemies. If there were no power of the Maxims rules now, the two of them wouldn't even raise an eyebrow when they heard this sentence, and might even feel nauseous. But conversely, under the rules of the Maxims, my words were enough to invigorate the two big brothers. The accumulation of all my innocence completely dissipated from my heart. Then, Zhang Jiqing opened his eyes from his closed-eyed contemplation, looked at me in front of him, nodded in approval, and said, "No need to be so troublesome, little brother, I have one here." As he spoke, Zhang Jiqing blinked and took out a silvery white long spear from his virtual backpack, and handed it to me. Can I really accept this? I looked surprised, feeling a bit dumbfounded as I held the silvery white long spear. I really didn't expect him to be so generous. "Just take it, it's not like I have any use for this spear, and it's secondhand. Although its quality is only so, it should be sufficient for you at this stage." He insisted, so I naturally didn't refuse. I really am lacking a usable weapon right now, so I decisively stowed the long spear in my backpack, fearing that Zhang Jiqing might change his mind. After putting away the long spear, I played cards with the two again. I used the excuse of needing to rest and returned to my room. I needed time to digest and organize the information from my first encounter with these people. After the morning meeting with the players, I concluded that this group of people wouldn't take any action in the morning. Having revealed my identity early on, I didn't need to rush at all. I just needed to wait patiently. I stayed in the room until noon, and just as I was about to go downstairs, I heard a knock on the door. It was Tashima Miko coming to invite me downstairs for lunch. I casually took the door with me, seemingly unintentionally using my upper body to block the view into the room. As I walked along the corridor towards the stairs, I keenly felt that someone's gaze had fallen on me. As I turned back inadvertently, I realized that at the end of the corridor, Tian Dao Meishi was not looking at me. She was still knocking on the door of room 12. 2 seconds later, I felt that the strange feeling brought by that gaze had disappeared. The gaze had disappeared, but I had no intention of letting the other person off. The feeling of being spied on is what I hate the most. In an instant, I extended my perception to 5 meters away, walking rhythmically towards the staircase without any change in my expression. In reality, the swindler's passive poker face had already been triggered passively. At the moment when I expanded my perception, a long-haired gloomy man was crouching behind the corridor I had just passed, staring at the knocked-over Meishi. If I'm not mistaken, the profession the other person mentioned during the introduction was an analyzer, but I don't know much about this profession either. After all, it is also a rare profession, with few people possessing it, and naturally, there is very little recorded information. As I walked down the stairs, I secretly analyzed the other person's abilities, as well as the name of this profession. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to match a simple invisibility. The only explanation is that the other party used the analyzer to analyze the light together, achieving optical invisibility. Considering that the other party didn't make any big movements, I speculate that this type of invisibility will probably be exposed as they move. Thinking of this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of my mouth imperceptibly. Perhaps after the morning self-introduction, the other party assumed that no one here had the ability to perceive his invisibility, so that's when his invisibility started to take effect. Little did I know, Zhou Fan's actions indirectly added another person to my exclusion list. After all, if I were the secret keeper myself, there would be no need to use such means to secretly spy on others. Passing through the living room to the kitchen, apart from Zhou Fan and Miyako Tashima still upstairs, everyone else has arrived. The long dining table is now filled with delicious dishes. My eyes lit up, quickly took a seat, picked up the chopsticks, and was considering which dish to start with. Edison, looking at me who had already started clearing my plate, asked, "Mr. Su, Miss Tashima went upstairs to call you and Mr. Zhou Fan. Do you know why they haven't come down yet?" I paused my plate clearing and, between swallowing food, thought for a moment before saying, "After Miyako called me down, he went to knock on the door of room 12, and then when I was about to come down, I felt another gaze, but didn't see anyone. However, I think the person peeking at me should be surnamed Shio. After all, Miyako was still knocking on the door. But I can't see where that person surnamed Shio is." As I finished speaking, everyone else suddenly stopped using their chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Edison's thick eyebrows furrowed even more. "Are you sure you felt a peeping gaze? How did you feel it?" "It's probably because I'm blind outside, so I'm more sensitive to this kind of gaze." "You're actually blind?" Baiki stared at my clear eyes, somewhat incredulous. "But unfortunately, the rules of today's world are the truth. After all, I don't have extra life, I can only use my organs as a ticket." I answered calmly, but others couldn't stay calm. Baiki's eyes, which were originally observing, have turned into observing a madman who would use his own organs as a price. Even if he loses 13 times and becomes disabled, he might as well choose to die. Just then, a female scream came from the building. Edson's face changed, and he suddenly slammed the table. "That's the voice of someone attacking Miko." I sat still without any reaction, my eyes narrowed. This scream seemed like a signal, making everyone realize that from now on, the harmonious facade has been broken. I thought that Zhou Fan would be smarter, using the convenience of invisibility to wait and observe, so I just revealed everything I sensed with my perception, in order to create contradictions and chaos. It seems that there is no longer a need for this. From the looks of it, the other party may not have intended to be at the forefront of the game from the beginning. The morning self-introduction may have been just the other party wanting to make use of the truth's rules, to determine other people's professions, whether they would pose a threat to his abilities. After confirming, the other party may have directly changed their strategy, and targeted the isolated Miko Tashima. Rule number 2 of the game: when the remaining players in the game die, the sole survivor will be declared the winner. In just a few seconds, I've already conducted a storm of reasoning in my mind. Edison took the lead and rushed towards the stairs, with the others quickly getting up to follow. But as everyone rushed to the second floor, the corridor was empty, and upon seeing this scene, they all froze in place, a sense of eeriness spreading through the corridor. From the moment Midori screamed to when everyone rushed to the second floor, it was only 5 to 6 seconds, yet in this short span of time, the corridor seemed as if nothing had happened, not even leaving a trace, leaving everyone guessing. Based on his observations, Mace cautiously analyzed if the culprit is really Chofa, and their profession is an analyzer. Coincidentally, I remember some of the files related to this profession. Coupled with the proverb mentioned by Lord Shusher in the kitchen just now, the culprit should be able to use light analysis on themselves to achieve an optical invisibility effect. Perhaps this effect could also be applied to other people or objects. Mace's words immediately sent shivers down everyone's spine, and they all focused their gaze at the empty end of the corridor. Nini suggested, maybe they're still in the corridor. Maybe not necessarily. But Mace mentioned that this kind of analysis shouldn't be able to achieve real-time analysis. If they were to take action, they should also reveal flaws. After all, things like sound definitely cannot be eliminated through analysis. Wu Qiulin, who had just nursed her child, snorted coldly. She took a few steps forward and stood still. We'll find out once we test it. Then, Wu Qiulin raised her delicate hand and pointed it down the corridor. In an instant, a wisp of flame flickered from his fingertips. The next moment, a fan-shaped wave of flames erupted from his fingertips. A wave of terrifying heat swept through the entire corridor in an instant. Watching the corridor engulfed in flames, the people behind Wu Qiulin suddenly twitched at the corners of their mouths. However, no one noticed that, in the short seconds as the flames engulfed the corridor. Behind the crowd, at the far end of the corridor on the other side, a crack slowly opened from room 7. Behind the room where Miko collapsed, a gloomy gaze fell on Wu Qiulin, who was casting a spell. The sea of flames lasted for 5 seconds. Only then did Wu Qiulin retract the flames. I can't sense my flames, they are not in the corridor. The crowd remained silent. Even if they did, you would have burned them to ashes. But even if those two were turned to ashes, they wouldn't care. But what surprised me was that, the corridor engulfed by flames did not leave a single trace of scorching. It seems the wooden house is of good quality. If they're not in the corridor, then where are they? Baiku asked with a narrowed gaze. Perhaps the other party ambushed Miss Tian Dao at the end of the corridor and dragged her into their room, 102. So the crowd arrived in front of room 102, and Edson tried to turn the doorknob, which was indeed locked. Seeing this, Wei Gang rolled up his sleeves, and the explosive power of an advanced martial artist burst forth. Without wearing any protective gear, Wei Gang gathered his strength and fiercely punched the door of room 102, but the door remained unscathed. Wei Gang immediately felt frustrated. Although he didn't use full force in this punch, he used 80%, yet he couldn't even knock a piece of debris off the door. The brute force-proof door remained unyielding. I remembered the stillness I felt when I first came out of the room this morning. A possibility emerged in my mind that perhaps these rooms are bound to their owners, and only the owner of a room has the freedom to enter and exit. And now, Xiu Fan is hiding in the room. They can't even break in, let alone rescue anyone. Thinking of the plump Tian Dao Meikue, who is currently alone in a room with a gloomy and lecherous man, Wei Gang immediately felt distressed that the door was not being opened. If he keeps hiding in the room, won't we be at a loss? Baika slightly furrowed her brows, then seemed to think of something. Could Xiu Fan be the secret keeper? I, who was hiding in the background, had been silently observing everyone. Hearing the other party's words, I was speechless and looked at their serious expression. Could this auntie really be that foolish? After all, not every game requires using your brain. I've also seen players who rely solely on brute strength. Although I don't rule out the possibility that the other party is acting, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't even play the role of a fool poorly. Seeing this, I can already eliminate the other party from the list. Regardless, we need someone to stay here. Edson looked around with a serious expression, but now we need to address another issue. Has anyone among you harbored murderous intentions in the chaos? Edson gazed at everyone, enunciating each word. This question must be answered by everyone present, including myself. I can assure you that I only want to find the secret keeper and have no intention of harming anyone. Now it's your turn. After a moment of silence, Leo Stanley spoke frankly. I can assure you that I have no murderous intentions towards anyone present. After everyone present had made their assurances based on the proverb's rules, Edson breathed a sigh of relief. But I feel that this method is useless because I could easily have murderous intentions after making the assurance. So, fundamentally, this assurance can only apply to the present moment. Subsequently, Wei Gang and Jilan volunteered to stay behind and keep an eye on Xiu Fan. I also stopped thinking and took on the responsibility of going downstairs. After all, eating is important. Despite being an official business, the windowless and lightless corridor still seemed somewhat dim. The two people chatting away did not notice that the door to room 7 at the other end of the corridor was slowly opening from the inside. Immediately after, a fair and slender finger extended from the inside, silently pointing towards the other end of the corridor, where a red dot blinked intermittently in the dimly lit corridor. A strand of flame exploded out of nowhere. A sudden explosion of sound erupted from the kitchen above us. As everyone rushed back to the second floor, the scene was left with only a few people lying in front of room 12. Without a word, Wei Gang and Wu Qiulin stepped forward, ready to open fire down the entire corridor. Fortunately, Han Jiqing quickly stopped him. "Stop, do you want to kill them?" Wu Qiulin snorted coldly. At this moment, Stanley stepped forward and said, "Let me try. And please ask Miss Bai to use her abilities to move the two injured people out." Bai Ko, who was mentioned, was a bit hesitant, but he also knew that now was not the time to contradict, so he had to step forward and use his psychic power. He lifted the two people who were lying down and moved them out. The next moment, Stanley closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, his eyes were full of wisdom as he looked down the corridor. After 5 seconds, Stanley withdrew his insight, shook his head, and said, "My insight couldn't find any trace of that person. It seems that person was never here from the beginning to the end." On the side, Mess was already using healing to treat the two people who were almost burned to the point of peeling. Their injuries were very severe, and even with my healing, it will take some time. Mess paused and looked at someone, and these two were obviously severely burned by flames. Among us, the only one who can use fire techniques should be Miss Wu. "Come on, I've been with you all along, okay?" "Miss Wu, that's not what I meant." Stanley knew that he couldn't remain hidden in the current situation, so he stepped forward again. If my analysis is correct, the analyzer of Qiu Fan should be able to analyze the abilities of others, thus achieving the effect of replication. But the question is, when and where did the other party analyze Miss Wu's ability? After Stanley finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then added that the other party's ability should not have reached the level of directly analyzing human targets. Otherwise, by now, we would all have been analyzed by the other party. If it had reached that level, the other party wouldn't need to hide. So there is only one possibility. The other party analyzed your ability at some point when Miss Wu had just used her ability. After Stanley finished speaking, the entire corridor fell silent. Some people were already bewildered, while others were still pondering. After listening to the other party's reasoning, I had to admit that this scholarly giant of a man really had a brain. What the other party said in the analysis was basically similar to what I had in mind, but the other party had a point that he didn't reason out. That is, when and where did the person surnamed Qiu analyze Wu Qiulin's ability? After all, when Wu Qiulin used her ability, everyone was present, and at that time, the door to room 12 was still tightly closed, just as everyone was racking their brains. A simple and honest voice of a young man sounded, saying, "Which room is Miko's?" The young man's words made the still puzzled Maishton Stanley instantly come to his senses, and they both shouted in unison, "Room 7. Prompted by the two, everyone suddenly turned around and looked towards the other end of the corridor, and then saw something that made several people's pupils shrink in fear. In the dim light, the more sinister-looking Qiu Fan, who was standing at the door of room 7 at some point, casually closed the door behind him. He pointed at them, with a stiff expression and a cold smile, scanning the crowd. "You guys are really quite foolish." Qiu Fan's voice had just fallen when flames erupted from his fingertips, and the spewing flames were like a dragon attacking the crowd. At such a close distance, and in the corridor, I immediately simulated how the two of them had just fought. In this terrain, even if one reacted, there was simply nowhere to hide from the dragon that swept through the entire corridor. Among the crowd, besides me, who has experienced many trials and tribulations, Han Jiqing, Stanley, and the three of us, were the first to react. Almost at the moment of the flame eruption, Han Jiqing abruptly rushed towards Qiu Fan. From my estimation, the dragon heading towards them will only roast him faster before Han Jiqing reaches Qiu Fan. On the other side, Mace, who clearly understood this, decisively gave up and continued to heal the two. He turned and ran frantically towards the staircase. Except for Stanley, who hadn't moved yet, the others, including those who hadn't even reacted to Qiu Fan's attack, were just like ordinary people walking on the road. If suddenly turning around and seeing a car rushing towards their backside, they would always be stunned for a moment. The dragon was getting closer and closer, and I was still considering whether to tough it out. Stanley next to me moved, and then I flinched. The gate of heaven is opened, and the clear water flows back here. A burly Western man suddenly recited an ancient poem. Then I saw the dragon charging towards me, seemingly struck in the middle by something. The dragon was abruptly cut in half, providing a path for Han Jiqing, who dashed through. But the split dragon's power did not diminish, and a scorching wave approached them. In an instant, a stream of water appeared in front of them. It forcefully blocked the oncoming dragon, but I could see that the dragon did not stop. Instead, the water in front of them evaporated quickly. In this brief moment, the others also regained their senses. Wu Qiulin even wanted to retaliate on the spot. Fortunately, Zhang Jiqing took out a sphere from his backpack and threw it at their feet. The next second, the expanding nanolight shield enveloped them, and as the dragon broke through the layers of the shield, its power diminished. At the limit of the shield's breakage, the flames finally dissipated. Zhang Jiqing picked up the nanosphere again, his eyes filled with concern. As the flames vanished, when everyone looked towards the door of room 7 again, they saw Han Jiqing holding Qiu Fan by the neck, pressing him against the wall, his feet off the ground, head hanging askew, lifeless. It was a close-range kill from the advanced fighter. After confirming Qiu Fan's complete death, Han Jiqing finally released her grip on his neck. Without support, Qiu Fan's body slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. Han Jiqing, shaking her hand, then turned to look at the crowd, exuding a cold and imposing aura. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Exquisite features combined with a graceful figure, not to mention her lightning-fast reflexes and agility, as well as the close-range killing power that matches her peers. Glancing at her slender jade-like arms, I silently labeled her in my mind, a mercenary killer, a human bulldozer. He's dead just like that? Zhang Jiqing exclaimed. After all, she had just used a single fire dragon against him. She almost took them all out. Han Jiqing shook her head. Sorry, he resisted too fiercely. I had no room for mercy. Mace paused the healing for a moment, approached, and checked. Qiu Fan's body was indeed lifeless. But since the system didn't prompt, he shouldn't be a secret keeper. He's dead. What about Miss Tian Dao? Zhang Jiqing asked. I remained silent, looking at the closed door of room 7. Others also realized this. Han Jiqing took a few steps forward, pulled the door handle a few times, but it didn't budge. Judging by this guy's style, Miss Tian Dao is probably already Stanley, didn't say anything else. The other party just wanted to take them all out in one go. The intent to kill is absolute, not to mention the isolated Tian Dao Meishi. Edison sighed, let's move this guy's body downstairs first, it's creepy to leave it here. In the end, Baiku reluctantly used telekinesis to move a body. The two of them moved them to the living room, and the former's body was then wrapped in a garbage bag. Cold-heartedly threw the bodies under the stairs outside the living room. Then, Mace aimed his palm at the chests of the two lying on the sofa, and a glow appeared once again. I looked and didn't tear. I don't know if this person is really bad, or deliberately delaying the treatment abnormally. He has seen the healing light of other healers, and the subsequent healing light is brighter than the other's light. At best, this person's healing light is like a light bulb with insufficient power, but I don't care. Anyway, the injured person is not me, so I turned and followed, while others embraced the embrace of food to fill their stomachs. After everyone came out, Mace also stopped healing and symbolically stretched, indicating that the injured person has been healed. After Qiu Fan's disturbance, everyone was a bit tired, so after finishing lunch, they all went back to their rooms, leaving only Stanley and me, who volunteered to take care of the injured. Feeling a bit bored, I turned on the TV, lowered the volume, and started watching Animal World. Time passed second by second. Stanley, who finished reading, also returned to the room. Around 3 o'clock, with my perception vision still on, I keenly sensed Kojiro, lying on the sofa, twitched slightly, prompting me to immediately turn off the TV and approach him. When Kojiro groggily woke up, the first thing he saw after opening his eyes was the ceiling, followed by me beside him, looking at him with concern. Seeing Kojiro a bit dazed, I quickly got up and went into the kitchen. Before long, with Kojiro still looking a bit dazed, I carefully carried 2 plates of food to him, squatted down, and helped him up. I considerately took a pillow from the side and placed it behind him, then brought a bowl of lean pork congee to him, saying, "You should rest more. I'll feed you." Seeing the spoon approaching his mouth, Kojiro, without any defenses, subconsciously opened his mouth. A mouthful of warm congee flowed onto his tongue. In an instant, the somewhat dazed Kojiro was filled with deep emotion as he looked at the young man, almost moved to tears. After slowly feeding him a bowl, I used the excuse of getting another bowl and returned to the kitchen. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I quickly focused my mind on. In the interface, the player Kojiro's current favorability is at 99, with the ability to extract. The prerequisite favorability of 60 has been met. Do you want to extract the ability at random? With my eyes closed and a slight smile on my lips, I chose without hesitation. Successful extraction, random ability, advanced extraction ability of random ability, cooldown time 14 days 203,519 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing the advanced random leg that came out randomly, I smiled contentedly as I withdrew my hand. Then I took another bowl of lean pork congee from the microwave and went out. While Kiro was still savoring the taste, I had already brought the lean pork congee to the table. He was lying on the sofa, eagerly anticipating being fed. However, I just casually said, "Your hand should be fine now. You can eat by yourself. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go back to my room first," as I watched the young man walk away decisively. Kiro was taken aback, then stared at the steaming lean pork congee in front of him, lost in thought. Everything was as usual until dinner time. On the last night of the first day, after everyone finished their meal, they returned to their rooms lost in their own thoughts. As night fell, apart from the living room and kitchen with light fixtures, the rest of the wooden house was shrouded in darkness. A faint rustling sound came from the dark stairs, and soon after, a hand suddenly broke through the black garbage bag in the darkness. The door of room 1 downstairs opened from the inside in the darkness. Feeling a bit thirsty, Levimes fumbled his way to the living room, relying on the distant light in the darkness. He entered the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. As he returned to his room and passed the stairs, a tattered black garbage bag suddenly floated out of the darkness. It fell at his feet, then a blade silently hung at his neck. A flash of red blossomed in the darkness. The blond man's eyes widened, covering his bleeding neck, unable to make a sound. In an instant his body burst into an emerald green light. But before this light could shine, a blade had pierced his heart. The blade then forcefully turned, completely crushing the heart inside. Blood stained the floor. Shofan gently placed the body on the ground, stepping on the dying man's angry face, blood slowly dripping off the blade in his hand. Tonight, everyone is destined to be sleepless. In the dim corridor, Shofan picked up Lai Wenmi's body, arrived at the door of room 1, and used the corpse's hand to open it. At the same time on the second floor, the door of room 12 slowly opened from the inside, and a figure quietly descended the stairs. Back at the scene, with red eyes, Shofan used Jesse to completely hide the bloodstains on the ground. After arranging everything, he bypassed rooms 2 and 3, stepped onto the stairs, and like a ghost, quietly arrived at the door of room 12. Jesse disappeared into the darkness. Soon, it was exactly 2300 hours. In the darkness, Shofan took a few steps to the door of room 11, gently knocked, and soon the door opened a crack from the inside. Seeing the other party being so cautious, red-eyed Shofan did not respond, decisively kicked the door. At the moment the door was kicked open, a blade had already arrived in front of me in the blink of an eye, wiping towards my neck. However, the expected bloodline did not appear. Red-eyed Shofan looked at me in astonishment. Just as clear, I avoided this knife. The panic on my face had long disappeared, replaced by a curious scrutiny. Shofan did not expect that he deliberately targeted a rookie, but the fatal blow did not succeed. You should know that now, he has successfully analyzed Han Jiqing, a high-level martial artist. He just thought I was lucky. With a flicker of his figure, the blade in his hand waved, once again pressing towards my neck. No one else has disguised themselves first. I just smiled, curiously scrutinizing the one in front of me, the resurrected Xiao. While using agile footwork and insight into weaknesses, I dodged the opponent's deadly attacks. Insight into weaknesses not only allows me to understand the opponent's weaknesses, but also every trick the opponent uses, I can see through them. So, in the small room, the two of us kept moving around. Red-eyed Shofan seems to be pressing me to attack, but in fact, from the moment he made a move until now, in just 3 seconds, he has swung a dozen or so times, yet not a single strand of my hair has been cut. After the 20th swing, his sword still hasn't hit me. Red-eyed Shofan starts to panic, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Inside, he's roaring, "What's going on? Isn't this kid just a useless fighter? What kind of skill is this now? Help me, let me touch it. Help me, you damn." The increasingly agitated red-eyed Shofan becomes more and more desperate. At such a close distance, I can even see that the other party's eyes have become even redder. Their rigid and unadaptable attack method is accompanied by hurried footsteps. Under the pressure-induced red eyes, the response in battle is always a beat slow. "It seems like you are absent-minded." Hearing my words, the cold-eyed Shofan's eyes widen, and the movement of swinging the blade becomes even more urgent. But I didn't stop there. "You didn't use fire, which means your ability only allows for one type of analysis to exist at a time. So, even at the risk of your life, you have to analyze Han Jiqing's ability. For what?" However, the only response I receive is the increasingly urgent blade of the other party. Seeing this, the smile on my face instantly disappears. The next moment, red-eyed Shofan loses sight of the target in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, he hears my cry for help from behind. In an instant, several violent sounds of doors opening in the corridor one after another. In just 3 seconds, the first to arrive after hearing the sound is Han Jiqing, who lives in room 8 on the same floor. At the moment when Han Jiqing pushes the door open, I saw the red-eyed Shofan chasing me frantically out of the room. Even he, upon seeing the resurrected show fan, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, taking a step forward, I rushed towards the red-eyed show fan. Seeing the blade in his hand, at the next moment, a short knife appeared out of thin air in my hand. The distance between the three of us was getting closer and closer. Immediately after, Han Jiqing's short knife collided head-on with the blade of the red-eyed show fan. The red-eyed show fan was forced to stop the pursuit, his crimson eyes staring fiercely. The person hiding behind Han Jiqing was instantly infuriated. Seeing the opponent still daring to be distracted while facing off with him, Han Jiqing immediately launched an attack, fiercely striking the opponent's stomach. The pained red-eyed show fan felt his stomach acid surging up his throat. Just as he was about to step back, Han Jiqing, holding a short knife, pressed closer and closer, forcing him to fight back despite his movements being slightly compromised. As a result, although the red-eyed show fan had analyzed the opponent's abilities, he was still overwhelmed by Han Jiqing's direct assault. The wounds on the red-eyed show fan's body were gradually increasing. The outcome of this battle was only a matter of time. Just then, I keenly noticed that there was one person missing from the crowd. It had been quite some time since I called for help, yet there was still no sign of the doctor. From the fact that Show Fan specifically targeted me, it could be inferred that he had originally planned to pick off the weakest link first. If that's the case, I wasn't the first target of the attack. After all, Show Fan's body was left downstairs, and if I remember correctly, that doctor lives in room 1 downstairs. Under everyone's gaze, Han Jiqing suddenly squatted down, sweeping her right leg towards the opponent's lower body. Red-eyed Show Fan did not anticipate this move and was caught off guard by Han Jiqing. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground. Just as he was about to roll to evade, a short knife had accurately and precisely stabbed into his calf, piercing the muscle tissue and firmly embedding into the floor. Red-eyed Show Fan shouted in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Han Jiqing took advantage of the situation and grabbed the opponent's wrist holding the knife, forcefully twisting it in the opposite direction, causing the knife to slip from the opponent's grip. Red-eyed Show Fan hadn't reacted yet, and his other hand was also grabbed by Han Jiqing. This time, she forcefully yanked his entire arm, dislocating it. After all this, the narrow corridor was filled only with the cries of Red-eyed Show Fan. Wei Gang, also a high-level fighter, couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he and Han Jiqing were at the same level, he knew his own limitations. If they were to be categorized by rank, he was just a beginner, while the woman in front of him was already at the peak. Wei Gang made a firm decision not to provoke this woman in the future. Seeing that Show Fan was no longer able to stir up trouble, Han Jiqing decisively handed him over to someone else to deal with. He's good at fighting, but he never likes to use his brain too much. Suddenly, Show Fan's red eyes lit up, and then he burst into loud laughter, a laughter that was somewhat heart-wrenching. Listening to the other party's laughter, I furrowed my brows, a strange feeling washed over me in an instant. My perception immediately enveloped the red-eyed Show Fan, and the next moment, I squinted my eyes. I could sense that the vitality within the other party's body was rapidly fading. Stanley on the side also noticed the other party's abnormality, hurriedly stepped forward, and approached the red-eyed Show Fan, examining his body with insight. Before long, Stanley's furrowed brows became even tighter, and finally, he shook his head helplessly. No, his vitality is rapidly draining, there's no saving him. For a while, everyone could only helplessly watch as the red-eyed Show Fan lay on the ground, laughing maniacally. After a moment, the laughter grew quieter and quieter. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the focus in Show Fan's eyes was gradually fading away. In the last moment of his life, Show Fan stopped laughing, trembling as he opened his mouth. I'm not willing. His weak voice fell on everyone's ears, but no one else paid attention, just thinking that he was simply unwilling to die. Only I pondered over his final words, standing silently at the back of the crowd. At this moment, Wu Qiulin, afraid that he would play dead again, stepped forward and conjured a flame, turning the body into a pile of ash directly. It wasn't until now that I spoke up. Oh right, where's that doctor? As soon as they heard me, everyone was stunned. When everyone came downstairs, they discovered a large amount of bloodstains that had been hidden before, and the bloodstains extended all the way to room 1. Everyone quickly cleaned up the remaining bloodstains on the ground, then went back to their rooms. At this point, few people cared about who the secret keeper was, they just wanted to rest for the night. The premise is that everyone thinks the same way. Late at night, close to midnight, in the quiet hallway, the door of room 1 slowly opened, and a figure crept out. After stepping out of the room, Tamashima Miko cautiously surveyed the surroundings of the hallway. After confirming that no one was around, she smirked silently and tiptoed towards the camera on the first floor, which was also the entrance of the wooden house. As she gripped the doorknob with both hands, Tamashima Miko couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that she had won this little game. Then she turned the doorknob and pushed it outward. The door didn't budge. Tamashima Miko refused to believe it and turned the doorknob several times in a row. However, the door remained closed. She started to panic and stamped her feet in frustration. But at that moment, a voice in the darkness made her freeze in place instantly. Stop turning the doorknob. Even if you break the door, you still won't be able to get out. As Tamashima Miko turned around, the once iconic faint smile was nowhere to be seen on her face, only endless resentment, as she stared fixedly at the dim hallway. Who exactly is hiding in the shadows? I wasn't in a hurry to leave, so I waited for a while until the system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you've successfully caught the craftsman. The clue of that day has been set. After seeing this message, I finally confirmed that my guess was correct. Stepping out, I emerged from the shadows. Seeing the newcomer, Miko's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be you? Why haven't you finished speaking? I interrupted the other person. Let's keep our voices down. You don't want to be found by others, do you? Miko tried to keep her voice calm. Why? I've always had a low profile, and how did you deceive the truth rule? I wasn't surprised by this question, so I just smiled and sat down cross-legged. It's simple because what I said was the truth. Listen, Miko was anxious. He simply didn't believe it. I'm just a street fighter. But I never lied from start to finish, whether it's street fighting or being an honest person. As long as I deceive myself and believe in my identity, then what I said is all true. This is the swindler, the world's rule, no deception. But Miko clearly didn't understand. I don't intend to explain too much. I just waved my hand. How did you catch me next? I should have hidden well. What you think is just your own assumption. I smiled, but compared to others, you did hide very well, using Chiofan from the beginning, and kept yourself out of everyone's sight. If it weren't for me, you might have actually won this little prelude, but unfortunately, I hesitated. Looking squarely at the other person, it's a pity you're too greedy. If I'm guessing correctly, that person surnamed Chio, after breakfast, was controlled by you using some method. Tashima Mieko was quite generous in admitting it, but I randomly put the medicine in the second meal, so it can only be said that it was her bad luck. Pretending that Luodan was attacked, she actually hid in room 12, then controlled Chiofan to hide in her own room, making everyone think that Chiofan, after committing the crime, hid in room 12. But in fact, this plan only needs to be followed by combining the opponent's attack method in more detail. At the time of the corridor, it is impossible not to leave a trace. Then you took the opportunity to control the other party, analyzed the ability of the fire technique, and seriously injured two people. Then it was the beginning of your greed. Perhaps you are immersed in controlling puppets, or maybe you have a bloodthirsty heart. You even wanted to use Wu Qiulin's ability to take us all down in one go. Or maybe you thought that even if you couldn't take us all down at once, I could have seriously injured a few more people, but I didn't expect to be ambushed and killed halfway by Han Jiqing. So, you analyzed Han Jiqing's combat before Chiofan died, and then let Chiofan briefly die and come back to life. This should be related to your profession as an alchemist. Of course, you don't need to answer because I'm not interested. So, you plan to use him, and then create chaos again later tonight, so no one will have the leisure to think that the first person to disappear is related to the Guardian. And the first target for the resurrected Chiofan might just be the doctor who happens to pass by the corridor. By controlling him to kill the doctor, you can then use the doctor's body to open the door to room 1. This way, you can conveniently move from upstairs to downstairs. However, when you come out of room 12, I actually already discovered you, then you hid in room 1 and once again controlled Chiofan, intending to continue causing chaos. And your second target, naturally, was the most inexperienced person among everyone, me. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. Just saying this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, then slowly continued to hide. However, but fundamentally speaking, your purpose has also been achieved. Chiofan's last words before dying were just a momentary expression of dissatisfaction after temporarily breaking free from control. You are quite confident. At the very moment you became the Guardian, you planned to run away tonight. After listening to my reasoning, Tamashima Mieko felt a slight chill down her spine. After a moment, she helplessly chuckled. I clapped lightly. A total of 3 questions. Feel free to ask any 3 questions. Wang Ji's broken mirror pill, detoxification pill, and king poison 8. Of course, if you're willing to add a tip, then a quick-acting Zuyen pill would be even better. Tamashima Mieko was taken aback, about to erupt, when suddenly a dagger flashed from the shadows. It accurately pierced through his waist accessory. It was a sachet. Also, put away your alluring fragrance. Although I like big breasts, I don't like aunties. Seeing her hidden move being discovered, Tian Dalmaikoko's face instantly turned ugly, but she gritted her teeth and took out 4 pills, before she could hand them over. In the blink of an eye, the pills in her palm had already disappeared without a trace. As I teleported back to my original position, I sensed the composition of the pills, and after confirming it was correct, I stashed them into my virtual backpack in one go. Then, a dagger had already been thrust into Tian Dao Maikoko's throat. After disposing of Tian Dao Maikoko's body, I quietly returned to my room. Being well-educated, I also knew killing is not good, but in the game, although the corpse of the victim will exist, they won't actually die in reality. It's just the price of admission. After all, those gods also wouldn't want their pieces to diminish, but if the price is the same as this game, then leaving after losing is also a kind of tribute. Lying on the bed, I immersed myself, opened the virtual panel, just as I was about to see what clues I had obtained. At this point, the panel had already reset and updated. Carefully reading the rules refreshed today, I couldn't help but be astonished. The rules had been reset. The current world rule is zero gravity, except for the player's individual rooms. All public areas in the wooden house will become zero gravity zones. The world rules refreshed today, in my opinion, can only be considered ordinary. What truly astonished me was the next line. Please note, you have been selected as the secret keeper. At midnight tonight, if not caught by other players, you may choose to leave the wooden house early, and the day's clues will be released at 12 o'clock. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect to be chosen so quickly in the second round to become the guardian of secrets. It seems that the situation is very favorable for me. After understanding the rules, I entered the backpack and took out the hidden clue. The next moment, a white card appeared out of thin air in my hand. I saw a black figure drawn at the top of the tower piece, and below it was a round shape similar to a fruit. I pondered for a long time and estimated it to be something like a peach or an apple. The next morning, unlike the chaotic events of yesterday, there was a noticeable calmness in the wooden house today. Everyone was doing their own thing, and it seemed like they had all forgotten about the matter of the secret guardian. I'm not surprised at all about this. Except for the few who died yesterday, the remaining people obviously don't have a combative nature. Or perhaps their brains aren't that sharp. In my eyes, the only person who is relatively sharp, Stanley, also has a calm and carefree appearance. Moreover, it's just the eve of the game, and most people here have participated in this level of game before. This kind of prelude is nothing new to them. The clues given are not actually that important. There's no need to get injured for it, the risk is too great. If you go out without any clues, it will only waste a little more time. But once you're injured, even if you have clues when you go out, it's hard to say whether you can compete with others. It was a peaceful day, and I spent it in a state of uncertainty. At midnight, the rules were reset again. I stood quietly in the shadow of the entrance, waiting for something. After a moment, the system popped up a message. Congratulations on successfully hiding as a craftsman. The clue for the day has been sent. Please check it carefully. Since you have successfully concealed your identity, you can choose whether to move away from the wooden house. Once the countdown of 59 minutes and 57 seconds ends, you will not be able to leave the wooden house at this moment. After reading all the information, I immediately took out the clue that was put down. The second clue was still a card with two mirrored sevens drawn on it, and below the 7 is written the number 12. I put the card back in my backpack. I then gently turned the doorknob, took a step out, and my figure disappeared in the mirror. In the teleportation door, the player Su Chen had already left the wooden house early. Under the bright moonlight, in a dark and quiet forest, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared, and a young figure walked out from the gate. As Su Chen emerged, the gate behind him dimmed and disappeared completely. Looking up, Su Chen saw a glimpse of the bright moon in the sky, partially hidden by clouds. It seems that the time here is synchronized with the cabin. With the faint moonlight, he surveyed the surroundings and decided on a route towards a mountain peak to his right. Not wasting any time, Su Chen immediately activated his perception vision and dashed into the forest, swiftly making his way through the night. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the rosy light shone on the young and determined face of Su Chen, with myriad rays of light in the sky. The climb took longer than Su Chen had estimated, but the sight before him at the top confirmed that he was on the right path. In the distance, on another mountaintop far away, a figure sat cross-legged, blocking the sun, casting a huge shadow when viewed from afar. At the same time, Su Chen felt a movement in the clue inside his backpack. When he took out the first card that showed activity and held it between his fingers, the card vibrated continuously towards the distant giant mountaintop. Su Chen smiled, put away the card, glanced at the scenery below the mountaintop, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Under the rosy light, Su Chen leaped on the mountaintop. The cold wind stung Su Chen's face as he descended rapidly towards the ground. Adjusting his posture in mid-air, he swiftly kicked out a leg. In an instant, a tornado rose from below, lifting Su Chen up and carrying him swiftly over the forest, uprooting trees in its path. Moments later, some players in the lower part of the forest seemed to sense something and turned to look back. Seeing the sudden appearance of the tornado behind them, the other players in the forest cursed in unison and quickly avoided the tornado's path, fearing being caught in it. Unlike the panicked players below, Su Chen, sitting in the eye of the storm, felt an exhilarating thrill. Even he hadn't expected that the storm leg could have such power when aided by the descending wind. It truly lived up to the capabilities of a high-level rare profession, with an incredibly high environmental limit. While on the journey, Su Chen also sensed some players in the lower part of the forest, most of whom had left the cabin early like him, but their numbers were not many within his perception range. Although he wasn't sure how many cabins like theirs existed, it wouldn't exceed 5 at most. In a royal level game, the maximum number of players was 60. With the tornado clearing the way, Su Chen felt that the giant mountain in the distance was within reach. At the same time, he could sense the power of the tornado beneath him dissipating rapidly, about to disperse soon. He decisively manipulated the wind to lift himself back to the ground, causing the tornado that swept through half the forest to dissipate with a roar, leaving behind a messy path. Just as Su Chen landed, a cold light flashed through the trees on his left, piercing through the air towards the young man's head. However, all of this was within his perception range, and with a light tap of his toe on the ground, the young man's figure disappeared in an instant from the spot. The dark arrow shot through the air and viciously struck the nearby tree trunk. In the forest, a man hiding behind a thick tree trunk witnessed this scene in disbelief, his eyes widening. Suddenly, a chill came over him from behind. Without waiting for him to react, a big hand had already clamped down on the back of his neck, smashing his face hard against the tree trunk. Bang! Feeling the pain, he only felt his head spinning from the impact. In the next moment, a whisper sounded in his ear. "I must say, you were the one who made the first move. I always advocate for harmony and prosperity. If you are willing to share clues with me, then nothing could be better." Realizing his defeat immediately, he took out a card from his backpack and threw it to the other person. Soon, he felt the hand gripping his neck loosen, and with a lingering fear, he turned around only to see no one behind him. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a cold light flashed in the nearby woods. Swish! From the woods, Su Chen walked out slowly, approaching the body with the head blown off by a long spear, and pulled out the one stuck in the tree trunk. He shook his head as he looked at the fallen body. "I wonder how you couldn't dodge with such little force." Planning to let the guy go if he dodged, it seemed that luck was not on this guy's side. Sensing that others were coming towards him, Su Chen put away the blood-stained object and quickly disappeared into the woods. As he hurried along, he took out the clue he had just obtained from the man, but unfortunately, the card given by the man was exactly the same as the first giant clue he had received. Running intermittently, he didn't know how long he had been running until the sun was directly overhead, and Su Chen finally arrived at the foot of the giant mountain. Looking up, he saw that many people had already started climbing. After some thought, Su Chen took out the object from his backpack and engraved the mark of teleportation on it. Teleportation was a skill he had obtained by deceiving someone with the profession of time-space traveler, and it was one of his favorite skills. When this skill was used purely on oneself, it could only teleport a short distance within a certain range. However, when the mark was engraved on an object, the skill could also be applied to the object, acting as a fixed teleportation. Unfortunately, the mark was one-time use only, and it consumed 5 times more mental energy than using teleportation on oneself. Therefore, Su Chen rarely used this move, but in this critical moment, it became his best choice to conserve energy. After double-checking the mark to ensure it was correct, Su Chen assumed a good posture, gripped the long spear, and unleashed his peak strength at the same time, hurling it towards the mountain wall above. Swish! The players who were climbing only felt a tremendous momentum rapidly rising from below, and soon, a meteor-like cold light flashed before their eyes. The long spear thrown by the youth whistled up like a meteor from bottom to top towards the mountaintop. Finally, at a position above halfway up the mountain, the long spear plunged into the mountain wall. As the rubble fell sparsely, to the gaze of others, suddenly, a youth appeared out of thin air above the spear embedded in the mountain wall, stepping lightly on the spear shaft as if weightless. The players climbing below couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Can you play like this? So cool! Damn! I'm going to report this. Someone is cheating. Is this a profession with spatial displacement ability? He looks really young. Did this young man throw up this spear? How is that possible? The momentum is definitely not something a young man like him could produce. Could it be Su Chen? How did he seem to have gotten stronger?" Amidst the discussions of the other players, Su Chen, who chose not to take the mountain path like the others, continued to climb up along the cliff, until he reached the mountaintop. At the edge of the mountaintop, a hand reached out from below the cliff, grabbing a corner, and Su Chen exerted a little force to flip himself up. At the same moment, a system message popped up. Players, please note, you have entered the map fragment Peak of the King. After tidying up his dusty pants a bit, Su Chen looked around and walked forward. Passing through the bushes, Su Chen headed towards the point on the mountaintop where the crowd was most dense according to his perception. As he walked, a snowflake fell on his shoulder. Su Chen looked up and realized that it was snowing on the mountaintop. Strange. Until he pushed aside the last bush and exposed himself to the view of other players, the scene that appeared in front of him was truly shocking. In the distance, a staircase covered in white snow extended all the way up, with a huge and dilapidated throne sitting on top. And the giant figure Su Chen had seen from afar before was now sitting on that dilapidated throne, muscular in stature, with many fierce scars visible on his bare upper body, wearing only a grass skirt around his lower body. To the right of the throne was a similarly huge stick, and to the left was a uniquely styled apple tree. The giant on the throne had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, but Su Chen could feel an invisible pressure emanating from him even from a distance. Returning his gaze to the snow-covered staircase, several scattered red dots on it caught his attention. Then he looked at the stick next to the giant, and as expected, there were also several red dots on it. Considering that nearby players were only watching and not daring to approach, Su Chen speculated that several players had likely awakened the giant not long ago and were then smashed into pieces by that stick. Because the red dots were quite scattered, they couldn't have gone up together. Su Chen once again took out a clue card from his backpack, and saw that the fruit pattern below the human figure on the card was faintly flashing. His gaze returned to the apple tree next to the giant, and strangely, despite the snowfall, the apple tree was not covered in white snow. But without a doubt, the apple was the key clue to clearing the level. However, Su Chen had not seen how the giant attacked, and in the absence of complete information, he couldn't act rashly, especially with other players watching around. He couldn't trust that these people were all good-natured, and even if he picked the apple and returned, there was a risk of being robbed. So, he joined the other players in watching from the periphery, waiting quietly for the next challenger to appear. At this moment, a man not far from Su Chen shouted towards him, "Hey, kid, why don't you come up and give it a try? Young people these days are too timid." Su Chen didn't look over, continuing to observe the sleeping giant, and replied lightly, "No need to worry, old man. I'm just a cowardly kid. You're amazing, go pick an apple. Taking care of me, the younger generation, would be great." The man, seeing the youth indifferent, snorted unkindly and didn't continue the conversation. While others hadn't seen the giant in action, he had arrived early and witnessed it. The giant's strength was far beyond what he could handle now. Going up would be futile, so he might as well play the role of a bandit on the outskirts. During the wait, in addition to observing the giant, Su Chen also secretly used his perception to observe the players around him. At this moment, there were a total of 6 people on the mountaintop, including him. First was the man closest to him, the one who had shouted at him earlier, with a bulky figure and a big belly, clearly someone who relied too much on his professional abilities. He expanded his perception range further, noticing a man in a black suit, tall and slender, but with a stern expression as if someone owed him money. There was a middle-aged man in camouflage clothing, wearing a beret and with visible scars on his face, his gaze fierce. And there was a man carrying a backpack, looking like an ordinary intellectual, but with a black protective goggles on his face. A woman wearing a snow coat on the outside but a black tight-fitting outfit underneath sat on a flattened stone, with a good figure comparable to the Han Jiqing he had seen in the wooden house. A knight in silver armor, are you filming a movie here? However, when Su Chen sensed inside the armor, he found it empty. The wait for the crowd was not long, and soon the next climber appeared. The fat man shouted at the newcomer again, "Newcomer, dare to try going up?" Su Chen sensed that it was a man in casual clothes, wearing square glasses, with a thin face. Hearing the fat man's words, the man with glasses disdainfully glanced at him, said nothing, and silently stood on the sidelines observing for a long time. After a while, Su Chen sensed that the man with glasses suddenly pulled out a few strands of hair from his thick bangs and gently waved them forward. To the gaze of the crowd, the strands waved by the man with glasses suddenly expanded and transformed in the air, some turning into eagles and hawks, some falling to the ground turning into a group of snakes or rodents, all rushing towards the distant apple tree at a very fast speed. The man with glasses silently watched this scene, with a cold smile on his lips. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't sit still. No one expected that the man with glasses turned out to be a beast tamer. Su Chen looked at the trick of the man turning hair into beasts. If he remembered correctly, that should be one of the abilities of a beast tamer, store beasts in form. By turning tamed objects into a part of their own body, they can carry their abilities within themselves. Only the fastest eagle left a residual image in the air, rapidly closing the distance to the apple tree. The man with glasses was secretly delighted, thinking he had the upper hand, but suddenly the giant on the throne opened his eyes unexpectedly. At the moment the other opened his eyes, a terrifying oppressive force instantly swept out. At the same time, the eagle that was flying in the air suddenly stopped flapping its wings as if jammed, and uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. The large number of snakes and rodents rushing on the ground also fainted. With just one glance, the man with glasses released all the beasts he had summoned. Seeing all the ants in his yard dead, the giant on the throne glanced intimidatingly at the onlookers, as if warning them, before slowly closing his heavy eyelids. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this guy in front of him was not someone to mess with. On the other side, the man with glasses, who simultaneously felt the fear of his beasts before they died, staggered back a few steps and fell down, stunned for a while before slowly getting up again. He hesitated to pull his hair, but his hand froze in mid-air before touching it. He was afraid, or more accurately, the other beasts on him were afraid. Seeing this scene, Su Chen shook his head slightly. Although beast tamers had a high ceiling, the few fatal flaws were also very deadly, such as when their beasts encountered enemies they couldn't beat. If they were too scared to fight back, this emotion would indirectly affect their owner. Just as Su Chen was considering whether to continue observing, a mysterious anger appeared not far away. Su Chen turned to look, only to see a man in a red jacket walking slowly towards them on the mountain path. A nearly solid anger was faintly pulsating in the air above the man's shoulder. Seeing the anger on the man's body, the fat man couldn't help but exclaim, "Mad! Mad warrior!" The next moment, Ji Shusheng in the red jacket suddenly sprinted to the fat man, and before the other could react, a blood blade was already at the fat man's neck. Ji Shusheng said coldly, "If you don't want to die, tell me the conditions for passing." The big-bellied man was shocked, cold sweat dripping down his back. He was not good at close combat in the first place, and now he was being held at knife point by the notorious berserker, instantly turning into a docile husky. "Over there. As long as you pick the apple next to the giant's foot, you can clear the level." Ji Shusheng followed the other's finger and looked for a moment, then turned back to see the waist in front of him had lost its fighting spirit and no longer felt like wielding a knife. With a kick, he pushed it aside and then walked slowly towards the direction of the giant. Seeing the opponent's straight path, the eyes of the other players suddenly lit up. Su Chen didn't look at the opponent, just used perception to assess this new angry brother. The reason he didn't look was that he had heard a rumor outside that someone had walked on the street and made eye contact with someone coming towards them. Coincidentally, the person coming towards them was a berserker, and after the two made eye contact, the berserker didn't like the other person and immediately drew his sword and killed him on the spot. In Su Chen's view, this rumor was not exaggerated. The profession of berserker was inherently high risk, considered rare or not a profession at all. Unlike other professions, the berserker would indirectly affect the owner's mentality, and those with weak minds would quickly go crazy after acquiring the berserker and then run into the streets to attack people, ultimately being killed on the spot. Many people possessed it, but few survived with this profession. The anger on the berserker in front of him was already close to solidifying, and Su Chen estimated that the other party was about to break through to the Grandmaster level. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Ji Shusheng took a step into the inner circle. As if sensing something, the giant on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. This time, Su Chen saw a hint of impatience in the giant's eyes. Feeling the pressure from the giant, the strands of anger on Ji Shusheng's shoulders flared up. The giant on the throne lowered his head slightly, looking down at another thief who had just entered his yard. Seeing the anger erupting from the other person, his eyes showed more anger, and his massive arm, like a high-rise building, picked up a nearby stick slowly. Suddenly, a stronger, more domineering pressure locked onto Ji Shusheng, and looking up at the raised stick, he instinctively felt that he couldn't dodge the impending blow. "Then come!" Ji Shusheng roared, his anger erupting without reservation, temporarily dispelling the pressure on him. As the anger spread to the blood blade in his hand, the blood blade suddenly sprayed out a mass of blood, enveloping the entire blade. When it reappeared, the original blood blade had turned into a blood blade greatsword, more than twice its original size. Holding the blood blade greatsword, Ji Shusheng roared and turned into a red streak charging towards the giant. The next moment, the giant on the throne swung down the stick. The lightning-fast strike brought a thunderous roar. Boom! The swirling wind raised a flurry of white snow, obstructing everyone's view. It wasn't until the snow gradually dissipated that everyone saw the battlefield clearly, but the expected blood splatter did not appear. Hey, could it be? He really took it head-on. The big-bellied man looked incredulously at the scene before him. Under the stick, Ji Shusheng, with a fierce face holding the blood blade greatsword, forcibly withstood the blow, but the ground beneath his feet was gradually crumbling, exposing his current predicament. Feeling the increased force transmitted by the stick, Ji Shusheng no longer held back, his eyes suddenly turning crimson, seemingly losing his mind but still retaining a hint of clarity. Activating rage, Ji Shusheng forcefully pushed away the stick, leaving a large pit behind, and with an increased speed, he charged towards the giant once again. Su Chen saw the giant on the throne slightly stunned, as if he hadn't expected his blow to be deflected by an ant. But soon, the giant, whose eyes were also filled with anger, swung the wooden stick again towards the figure with great force. He was furious. Sensing the terrifying momentum coming from above, Ji Shusheng had to change his pace, take a fierce step, and soar into the sky to meet the giant's second blow. He knew he couldn't dodge the opponent's attack, so he had to seize the opportunity and strike first while the force of this blow was not fully gathered in the air. The collision of stick and blade was intense. Clang! The stick, not yet fully charged, was once again deflected by Ji Shusheng, but he was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Before Ji Shusheng could get up, a huge shadow had already covered him and the entire pit. It was the giant's third strike. Boom! The snow once again flew up into the sky, but this time, there was a shimmering crimson light in the snow mist. As the snow mist dispersed, a figure clad in crimson armor holding a bloodblade sword stood in front of Ji Shusheng, bearing the brunt of the giant's third strike for him. Even Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned by the sudden appearance of this figure. Not far away, the man with a scar on his face in camouflage exclaimed, "That sword actually houses a sword spirit." On the other side, the man wearing black goggles smirked. Just as the giant's stick was being held back by the sword spirit, the silver white knight who had been observing suddenly rushed into the inner circle at high speed, heading towards the direction of the apple tree. Su Chen, who had been sensing everyone, narrowed his eyes and disappeared from the spot right after. In an instant, another figure rushed into the inner circle. It was the woman who had already taken off her snow coat. The three people who entered the inner circle rushed towards the apple tree from different directions. Following that, a thunderous roar emanated from the throne, and the three people sprinting did not slow down but instead accelerated. There was only one chance. The giant was completely enraged. His left hand continued to suppress Ji Shusheng, while his other hand pulled out a wolf-tooth club larger than the wooden stick from behind the throne. The man on the periphery wearing black goggles couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon seeing this scene. The next moment, the giant swung the wolf-tooth club towards the other three people with great force, creating a towering wave of air. Where the air wave swept, Su Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Then, the huge wolf-tooth club swept past the spot where he had been standing. Missing its target, the wolf-tooth club continued at full speed, heading straight towards the silver white knight on the other side. The silver white knight, who had no way to avoid it, had to stop in his tracks and a silver sword sprang from his armored arm to meet the blow head-on. Clang! The sword blade clashed with the wolf-tooth club, sparking off. However, after just a momentary pause, the wolf-tooth club swung again, and the silver white knight could no longer resist, being struck and sent flying like a shooting star. The man on the periphery wearing black goggles looked grim as he helplessly watched his silver white knight being knocked off the cliff. In the inner circle, the wolf-tooth club that had knocked the silver white knight into the air now swept towards the last woman. Mayo Kazafi, dressed in a tight black suit, took a light step and slid directly on the snow. Seeing the wolf-tooth club on her right about to strike, Mayo Kazafi lightly tapped the snow, propelling herself into the air. In an instant, the wolf-tooth club swept past from below, narrowly missing Mayo Kazafi, who dodged the blow skillfully, performing a 360-degree spin in mid-air before landing perfectly. Seeing that both ants had evaded his attacks, the giant on the throne roared in anger once again, and the wolf-tooth club immediately swept towards the sword spirit, who was still struggling under the wooden stick, sending both the sword spirit and Ji Shusheng flying out of the inner circle. The latter, who was knocked into the air, was about to fall off the cliff. Fortunately, the knife's soul had no physical form and flew behind Ji Shusheng, pushing his flying body to a stable position just in time. Then, he quickly retracted into the blood-blade greatsword that Ji Shusheng was holding in his arms. The giant with empty hands immediately swung two sticks towards the two remaining people in the inner circle. At this moment, Su Chen, who was closest to the apple tree, was naturally targeted by the larger wolf-tooth club. Sensing the terrifying momentum attacking from his side, Su Chen once again used flash shift to dodge the blow. But the giant seemed to have anticipated it in advance, as the wolf-tooth club, which paused slightly in the air, struck towards the young figure that appeared in front like lightning. Just then, several players continued to climb to the mountaintop. As soon as they arrived, they saw two figures constantly dodging the formidable swings of the two sticks under the giant's feet, especially the larger wolf-tooth club, each swing accompanied by a thunderous roar. At this moment on the mountaintop, the thunderous explosions were incessant. With Su Chen continuously using flash shift, he finally shortened the distance between himself and the apple tree to about 200 meters. However, he could clearly feel that every time he used flash shift, the speed of the wolf-tooth club that kept locking onto him increased a bit more, now attacking the spot where he had just shifted to. Compared to the earth-shattering events on Su Chen's side, Mayo Kazafi on the other side felt that the wooden stick swinging towards her was getting slower and slower, as if she was touching a fish on the scene, unaware that most of the giant's attention was drawn to a more infuriating young man. So, under Su Chen's perception, the woman who was originally more than 100 meters behind him had visibly surpassed him after another strike from the giant. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, helplessly stopping his steps. "Hey, why did that kid stop? Is he out of his mind?" Amidst the crowd's exclamations, a silver-white long spear suddenly appeared in Su Chen's hand as he stopped. Whoosh! On the right, the wolf-tooth club, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck again. Moving like the wind, stepping like a nail, Su Chen, holding the murky white, long spear, thrust it towards the wolf-tooth club, with the cold light arriving first, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. Clang! The two collided, with Su Chen's figure appearing like a speck of dust in front of the huge wolf-tooth club, while the long spear was like a pen. Nevertheless, Su Chen's stance did not retreat in the slightest. The end of the wolf-tooth club that was pressed against the spear tip visibly sank under the gaze of the crowd. With a slight force, Su Chen pushed it away with the spear. The pushed wolf-tooth club was momentarily sluggish. In an instant, Su Chen, holding the long spear, unleashed all his skills without reservation. A surge of anger suddenly erupted from the young man, rage. In an instant of clarity, Su Chen, aided by agile steps and stormleg, disappeared in a flash with flash shift. The next moment, Mayo Kazafi only felt a wild wind attacking from behind, decisively pulling out a thin rope from her sleeve and striking at the oncoming wind, dispersing the howling wind in an instant. Immediately, as if sensing something, she turned her head abruptly, and a figure had appeared out of thin air within 100 meters of the apple tree. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the throne. On the throne, the giant who had retrieved the wooden stick, along with the wolf-tooth club, continuously swung and smashed towards the young man. Sensing the terror of this strike, Su Chen had to stop his steps once again, his eyes narrowed, turning around with the blessing of rage to thrust out another spear. The incoming wooden stick was immediately picked up, and the murky white spear tip collided once again with the wolf-tooth club from behind, sparking sporadic sparks. However, Su Chen soon felt the murky white in his hand emit a ringing sound under the pressure of the wolf-tooth club, indicating that this top-grade long spear had reached its limit. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, finally letting go of the pale hand he was holding, and his figure disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, the unsupported pale figure was instantly crushed into powder by a mace. However, Su Chen had achieved his goal. Under the gaze of the crowd, the young man reappeared and took a step forward, entering the inner circle of the apple tree. He went in. That kid actually made it across. Amid the exclamations of the peripheral players, Su Chen looked up at the giant on the throne, who was visibly furious but did not raise his club to attack him again. Seeing this, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was right in his guess that the giant would not attack those who entered the range of the apple tree, or more precisely, would not attack the apple tree itself. This level was more difficult than he had anticipated. Although he had estimated the strength of the giant to be only at the level of an Imperial Grandmaster before entering, the opponent's physical advantage was still evident, not to mention the mace made of an unknown material, which could easily defeat a pale weapon in less than 2 rounds. If it weren't for the Berserker as a cautionary tale, and his own marksmanship reaching its peak, he wouldn't have chosen to confront head-on. The outcome of the confrontation was clear: he lost a pale weapon, but overall, the result was considered good. However, the most crucial point for passing this level was that the giant seemed unable to leave the throne. Even so, without using his lower body, the opponent sitting there could deliver a deadly blow with each swing. Just as Su Chen was about to approach the apple tree to investigate, a sudden ripple came from behind. He turned to see the woman who had rushed into the inner circle with him earlier. Su Chen was not surprised that she could enter, as the giant behind them had targeted him directly. If she couldn't keep up in this situation, he could only say she was incompetent. Su Chen ignored her and walked towards the trunk of the apple tree, quietly on guard with his perception. However, he didn't think the woman would have any intentions towards him at this moment, especially since he had just demonstrated his strength outside. Besides, the fruits hanging on the tree didn't need them to compete for. Mayu Kadhafi watched the young figure under the tree, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, but she kept her distance and put on her snow coat, heading towards the other side of the apple tree. With a wave of her hand, a bright red and round apple fell accurately into her hand from the tree. Holding the apple, she looked to the other side, unable to hide a slight smirk. Climbing to the top of the tree, Su Chen picked an apple and, not giving up, tried to pick a few more. However, he found that the apples that had fallen easily before were now unmoved under his peak wrist strength. Su-chan was still not discouraged. He jumped back to the ground and took out a kitchen knife from his backpack, with the label still intact, which Mayu Kadhafi could vaguely see was made in China. Su-chan made a comparison gesture in place with the kitchen knife in his hands, then grabbed it with both hands and fiercely chopped at the trunk of the apple tree. Clatter! Apart from some leaves falling, the apples on the tree remained unmoved. Warning, warning, players are requested to stop attacking the passage items. Warning, warning. Seeing the system warning, Su-chan reluctantly put away the kitchen knife. He didn't understand. He was just hungry and wanted to pick a few more apples to eat. What was the problem? He definitely didn't intend to cut down the tree and prevent others from passing. Looking down at the apple in his hand, a line of virtual information popped up immediately. Item picked up. Player will automatically move to the next map after consumption. How boring. Saying that, Su-chan took a bite of the apple, then seemed to think of something, turned towards the giant, and his pinnacle wrist strength burst out instantly, grabbing the leftover apple and smashing it into the giant's mouth. Snap! On the throne, the giant who had just closed his eyes suddenly felt something being thrown into his mouth, opened his eyes and locked onto the young man laughing towards him. Just as he was about to react, he felt a sweetness in his mouth. In the next moment, the figure of the young man disappeared from the giant's eyes. Hookah, ula 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 baka. TSK, I forgive you for not dying in exchange for the sweetness. Hearing the giant speak, Mayu Kazafi turned her head in confusion. In the game, all languages are corrected to a common language, but she couldn't understand what the giant was saying. Shaking her head, she took another bite of the apple and also disappeared. As his figure solidified again, the tumultuous whistling sound echoed in Su-chan's ears. Please note, you have entered the map fragment Bewilderment Cliff. At this moment, in front of Su-chan, was a barren cliff, and in the distance, there was another cliff facing the one he was on. Su-chan slowly approached the edge of the cliff, a gust of mountain wind brushing his face, bringing a chill. He looked down at the cliff, but could only see the dense clouds below not far away. He couldn't imagine how high the cliff was, but falling off would be a sure death. Stepping back a few steps from the edge, Su-chan began to observe the two cliffs nearby. From the map layout, the clue to clearing should be to go to the other cliff. The question was how to cross the estimated 200 meters distance between them, and whether this distance would have obstacles like the previous map. While pondering, a sudden fluctuation appeared behind him. Su-chan didn't even turn his head, his perception had already confirmed the identity of the newcomer. Mayu Kazafi had just entered and saw the young man sitting not far away. However, she had no intention of approaching him, silently surveying her surroundings. Besides knowing that the clue to clearing should be to go to the other cliff, she had no other clues. It wasn't until she saw a card suddenly appear in the hands of the young man sitting there that she couldn't sit still. Obviously, the other party had a clue to the second map fragment in his hands, while she only had the clue to the previous map, which would be used up. With no clue, she could only choose to sit cross-legged not far behind the young man, quietly waiting for his next move. Su-chan didn't care what the person behind him was doing, as long as they didn't approach him. He looked down at the card in his hand, where the two mirrored sevens were faintly flashing, clearly representing the two cliffs he was currently between. The number 12 below the two cliffs had always puzzled him, but since the card clearly hinted at the number, it most likely referred to the time, as there was a connection between time and numbers here, and only two cliffs remained. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up. If the clue pointed to the time, the number 12 could only be noon or midnight, and there was still some time before midnight. He also planned to do some probing during this time. Standing up, Su-chan took out the knife with a tag attached. This time he decisively removed the tag page and put it back in his backpack. Littering and throwing objects from a height would be frowned upon in reality. Squatting down, Su-chan first made some scratches on the ground with the tip of the knife, then struck hard, picking out a few larger pieces from the broken stones. After picking out a few, just as he was about to use the same old trick in this beaten-up little pit, in his perception field, the woman sitting behind him slowly stood up. A short knife appeared in her hand, following the circle he had just carved on the ground, occasionally glancing in his direction, then trying to knock it, finding that the ground did not break, carving on it for a while, knocking again, and the ground still did not break. In her perception, she seemed a bit impatient, and with force, she fiercely knocked down with the knife handle, instantly causing the broken stones to hit Su-chan's side. Is this woman seriously ill? He thought to himself, but still did not speak. In the previous level, he had already expended too much physical and mental energy, now he needed to conserve energy and not get into more trouble. So, Su-chan silently moved to a different position. Then, the woman, afraid she couldn't see the boy's movements clearly, also moved closer. Helplessly sighing, he had to use his perception to guard against the attack of the broken stones from the opposite side, while picking up the selected large stones and carving the mark of flash shift on them, carving one every 30 minutes or so. In the rear, Mayo Kazafi saw the boy holding a pile of large stones in front of him, sitting cross-legged and fiddling with something, curious yet a bit anxious, looking at the irregularly shaped stones in front of her, not sure where she had fallen behind. Without any thoughts, she simply sat down, recalling the boy's previous actions. For some reason, whenever she closed her eyes, she thought of his actions under the apple tree before. Could he be hungry? After all, in pursuit of realism, hunger in the game would still make one hungry, just not to the point of starving. So most players would choose to bring some food supplies in their backpacks before entering the game. These food items didn't have much utility, but the backpack allowed for them. The more Mayo Kazafi thought about it, the more she felt she was onto something, so she decisively took out a few food supplies from her backpack and walked slowly towards the boy. After carving the second stone, Su Chen's hand hesitated in the air before changing direction and picking up a nearby kitchen knife, slowly standing up. He turned to look at the woman walking towards him from behind. "Is there something you need, miss?" Seeing the friendly smile on the boy's face in front of her, Mayo Kazafi felt relieved. It seemed he was easy to talk to. So she brought the food supplies in her hand to her chest and returned a smile that could charm many men. "I seem to have brought too much food, taking up space in my backpack. If you don't mind, would you like to try some?" After speaking, seeing that the distance between them was only about 10 meters, she timely stopped and sat down in place, neatly arranging the food in her arms on the ground. "What would you like to eat?" "Hamburger, sandwich, bread, I have them all, sister." Su Chen looked at the woman in front of him strangely, but still sat back and casually pointed. "Then I'll have a hamburger. Do you have cola?" Mayo Kazafi smiled, "Of course." And a bottle of unopened cola appeared in her hand. Taking the hamburger and cola handed to him, after checking with his perception that there were no issues with the ingredients, Su Chen unwrapped the hamburger and said, "My name is Su Chen, the Chen in Star Chen. Thank you for the treat. You can call me Little Su." After taking a bite of the hamburger and a sip of cola, not cold cola, the refreshment was just average. "Alright, Little Su, I'm Mayo Kazafi. If you don't mind, you can just call me Sister Mayo." Seeing the other person nod slightly, Mayo Kazafi continued with a light smile, "Can you tell me how old you are? I've never seen such a youthful face like yours before. And the way you just used the map in the previous round, the momentum of deflecting the Giant's Wolf Fawn Club with a shot was quite impressive. I wouldn't dare to face it head on. By the way, I was able to clear the previous level thanks to Xiao Su's help. It's nothing, clearing the level is all about one's own skills." Su Chen smiled shyly and added, "I'm 17 years old this year." Mayo Kazafi covered her mouth in slight surprise. "I thought you just looked youthful, didn't expect you were underage. But to be able to enter the royal level at 17? That's impressive. The sister must have never acted before." Su Chen silently criticized the tone of the other party in his mind. "It's just luck." Su Chen smiled. For some reason, he suddenly remembered his first defeat when entering the game. His smile froze for a moment unconsciously. Mayo Kazafi didn't notice the boy's strangeness. She gave him a thumbs up and looked up at the darkening sky, sighing, "When I was 17, I was still a homebody in the school dormitory." Seeing the good atmosphere, Mayo Kazafi then pointed to the pile of rocks behind the boy. "By the way, what were you doing with those rocks just now?" She added, "Of course, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, I'm just a little curious." Su Chen shook his head with a smile, took a stone from the pile that already had a mark on it, and casually tossed it to her. "It's nothing, it's just a small handicraft we use to pray for safety where I come from. The elders there say that as long as you carve this mark on a stone or a tree, devoutly pray, the gods will bless you with safety in the future." "Really?" Mayo Kazafi, who took the stone, carefully examined the mark on it. Besides finding the mark quite beautiful, she couldn't see anything else. Just as she was about to return it after observing, Su Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "If Mayo likes it, then keep that one, consider it my gift in return for the food." "Well then, I'll accept it without hesitation." After keeping the stone, just as Mayo Kazafi was about to chat more with the boy about clues or something, several energy fluctuations came from behind in an inappropriate manner. Putting away the food on the ground, Mayo Kazafi and Su Chen slowly stood up and looked at the gradually solidifying figures. Su Chen's gaze swept over the group, suddenly pausing on a familiar figure that caught his attention. It was a girl wearing a cyberpunk-style cropped t-shirt, showing her fair thighs under tight shorts, with a youthful face like a porcelain doll. The two exchanged glances, and Su Chen could clearly see a look of surprise in her eyes. Then she ran towards him, stopping in front of him at a height of 1.5 meters. "Su Chen, so you've been here for a while. I thought you were smashed into a pancake by that giant. I was sat outside for a long time." Looking at the girl in front of him, who was full of youth but actually older than him, Su Chen smiled and said, "Long time no see, Huan Nai." Huan Nai stood with her hands on her hips, curiously looking at Su Chen. It's been a few months, Su Chen, you seem to have changed your whole demeanor, You've become even more handsome. Then she remembered something. Oh, I saw it when I was climbing. A long spear flew up from the mountain below, and in the blink of an eye, you were already up there. I couldn't catch up. At that time, to save energy, I might have been a bit conspicuous. Also, how did you manage to pass the previous level with your small frame? I was planning to come up early to take you along, Mu Huan Nai asked. Just like that, Su Chen replied casually, then lifted the corner of his short sleeve, revealing his muscular arm. Do you still call me small-framed now? Mu Huan Nai walked up and poked him. As she approached, Su Chen noticed some bloodstains on her shoes and pants, so he reached out to wipe the bloodstains off her shorts. The blood was still fresh, indicating it was not long ago. Considering her profession, he couldn't help but ask, how many times were you hit? The blood hasn't dried yet. Hearing this, Mu Huan Nai puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, it makes me mad just thinking about it. I just wanted to pick an apple, and that giant sat there treating me like a groundhog to hit. Luckily, that guy wasn't too bright, but he still hit me 2 or 3 times. Humph. So unlucky. Mayo Kazafi, who had been listening to their conversation, changed her expression upon hearing that Mu Huan Nai had been hit 2 or 3 times. She looked at the girl in front of her, whose body was intact, with a strange expression. Su Chen, on the other hand, had no significant reaction to Mu Huan Nai's response. He was already accustomed to her manner. Mu Huan Nai herself was an advanced profession holder of undead doctor, a subclass of the ordinary doctor profession. Due to her specialization in self-recovery, Mu Huan Nai possessed a strong self-healing ability, which Su Chen had witnessed. Even if she were left with just a head, given some time, she could stand before you intact again. According to her, each major recovery would strengthen her physical body by 1 level, showcasing the terror of the undead doctor. Even his ability self-healing doctor was one of the abilities he had extracted from her. If Han Jiqing before was the humanoid bulldozer among the appearance hunters, then Mu Huan Nai was her predecessor. Appearance hunter, humanoid Titanus. Although Mu Huan Nai was strong, several months ago when the two first met in a game, Su Chen had already used insight weakness to see through her fatal weakness. There were limits to being an undead doctor. But it's great to meet you here, Su Chen. We are the best partners when together. Hey! Hoo-hoo! Mu Huan Nai laughed and threw a few punches at the air in front of her. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Last time, he had partnered with Mu Huan Nai, who had overwhelming combat power but lacked strong observation skills, to deceive her and gain her skills. It was also a way to build her trust. The result of that game was Mu Huan Nai relying on the information feedback Su Chen provided, her brute strength, and terrifying recovery ability to push through the game. In the end, with Su Chen giving up, Mu Huan Nai became the ultimate winner of that game. However, this time was different from the last. Last time, Su Chen could afford to lose, but this time, he had no reason to lose and couldn't afford to, so he decisively declined Mu Huan Nai's invitation. Sorry, Huan Nai, we may not be able to team up this time. I need to win, so I may not be able to assist you like last time. Mu Huan Nai was initially stunned but quickly raised her right hand to pat the boy's shoulder and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? Let me assist Su Chen this time." Su Chen was genuinely surprised by her response, considering this was a game of imperial difficulty. Still, he replied, "Then I'll thank you in advance, Huan Nai." Mu Huan Nai lightly patted the boy's back. "Come on, don't be so polite with me." "Yes, my lady," the boy smiled shyly. "By the way, this is Mayo, a friend I just made." Mayo Gaddafi, who was listening in, stepped forward at the right moment and greeted, "Hello, I'm Mayo Gaddafi, a friend of Xiaoshu." "Ah, hello, I'm Mu Huan Nai. You can call me Huan Nai Jia like Xiaoshu does. By the way, can I call you Mayo Zhang?" Looking at the petite and overly green girl in front of her asking to be called Jia, Mayo Gaddafi glanced at Xiaoshu with a strange look. Sensing the confusion in the other's eyes, Xiaoshu added, "Oh, I forgot to tell Mayo Jia, actually Huan Nai Jia is more than twice my age." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Huan Nai pouted and glared at him, as if reproaching him for being too talkative. Mayo Gaddafi immediately understood. "Of course, you can, Huan Nai Jia." After exchanging pleasantries with Mu Huan Nai, Xiaoshu used perception to assess the few remaining people who had just teleported with him. One of them he had already seen outside, the man in a suit with a stern face. The other two were unfamiliar faces. One was a young man in a black hoodie with a hoodie hat on his head, slowly pacing near the edge of the cliff. The other was an old man who had been standing still since entering, wearing a white tank top and baggy pants, standing straight with his eyes closed tightly, as if rooted in place. As the sky darkened, the people on the mountaintop each took out various lighting devices from their backpacks. searchlight screens, lighting orbs, automatic telescopic light columns, and Moanai's 360 degrees panoramic starry skylight, which Xiaoxiu immediately recognized as one of the latest products from the Huangmu company. He instantly abandoned the idea of taking out his flashlight. Under the array of light sources illuminating the mountaintop, which was originally dim, suddenly became bright. Seeing the newcomers not making any moves, Xiaoxiu shook his head inwardly, thinking that this group of people who were used to being at the emperor level were all too slick. Unlike him, who racked his brains to clear the level as soon as possible. Bending down to pick up a few pieces of scattered stones on the ground, Xiaoxiu slowly approached the edge of the cliff, picked out a smooth-edged stone, squinted his eyes, aimed at the dimly lit cliff on the opposite side, and threw it with force. However, in his perception, before the flying stone had even traveled halfway, it was lifted off course by a gust of wind, instantly deviating from its path. Xiaoxiu shook his head. This time, he picked up a stone on the ground that was as big as his palm, and threw it again. In his perception, with added mass, this stone clearly surpassed the first one, just deviating slightly from its path, but still flying towards the cliff on the opposite side. At that moment, with the light source behind him, Xiaoxiu felt as if a black shadow had flashed in the distance. The next moment, the stone in his perception field was grabbed by something and instantly disappeared from his perception range. Xiaoxiu's eyes narrowed. The speed of that black shadow was extremely fast. Before he could carefully perceive the other's appearance, the figure had already left his perception field. He then picked up another palm-sized stone and threw it. As expected, another black shadow darted out, and the stone disappeared instantly. Xiaoxiu frowned. The figure appeared and disappeared from his perception field within 1 second, with a very short stay, causing him to gain nothing from 2 consecutive perception fields. Then, Xiaoxiu looked at the 2 cliffs surrounded by clouds. The wind was strong on the cliffs, but the clouds showed no movement. Now the only thing he could be sure of was that there must be something hidden in the clouds. The problem was, with his current perception field, he couldn't reach the clouds on the cliff. He glanced at the crowd, noticing that they were not in a hurry. A man in a suit stood sternly with an old man, while another person paced along the edge of the cliff. The 2 girls he considered good friends were cheering him on. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if these people were here on vacation. Although he didn't want to reveal too much in front of them, as his abilities didn't correspond to any profession, he also couldn't rely on them for help. Luckily, the cliff was not lacking strong winds. Stepping to the edge of the cliff, Su Chen closed his eyes, concentrated, and manipulated the winds to gather around his right foot. Sensing the change in wind direction, the onlookers turned to the young man standing at the edge of the cliff. Opening his eyes, Su Chen unleashed a powerful kick with his storm leg, creating a terrifying storm that swept towards the clouds on the left. Stepping back quickly to avoid the storm he created, the clouds that had been unmoved by the mountain winds were torn apart and dispersed by the storm. As the clouds dissipated, a figure hidden within them appeared before the onlookers. At that moment, everyone felt their blood pressure rise. Su Chen realized he was wrong. It wasn't just a shadow. Above the void, a row of dark stone statues holding spears were neatly arranged, each with the body of a bird or beast and wings on their backs. While the crowd was still in shock, Su Chen repeated the process on the clouds to his right. The clouds parted, revealing another row of stone statues in the air, this time armed with bows and arrows. 12 bird-like stone statues stood on either side in the void, as if guarding something. Fortunately, the statues showed no signs of coming to life after the clouds were broken, or they would have been in trouble. Su Chen was certain that the shadow that had taken the stones twice was related to these statues. He speculated that these beings might only attack those trying to cross the distance between the cliffs. He threw another stone towards the cliff on the opposite side. As expected, a statue in the center on the left side shed its petrification as the stone flew by, and the bird-like creature sprang to life, disappearing in a blur. The shadow passed, and the stone in the air vanished. The shadow quickly faded away, leaving behind a pure blue sky, as if what the onlookers had seen was an illusion. Su Chen turned to the row of statues on the left and saw a new figure slowly materializing in place of the one that had come to life. Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and threw 3 more stones in succession. As the stones flew halfway, 3 more bird-like creatures emerged from the statues on the left, each grabbing a stone and disappearing into thin air. 3 new statues slowly materialized in the places where the missing statues had been. Su Chen had gleaned some clues from this. The revival of these bird-like creatures came at a cost. From the moment they acted to the solidification process of returning to their positions, each revived creature had a gap of at least 5 seconds before they could act again. However, what confused him was that the bird-beast humanoid stone statues that had taken action 4 times in a row were all on the left side holding spears, while the row of bird-beast humanoids on the right side holding bows remained completely still. There may be some kind of rule among them, but with the existing clues, even he couldn't deduce anything further. Decisively, Shuchen gave up on further probing, sat down cross-legged in place. With some time left until 12 o'clock, he needed to recover the mental energy he had expended earlier. If 12 o'clock is an important point where opportunities arise, then he must have a winning move in hand. Nevertheless, he still passively kept his 5-meter range of perception open. While Shuchen rested in place, others who were in urgent need of clues were idle. Moreover, the clues about the bird-beast humanoids that the young man had probed earlier had given them a general direction. Otherwise, leaping between cliffs without knowing what was inside the clouds on both sides would be futile. At this moment, the old man in the white tank top who had been standing still suddenly opened his eyes, and under the scrutiny of everyone, he took steps towards the edge of the cliff. Sensing that the old man was approaching his direction, Shuchen naturally shifted his current position, trying to keep a distance from the old man. The old man stopped at the edge of the cliff but closed his eyes again. In the midst of everyone's confusion, a tender shoot suddenly emerged from the ground in front of the old man. Subsequently, the tender shoot that emerged from the ground began to grow rapidly at a visible speed, growing into an unidentified plant 1 meter high in the blink of an eye, even bearing fruit. At this moment, the fruit on top of the plant suddenly drooped, cracked open on the surface, and from the crack, deep green vines began to spread continuously, quickly piercing into the ground. In Shuchen's perception, those vines that pierced the ground suddenly changed direction after piercing deep into the ground, starting to spread towards the opposite cliff. From the cliff below, the spreading vines broke through the ground and continued to extend towards the opposite cliff in the air. However, strangely, when the branches in the air extended halfway, the stone statues on both sides showed no reaction at all. Seeing this scene, Shuchen was immediately lost in thought. Before long, the vines that had rooted and fixed themselves began to grow again, expanding in size in no time to a width sufficient for 2 adults to walk on, now resembling a vine bridge. At this point, Shuchen also tentatively identified the profession of the old man. It was highly likely that he specialized in wood magic, a wood manipulator, who naturally had a unique affinity and could affect some low-intelligence creatures, which could explain why the stone statues did not attack the vines. Now that the bridge was built, everyone was eagerly waiting for the old man to be the pioneer. However, the old man still stood with his eyes closed, and at the same time, another tender shoot emerged from the ground at his feet, rapidly growing and bearing fruit. The difference was that when the fruit of this plant drooped down, it fell directly to the ground. Nearby, Manhwa suddenly whispered, "Could this old man be messing up?" As soon as he finished speaking, the fruit that fell to the ground suddenly began to shake on its own, followed by a crack appearing, continuously expanding, and eventually rolling out a dark green small plant person. After the plant person rolled out, its size grew again, quickly reaching over 1 meter tall. The plant person slowly got up and staggered towards the edge of the cliff. Upon reaching the edge, without hesitation, it jumped down and landed accurately on the vine bridge below. The plant man walked slowly along the vine bridge, and as he walked, 30 minutes passed, and the plant man finally completed half of the journey under the gaze of the crowd. The shepherd who had been staring at the plant man couldn't help but yawn and then shouted to the old man, "Sir, are you tired? Can you make that little guy walk faster?" The old man who was standing there finally opened his eyes and said in a calm tone, "Young lady, it's windy below, this speed is already fast enough." By the time the plant man reached the end, a whole hour had passed, and most importantly, the stone statues showed no reaction to the plant man passing by. The experiment was successful, the bridge was there, and the old man nodded slightly, turned to face the crowd, and slowly spoke, "Everyone has seen my ability. As long as this bridge is here, reaching the other side is easy." "Are you really so kind, old man?" asked the man in the hoodie. "Of course not, it's a trade-off, that's my condition." "Sounds good, this vine bridge is your ability. Who can guarantee that you won't tear up the tickets once we're on it? In that case, let me cross the bridge first. After I've crossed, the bridge will still be there. You can pay me the toll after you've crossed, no rush, how about that?" "That works." Seeing someone interested, the old man in the vest didn't waste any more words, turned around and took a step to the edge of the cliff, looked down at the vine bridge below, and then leaped lightly off the edge. Soon, the old man who had jumped down appeared again in front of the crowd. Unlike the plant man before, who walked unsteadily, the old man himself strode confidently on the vine bridge. Even when a strong wind blew, he remained steady. Shuchen keenly observed that with each step the old man took on the vine bridge, his feet were connected to small twigs, allowing him to walk steadily. In no time, he had completed half of the journey, and everyone was watching for his next step. As he took a step forward, the old man subconsciously looked to his left and, upon seeing the motionless stone statues on the left, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he faintly heard a whistling sound in his right ear, getting closer. Just as he turned his head, a flash of cold light filled his eyes. Swish! In front of everyone's eyes, the old man was suddenly shot in the head by an arrow, blood splattered, and he fell backward, tumbling off the bridge into the abyss. Suchen turned sharply to look in the direction of the arrow, only to see one of the bird beast statues on the right side slowly lowering the bow in its hand, its colored flesh once again turning into a gray stone statue. Everyone stared at the vine bridge, now stained with a corner of blood, and the mountaintop fell into silence. Why did the statues on the right side come back to life at that moment? Why was the old man shot? Why did nothing happen to the plant man who had passed earlier? Suchen sat on the ground, eyes closed but brows furrowed, his brain rapidly analyzing the clues at hand. First, there were the stones he used in his initial experiment, which caused the statues on the left side to come to life. The target of the statues on the right side was the old man, and excluded from these two were the plant man created by the old man. If one had to point out the difference among these three, it would be that the stones were inanimate objects, the old man was a living person, and the plant man could be considered an organic material endowed with affinity. There was also the way the three crossed the bridge, with the thrown stones leaping, while the old man and the plant man were bridging. Yet, despite using the same method of bridging, the old man was shot. Suchen pondered the difference between the two, but in the end, could only conclude that the old man was a living person, while the plant man was not. After roughly sorting things out, Suchen opened his eyes, slowly got up, and walked towards the edge of the cliff. Looking down, he saw that the vine bridge had not disappeared after the old man fell. After a moment of thought, he bent down, picked up a few pieces of rubble, and leaped lightly off the edge. The two girls who had been following the boy were suddenly frightened by the scene, and hurried to the edge of the cliff to look down, only to see the boy who had jumped down stepping slowly on the vine bridge. Learning from the old man's experience, Manhwa Nai was anxious at this moment, thinking that the boy was going to try to cross the bridge, so she immediately shouted down below, "Suchen-jun, what are you doing? Those stone statues will attack you. It's very dangerous. Come back quickly." Hearing Manhwa Nai's shout from above, Suchen stopped and turned around, shouting back amidst the strong wind, "I'm fine. I'll be back soon. Don't come down." With that, he resolutely moved forward again. As he approached the halfway point, Suchen finally picked up a stone from his arms, braced himself against the strong wind, slowly crouched down, and then threw the stone onto the vine bridge, letting it roll forward along the bridge. The next moment, he heard a sudden flapping sound from the left, and a shadow instantly flew past not far from the bridge, snatching the rolling stone on the bridge in an instant. Suchen threw another stone, and the stone statue on the left attacked again. Seeing this, Suchen immediately dropped all the stones in his arms off the bridge, freeing up his hands completely, took a deep breath, and moved forward again. On the cliff, seeing the boy still moving forward, Manhwa Nai at the edge of the cliff could no longer hold back and seemed about to jump down. Fortunately, Mayu Kazafi beside her quickly grabbed her, saying, "Huan Nai, don't get excited. Little Su is strong, he'll be fine." Although she said so, she herself was not very confident, but one thing was certain, that the boy was strong. Others may not see it, but she had been observing him all along. While others were still shocked by the scene before them, the boy had already taken the next step. A woman's intuition told her that this guy was definitely the calmest among everyone present, and if he dared to go over, he must have discovered something. After being stopped and advised by Mayu Kazafi, Manhwa Nai did not want to force her way out and hurt the other party, so she could only look worriedly into the distance. On the vine bridge, Suchen, who was moving forward slowly, had already expanded his perception field to the limit, barely covering the stone statues on both sides. Taking another step, Suchen suddenly looked to the right, and under his perception field, a bird-beast person among the statues on the right had quietly revived, aiming a bow and arrow at him. The next moment, Suchen only saw a flash of silver light in the distance, and the arrow shot by the other party instantly passed halfway out of the perception field range. Suchen, who had been on high alert, sensed the other party releasing the bowstring, and without hesitation, he used flash shift. Mayu Kazafi, who was lying on the edge of the cliff, saw the boy's figure suddenly disappear in place, and was puzzled, but suddenly felt a weight on her back, as if something was pressing on her. She instinctively said, "Huan Nai, don't tease me." Manhwa Nai looked at her puzzled. "Mayu-chan, what are you talking about?" Seeing Manhwa Nai lying next to her, Mayu Kazafi couldn't help but stiffen her expression. At that moment, she sensitively felt a pair of hands touching her back, even though she was wearing a down jacket on her back. "Wow!" With a startled cry, Mayu Kazafi suddenly opened the down jacket she was wearing, and her expression froze again when she saw the person on her back. Suchen wondered why the flash shift he had used had suddenly gone completely dark, until Mayu Kazafi opened the down jacket, and he met her stunned gaze as he was about to get up from supporting her back. Suchen realized that he had mistakenly teleported under her coat, so he immediately released his hands supporting her back, coughed lightly, and calmly stood up, saying, "Sorry, Mayu, I accidentally teleported to the wrong place." He certainly couldn't tell the other party that he had just used the previously sent stone as a medium for transmission. Seeing the young man in front of him so calm and composed, Mayu Kazafi, who had originally been about to question him, didn't know what to say. She gave up straightforwardly. Never mind, as long as you're okay. Su Chen responded with an apologetic smile, and next to him, Mu Huannai's excited voice rang out. Wow, Su Chen, when did you learn how to teleport? Well, maybe it's my innate talent, Su Chen replied. Mayu Kazafi. After explaining the destination choice of Blink Shift to Mayu Kazafi, Su Chen finally dispelled the last trace of resentment in her eyes. He just smiled, realizing that he had indeed scared her a bit. It was his first time storing the mark on someone's body, and he learned that the choice of destination would be limited by the other person's location. Obviously, Mayu Kazafi must have tucked the stone into the inner pocket of her down jacket, which was why it ended up on her back. After casually answering Mu Huannai's questions about his abilities, Su Chen sat back down on the ground. After the recent adventurous attempt, he had a rough understanding of the triggering mechanism of the 2 rows of stone statues. If his deduction was correct, the statues on the left would only attack any inanimate objects with kinetic energy along the way. He boldly speculated that this was actually a rule against using weapons when leaping over the cliff, which was why the statues on the left only rushed out to plunder instead of killing the target. The statues on the right, on the other hand, would shoot down any living creatures along the way. To leap over this distance without using weapons and to guard against the arrows of the 6 bird beast people on the right, even if he wanted to force his way through, it was impossible. Not even his perception vision could clearly capture the trajectory of those arrows, they were too fast. Thinking about this, Su Chen sighed lightly, realizing that he could only wait for the appearance of the clue of the final number. He opened the virtual panel to check the time and saw that there was still 1 hour left until 12 o'clock. On the other side, the 2 people who were full of worry saw the young man take out a newspaper from his backpack and lay it on the ground, then lay down to sleep under the watch of the 2 women. The man in his suit with a stern face stared in the direction of the young man, lost in thought. After a moment, the man in the suit took steps towards the young man. Su Chen, who was about to close his eyes, sensed the man's approach and had to slowly prop himself up and look at the approaching man, asking, "Is there something you need, Mr. Suit?" The man in the suit, however, did not meet his gaze, his eyes always on the ground beside him. Then, a white pillow suddenly appeared in his hand, and he said somewhat hastily, I was thinking, if you're going to sleep, do you need a pillow? You can. Oh no, if you don't mind, you can use my pillow, of course. It's new." As he spoke, the man in the suit's voice became noticeably quieter towards the end, and his head involuntarily lowered, hiding his expression underneath. Su Chen, looking puzzled, only understood after sorting out the words that the man in the suit had come over to offer him a pillow. But the gaze that didn't know where to look, the diminishing voice, the lowered head, and even the disorganized language, coupled with the fact that the man had always had a stern face and avoided talking to people, suddenly, a possibility emerged in his mind. Could this guy in front of him be socially anxious? On the cliff, with the rising and falling of his chest as he breathed, the young man slept peacefully with the pillow, while the other 4 remained motionless. After all, they hadn't even figured out the rules of the 2 rows of bird-beast people, and the young man in front of them had just confidently probed and returned unscathed not long ago, with no follow-up action from the other side. The man in the suit and the man in the hoodie could only choose to act as parasites. The difference was that the man in the suit chose to make a proper gesture of goodwill, although his approach was a bit clumsy. However, Su Chen didn't mind having a comfortable pillow to sleep on and decisively rejected Mu Huannai's offer of a knee pillow. "Why? Are my legs not as good as this lousy pillow?" The man in the suit blushed at the mention of Mu Huannai's father. "Huannai, if your old man finds out, I'll die young." Hearing the sudden mention of her father by the young man, Mu Huannai was a bit confused. "Huh? It wouldn't matter if my dad found out. Su Chen hasn't met my dad, he's a nice person." Su Chen, realizing he had accidentally revealed something, quickly brushed it off. "Oh, right, I'm falling asleep." There were still several tens of minutes until midnight. During this time, 2 new members were added to the top of the mountain. Su Chen, without opening his eyes, sensed that among the 2 people who came in, one was the previous beast tamer, and the other was a stranger he had never seen before, with a square face, about 1.7 meters tall, and a sturdy build, probably climbing the mountain after he cleared the checkpoint. Since the 2 came in together, he speculated that these 2 probably cooperated outside to clear the checkpoint. Sure enough, after the 2 entered, they walked together, surveying the surroundings. When they saw the 2 rows of stone statues standing in the void, they couldn't help but be stunned. But soon, the 2 men, upon reaching the edge of the cliff and seeing a ready-made vine bridge below, their faces lit up. The beast tamer immediately released several beasts to jump off the cliff, with flying birds attacking from the sky and walking beasts crossing the bridge. Then came the sound of bowstrings releasing arrows, and the beasts that had traveled halfway were shot dead on the spot the next moment. In the blink of an eye, the beasts were all wiped out, and the beast tamer's face instantly turned extremely pale. The depletion of a large amount of mental energy combined with the emotions transmitted by the dying beasts continuously stimulated the man's nerves. The sturdy man accompanying him had to help him to the side to rest, as the ability of the beast tamer to act as bait was still very useful. Until near midnight, Su Chen was awakened by the virtual alarm clock he had set in his mind. Coming to the edge of the cliff, he took out the clue card again and waited quietly. Except for the two who had just entered, the rest of the people were eagerly looking behind the young man, and unconsciously, they had already regarded this seemingly youngest young man as their guide. Seconds passed, and Su Chen stared at the time on the virtual panel. When the time jumped to midnight, he quickly looked at the pattern on the card. Sure enough, the number 12 under the two cliffs on the card was faintly flashing, but what surprised him more was that in the middle of the 7 representing the cliffs, a previously non-existent horizontal line suddenly appeared on the card, flickering slightly. Su Chen quickly looked up, and in the sky, moonlight spilled down, and between the two cliffs, a path that appeared intermittently seemed to have appeared. If Su Chen hadn't carefully distinguished it and possessed perception vision, it would have been difficult to see such a road in the night. Just like the people behind him who were following his gaze at this moment, they didn't notice that a road had appeared out of nowhere in front of them. When Su Chen looked back at the card again, he found a string of countdown numbers above the suddenly appearing horizontal line on the card 057. He looked down slightly, and this faintly visible path was not on the same path as the vine bridge below. With only 56 seconds left, there was a path ahead, an endless abyss below, a stone statue holding a spear on the left, and bird-beast people that would shoot down anything on the right. At that moment, Su Chen made his choice. Under the gaze of the crowd, the young man took a resolute step forward. "Su Chen Jun, you must." Before the words could be finished, Mu Huannai's mouth hung open. The young man who stepped forward did not fall down. His right foot that stepped out seemed to be stepping on thin air. With a heightened sense of clarity, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet, Su Chen's lips curled slightly, no longer hesitating, lifting his back foot to follow. In this moment, under the astonished eyes of the crowd, the young man stood in mid-air. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out. Fireballs suddenly appeared beneath the stone statues on both sides, each depicting a bird, beast, or person. Under the moonlight, the once dull stone statues instantly took on a twilight hue. The raging wind blew, the weak yet unextinguished fireballs seemed to light the way for the young man on the path. What's going on? The man in the hoodie was dumbfounded. Mentally tense, Su Chen, under the influence of clarity, took another step forward, looking ahead, calmly avoiding looking down, knowing that as long as there was a path ahead, it was enough. In this moment, he felt as if he had returned to reality, to the days without light, relying solely on perception. He walked forward steadily, soon to complete half of the journey. As he walked, he recalled and organized all the clues from before: the stones, the old man, the plant people, the bird and beast people with spears and bows, commonalities, differences, connecting everything together. In the state of clarity, he vaguely felt as if he had missed something, giving him the feeling of solving a math problem during an exam but forgetting to fill in the answer. His brain worked rapidly to eliminate one option after another. Finally, when there were only 2 or 3 steps left to complete half of the journey, Su Chen, bathed in moonlight, suddenly paused. When he took another step, he no longer felt the heaviness of each step on the invisible path but instead felt light on his feet. As if a burden had been lifted, facing away from the crowd behind him, the corners of the young man's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He had found the final answer. Stones, the old man, the plant people. There was still a difference among these three. That was the emotion of being a living being. Or more accurately, facing the confusion and fear of the unknown. Just like the name of this map fragment, the Cliff of Confusion. The first stone was inanimate, without emotion, so it was stopped by the spear-wielding bird and beast people. The second plant person, perhaps considered a living being, but it was a creation and did not possess its own emotions, thus passing through unharmed. The last old man, a living person, but Su Chen speculated that the other party had not completely abandoned the confusion and fear of his subconscious, which led to being shot by the bow-wielding bird and beast people. In the eyes of those bow-wielding bird and beast people, confusion and fear were their prey. No one could guarantee that knowing all this wouldn't generate even a hint of fear, the fear of not being able to do it, the fear of being shot inexplicably halfway through, like having a gun pointed at your temple, not knowing when the trigger would be pulled. Su Chen smiled. Perhaps others couldn't do it. But he was a deceiver. He could deceive the rules of the world, deceive the gods, deceive himself. As long as he believed he wouldn't feel the emotions of confusion and fear, he was the stone statue itself. Under the gaze of the crowd, the young man stepped into the range of halfway. Strangely, the stone statues on both sides did not revive. The onlookers behind them finally recovered from their shock. How is this possible? Those stone statues didn't revive. It seems like a path. Yes, I see it. The young man is walking on the path. As long as we follow the path, the stone statues won't attack. In an instant, the awakened crowd rushed onto the path in midair. When the whole person stood above the void, the leading sturdy man showed a look of ecstasy, carefully walking forward behind the youth. Under the moonlight, as Su Chen took each step into the halfway range, the fireballs under the stone statues on both sides would ignite more brightly. The dim void was gradually illuminated by the slowly burning rows of fireballs, and the void road under everyone's feet became clearer. In the last 100 meters, Su Chen's face showed no joy or sorrow. He could sense the people following behind on the void road, including Mu Huan-Nai and Mayu Kadhafi. After pondering for a moment, although everyone in the game was an enemy to him, he still couldn't bear to see the two foolish women who had taken care of him die in his senses, and he was absolutely confident in his own strength. This confidence came from the accumulation of 13 consecutive defeats. Thinking of this, Su Chen no longer hesitated. He continued walking the remaining distance while using the lady rule in his sensory field towards the two women. To be honest, he didn't use this skill much, but when used on women who had a certain level of trust in him, the effect was significant. Mu Huan-Nai and Mayu Kadhafi, who were walking behind the crowd, suddenly felt a familiar sensation descending upon their heads. Because it was so familiar, the two subconsciously did not resist as this sensation entered their bodies. Immediately after, in the minds of the two women, the youth's deep voice suddenly sounded. Huan-Nai, Mayu, don't panic or shout, it's me, Su Chen. Su Chen tried to lower his voice as much as possible, creating an illusion that even when speaking in the mind, it felt like someone was whispering in their ears. Sure enough, except for Mu Huan-Nai's sudden exclamation, the two women who listened to the entire sentence did not scream, but their faces were already showing signs of unease. Xiao Su, Lord Su Chen? Weren't you still in front? How did you suddenly enter my mind? How interesting. Huan-Nai, don't get excited. I'll explain later, but for now, you have to listen to me. Okay. Mayu Kadhafi replied in her mind, blinked, and looked at the youth's eyes not far away with a hint of curiosity. Mu Huan-Nai nodded instinctively. Walking on this path won't stop the attacks of the stone statues. There are rules to it. In the last half of the way, you must discard all confusion and fear in your heart and even in your subconscious. Only then will you not become the target of the stone statues. Just as the two women were about to ask questions, Su Chen interrupted and continued, so, if you are willing to trust me, I can briefly control your consciousness later to help you get rid of the emotions in your heart. This way, you can pass through this path without any worries. But I won't force you. The time limit for this path is only 1 minute. You decide for yourselves. After speaking, Su Chen fell silent and waited for the two women's response. Unexpectedly, Mu Huan-Nai only hesitated for a second after listening and immediately replied, Okay, I'm fine. This lady believes in Lord Su Chen. Hearing her response, Su Chen smiled inwardly. Although he had long seen Mu Huan-Nai's panel and her trust level was already over 100, it was still somewhat unexpected that she could agree without hesitation to even this kind of consciousness control. Clearly older than him in actual age, her thoughts were as pure as a young girl's, and her strength was overly strong. Unlike Mu Huan-Nai's absolute trust, Mayu Kadhafi was momentarily conflicted. She had only known the youth for half a day. Su Chen was not surprised by Mayu Kadhafi's hesitation, as not everyone had the same pure thoughts as Mu Huan-Nai. Handing over her consciousness to someone else for control sounded absurd in itself. But what if the youth was telling the truth? Did she really have the confidence to discard confusion and fear? Mayu Kadhafi bit her lip tightly and then looked resolutely at the back of the young man. Okay, I believe you, Xiaoxiu, but you absolutely cannot peek into my memories. Mayu Kadhafi replied seriously in her mind. Su Chen chuckled in his heart, of course, Mayu, this is my return gift for the food you shared with me. Mayu Kadhafi was somewhat puzzled. Didn't the other party say that the stones given to her were a return gift? Without thinking too much about it, Su Chen continued, Alright, next I will control your consciousness, of course, I will not suppress your original consciousness, you can still see what your body is doing. After the young man finished speaking, the two women felt a familiar energy sweeping through their bodies and their minds. Unconsciously, when they opened their eyes again, their consciousness had been pushed aside, they could not feel control over their bodies, but could clearly see their bodies' actions. It was a strange feeling, as if watching a documentary of their own lives. After completely controlling the consciousness of the two women, Su-chen realized that Mayo Gaddafi's profession was actually a dancer. Estimating the remaining time on the void road, he immediately used the skill teleport twice on the road. Without the shooting ability of the bird beast man with a bow, he successfully reached the destination on the cliff. Then, he began to immerse his mind in simultaneously controlling the consciousness of the two women. At this moment, the others were about to arrive at the halfway point. The burly man leading the way was full of confidence, even speeding up ahead. But as soon as he stepped into the halfway point, he subconsciously glanced at the stone statue on the right. It was this glance that brought an arrow in front of him in an instant. In a flash, blood blossomed under the moonlight. The force of this arrow was so great that it sent the burly man flying, his body exploding as it fell vertically into the abyss. The sudden turn of events made everyone except the two women stop in a panic. Mayo Gaddafi, who subconsciously witnessed this scene, felt a shiver of fear, but she couldn't muster any emotional response, and she was grateful that her emotions were not under her control at the moment. What's going on? Wasn't it said that there would be no attacks on this road? The beast tamer who lost his companion in the blink of an eye began to visibly collapse emotionally, the emotions from the feedback of the dead beast still pressuring him, his spirit already extremely fragile. Su-chen keenly perceived the man's abnormal behavior and expression, decisively controlled Mayo Gaddafi to use the skill dance in pairs, another ability of the dancer. Bathed in moonlight, Mayo Gaddafi's whole demeanor became profound. Under Su-chen's control, she raised her hand and took the hand of the nearby Manhwa, took a step out, and the void road under their feet seemed to turn into a ski slope at that moment. Mayo Gaddafi pulled Manhwa in front of her, her hand encircling the girl's waist. Under the moonlight, the two began to dance gracefully above the abyss, sliding faster and faster on the road. After the two women entered the halfway point, the stone statues showed no signs of recovery. At that moment, Mayo Gaddafi knew she had made the right choice. Behind the two, the beast tamer who was completely emotionally shattered began to release beasts continuously. Beasts can affect the host, and the host can also affect the beasts. The beasts that emerged at this moment were all influenced by the negative emotions of their host, filled with hostility, their eyes glowing red as they attacked others on the spot. The not-so-large void road instantly fell into chaos. On the other side, seeing the two women timely avoiding the influence of the beasts, Su-chen quickly released Mayo Gaddafi from the state of dancer. While controlling two people and having to control one person to release a highly difficult dance skill, even his mind was starting to struggle. When the countdown to 10 seconds on the void road began, he successfully arrived at the top of the cliff with the two women. He instantly withdrew the rule of consorts, finding this kind of work truly torturous, like being dead tired but still having to focus and listen attentively in class. As the consciousness control was lifted, the eyes of the two women, previously devoid of light, slowly began to brighten again. Subconsciously, Manhwa, regaining control of her consciousness, wanted to rush over and pounce on the young man, but as she lifted her leg, she ended up falling flat on the ground. Manhwa, lying on the ground, made grunting sounds. Su-chen-jun, what's going on? It feels like my legs are not listening to me. I can't get up. Woo-woo. Su-chen's mouth twitched slightly, but he still walked over, helped Manhwa up from the ground to sit down, then assisted Mayo Gaddafi to kneel down and sit back to back with Manhwa. I forgot to tell you both, this ability has side effects. The body under control of the consciousness needs some time to adapt to its original consciousness, so you won't be able to move temporarily. Upon hearing that it was only temporary, the two women breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking they would be paralyzed for life. That's it, so please rest here for a moment. There are still 12 hours until the next round of the road opens. This time is enough for you to regain control of your bodies. As for me, I'll take a step ahead for now. Hey, why are you leaving like this? Ignoring the resentful looks from the two women, the young man decisively turned around and walked towards the only structure on the cliff not far away. It was a spherical object standing in the center of the cliff, supported by short pillars below. Despite Manhwa's complaints behind him, Su-chen looked down at the transparent sphere in front of him. Congratulations to player Su-chen for unlocking the final map. Touch the body to enter. After carefully reading the system's prompt message, the young man muttered to himself, "Is this the end?" He then placed his hand on the smooth surface of the sphere. Under the gaze of the two women, the young man's figure turned into a white light and was sucked into the sphere, disappearing from the original location. Exhausted mentally, Su-chen felt himself drifting off to sleep in the midst of the teleportation. Opening his eyes, a soft sunlight shone on his face, causing him to furrow his brows involuntarily. Su-chen slowly got up, supporting himself with one hand. He felt a prickling sensation in his palm, and as he looked down, he saw a patch of flattened grass beneath his hand. Looking around, Su-chen saw the sun high in the sky, with a gentle breeze blowing across the grassland, creating a rustling sound. Unable to see the end of the grassland, he suddenly lay back on the soft grass. He needed to rest and recover his mental strength. He pulled over a few grass leaves and made a makeshift eye mask out of them. Just as he was about to put it on, a huge shadow enveloped his surroundings. "Ha! Is it getting dark?" Su Chen looked up to see a pale light shining into his eyes, followed by the sight of a massive figure. The towering wings flapped, creating a gust of wind, and the crimson scales on the body revealed the identity of the creature. It was a Western-style dragon. Su Chen stared in astonishment as the red dragon flew over his head, disappearing into the clouds on the horizon. Could that be the boss? Su Chen muttered to himself, then shook his head. The dragon had just flown over him, and the system had not given any hints. In other words, the dragon was likely just a native creature in this map. Su Chen's drowsiness dissipated mostly, realizing that this map might be even more vast than he had imagined. Taking another look at the grassland in front of him, he suddenly realized that he had been too lax. Now that he knew there were natives in this map, staying on this vast grassland meant he had nowhere to escape if enemies appeared. Thinking of this, Su Chen also lost the desire to catch up on sleep, got up somewhat tiredly, and walked forward slowly. On the vast grassland, the wind brought up the voice of a young man with a hint of regret. "Ah, if only I had just grabbed that dragon and used it as a mount." Su Chen didn't know how long he had been walking, and the once gentle sunlight had become somewhat harsh. Finally, the young man's increasingly heavy steps suddenly paused, and in the distance, a forest appeared in his sight. Damn, finally arrived. Stepping into the forest with heavy steps, despite being tired, Su Chen immediately expanded his perception field to confirm that there were no threats ahead, then sat heavily against a short tree, leaned back against the trunk, and let out a sigh. As soon as he sat down, the previous fatigue instantly surged up. He took out a lunchbox from his backpack, ate it slowly, then leaned against the tree trunk and slowly fell asleep. 30 minutes later, the alarm in the virtual panel woke him up. Su Chen was too lazy to open his eyes, expanded his perception field again, and then fell asleep once more. This time, after sleeping for 3 hours in a row, Su Chen finally opened his eyes and got up slowly. With the ability to self-heal as a self-healing doctor, his autonomous recovery ability would also be greatly enhanced. Although he didn't use it much in daily life, this passive ability would always be present. After waking up, he had another meal, warmed up his body in the same place, and then headed deeper into the forest. Unlike the lifeless forest in the first map fragment, as Su Chen went deeper in his perception field, he found that this forest was home to hundreds of species, many of which he had never seen in the real-world database, but they were all small creatures that wouldn't dare to approach even if they saw him from afar. After walking for some time and crossing the forest, Su Chen was greeted by another grassland, but this time, in his field of vision, there seemed to be a town not far away. He followed the small path carved out by the wheels on the ground and arrived at the town. As he explored the town with his perception field, he found a market in front of the town, with few people coming and going, surrounded by buildings reminiscent of the previous century. To the extent he could perceive, most of the people walking on the streets were ordinary people, which could be seen from their walking posture and body gestures alone. Without hesitation, he slowly entered the small town in front of him. After walking along the street for some time, Su Chen realized that the town was much larger than he had imagined. At least now, as he walked, he completely expanded his perception field, and he hadn't even explored a third of the town. Flower shops, pharmacies, weapon shops, bars, open squares, statues of eagles and falcons with water flowing from their mouths, women in long skirts carrying children, rough men carrying firewood on their shoulders, nobles sitting in carriages, nuns sweeping fallen leaves on the stairs. Throughout the journey, the system did not emit any notification sounds. As the sky darkened, Su Chen finally finished exploring most of the town. But what puzzled him was that the system and the virtual panel did not react at all. This made him doubt whether there were any clues in this town. Leaving the wooden house early did indeed give him a progress far beyond that of other players. At least after entering the town, he did not see a single player. But without any clues or hints, finding clues in this vast map was not easy. Keeping his perception field open all the time also consumed a lot of his mental energy, and as night fell, he needed to find a place to adjust his state properly. Thinking of this, Su Chen stopped and looked around, then approached a man who was closing his stall and preparing to go home. Fortunately, there was a common language in the game, and after inquiring, he learned from the man that there was a place in the town where he could stay for free. After saying thank you, Su Chen went in the direction indicated by the other party. Soon, a pure white church facade appeared in his sight. Under the soft street lamps, a nun carrying a basin of water walked out from the half-open door. Su Chen took a few steps up the steps and asked the nun, "Hello, beautiful lady, I heard." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen suddenly froze in place. because a prompt message from the system had popped up in front of him. Please note, player Su Chen has unlocked the final location, the Rose Mausoleum. It wasn't until the nun waved her hand in front of him. Sir, are you okay? Su Chen finally recovered from his shock and smiled apologetically. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Actually, I wanted to stay overnight. He added, Holy Miss Nun, please allow me to stay for a night. Then, Su Chen saw a blush on the nun's face for some reason. Su Chen, I just wanted to stay overnight, why are you blushing? Sensing her own embarrassment, the nun slightly turned her head and replied, Of course, but we have rules for staying in the church. Those who stay overnight need to help clean the floor in the morning. No problem, that's only fair. Su Chen agreed immediately, afraid that the nun might change her mind. Please wait for me to finish watering this basin, then follow me inside. Su Chen followed the nun into the church. The first thing that caught his eye was the rows of benches on both sides, a bright red carpet laid in the middle of the aisle, extending all the way to the steps. On the steps, the front of the pulpit was engraved with a prominent cross, and on the pure white wall behind it, there was a carving of a goddess Su Chen had never seen before, with a group of people bowing their heads and praying devoutly to the gods in the lower left corner of the wall. His eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly as he continued to look around the main hall of the church, with gray-white stone pillars on both sides and a second-floor gallery surrounding the seats. At that moment, the nun's voice sounded beside him. By the way, how should I address you, sir? Just call me Su Chen. All right, Mr. Su Chen, I'm June Lecluse, you can call me June. The nun pointed to the nearby bench again and said, Mr. Su Chen, our place is not big, so we can only let occasional guests like you sleep here on the benches. The implication was that overnight stays were allowed, but only on the benches. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Then, sir, come with me to get a blanket and pillow, it can be quite cold here at night. With that, June Lecluse walked ahead. Su Chen followed the nun all the way to the back of the stone wall, passing through a corridor where each room on both sides had closed wooden doors. June Lecluse introduced, This is where we nuns live. Su Chen casually looked around, about to release perception vision, but found that his ability had no response. This sudden realization made Su Chen's heart sink, and he looked more serious. There seemed to be something in this church that suppressed psychic abilities. Despite his shock, Su Chen said, It seems a bit quiet here, I don't see any nuns other than Miss June. June Lecluse smiled lightly without looking back. Oh, they are out tonight to pray for the residents of the town. After I show Mr. Su Chen around, I will also go out for a while. But it's midnight? Are nuns' duties so busy? Su Chen frowned slightly. It's not that busy, occasionally they need to go out for a few days, but usually it's quite leisurely. However, the Mars family is holding a wedding at our church these days, so it will be busy. I see. Su Chen pondered for a moment, and a thought emerged in his mind. By the way, Miss June, are there many nuns here? June Lacris, who was walking ahead, did not expect Su Chen to ask this question. She counted on her fingers and replied, Including me, there are 10 people. Why do you ask? So you must be very busy these days. Do you need a young laborer like me? Su Chen continued, Of course, you don't need to pay me anything, just provide me with 3 meals a day. Ha, but we don't have a precedent for hiring men in the church. Seeing the hesitation on the other side, Su Chen had to explain his meaning. No, Miss June, what I mean is, you can hire me as a free laborer for temporary work without bringing me into the church. Actually, I haven't decided on my next destination yet, and I don't have much money on me, so I was thinking if I could work here for a few days in exchange for a few meals. Miss Sacred Nun, you won't abandon me, will you? June Lacris fell into a brief contemplation. They would indeed be busier these days, and having an extra hand to help tomorrow seemed like a good choice. With that in mind, June Lacris said, Alright, but I need to consult with the priest about this. Only if the priest agrees, can I keep you as a temporary worker. Su Chen nodded and continued the conversation. Is this priest the highest authority here, Miss June? Yes, the priest is in charge of this church, so we need to report to him for all matters, big or small. I see. Su Chen thought to himself. Since the priest mentioned by the other party is the person in charge of this church and this is the final destination, the clue might very well be with the priest. With that, led by June Lacris, the two stopped in front of a wooden door. June Lacris then took out a keychain full of keys, opened the door, and brought out a bundle of bedding with a pillow attached from inside. Su Chen timely stepped forward to receive them. You can use these two tonight. The bedding and pillow are new. If the priest agrees to let you stay, I will arrange a room for you. June Lacris said. Okay. You can go back on your own for now. I need to check if the priest is resting and inform him about your situation, then I'll be leaving. With that, June Lacris walked towards the other side, but after a few steps, she seemed to remember something and turned back to remind him. Oh, I almost forgot, since we won't be here, you can only sleep in the main hall of the church tonight. Don't wander around, there are places that even we can't enter without the priest's permission, so you must not wander tonight, understand? Seeing the earnest reminder from the other party, Su-chen also nodded obediently, showing a clear gaze as he met her eyes. June Lacris nodded in satisfaction and walked away. Su-chen obediently returned to the main hall of the church and found a bench to lie down on with a pillow. In the dim church, only a faint light shone through the stained glass windows. The young man lying on the bench closed his eyes and fell asleep on his side. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony in the shadows, June Lacris emerged from the darkness with a man dressed in a black priest's robe, wearing a cross necklace around his neck, the cross hanging perfectly on his chest. In the darkness, the two silently returned to the second-floor room. June Lacris said, "Father, the young man sleeping on the bench is the temporary worker who wants to stay here for a few days." The man known as the priest stared at the young man on the bench for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "That young man should be fine. You all have been quite busy these days. Let him stay for now, give him a room to stay temporarily, but keep an eye on him. Remind him not to go to places he shouldn't. Let him leave on his own after the wedding at the Mars family is over." With that, the priest reached out and grabbed the round and enticing buttocks of the nun in front of him, then turned and left the room, leaving behind a blushing June Lacris. "Yes, father." Inside the church hall, after the two gazes that fell on him disappeared, Su-chen, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he couldn't use his perception vision temporarily here, as a blind person in reality, he was very sensitive to the gaze of others falling on him. Some say that people cannot feel the gaze of others, but he was willing to be an exception. While the gaze had temporarily disappeared, Su-chen pretended to lie on the chair for another 2 hours before gently lifting the blanket off himself and sitting up slowly. By the dim moonlight, Su-chen looked around and then his eyes sharpened, and his figure disappeared in a blink. Using teleportation, he arrived at the second-floor balcony where the gaze had come from earlier. He took out a transparent glove from his backpack and put it on his left hand, then gently pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, only to find an old-fashioned study. To avoid leaving traces on the carpet, he moved directly to the doorway of the study and gently pushed the door open. Entering the corridor, Su-chen immediately used agile steps to slip into the shadows and quickly explored along the corridor. He carefully peeked into each compartment on the second floor, finding no one and no trace. Most of the rooms were studies or storage rooms, with only a few that seemed to be reception rooms, but after investigating, he found no clues. Returning to a study, Su-chen skillfully took out a flashlight and quickly scanned the shelves. At that moment, a clean-covered book on a dusty shelf caught his attention. He hesitated whether to pull it out from the shelf. If he could use his perception vision, he wouldn't need to touch it to sense the contents of the book. However, after scanning the second floor, he didn't find any items that seemed to be sealed or suppressed, making him suspect that there might not be such items at all, but rather rules of suppression at this location. Approaching the bookshelf, he carefully examined the dust on the shelves with the flashlight and found that there was no dust under the book, so he reached out and took the book. The book had no dust on it, indicating that someone had touched it recently. If there had been dust on the shelf, his actions would likely have left traces, but fortunately, there wasn't much dust on the shelf where the book was. However, this also suggested that the book might have been frequently taken in and out by someone, hence not accumulating dust like the other books. In the light, Su-chen lowered his head slightly and saw the words Alchemy Compendium on the cover. Alchemy? Why would a book on alchemy be stored in a church? Puzzled, Su-chen gently flipped through the pages, which indeed recorded various alchemical techniques. Some pages were annotated, some with very old handwriting, and some seemed to have been added recently, with different handwriting indicating they were not by the same person. After a brief look, he resisted the urge to take it with him and carefully placed it back on the shelf. After ensuring it was in the same position as before, Su-chen left the room and continued to explore downstairs. Back on the first floor, turning the corner along the corridor, the previous warehouse appeared in front of him. Knowing that this side was connected to the main hall of the church, he immediately turned back towards the other end. Turning the corner again, a fork in the road suddenly appeared in front of Su-chen. It seemed that the church was bigger than he had imagined. Thinking quickly, Su-chen swiftly entered the left path. Walking to the end, a wooden door appeared in front of him, shining a flashlight on it, and the words "Do not enter without permission" were written on it. Ignoring the words above, he gently pushed the wooden door, only to find that it was locked. Su-chen was immediately conflicted, but in just a moment, he decisively turned back to the fork in the road and darted into the right path. Fortunately, there was no locked wooden door at this end, as he saw the silver moonlight at the end. Walking all the way to the end, he discovered that this road led to the wilderness. 2 acres of vegetable fields, nuns' robes and white towels swaying in the night breeze on the clothesline, as well as various types of women's underwear. With just a glance, he had to admit that these nuns really dressed beautifully. Not far away was a small wooden house. The door was unlocked. Suchen gently pushed it open, revealing a small kitchen inside. After looking around, he still didn't find anything significant, as this place seemed to be simply the daily living area of those nuns. Looking up at the half-moon in the sky, Suchen thought of the other fork in the road and the locked wooden door. Since this was the wilderness, it was highly likely that the other side was also located in the wilderness. With this in mind, since he was already out, Suchen took a few steps and kicked off the wall, grabbing the eaves and leaping onto the roof of the church, then lightly stepping towards the direction of the other fork in the road. Before long, not far away on the roof, under the moonlight, a silver-white shimmer appeared. As Suchen approached, he discovered that the source of the shimmer was actually a glass screen. Looking down, a dark red color bloomed in his eyes. Under the glass screen, under the moonlight, the ground was covered with dark red roses, arranged in an elegant posture as if graceful beauties were sleeping here. Suchen did not expect that behind the locked wooden door was actually a garden. But since it was a garden, why lock it up? Outside the church, Suchen tried to release his perception vision, and the moment his perception spread out, he couldn't help but feel delighted, but the next moment, he couldn't smile, because the perception vision was immediately blocked by the roof under his feet, preventing it from spreading further. It's not about the range being the limit, but the church itself, right? Coming to this conclusion, Suchen completely gave up the idea of using the perception vision in this place. After searching half of the church in vain, he didn't plan to waste any more time here and instantly disappeared from the roof. In the night, a shadow swiftly passed over the rooftops of various houses. Extending his perception vision to the extreme, Suchen's figure moved across the rooftops, using perception to screen each household, searching for the culprit wearing the nun's attire. He hadn't forgotten what June Lakris had mentioned about the door-to-door prayers. But why did the door-to-door prayers have to be in the middle of the night? He naturally didn't believe such words. Since there were no clues inside the church, he might as well investigate these nuns for any anomalies. Before long, a nun's robe appeared in Suchen's perception vision. However, what he perceived next made him abruptly stop his hurried pace. In a dimly lit room, a soft table lamp faintly illuminated a white wooden bed. Clothes were scattered casually at the foot of the bed, including the nun's robe that Suchen had perceived. On the bed, two people were entwined in passion. Suchen's face turned serious, and after confirming that the nun's robe at the foot of the bed was identical to the ones he had seen in the backyard earlier, he could no longer contain his expression. Don't tell me this is what June Lakris meant by door-to-door prayers. With a leap, Suchen jumped to the next rooftop and began searching the town again. Soon, one house, two houses, three houses. The same nun's attire, the same way of praying. Until the fourth nun's attire appeared, Suchen sensed the past, and it was none other than the June Lakris he had seen in the church before. He sat down slowly on the rooftop, facing the night wind, suddenly feeling exhausted. I came out to search for so long, just to see you play these games? Slowly getting up, Suchen headed back towards the direction of the church. He was tired. He wanted to go back to sleep. The next morning, Suchen woke up on time to the sound of his alarm in his mind. Getting out of bed, he saw June Lakris cleaning the main hall of the church. Different from the madness in bed last night, the June Lakris in nun's attire now exuded a serene and elegant femininity. With her back to him, Suchen softly called out, "Good morning, Miss June." Hearing his voice, June Lakris turned around to look at him and smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Suchen. Did you sleep well last night?" "Ha, as long as there's a place to sleep, it's enough." June Lakris put down the cloth in her hand and walked towards the young man. "Good, I have good news to tell Mr. Suchen. The priest has agreed to what you mentioned last night." The young man's face lit up. "Really? Thank you, Miss June." June Lakris smiled. "Follow me, I'll take you to a breakfast first, then we'll tidy up your room. It's going to be busy after that. I can handle any amount of work, as long as you can feed me well here, Miss June." Following June Lakris, Suchen soon saw the intersection he had surveyed last night. June Lakris timely turned back and reminded, "Mr. Suchen, that side is the priest's personal area. Without the priest's permission, we can't enter without authorization." "Well, that's where we'll have our meal." The two of them arrived at the backyard, crossed the fields, and arrived in front of a wooden house. Before Suchen could enter, he heard a group of women's laughter coming from inside. A series of flirtatious words followed closely. Outside, June Lakris couldn't help but frown upon hearing these words, then she pushed open the wooden door abruptly, interrupting the cheerful conversation inside. "Oh, it's Sister June, I thought it was someone else," opening the door so loudly. June Lakris looked sternly at the women, then gestured with her eyes towards the back, and the women who realized it shut up reluctantly. Then, June Lakris turned back and said, "Mr. Suchen, come in and have breakfast. Okay. As soon as he entered, Su Chen was met with the scrutinizing gazes of the nuns inside. His peripheral vision even caught a nun drooling unconsciously while staring at him with her mouth open. Glancing at the women, Su Chen noticed that this group of nuns could all be considered beautiful, with many of them being the ones he had sensed last night. After a brief and clear self-introduction, Su Chen was honored to be called Little Su instead of Mr. Su Chen. After breakfast, June Lakris took him to tidy up the room. Little Su, don't forget to clean the church entrance later. That was the condition for your stay last night. After cleaning, you can help out in the backyard. After leaving this message, June Lakris disappeared. As he slowly cleaned the room, Su Chen pondered the possibility of the nuns indulging in pleasure last night. If their purpose was not just mere indulgence, then he would need to revisit the households he had investigated last night. It had been a night since he arrived here, estimating the time it would take for other players to complete the game. If he couldn't find any clues to complete the game today, he would need to take action early. The longer it drags on, the more troublesome it will be if a player with a third clue appears. Su Chen spent the whole day busy. However, apart from the ongoing wedding preparations in the church during the day, there was almost no abnormality. At dusk, after Su Chen finished eating, he made an excuse to go for a walk and left the church. Walking out of the church and turning into an alley, the figure of the young man leaped onto the roof and rushed towards the several households he had noted down the previous night. Sensing the first household he had investigated last night and confirming that the man was alone at home, Su Chen directly jumped down from the roof, broke through the window with a kick, and entered. Seeing the young man suddenly breaking into the room from the window, the man who was working on something couldn't help but freeze in place. Su Chen swiftly moved behind him, made a swift hand chop, and knocked the man unconscious on the spot. Instantly, he delved into the man's body with his perception, carefully exploring every structure inside the man. Soon, a faintly shimmering point in the man's abdomen caught his attention. Su Chen immediately probed with his perception, but in the instant his perception covered that point, the point suddenly erupted with light inside the man's body. In an instant, the light illuminated the entire body of the unconscious man. Under that burst of light, the man who had fainted on the ground suddenly moved his left leg. In the blink of an eye, a fist covered with body hair was already in front of Su Chen. Boom! He lightly raised his hand and hooked a punch, sending the fist and the entire man flying out, smashing into the white wall, creating a human-shaped dent. Looking back, the man's entire right hand was already twisted beyond recognition. Nevertheless, the man who had taken a direct hit from Su Chen managed to detach himself from the wall and fall back to the floor, completely ignoring his dangling right arm, looking at the young man with a devout expression, his eyes reflecting the image of a cross, and slowly spoke, "Have you repented today?" After saying that, the cross pattern in the man's eyes suddenly burst with a golden light. Then Su Chen felt his perception forcibly pushed back by this light. It was a suppression effect similar to that of the church. Subsequently, a strong sense of guilt surged from Su Chen's heart, and he could not help but recall the actions he had just taken against the man, an infinite sense of guilt instantly engulfing his whole body. The man in front repeated, "Have you repented today?" As the man's words fell, Su Chen vaguely saw a cross suddenly materialize in the air in front of him. The man's voice echoed in his ears again. "Have you repented today?" As the cross in front of him seemed about to materialize, Su Chen suddenly closed his eyes. The next moment, the overwhelming sense of guilt that had enveloped his entire body vanished. In that moment, he deceived himself. The young man opened his eyes again. Looking at the still devout man in front of him, his eyes showed disdain. "What sin have I committed?" The man's eyes, marked with a cross, suddenly showed bloodshot veins, and then cracks appeared on the cross that was continuously materializing in the air, which then exploded into golden particles and dissipated in the air. The golden light in his eyes dimmed, and then the man collapsed like mud on the ground. Su Chen took a few steps to the man's side, slowly squatted down, and confirmed that the man had no breath. He used his fingers to open the man's eyelids, and the cross pattern he had seen in the man's eyes earlier was nowhere to be found. After the golden light disappeared, he could feel his perception returning. Sensing the man's body again, the point he had perceived inside the man earlier had disappeared with the man's death. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and slowly stood up. Originally, he just wanted to control the man, extract more clues about the church from him, but inadvertently triggered the eruption of that point inside the man's body. But Su Chen can be sure that the circular dot inside the man's body is most likely left by those nuns after last night's storm, and this can be verified by revisiting the next household. Secondly, there are the mysterious cross and golden light. He didn't know what would happen when the cross that had been solidifying in the air finally manifested, but it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. The golden light had the ability to suppress spiritual perception, and from the moment the golden light burst out, The devout look on the man's face was enough to prove that he was already under the control of some kind of ideology. If it was controlled by someone, it wouldn't just keep repeating the same sentence. Moreover, after being controlled, the man's strength and speed in attacking himself had far exceeded that of an ordinary person. So, why did those nuns plant circular dots on these men? From the conversation with June Lakris last night, Su-chen could be sure that there were definitely more men in the town with circular dots than the few he saw last night. After all, the other party also said that occasionally they would come out to pray at the door like last night. Looking around the messy room, Su-chen sighed helplessly, then disappeared on the spot. The room being smashed like this, along with the dead man, would soon be discovered by someone, and he couldn't cover it up. The nuns would eventually find out, so what he needed now was a time difference. His figure flickered on the roof, and soon Su-chen arrived at the next household. Perception field spread out, he made no attempt to conceal himself, and directly broke into the house. The man inside the house had not reacted yet when he suddenly felt his head heavy. Su-chen's perception probed into the man's body, and sure enough, there was a circular dot planted in the man's abdomen. At the moment when the golden light of the circular dot was about to burst, a fruit knife with the label torn off pierced through the man's abdomen, shattering the unexploded circular dot completely. Pulling back the blade, disregarding the blood spraying from the man's abdomen, Su-chen stabbed the man's throat, giving him a quick death. Facing the man's death, Su-chen remained calm. This was just a game to him, and he was no saint. The other party might just be an innocent ordinary person in the game, but from the moment they were involved in the game, everyone was just a pawn, and no one's life belonged to themselves, even him. Leaving the household, the sky outside was getting dark, and Su-chen immediately ran back to the church. Before long, he stopped his sprint not far from the church, slowed down his pace, and walked leisurely. In front of the church, a nun was cleaning the stairs, and Su-chen remembered her name, June Lakris. Seeing the young man, June Lakris smiled lightly and said, "Little Su, back from your walk?" Su-chen smiled back and asked, "June sister, didn't I clean here this morning?" "Oh, it gets dirty again in the afternoon, so we have to clean it again after meals." "I see." The young man grinned foolishly. "By the way, I have something to find June's sister. Do you know where she is?" "June should be resting in her room right now, the first room on the left after entering the corridor." Saying that, as if remembering something, June smiled slyly. "But if she opens the door and lets you in, you better refuse. Be careful not to overdo it." Su-chen pretended not to understand. "What does overdo it mean, June's sister?" She covered her mouth and chuckled, not intending to explain further, just waved her hand at him, indicating that the young man could leave. Turning around, the faint smile on Su-chen's lips instantly disappeared, and he pushed the door open expressionlessly. Passing through the main hall of the church, he saw two nuns running towards him from a distance, one of them looking flustered, pulling the hand of the other nun and quickly running towards the main gate. Su-chen stood aside and nodded slightly at the two as they ran past, but they were too preoccupied to pay attention to the young man. He perked up his ears and could faintly hear the hurried voices of two women running past. "Sister, something bad happened. The two sacred seeds that were just planted last night suddenly disappeared. Don't panic, we must figure out the situation before the priest finds out. Let's go over there first." Hearing this, Su-chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that things were unfolding faster than he had imagined. The sacred seeds mentioned by the other party should be the two dots planted inside the bodies of the two men. Su-chen quickened his pace, knowing that time was running out. Arriving at the door mentioned by June Leclue, he lightly knocked on the wooden door. The door opened, and June Leclue appeared in front of him. Unlike her previous solemn and elegant nun attire, she was now wearing a light-colored, thin nightgown, with her voluptuous figure and dark undergarments faintly visible underneath, captivating. "Xiao Su, what's the matter?" "Sister June, it seems a bit cold in my room. Could you help me get another blanket from the storage room? Are you feeling cold while sleeping?" June Leclue leaned against the door, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then glanced at the young man's straight and well-built figure, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "If you're cold, why don't you come and sleep with me tonight?" Su-chen's clear eyes showed a hint of hesitation. But isn't that inappropriate, Sister June?" "It's okay, just for warmth. Aren't you feeling cold?" After a moment of hesitation, Su-chen finally seemed to relax. "All right, I'll go get the bedding and pillows." Hearing this, June Leclue grabbed the young man's wrist and pulled him inside. "No need, I'm warm here, sister." Click. The door closed and was locked from the inside. In the dimly lit room, under the soft cotton quilt, the young man and the nun shared a bed. "Is it warm?" June Leclue asked. "It still feels a bit cold." Under the covers, June Leclue reached out and touched the young man's slightly cold hand in the darkness. She turned over, gently moved on the bed, pressing her full body against his arm. "How about now?" Speaking softly, June Leclue exhaled warm breath into his ear. Feeling the warm breath on his ear, Suchen turned over and wrapped his arm around her waist. Now it's better, Suchen suddenly chuckled. The next moment, June Leclua's eyes went dark. Confirming that she had completely passed out, Suchen slowly lifted the covers and sat up. Inside the church, he couldn't use his perception vision. Since the two nuns earlier could sense the disappearance of the dots, he couldn't be sure if these nuns also had troublesome dots on them like the men. So, he chose to knock them out. His only goal was the keychain they were guarding. However, after searching the entire room, he didn't see the keychain anywhere. He turned his head and looked thoughtfully at the unconscious June Leclue on the bed. So, he lifted the entire bedding, stripped off her nightgown, and even moved her off the bed, but still couldn't find the keychain. Finally, he found the keychain hidden under her pillow. With just a keychain, she guarded it so tightly even in her own room. Suchen narrowed his eyes, realizing he was right. He put the keychain into his virtual backpack, then securely tied June Leclue to the bed, gagging her with tape. To prevent her from being too strong, he bound her legs and arms together several times, ensuring that even if she woke up, she wouldn't be able to break free. After handling everything, Suchen listened at the door, made sure the corridor was empty, and quickly pushed the door open. Back in the corridor, he casually walked towards the backyard as if nothing had happened. Arriving at a crossroads, Suchen's figure flashed into the left path in an instant. Arriving at the wooden door, his eyes focused, swiftly examining the shape of each keyhole. He tried 3 times in 10 seconds. Click! Suchen pushed the door open. Inside, he took a light sniff, and the air was filled with the fragrance of roses. Under the moonlight, dark red roses quietly bloomed in the courtyard. Suchen glanced at the muddy ground, then stepped on it without hesitation. Taking out a flashlight from his backpack, he walked around the entire garden and stopped at the spot where footprints were most concentrated in the mud. He shone the flashlight on the footprints' path, only to find that they led to the flower cluster with no further trace. If you were to tell him that the priest usually stood here admiring the flowers, he wouldn't believe it. So, Suchen slowly squatted down, holding the small flashlight in his mouth, and took out a kitchen knife from his backpack. He used the light to uncover the roses on the soil. After lifting a small piece of rose, Suchen picked up the knife and stabbed it into the soil. Thud! The knife was blocked by something hard underneath the soil, causing the blade to tremble lightly upon impact. Suchen then used the knife as a shovel, digging away the topsoil in 3 swift motions. Under the light, a dark wooden door covered in mud was exposed. Just as Suchen was about to use the knife to poke at the edge of the wooden door, suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice came from behind him, gradually getting closer. "Young man, are you looking for something?" Suchen's movement with the knife paused slightly, then the knife disappeared from his hand in a blink. He swiftly supported himself with his hands, somersaulted forward, landed in the flower cluster, and turned to face the direction where the voice had come from. Under the moonlight, there was a man in a black priest's robe, with a firm and distinct face, black hair, white eyebrows, and deep eyes that seemed to see through the world's vicissitudes, slowly walking towards him. Suchen did not answer. He had been paying attention to the wooden door, confirming that no one had entered or exited during this time, indicating that the other person might have been in the garden all along. Seeing the young man silent, the priest also stopped walking, turned to look at the corner of the garden that the young man had destroyed, his expression unchanged. He then asked the young man, "Are you sent by the Empire?" Suchen was puzzled and had no idea what the other person was talking about. In this situation, he did not need to admit or deny anything, so he asked, "Don't you want me to cause a disturbance here?" Upon hearing the young man's words, the priest narrowed his eyes, about to say something, but saw the young man suddenly disappear from where he was standing. Sensing something, he moved aside. The next moment, a shining fruit knife swiftly passed through his original position. Seeing his probing attack fail, Suchen advanced instead of retreating, wielding the knife with more force, using his agility and insight to aim directly at the opponent's chest and throat. Despite being in close quarters, the priest kept his hands behind his back, evading the blade without resistance, continuously moving towards the wooden door, seemingly unwilling to engage with the young man in the garden. Confirming the other's intentions, Suchen smiled faintly. Trying to lure him out for a fight? Pretending to be a skilled fighter with hands behind his back? The priest remained calm, swiftly dodging the blade again. The priest's eyes widened suddenly, and he was kicked by the young man, flying backward and crashing hard against the wall. While the surprise attack succeeded, Suchen took advantage of the situation to retreat, stepping back a few paces to the wooden cover he was on before. The priest, hitting the wall, ignored the pain in his abdomen, quickly got up, only to find that the young man had retreated to a distance. After looking at the ground under the opponent's feet, the priest's face darkened completely. He then saw the young man with a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth, and a rolling pin appeared out of thin air in the opponent's hand, giving him an ominous feeling. Under the moonlight, Su Chen raised the rolling pin in his hand and fiercely smashed down on the wooden cover below. Boom! The wooden cover was smashed into a large hole with this blow. Su Chen bent down, grabbed the edge of the large hole, and pulled it up forcefully, pulling out the remaining wooden cover frame. With no cover from the wooden lid, a path leading underground was revealed in the moonlight. Just then, a chill suddenly struck. Su Chen's figure disappeared instantly from the spot. Moving to the back, Su Chen looked back at his original position, where the priest stood, looking at him with a grim expression, his eyes cold and his tone icy as he said, "Kid, since you seek death, let me send you on your way." With that, the priest reached behind his back and took out a cross, 3 short and 1 long. He held the shorter end, and with a swing, a sheath fell off, revealing the silver-white sword underneath. "Oh, quite fancy weapon you have there," Su Chen joked. The priest's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly stepped forward with the sword, leaving an afterimage in his original position due to his speed. Su Chen's smile disappeared, and the rolling pin in his hand vanished, replaced by a cleaver and a fruit knife in both hands. With a raise of his hand, he threw the fruit knife towards the opponent's landing point. A cold light flashed, and the priest deflected the incoming fruit knife with a sword. In the next instant, Su Chen's figure appeared like a ghost beside the opponent, striking down with a blow that drew blood. Under the moonlight, a splash of crimson landed on a few roses, adding a touch of beauty. Thud! A bloodied arm fell to the muddy ground. Ignoring the intense pain in his left shoulder, the priest swung his sword with his remaining arm towards the left side, staggering back a few steps, looking incredulously at his severed left arm on the ground, his eyes no longer calm. In the dim moonlight, Su Chen tilted his head slightly, holding a bloodied cleaver, and glanced sideways at the priest. "You seem weaker than I imagined?" As the words fell, Su Chen's figure disappeared again. The priest was startled, holding his sword cautiously. Suddenly, a stone came flying from the darkness. He sneered inwardly, thinking the same trick would work twice. The priest turned slightly to dodge, his gaze still searching for the young man's figure in the darkness. However, he did not notice that the incoming stone bore a faint carving of some mark. At the moment the priest dodged, the stone he avoided suddenly disappeared, replaced by a young man holding a cleaver. Su Chen struck down with a slash, and blood blossomed. The priest could no longer bear the intense pain, crying out, "Ah!" Thud! Another arm fell to the ground, and the cross sword, now lacking a grip, slipped from his hand and rolled onto the muddy ground. Su Chen picked up the cross sword from the ground, examined it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. "The material is not bad." With a raise of his hand, Su Chen pointed the sword at the priest. By now, the black clothes on the opponent's body were already stained red with blood, and the wounds on his arms continued to bleed, his forehead veins bulging, staring at him with resentment. Su Chen asked with the sword in hand, "Are you really the highest authority figure in this church?" Unfortunately, this person had his arms cut off as soon as he appeared, and his strength was no match for the previous 2 challenges of the giant and the stone statue. He doubted whether he had mistakenly attacked the wrong person in this boss level. Hearing the young man's words, the priest gasped for breath and stood up straight, his expression becoming fierce. In the blink of an eye, golden light flashed in the priest's eyes, reflecting a cross pattern, and an invisible power swept out from him. Su Chen stepped back a few steps to avoid this power. At this moment, a creeping sound quietly emerged. Su Chen fixed his gaze and saw that from the empty incisions on the priest's arms, 2 masses of flesh and blood began to wriggle out rapidly, expanding and transforming. Soon, a large silver-gray dragon head formed on the priest's left arm, while his right arm was replaced by a silver-gray giant claw arm. Suddenly, a prayer book spewed out from the dragon mouth of the giant arm, floating to the priest's chest. The prayer book automatically flipped pages in the air, emitting a golden light that shone on the priest. Bathed in the golden light, the priest's fierce face gradually softened, his cross-shaped golden eyes deepened again, and he looked calmly at the young man, speaking coldly. "I, Father Jameson Britannia, hereby declare, for blaspheming the messenger of God, you shall be punished with divine retribution. Immediately executed." Su Chen looked at the priest's current appearance strangely and joked, "You can call yourself a messenger of God in this state? You're more like a piece of crap." Upon hearing the young man's words, the priest, who had just forcibly calmed his emotions, couldn't help but bulge his veins on his forehead again, and the silver-gray dragon head on his giant arm snorted out hot breath. "Whoever you are, tonight you will meet your end here." With that, the priest suddenly stepped forward, the force of his step shattering the ground beneath him, turning himself into a human projectile charging towards the young man. Su Chen remained in place, using clear-headedness, along with insight into weaknesses, immediately capturing the opponent's movements. Faced with the priest's fierce attack, Su Chen did not retreat but advanced, meeting the sword head-on with a fierce strike. Clang! The priest raised his silver-gray giant arm to block the sword head-on. At such a close distance, Su Chen could see the silver scales hidden beneath the skin of the giant arm. They were dragon scales. After the clash, the two of them leaped back using the momentum. As they landed, they both charged forward again at the same time, their sword and claw colliding, sparking off each other. In an instant, the garden resounded with clashing sounds. At this moment, Su Chen's face looked a bit grim. Although the material of the cross sword he had taken from the opponent was good, after several consecutive clashes, he couldn't break through the defense of the giant arm, and the rebound force even made his hand numb. With the protection of dragon scales, the defense of the giant arm was unbelievably strong. Su Chen thrust his sword, but the giant arm once again blocked his path. As they were locked in a stalemate between the sword and the arm, the priest suddenly raised another dragon head on his arm, and a hot breath condensed in its mouth as it opened. In the instant the flames spewed out, Su Chen instantly moved behind the opponent. Just as he was about to strike, he noticed several large bulges on the opponent's back, and Su Chen decisively abandoned the attack and dodged. The next moment, several sharp tentacles pierced out from the priest's back, aiming towards his previous position. The tentacles struck empty air, and the priest turned slightly surprised, as the tentacles swayed behind him, followed by several vertical pupiled single eyes suddenly appearing on the tentacles. "You're quite quick to react, but now you can't break through my defense, nor can you get close to me. Kid, you have no chance of winning," the priest said with a smile. Su Chen looked at the opponent's eerie body and couldn't help but click his tongue. The opponent's true strength was indeed not much, but he cleverly chose not to act human. Who knows how many disgusting things this guy has brewed inside him that haven't come out yet. If it weren't for his insight into weaknesses that allowed him to foresee the opponent's moves in advance, he would probably have been ambushed by those tentacles just now. Su Chen then felt relieved, as this was more in line with the strength of the final destination. However, he regretted a bit for not taking the opportunity to strike the guy before he transformed. He had thought this guy was just a small fry and wanted to keep him for further investigation. Seeing the young man suddenly standing still, the priest snorted coldly, and the prayer book floated back to his chest once again. As the pages turned, the priest opened his mouth and recited a passage of obscure and incomprehensible language. Su Chen was somewhat surprised because the words spoken by the other party could not be interpreted by the universal language in the game. Although he couldn't understand what the other person was muttering, he was sure it was nothing good. With a thought in his mind, Su Chen was about to move forward, but he found that the skill flash shift had no response at the moment. Soon, he couldn't sense flash shift, just like the previously banned skill perception vision. Before Su Chen could react, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared around the young man. At that moment, the priest's golden cross-shaped eyes also erupted with light, and a holy golden cross appeared out of thin air above the circle, followed by a burst of light columns connecting to the cross, trapping the young man inside, creating a prison. Seeing the young man trapped inside, the priest laughed madly, then gradually calmed down under the golden light of the prayer book, his eyes cold and indifferent as he said, "Have you repented today?" As the priest's words fell, the large cross above the circle suddenly burst with light. In an instant, the light column shrank, and the golden cross slammed forcefully towards the ground. Boom! The falling pressure lifted up the sand and dust on the ground. When the dust settled, apart from the dazzling golden cross firmly embedded in the ground, the young man's figure was nowhere to be seen. The priest's furrowed brow relaxed, he closed the prayer book, and the large cross on the ground turned into particles of light that slowly dissipated into the air. He looked around, but the expected breadcrumbs were nowhere to be found. Instead, a large hole had been dug out of the ground. At that moment, a figure leaped out of the hole, and Su Chen, standing there, brushed off the dirt on his sleeve mockingly, saying, "Seems like you forgot to place another cross under there?" Although his abilities were temporarily sealed, he had created a hole big enough to evade the attack by using a punch in the skill storm leg just before the cross slammed down, preventing the opponent from succeeding. Seeing the young man standing intact in front of him, the priest's eyes turned cold, his right claw opened, and the dragon claw shimmered with sharp edges. Without that mysterious teleportation ability, tearing you apart is just a matter of time. "Oh, I'm so scared." Just as Su Chen finished speaking, in an instant, a claw with sharp edges suddenly appeared in front of him. Activating insight weakness along with agile steps, Su Chen did his best to dodge the opponent's attack trajectory, avoiding the claw from hitting his vital points, occasionally using his sword to stab at the opponent's throat through the gaps. Dodging another claw from the priest, the cross sword took advantage of the momentum to pierce through the gaps in the opponent's body, aiming straight for the throat. But with a clang, silver dragon scales shimmered under the opponent's skin at the throat, deflecting the sword that was supposed to hit directly. Seizing the opportunity, the priest swung his left arm, and the dragon head bit down on the cross sword, hot breath emanating from its mouth as it bit down with its sharp teeth, breaking the sword in half. Su Chen decisively abandoned the sword and retreated out of the opponent's attack range. Throwing the broken sword at his feet, the priest looked at the slightly disheveled young man with a pleased expression, sneering, "Now that your weapon is gone, how do you plan to die?" In the eyes of the priest, the young man was already on the brink of defeat. Indeed, Su Chen's current situation was not good. Despite maximizing his agility, facing a priest empowered by alchemical transformation, he couldn't avoid getting several deep wounds from the dragon claw, some shallow and some deep. The deepest wound extended from his right shoulder to his chest, bloodied and flesh-torn. His only weapon had been destroyed by the opponent, leaving him in a desperate situation. The priest raised both arms, the prayer book reappeared and slowly rose into the air. Under the moonlight, the floating prayer book rapidly flipped its pages, emitting golden light that instantly covered a large area of the garden. Under the golden light of the prayer book, Su Chen was horrified to find his body inexplicably frozen in place, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. On the other end, the priest opened his arms wide, his back tentacles swaying, looking up at the prayer book bursting with golden light. His eyes filled with sincerity, he reverently said, "O God, please, bestow your holy punishment upon me." As the words fell, the golden light in the prayer book intensified. In the golden light, an archangel with 4 wings, holding a golden sword in one hand and a holy book in the other, slowly materialized in front of the prayer book. With the appearance of that figure, the priest looked at him with eyes full of piety and a hint of crazed desire, immediately kneeling down in worship, saying, "Welcome, the descent of the heavenly God." The archangel, however, paid no attention to this, looking coldly at Su Chen, who was unable to move, slowly raising the holy sword in his hand. In an instant, numerous ethereal holy swords materialized around the young man, all pointing towards Su Chen, who remained calm. The archangel swung the holy sword in his hand. Swish! The countless floating holy swords in the air pierced through Su Chen's body in an instant, turning him into a hedgehog-like figure. As the execution ended, the golden light in the prayer book diminished, and the figure of the archangel in the air slowly dissipated in the priest's worship. As the angel disappeared, the holy swords that had pierced Su Chen's body also turned into particles and dissipated. Without the holy swords, numerous wounds on Su Chen's body burst open, spewing out a large amount of blood, staining the ground red in front of him. Thud! Su Chen fell face down into the pool of blood, motionless. The priest looked coldly at the fallen body. "Although I do not know who you are, throughout history, only a corpse can keep a secret." He then raised his dragon claw and lightly stroked his chin, staring thoughtfully at the young man's body, with a slight smile on his lips. An eerie spatial ability, even in death, still holds some dissecting value. He slowly walked towards the body. At that moment, he vaguely saw the body under the moonlight move slightly. The priest stopped in his tracks, then the body on the ground moved again. He saw it clearly this time but remained indifferent, shaking his head. "It seems your luck is quite strong, to survive under divine punishment. You are indeed fortunate." With that, the dragon claw opened, and as the priest took a few steps forward, he saw the barely alive young man trembling. In the priest's astonished gaze, Su Chen, covered in blood, trembled as he slowly raised his body, ignoring the blood gushing from his wounds. Even as opponents, the priest couldn't help but admire the young man's unwavering will. "You have only a breath left. Even if you manage to stand up, with a wave of my hand, you won't be able to withstand my pressure." Blood stained his face, the young man remained silent, his body's trembling gradually subsiding. Unaware, the priest continued, "But since you still have a breath, I can offer you a choice. Tell me who sent you, then submit to me. With my alchemy, I can bring you back to life." The priest's words filled the garden with silence. 3 seconds passed, and without a response, the priest opened his clawed hand and slowly approached the young man. "In that case, you may go." Before the priest could finish, Su Chen suddenly interrupted him. "Physician, heal thyself, skill taken from the profession, undying physician, effect is passively triggered, can heal all non-lethal injuries received by oneself." Hearing this inexplicable introduction, the priest was momentarily stunned, unsure of what the young man was doing. But Su Chen, at that moment, paid no attention to the priest's reaction, he was waiting. At the next moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Player Su Chen, self-exposed, current skill effect increased by 10%, immediately effective. Duration, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Under the moonlight, a green light emerged from the young man, and under the healing of physician heal thyself, the countless wounds on the young man's body began to heal at a visible speed. He had been waiting. Watching the young man's injuries heal rapidly, the priest's face instantly fell, and he said sternly, "Space, speed, physical skills, healing, you are not sent by the Empire, and I have never heard of someone like you. Who are you exactly?" Su Chen stood silently in place. "Ha!" The priest sneered, more curious about the young man in front of him than the previous killing intent. Seeing that the other party remained silent, he continued, "Is this your trump card? Even if your physical body heals, what can you do? If I use the same move again, you still have no chance of winning. Instead of considering my previous words, I can change the conditions a bit. Talents like you may not need to submit, we can cooperate. How about it? No chance of winning?" Su Chen finally looked up at the priest and corrected, "You are wrong. In this game, there is only one result from start to finish, and for me, that result does not include the phrase, no chance of winning." The priest couldn't help but frown. "Game? You better think carefully. Since you are not sent by the Empire, and we have no connection, I don't know why you have murderous intent towards me, but you can't even break my defense now. I have lowered my conditions, cooperate. Otherwise, death." In the end, the priest narrowed his eyes. Su Chen shook his head. "There is no need for any connection between us." Pointing at the other person, he said, "You and me are just pawns." Ignoring the other's strange and inexplicable gaze, Su Chen continued, "Rage, acquired from the berserker, turns anger into strength that acts on oneself. The higher the anger value, the greater the amplification, with no limit, but overloading will cause irreversible backlash to the user. Player Su Chen, self-exposed, current skill effect increased by 10%, immediately effective. Duration, 59 minutes 59 seconds. In an instant, a surge of anger slowly appeared from Su Chen's body. He looked at the priest again and said indifferently, "And you don't even have the right to choose to participate in this game." Faced with the young man's inexplicable words, the priest pondered for a moment and then chose to ignore them, looking coldly and saying, "You are a good material, my laboratory doesn't mind having one more specimen." In the blink of an eye, a cross was once again engraved in the priest's eyes. However, before he could rush out, an overwhelming killing intent had already locked onto him, carrying boundless anger. Under the moonlight, a black long spear suddenly appeared in Su Chen's hand, accompanied by the continuous emergence of anger on his body. He could feel that some restriction was shattering at this moment. At the same time, the priest suddenly widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? That is a divine prohibition. What have you done?" Looking at the priest who was losing control in front of him, Su Chen smiled. At this moment, his perception, vision and teleportation had returned. It was anger that broke through the divine prohibition in the opponent's mouth. It was not in vain that he had deliberately endured beatings earlier. Accumulating anger greatly amplified the benefits of rage. Yes, the previous Su Chen, knowing that normal attacks could not break the opponent's defense, changed his strategy. He needed to create a moment, a situation that would make the opponent underestimate him and also allow himself to gain benefits. That moment was now. Su Chen lowered his head slightly, looked at the broken army in his hand, and then twirled it under the moonlight, revealing a smile. "Indeed, you are still the best." Under the moonlight, a young man exuding overwhelming anger raised his gun and aimed it at the priest. "Care to make a bet?" He raised the black gun in his hand towards the priest. "Bet your turtle shell, can it withstand a shot from my gun?" Veins bulged on the priest's forehead. "It's a dragon." Before he could finish, the young man's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, Su Chen, filled with overwhelming anger, flash-shifted appeared in front of the priest. The priest was shocked. Without hesitation he reached out with a claw. As the claw came towards him, Su Chen tightened his grip on the black gun and thrust it towards the sharp dragon claw. Shie! Blood splattered, the tip of the black gun instantly pierced through the dragon claw, stabbing through the entire giant arm. The right arm protected by dragon scales shattered. The priest felt a sense of danger. Realizing the terror of this black gun in front of him, he raised his left arm as the dragon head was about to spew out hot breath up close. However, under the perception vision, everything in the garden was under Su Chen's control. Retracting the thrust, he swung the gun sideways, managing to knock the dragon head's left arm askew. Just as the tentacles were about to attack him from above, Su Chen retracted the gun, his elbow clamped, and the sweeping gun tip instantly slashed the opponent's throat. Blood splattered, the priest subconsciously tried to cover his neck, only to find that he had no hands to use. In the next moment, the tip of a black gun had pierced his heart. Su Chen pulled the gun out from the priest's chest. The priest's eyes widened as he fell backward. Just when Su Chen thought everything was over, as the priest fell backward, tentacles of electricity and light suddenly attacked him from behind. Sensing that at such a close distance he wouldn't have time to swing the gun to block, he immediately shifted out of the range of the tentacles' attack. Stabilizing his stance, Su Chen looked intently, his pupils shrinking slightly. He saw the priest, who was about to fall, standing upright again with the support of two tentacles, the hole pierced in his chest healing in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, on the opponent's right arm, a mass of flesh and blood quickly wriggled out, expanding into the silver-gray dragon claw from before. In less than a second, the opponent's body had fully recovered, the healing speed even faster than his own self-healing by twice. Suchen suddenly realized, no wonder the opponent had little reaction when first seeing his healing abilities. The resurrected priest raised his reborn right claw and clenched it, sneering, "Healing is not your exclusive skill." Hearing this, Suchen shook his head. "Your speed couldn't possibly fall within the realm of healing. Healing requires the regeneration of tissues at the original wound, but your speed just skipped over the tissue growth process. To be precise, you reversed the damage I caused to you." While inwardly marveling at the young man's keen observation, the priest continued to sneer, "So what? Even if your long gun can break through my dragon scales, I can tell you for sure, you still have no chance of winning. Here, you can't kill me." Suchen remained unfazed, but he couldn't stand the priest's pretentiousness, so he spoke up with his own speculation. "Come to think of it, we've been fighting until now, and your non-subordinates haven't shown any intention of coming to help." As Suchen spoke, the priest's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. "So what? Let me see. Oh. Your non-subordinates are actually organizing the townspeople to stay away from here. Why is that?" Suchen's tone shifted. "But why are all the people being evacuated still men?" The priest's eyes turned cold. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him could perceive the situation outside. Then, the young man's words sent a chill down his spine. "Let me boldly guess, the circular dots planted in men by the nuns are your reliance for reversal, right?" As the young man finished speaking, the priest's face had completely darkened. He couldn't understand where the opponent had obtained the clues from, managing to deduce his methods flawlessly. To ask why, because at the moment when Suchen retrieved the perception field, he expanded the range to the limit, and under the amplification of anger, his range now also covered most of the town. And just as he pierced the heart of the priest, that is, at the moment of the other party's death, he could perceive that among the crowds evacuated by the nun organization in the town, a man with a dot planted in his body suddenly lost vitality at the moment of the priest's resurrection. Combining the nuns who had not come to help, but instead went to evacuate the residents, along with the occasional prayers at the door by the nuns, the dot in the man's body, combined with the retrospective priest, the other party's expression, and connecting everything together, it all makes sense. Seeing that his means of rebirth had been discovered, the priest simply stopped pretending. "Even if the facts are as you say, what can you do? The people in this town are all my scapegoats. I can go back countless times, and in your current state, you must pay a price, right? As long as I delay until your state ends, you still have no chance of winning." With that, the priest raised his hand, and the prayer book appeared again, floating up. Suchen pointed his gun and said, "Then let's try. You can go back countless times, and I will kill you countless times. You have no chance." The priest growled softly, and a golden light suddenly burst from the prayer book on his chest. In the golden light, the four-winged angel with a broken sword descended again. The difference was that with Suchen's anger, the restrictions on the other party could no longer immobilize him. The angel raised its sword, and countless phantom swords appeared around Suchen again. Suchen looked coldly, suddenly waved his gun, and wherever the angry gun tip touched, the phantom sword shattered instantly. "Just now was just the need to stack anger, and now you've stepped on my toes, right?" His figure flickered, and Suchen instantly appeared in front of the four-winged angel, piercing the phantom head with a shot. At such a close distance, Suchen could see that at the moment before his long spear pierced through, the angel's eyes, which were originally indifferent, flashed with a moment of astonishment. With the head pierced, the angel's phantom shattered, and the golden light emanating from the prayer book also dimmed suddenly. "How is this possible?" the priest exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected that the angel who had just crushed the boy would now be shot through the head by the boy. Then the priest seemed to remember something, and his golden eyes stared directly ahead. In his haste to retract the prayer book, a black gun had already pierced the dimming prayer book before him. In the instant of penetration, Suchen suddenly exerted force with the gun, and the prayer book pierced by the gun head shattered into countless pieces in the air. Witnessing this scene, the priest broke free from the forced calm of the prayer book, no longer able to control his emotions, his expression immediately becoming fierce, his golden eyes instantly bloodshot, filled with endless killing intent. "How dare you! How dare you destroy the holy book! Unforgivable!" The priest erupted, his muscles bulging, stomping in place, and charging towards the boy like a cannonball. Sharp cold light flickered, Suchen's gun blocked the dragon claw coming at him, and a storm leg suddenly kicked out. A storm swept out in an instant, and at such close range, the unprepared priest was instantly thrown off balance by the pressure of the wind. Succeeding in one blow, Suchen raised his gun to push away the dragon claw of the opponent, and the broken army spear slashed diagonally down from the opponent's face. The terrifying force almost split the priest's entire person in half. In Suchen's perception field, another man in the town suddenly lost vitality, and at the same time, the fatal wound on the priest's body instantly retraced. Suchen watched this scene, the blade of the gun in his hand never stopping, and calmly whispered, "Second time." The The priest in a state of rage had already been awakened by the boy's spear, and as his back wriggled, his tentacles suddenly fell off, and a pair of large silver-white dragon wings instantly formed on his back. The dragon wings flapped, the wind and waves surged, and the priest broke through the garden screen, soaring into the sky. But before he could revel in his success, a loud noise suddenly came from below. He looked down and saw a young man rising from the ground with a gun, charging towards him. The priest immediately accelerated his flapping speed and ascended higher into the sky. However, the continuous sound of breaking air kept coming from below, getting closer and closer. In midair, with the storm leg technique pushed to the extreme, Suchen continuously detonated wind orbs under his feet as focal points. When the priest looked down again, he saw the young man soaring towards him with each step defying gravity. This scene shocked the priest, who exclaimed, "Are you human?" A fierce wind whipped up as the dragon wings flapped, attacking the young man below. Despite the wind, Suchen, using the storm leg technique, maintained his speed and even increased it. Utilizing the wind, he condensed a larger wind orb under his feet and then detonated it. Under the moonlight, the black gun whistled through the air and Suchen, who had swiftly approached the priest, raised the gun and fiercely struck at the priest's head. In the high sky, the priest had no way to avoid the blow and was sent crashing back to the ground like a tennis ball being smacked. Boom! A loud noise echoed through the garden, scattering debris. The priest was smashed into a pit, and as he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to see a gleaming gun pointed at him. Blood blossomed. With a swift motion, Suchen landed on the ground with a storm leg technique. He approached the priest, pulled out the black gun that pierced the priest's head, and said, the fourth time. The priest, coming back to his senses from the shock of his gruesome death, heard the young man's words and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. On the grassland, as they emerged from the forest, Manhwa and Mayo Kadhafi saw a town in the moonlight. Looking over, they could vaguely see two figures colliding in the sky above the town. More accurately, one figure kept soaring and then being struck down repeatedly. The sounds of claws and blades clashing reverberated in the night sky, occasionally accompanied by a man's roar of anger. When the two women entered the town, they discovered men's bodies scattered all over the streets. Could all this be the work of Lord Suchen? Manhwa asked in astonishment, covering her mouth. Seeing the bodies, Mayo Kadhafi frowned slightly and remarked, "These men's deaths are peculiar. They have no external wounds, their skin color is normal, and they don't seem poisoned." As the two women discussed the bodies, several panicked nuns appeared nearby. Boom! The priest, once again smashed back to the ground, retraced his physical form. Suchen, exuding boundless anger, landed with his gun and calmly said, "This is the 333rd time." The priest, who had lost his will to fight, sat on the ground and unconsciously crawled back a few steps. The continuous gruesome deaths tormented his spirit, and as he looked at the young man approaching him, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if the person coming towards him was not a young man but a demon come to take his life. Seeing the young man getting closer, the priest collapsed and cried out, "Why? Why hasn't this state of yours dissipated yet?" Hearing this, Suchen remained expressionless and silently checked the system message. Rage time limit, 20 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Looking at the trembling priest on the ground, Suchen suddenly thrust a gun into the priest's chest, pulled it out, and coldly asked, "Now, how many lives do you have left?" On the ground, after retracing, the priest, already on the brink of collapse, completely broke down under the young man's shot. Even if he could rewind the physical injuries, the mental damage from being continuously killed hundreds of times without respite was real, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't go insane. While howling, the priest suddenly got up and rushed towards not far away. Suchen's gun flickered, and his shot broke the opponent's lower limbs. The unbalanced priest immediately lost his balance and rolled forward, but did not stop. Rolling on the ground, the priest, who had backtracked, rushed out again in a frenzied manner. Suchen looked in the direction the opponent was heading, squinting his eyes. In front of that direction was the underground passage he had broken with a rolling pin before. In his perception field, below that passage was a dark laboratory, where various strange creatures were immersed in nutrient solution, and many of them were still alive. Among them, only one creature resisted his perception field. If the opponent's goal was the basement, it was highly likely for that creature. Allowing the opponent to enter the narrow passage would only complicate matters. With this in mind, Suchen sprinted out and thrust his gun continuously. However, the frenzied priest at this moment completely ignored the deadly blows from the young man's gun. Death, backtracking, and continuing to run. The priest, who was originally within reach, backtracked 8 times during this process, but finally reached the entrance of the passage. Under Suchen's gunshots, the priest rolled down the dark underground passage. A moment later, laughter filled with madness and joy came from below. "Ha ha ha! You're doomed! You're doomed!" Suchen stood in front of the passage, halting his pursuit. In battle, the most taboo thing was to follow the opponent into unfamiliar and narrow places, especially since he wielded a long spear, which was not suitable for close combat inside. Without breakthrough, he couldn't break through the opponent's defense. In his perception field, as expected, the priest who had fled into the underground laboratory stumbled all the way to the cultivation tank of the creature that could resist his perception. With a swing of his arm, the dragon claw broke the nutrient solution. Since the creature could block his perception field, Su Chen could not see what the creature looked like, only sensing that something was indeed there. However, Su Chen did not intend to sit and wait for death. Since he couldn't go in, he decided to destroy what was below. Looking up, he forcefully threw a stone with a mark on it upwards. Then, Su Chen instantly moved to the sky and began free-falling. The rushing wind pressure whistled past Su Chen's ears as he fell. Under his feet, the storm leg compressed the wind pressure generated by the fall into a gust of wind. With the blessing of rage, the storm leg was pushed to the extreme by Su Chen at this moment, and the wind gust gathered at his feet continued to grow. The next moment, Su Chen's foot stomped on the huge wind gust and crashed down on the garden. As he touched the ground, the wind gust exploded, lifting the remaining wilted roses on the ground. Boom! With the point of impact as the center, the ground around it collapsed into patterns. As the dust settled, Su Chen stood at the edge of the collapsed pit, sensing that everything in the laboratory had been buried under the collapsed rocks. However, the breath of several creatures still lingered below. Just as Su Chen was considering whether to strike again, a figure suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the pit. Looking up, Su Chen saw a figure clad in obsidian armor, with sturdy lower limbs and blade-like arms resembling mantis blades. 2 antennae protruded from the insect-like head, and hidden wings fluttered behind. The figure held the priest, who looked lifeless, like a dead dog, standing in midair. Although there seemed to be no eyes on the opponent, Su Chen could feel that the figure was looking in his direction. At the feet of the alien humanoid, the backtracked priest regained consciousness and, in a panic, was thrown back to the ground by the alien humanoid. Subsequently, the alien humanoid let out a sharp, piercing roar towards the priest. Su Chen couldn't understand what the insect-like creature was saying, as the game's universal language did not translate for him. But he understood the priest's words. After hearing the creature's roar, the priest pointed angrily at a nearby young man and shouted, "A 13! Kill that kid! All the corpses in this town will be on you!" Following the priest's command, the alien creature immediately turned its head towards the young man, its eerie green insect eyes filled with excitement. With a sharp roar, it lunged towards the young man, leaving a faint trail in the air with its swift speed. Its mantis arm appeared in front of the young man, the blade aiming for him. In a flash, dodging the creature's attack, Su Chen was surprised by its speed and thrust out with his spear. However, as the black spear pierced through the creature's body, it left only a phantom behind. Su Chen's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he dodged again. The blade of the mantis arm, shimmering with cold light, silently struck where the young man had been. The creature, taken aback by the missed strikes, had always been able to kill its opponents with a single blow in past battles, but this human was keeping up with its speed. Another sharp roar echoed as it faced this human who could match its strength, making it even more excited. Under the moonlight, the human and the creature continued to clash in the void. Even the powerful priest couldn't capture the figures of the two in the sky. With each move, the creature's speed increased, making it harder for Su Chen to land a hit. He had to anticipate the creature's next move and dodge continuously to avoid its attacks. Even when they collided, the creature's mantis arm could rival his spear. The time limit for self-destruction was running out, leaving him with little time. Exhausted from the night-long battle, his mental energy was draining rapidly. Dodging the creature's attack once more, Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of determination. Under the moonlight, Su Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. To the confusion of the human and the creature, a phantom separated from the young man in the void, quickly transforming into a gun-wielding figure identical to Su Chen. Then 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and 8 became 16. In an instant, the 16 gun-wielding figures solidified and surrounded the alien creature in the void. Following this, all 16 Su Chen spoke in unison, "Thousand-faced man, a professional fraudster, capable of separating self-sourced phantoms, with the number increasing with the expenditure of mental energy. Player Su Chen, self-exposed, current ability increased by 10%, time limit, 59 minutes 59 seconds. As the system prompt disappeared, the 16 Su Chens in the sky solidified completely. However, after hearing the young man's self-exposing words, the priest watching from below shouted at the creature, "A 13. These are all bluffs. Focus on the original body." Understanding the priest's words, the alien creature immediately roared sharply, swiftly moving towards the young man's original body and striking where it stood. Su Chen dodged, allowing the strike to miss, and then swiftly attacked with his spear. The alien creature reacted quickly, evading the attack with its hidden wings. But as it focused on the young man's original body, another black spear quietly pierced its left thigh. This blow made it scream in pain, as its already enhanced sensory abilities by the father were suddenly amplified several times. Then, its pair of dark green bug eyes turned to look at the gun-wielding teenager who had pierced its thigh. The blow succeeded, and the teenager promptly drew his gun, his figure flickering and disappearing, evading the angry counterattack of the alien bug person. The arm blade slashed through the air, and the alien bug person instinctively searched for the teenager's figure. However, the next moment, in its eyes, 3 gun-wielding teenagers suddenly appeared in front of it, and almost at the same time, in its perception, nearly 5 teenagers appeared in different positions around it, almost instantly blocking all its retreat paths. Under the incredulous gaze of the priest below, the 8 teenagers moved in unison, thrusting their 8 guns. The gun tips pierced through, dark green blood splattered in the air, and a chilling sharp roar resounded at that moment. Beneath this sound, Shuchen suddenly appeared in front of the priest. Looking at the desperate look in the other's eyes, he indifferently said, "I didn't say I was bluffing." "No, don't." Before the priest could finish speaking, the black gun had already burst through his head. 1 second, 2 seconds. This time, the burst head did not reassemble. Seeing this scene, Shuchen's brow slightly relaxed. After confirming the priest's complete death, he turned around to go back and help his clone deal with the bug person. In the high sky, the alien bug person, pierced by 8 guns, began to rapidly lose vitality at the moment of the priest's death, quickly turning into a shriveled bug corpse. Seeing this, Shuchen was not surprised. After all, this priest was not as strong as him, and he didn't believe that there was no hidden move to control such a monster. The other party probably locked the bug person's life with his own. As for the method used, he was not interested. But at the moment, this hidden move turned out to be advantageous for him. Recalling the 15 clones, Shuchen's face turned pale. The use of the ability Thousand-Faced Man had already depleted his mental strength almost to exhaustion. In fact, the command of the priest before his death was not wrong. The ability Thousand-Faced Man itself was used for bluffing. However, this ability happened to belong to the category of the deceiver profession. As long as Shuchen deceived the 15 clones at the same time, they could become indistinguishable from the main body, turning falsehood into reality. But the mental strength required was 15 times that of the original bluffing. So, unless absolutely necessary, Shuchen did not want to use this move at all. However, this was also the reason why the upper limit of the deceiver profession was so high. Just this ability to turn falsehood into reality was enough to kill most rare professions. But ultimately, it depended on the user himself. After all, the ability Thousand-Faced Man itself did not have the characteristic of turning falsehood into reality. It was just that Shuchen added this characteristic based on this ability. Swinging his gun, Shuchen separated the limbs of the priest, then sat on the head of the giant arm dragon, tilting his head slightly to look at the moon, smelling the scent of blood and roses mixed in the air, silently waiting for the system's judgment. In the forest, at the peak of the king, the bewildering cliff, on the plain. At this moment, the virtual panels of all players suddenly displayed a system message. Please note all players, the current game has ended, you have been defeated. Everyone involuntarily stood still, and when some players reacted, their faces turned ashen. Then, the system message popped up again. Winning player, Shuchen, time to clear, 116:11:34. It's over, it's all over. This is only the 5th day. Do we have to grind this hard? Shuchen? A newcomer? I don't think I've seen this name on the Emperor's clearing list. Monster, a newcomer, cleared the Emperor level in less than 5 days. I really don't want to play anymore. Who is this person? Damn, Grandpa, I just reached the 2nd level, and you're telling me the game is over? Can't you let people have some gaming experience? What the heck? Su Chen? How can it be this kid? Confused on the cliff, Ji Lang looked at the system message that popped up, his face full of astonishment. On the cliff, along with Ji Lang, there were also Han Jiqing, Leo Stanley, and others who came out of the wooden house together, forming a temporary team. This is also the function of the starting wooden house, giving players the choice to go solo or team up. Generally, the more opportunities given for teaming up, the harder the game's difficulty in clearing. Baiku beside him widened his eyes in disbelief, saying, "That idiot kid? How is that possible? Could it be someone with the same name and surname? You know, the probability is 0. Edson reminded. Leo Stanley smiled calmly. It seems like we were all fooled by that kid. On the side, Zhang Jiqing was completely dumbfounded, the shy face of the handsome young man, giving the scene a sense of gloom, as if the words "Big Brother, aren't you good people?" were just yesterday. But didn't he clarify his identity under the rule of truth? Are you saying an honest person who lost 13 times in a row cleared the game in less than 5 days? I don't believe it. Han Jiqing shook her head. When Han Jiqing said this, everyone suddenly felt like it made sense. After all, they had also verified that under the rule of truth, no one could lie. How did an honest person who lost 13 times with only basic combat skills clear the game in such a short time? At this moment, Leo Stanley suddenly awakened everyone with a word. No, there is a rumored profession that might be able to do it. As long as we associate all the actions of that boy with that profession, everything will make sense. No, I suspect that kid actually has a split personality. Ji Lang suddenly said seriously. Edson on the side couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Ji Lang's words, but still voiced his own speculation. Are you suggesting he might be a fraudster? Player Su Chen has cleared the final level, the Rose Hall of the Rose Garden. Congratulations, you have won the game. The clearing shelter has been loaded for you. You can choose to settle on your own. Please settle the game before the countdown ends. Time limit, 59 minutes 59 seconds. After the system message popped up, an invisible shield instantly enveloped Su Chen. Su Chen reached out, and the invisible shield extended with his movements. At this moment, he completely relaxed. He had checked the information, and it was said that the winner of the game would receive protection from the system. During this period, the invisible shield could block all attacks for the winning player. The game was over, and he could exit and settle at any time now. But before that, he had some things to take care of. After recovering his strength, Su Chen slowly got up and looked at the huge rock behind the pit. Hey, you behind the rock, I'm talking to you. Besides the night wind blowing, there was no response. Seeing this, Su Chen had to take out the broken army again and said indifferently, if you don't come out, I'll throw a spear at you. Hearing the boy's words, the figure hiding behind the stone seemed to hear something terrifying, and instantly flashed out from behind the rock, fearing that the boy would throw the spear the next second. I'm sorry, please don't kill me. Su Chen looked closely. It was a girl covered in silver-white dragon scales, her body shining in the night, with a face still showing a hint of childishness, 2 silver horns on her forehead, a tail restlessly swaying on the ground, the barefooted little girl nervously tapping the ground. But Su Chen did not intend to let her go just because she was a girl, especially with all those scales, horns, and tail. She didn't look human at all. He didn't directly take action because he sensed the other party from the beginning, but the other party didn't lay a hand on him even after the priest's death, just kept avoiding him. So Su Chen speculated that this girl might just be an experimental product who escaped from the basement. Putting away the black gun, Su Chen asked, since you've escaped, why are you still lingering? Aren't you afraid I'll mistake you for one of those guys and shoot you? You. The one behind you is my brother, the girl said timidly, pointing to the priest's body. Su Chen looked surprised, pointing to the headless body of the priest. He's your brother? The girl quickly shook her head. Not that bad guy, it's the big head you were just sitting on. Su Chen then saw where the girl was pointing, which turned out to be the silver dragon head he had been sitting on earlier. You mean this head? The girl nodded quickly. Su Chen squinted his eyes, looked at the girl, and said, next, I ask, you answer, understand? The girl was puzzled but still nodded quickly, afraid of provoking the other party. After a moment of consideration, Su Chen asked, are you actually a dragon? The girl nodded. You, and your so-called brother, were both captured by that priest? The girl nodded again. And then, your brother was fused into his physical body by that priest? The girl's expression froze for a moment, then seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she nodded heavily. Su Chen fell silent, turned and walked towards the church. Seeing the young man walking away, the silver dragon girl cautiously approached, came to the huge silver-gray dragon head, tremblingly reached out her hand, picked a dragon scale from the surface of the dragon head, and carefully put it away. Her mother had once told her that when an important person passed away, she should take something from the person to cherish, as a way to express mourning for the deceased. Entering the church, Su Chen picked up an oil lamp and went to the second-floor study. He picked up the bookshelf's collection of alchemy, about to put it in his backpack, but for some reason, the images of the priest and the alien insect man flashed in his mind, followed by the tearful-eyed dragon girl. In a moment of hesitation, the alchemy collection fell to the floor, and as he stepped on it, a sudden whirlwind tore the entire book into pieces. Before leaving, Su Chen casually tossed the oil lamp behind him. In the room filled with books, a spark ignited a fire. Ignoring the rapidly spreading fire behind him, Su Chen returned to the garden, intending to destroy everything in that pit. Back in the garden, he saw that the dragon girl had not left yet, leaning against the dragon head, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. Hey, as soon as you're done with the body, hurry up and leave, the young man urged. Hearing the boy's prompt, the silver dragon girl suddenly looked embarrassed, stammering, I and my brother were both captured. We were knocked unconscious on the way here. I don't know where this is now. My brother is dead. I don't know where to go alone. Upon hearing this, Suchen didn't know what to say, so he just waved his hand for the girl to stay away from the pit. Then a deck of cards appeared in his hand out of thin air. Taking out the deck of cards, Suchen shuffled them in his hand. All the cards were kings and jokers. Jumping into the pit, he evenly distributed the cards on the ground, then jumped out. Standing at the edge of the pit, Suchen looked into the pit and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the scattered cards in the pit suddenly expanded and changed, then exploded violently. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose in the air. As the smoke cleared, Suchen saw that the pit had been completely blown to bits, and he nodded in satisfaction. Although this advanced level of landlord was one of the few quirky abilities he had mistakenly acquired, it was still somewhat useful now. As long as you play the corresponding king bomb card in the game of Fight the Landlord with poker cards, even ordinary poker cards can instantly turn into a hand grenade. However, the power of just 2 cards is not great, so he always carries a deck of poker cards that are all king bombs. By the way, when Suchen played cards with 2 big brothers in the wooden house, the poker cards in his hand were also in a state that could be detonated at any time. Not far away, seeing the rising mushroom cloud up close, the silver dragon girl's mouth immediately formed an O shape. After doing all this, Suchen planned to leave. However, just as he had just summoned the virtual panel, a system message followed closely. Player Suchen, please note that the admiration value generated by the game creature, the radiant silver dragon towards you has exceeded 60. You can choose whether to sign a game contract with it voluntarily. Looking at the popped-up system message, Suchen's expression froze for a moment, then he turned his head to look at the silver dragon girl not far away, whose big eyes were shining and staring at him. Meeting the girl's clear gaze made him stunned, and she quickly turned her face away upon sensing the boy's gaze. Looking at the admiration value in the system bar, Suchen fell silent. He knew a little about game contracts. As long as a bond is formed with any creature in the game during gameplay, the player can apply for a contract with the other party. After a successful contract, it will occupy the player's unique contract slot in the virtual panel. Each player only has 1 contract slot, and once a contract is signed, the player can only proceed to the next contract after voluntarily canceling the contract or the contract creature dies. And contracts are not without cost. Contract creatures will consume the player's mental energy, meaning the player needs to nurture the contract creature with their own mental energy. This contract may seem similar to the beast tamer profession, but it is not. The relationship between the beast tamer and the beast is that of master and servant, while the contract creature and the player are not in a master-servant relationship but more like a cooperative relationship because either party can unilaterally cancel the contract at any time. However, the amplification brought by the contract creature far exceeds that of the beast tamer's beast. If the contract creature is powerful enough, after a period of cultivation, it can even nourish the player's mental energy, essentially providing the player with a mobile source of mental energy restoration in the later stages of the game. Moreover, the total amount of mental energy amplified by nourishment will not disappear even if the contract is unilaterally cancelled. Nevertheless, there are very few players who have contract creatures, unless they start nurturing them from a young age. Besides, once players enter the game, they are focused on how to clear the game, and they have no intention of interacting with the indigenous creatures in the game. Suchen was a bit confused about the current situation because he didn't deliberately do anything and didn't understand why the dragon girl would have admiration for him. So, he temporarily gave up his plan to leave, sat back on the ground, and began to contemplate. Sitting down, Suchen began to recall the scenes he had with the girl. From calling out to the girl, questioning her, to leaving. Then, a single possibility emerged in Suchen's mind. First, he killed the main culprit of everything, the priest, almost avenging the girl's brother in a way. Perhaps from that moment, the girl subconsciously classified him into the neutral camp. After the questioning, he did not kill her, and the girl should have been able to bury her brother as she wished. In addition, after the girl experienced being imprisoned by the priest, witnessing various experiments and even her brother being killed by him, she likely became sensitive and fragile psychologically. In this situation, he didn't even need to do anything, just not killing the girl, coincidentally fulfilling a small wish of hers, seemed enough to make the girl subconsciously categorize him from the neutral camp to the harmless friendly camp. In the end, it was the moment when he revealed the poker card mushroom cloud that the girl witnessed not far away. Not only that, the other party should have also witnessed his killing of the priest. Speculating on this, Suchen's eyes couldn't help but become strange, and what emerged in his mind was more of the girl's sorrow. A person's psychology has to become so fragile in order to consider all of this as redemption, even to the point of admiration. After speculating, Suchen turned his head to look not far away, only to see that the silver dragon girl still had no intention of leaving, just sitting there blankly on her knees, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, her big eyes full of confusion. At this moment, Su-Chen could be sure that even if the girl left here today, it would be very difficult for her to survive in this game world. After staring at the girl for a moment, Su-Chen summoned the virtual panel because he now had enough admiration points to access the girl's panel. Race Radiant Silver Dragon, age 139 years, universal language equivalent to a 14-year-old human. Name, none, genetics, royal blood, abilities, radiant stone meteor strike, stone control, scale hardening, heat breath, shapeshifting. After taking a rough look, Su-Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't expect that such a delicate girl would seem to have quite powerful abilities. Just the ability of scale hardening made Su-Chen think of the dragon scales that shimmered on the priest's body during defense. Seeing this, Su-Chen had a rough idea in his mind. He slowly got up and walked towards the girl. Under the moonlight, the young man, who had long lost his momentum, strolled to a place not far from the girl, slowly crouched down, and said, "Hey, if you're not going home, do you want to come with me?" Under the girl's surprised gaze as she turned her head, the young man continued, "Although I can't guarantee anything for you, but whether it's 3 meals a day or not, it's not a problem. If you want to come with me, sign this contract. Of course, you can unilaterally terminate the contract whenever you want. You can rest assured, we are just in a cooperative relationship." Then, in the void, a contract and a pen slowly materialized and floated in front of the silver dragon girl. After speaking, the young man still squatted there, waiting quietly for the girl's response. After listening to the young man's words, the silver dragon girl was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses, her watery eyes filled with confusion. But when she saw the contract paper in front of her, her eyes slowly became firm. Then, the silver dragon girl took the pen and contract floating in the air, and just as she was about to fill it out, her hand suddenly froze, and she looked up at the young man abruptly. But I can't write, and I don't have a name." After saying that, the silver dragon girl lowered her head in frustration. The young man was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Do you mind if I come closer?" The silver dragon girl subconsciously nodded, then immediately shook her head when she realized something was wrong. The young man sat down beside the girl, picked up a piece of gravel, and carved the character on the ground. "How about just the name? What do you think?" Then, the young man pointed to the sky where the stars and moon were shining brightly. "I think tonight's moon suits you quite well. Of course, if you don't like it, I can think of another one for you." The girl murmured to herself, then nodded heavily. "I like it." The young man responded with a smile. So, under the guidance of the young man, the girl, Moon, struggled to write her name on the contract. The moment the name was written and confirmed, the contract floated up again, and suddenly split into two in the air, one entering the young man's body, and the other entering the girl's body. In an instant, Su-Chen could feel that a connection had been established between himself and Moon. With the connection of the contract, Moon also learned the young man's name and tilted her head. "Su." "Sure." Su-Chen smiled and nodded. "Su-Chen." The moon repeated itself. Then the girl began to mutter softly, as if wanting to engrave this name in her heart. "Player Su-Chen, please note that the contract has been successfully established, and this contract has consumed the only contract slot. Please note that if the contract is terminated by the player within less than a year, the only contract slot will enter a 365-day cooldown period." At the moment the contract was established, Su-Chen could clearly feel that his total spiritual power was connected to the other parties. If his total spiritual power was like an ocean, then the moon's total spiritual power was just like a small lake. Nevertheless, Su-Chen could still feel the other party's spiritual power nourishing his depleted self at this moment, but since the other party's total power was limited, the process seemed somewhat slow. By the moonlight, Su-Chen looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Can't you hide your scales, horns, and tail in your transformed state?" The latter scratched her silver hair embarrassedly. My power can only allow me to transform to this extent." "I see. Can you transform back to your original form now? I'm quite curious to see a dragon up close." "If the master wants to see, of course." With that, the moon immediately stood up and ran to an open space. Su-Chen felt a hint of helplessness in his eyes, realizing that the other party's current fragile and humble mentality was also a problem, so he corrected, "Don't call me that, I don't like it. Our contract is not a master-servant relationship. You are my partner, and you can also be a friend." The moon turned around, pointing her little finger at her chin. "Then how should I address you?" "You can call me Su-Chen, Brother Su. Xiaoshu is also fine." The moon tilted her head in thought and said, "Can I call you Little Brother Su?" That's fine too." "Okay, Little Brother Su." The moon smiled brightly, "Then I'll transform." As the moon's voice fell, under the night sky, the figure of the girl on the open space disappeared, replaced by a giant dragon with a silvery white color all over. The silver-white dragon scales shimmered under the moonlight, and as the silver wings spread, a noble aura was faintly visible. There was no trace of a fierce dragon on the giant dragon, but under the moonlight, the dragon's graceful posture was as beautiful as a painting. Seeing this scene, Suchin couldn't help but recall the first time he saw the red flying dragon, then exclaimed, "Seeing a dragon up close, can it be this beautiful too?" Praised by the young man, the transformed moon dragon instinctively covered her dragon head with her wings in embarrassment. "A girl with such thin skin won't do, it's easy to be taken advantage of," Suchin joked with a smile. The silver-white dragon immediately made a muffled sound while covering her face. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore, change back now." In the next moment, the giant dragon on the open space suddenly disappeared, transforming back into the girl covered in silver-white dragon scales. Watching the girl with exposed scales walking back slowly, Suchin thought for a moment, rummaged through his backpack, and took out a light white dress. Then, he waved to the moon, "Moon, come here for a moment." When the moon approached, Suchin stood up, held up the dress and compared it to the girl's figure, finding them to be similar in size. Sitting back down, he said to the moon, "Next, I will transfer my spiritual power to you, and you try to transform again, see if you can hide your horns and tail." Hearing the young man's words, the moon looked a bit clueless. What is spiritual power?" The moon chuckled. "It's the power you feel and use when transforming." Suchin explained in simple terms, "You said yourself that you don't have enough power to transform, so next, I will transfer a part of my power to you, and you try to transform more deeply, understand?" "Oh, understood. You nodded heavily. After speaking, Suchin closed his eyes and separated a part of his consciousness and the remaining piece, directly transferring that part of consciousness to you through the connection established between their contract. Under the moonlight, you closed her eyes with a frown. After a moment, the two horns on the girl's head slowly retracted, followed by the tail, and finally the dragon scales were hidden under the skin. You, who had transformed into a human form, completely transformed into a human body at this moment. Her frown relaxed, and you, with her eyes open, looked at herself up and down, excitedly saying, "I successfully transformed. Little Sue, look." You, who did not possess human common sense, did not realize what was wrong with her current appearance and looked joyfully at the young man, only to see him looking in another direction and handing her a light white dress. "Put on this dress after the transformation. Humans need to wear clothes. From now on, you need to slowly get used to how humans live," the young man said calmly without looking at her. However, before she could take the dress, Suchin, who had been calm, suddenly looked surprised and turned his head abruptly to the other side. At that moment, two female voices followed. "Lord Suchin, we finally found you." With Mu Wanai's shout, the two women, who were already running, arrived near the two in the blink of an eye. Thus, a girl standing without clothes and a young man calmly handing over a dress suddenly appeared in front of the two women. The sudden scene made the two women who had slowed down their steps stand still. Facing the two women who suddenly appeared, you instinctively hid behind the young man. Mu Wanai covered her mouth with her hand, unable to believe it, and said, "Lord Suchin, what is this?" "Ahem." Suchin coughed twice decisively, interrupting the other's words, and explained, "Don't misunderstand, this is you, who just made a contract with me. She doesn't have clothes for now, so I lent her this, that's all." Upon hearing the young man's explanation, Mu Wanai immediately believed it. "Oh, so she's a contract creature? I see." Unbeknownst to them, Mayo Kazafi's expression became even more strange. "I mean, Sue, you, a grown man, happen to have a women's dress in your backpack?" Suchin said calmly, "Oh, because my family runs a clothing store." Unable to verify, Mayo Kazafi chose not to speak. Then, Mu Wanai seemed to remember something and said excitedly, "Oh Lord Suchin, how could you leave the two of us behind in the last level and clear it by yourself? I said I would help you. Now I haven't helped at all." "Sorry, Wanai, but the final boss wasn't difficult, I could handle it alone," Suchin said casually, but Mayo Kazafi didn't believe it. The bloodstains and huge craters left behind on the ground behind the young man were enough to show the intensity of the battle. After dealing with the two women, Suchin handed the dress to you behind him without looking back, asking her to put it on first. Unexpectedly, Yu's timid voice came from behind. "Little Sue, how do I wear this dress?" Suchin sighed inwardly, realizing that he would have a hard time in the days to come. Although you said so, he couldn't just turn around and help her put on the dress in front of the two women, so he could only look at the two women with a clear gaze for help. Mayo Kazafi understood at a glance and stepped forward at the right time. "Let me help her put it on." Feeling the small hand holding the hem of his clothes behind him, Suchin smiled helplessly. "It's okay, these two sisters are good people. The older sister is Sister Mayo, let her help you get dressed. You can't always be so shy." Mayo Gaddafi showed a warm smile to the girl. "Hello, you." Whether it was the boy's last sentence that stimulated her, or she let down her guard against the smile in front of her, you still walked out from behind the boy, slightly bowed her head, and timidly greeted, "Hello, Sister Mayo." Suddenly, Maki Huan jumped up and said, "And me. I'm Maki Huan, you can call me Sister Huan." Yu unconsciously shrank back behind the boy again, stealing a glance at the girl who looked similar to her. "Hello, Sister Huan." Then, Mayo Gaddafi took Yu to the side to change clothes. Looking at the energetic Maki Huan in front of him, Su Chen thought that although these two looked similar in appearance, their personalities were completely different. But thinking of Maki Huan's background, he understood. "Sister Huan, Yu is a dragon who is shy, don't scare her." Unexpectedly, this made Maki Huan even more curious, ignoring the last sentence. "Ha? Yu is a dragon? That's amazing." Maki Huan immediately shouted to the two girls, "Yu, can you turn into a dragon and show sister?" Not far away, Yu, who was called out, shivered in response. As the girl hesitated seriously, Mayo timely said, "Don't worry about it." Su Chen rubbed his forehead, thinking it would be better for these two girls to have less contact in the future. When Mayo helped Yu change clothes and washed her face with mineral water, Yu, wearing a light white dress, suddenly stunned the two. "Kawaii!" Maki Huan couldn't help but exclaim, about to rush over but was stopped by the boy. Su Chen looked over. The girl with a washed face had delicate features. Yu's appearance was stunning, with long silver white hair and a transcendent temperament. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at him, and sensing the boy's gaze, the girl instinctively lowered her head slightly. Su Chen smiled lightly and sincerely praised, "It seems the dress suits you well, Yu." The girl suddenly looked up, then a bright smile appeared on her face. Su Chen stood up in time, patted his butt, and said, "It's about time, I should take you to settle the bill. Sister Huan, Sister Mayo, see you next time." At the moment of leaving, Maki Huan seemed reluctant to part. "Hey, are you leaving so soon? I don't know when we'll meet again." Su Chen smiled, "Sister Huan, we'll meet again soon." "Hey, Su, you haven't told me where you're from." Mayo Gaddafi stood with her arms crossed and asked. "Country M, City A." Hearing his answer, Mayo Gaddafi immediately gave a "do you think I'm a fool" expression, staring at the boy because he mentioned the city she was in. However, she was not surprised, as she had previously handed over control of her consciousness to him. Some subconscious memories would be shared unintentionally. Just kidding, Country Z, City A." The boy laughed, "I'm off." As he finished speaking, the boy and the girl's figures were instantly teleported away. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, the howling of the wind echoed in his ears, but strangely, he didn't feel the wind blowing. He looked around and found himself standing on the void, able to see the thick clouds below when he lowered his head. Before Su Chen could continue observing the environment, a pair of slender hands had tightly grabbed his left arm. Different from the calmness of the youth at the moment, facing the sudden changes in the environment, Yu, who had never experienced such an experience before, was completely frightened when she saw the clouds below, and subconsciously reached out to hold the hand of the young man beside her. Sensing the girl's emotional fluctuations, Su Chen placed his hand on the girl's head and comforted her softly, saying, "Don't be afraid, you can stand here, you won't fall, I'm here, there's no danger." Listening to the gentle tone of the young man up close, Yu, who was trembling slightly, gradually calmed down, but still held onto his arm tightly. After calming Yu's emotions, Su Chen suddenly looked up and gazed in the direction where they had been receiving glances. At that moment, he was slightly stunned. Then, a huge moon was reflected in his eyes. Looking at the bright moon so close in front of him, Su Chen felt like he could touch it, so he reached out his hand involuntarily, but couldn't reach it at all. On the surface of the moon, a huge figure was lying on its side, with one white and one black wing behind it, covering the sky. At that moment, the youth looking up met the gaze of the figure looking down at them. In just one glance, Su Chen felt a power that made him want to submit involuntarily, even though the figure was just lying there and not intentionally exuding any power. But he knew that it was those self-proclaimed gods who stood above everything else. The youth showed no fear and endured the pressure as he stared back. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, the figure retracted its lazy gaze, propped itself up on the surface of the moon, sat up slowly, looked down at the youth, and said, "Human, your gaze is different from the others who have come here." Then, the figure's words shook the youth. "You do not believe in gods." Su Chen keenly heard the certainty in the figure's voice when it said the last sentence. Nevertheless, he calmly replied, "I didn't believe before because I had never won before." "Oh?" The figure was intrigued. "So now that you see me, do you believe?" The youth shook his head. "Still don't believe. Why?" "Because you haven't fulfilled my wish yet." The youth's words momentarily stunned the figure, who then burst into laughter. "Ha ha." After stopping, the figure looked at the youth with even more interest. "Indeed, let's hear about your wish. Can any wish really be granted?" "Of course, but I will evaluate whether your wish is worth the price based on your performance in the game and the level of difficulty you have cleared." Hearing this, the youth's lips curled slightly. Then, I want your eyes. Above the void, the wind howled. Human, do you know what you're saying? The figure asked. The youth countered, I don't believe in gods because I am blind outside, I can't see this world, aren't you a god? Give me your eyes so I can see this world again, anyway, you can grow another pair, right? Even if I could grow back my eyes, why do you think your wish deserves the eyes of a god? The youth looked surprised. Just a pair of eyes, can't you afford it? The figure smiled, human, you don't need to provoke me, choose another one. No, you tell me if you will give it or not. Not change? Not changing. The youth was resolute. The figure looked down at the youth, and the youth looked up at the figure. Suddenly, the figure asked, do you know what I'm thinking right now? The youth remained calm and blurted out, how to slap me to death on the moon. The figure was taken aback, then burst into laughter again. Ha ha, after calming down, the figure looked at the youth. Human, daring to make such a wish, you are the first, if you want it, I can naturally give it to you. He changed the subject, but you better think carefully, once you can't bear my eyes, it will be a joke if you die. He raised his hand, waved it, and 2 golden balls suddenly floated down from the moon, blinking and appearing in front of the young man. Looking at the golden balls floating in front of him, Su-Chen did not hesitate to reach out his hand slowly. At the moment his hand touched the golden balls, the latter instantly turned into 2 golden rays and were absorbed into his body. As the golden rays merged into his body, Su-Chen could feel 2 streams of heat flowing from his hand to every corner of his body, finally stopping at his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp sensation struck his eyes, the pain intensified, and it felt like countless silver needles were continuously piercing his eyeballs. Su-Chen instinctively pushed away the moon, covering his eyes with both hands tightly. However, soon his body also began to heat up along with the increasing sharp sensation. Seeing the painful expression on the young man's face in front of her, Moon, who was pushed away suddenly, reached out in concern. But the moment her fingers touched the young man's skin, they were burned by his body temperature. The girl, at a loss, was on the verge of tears. Su-Gu, what should we do? But at this moment, Su-Chen couldn't hear the girl's cries at all. His head was already throbbing with heat, and he was experiencing tinnitus, while the sharp sensation in his eyes continued to intensify. On the moon, he looked down with interest at the suffering young man below. Clearly just a human, yet daring to bear my eyes with a mortal body. Extremely ignorant, an interesting pawn, but a pity. Under his gaze, the young man curled up in the void began to slowly show cracks all over his body, and within the cracks, golden rays shimmered. Not only that, wisps of white smoke began to emerge from the scorching hot young man's body. In his view, self-destructing was the young man's ultimate fate. However, the next scene made him pause. The cracks all over the young man's body began to heal at a visible speed, then crack open again, and heal once more, repeating this process continuously. Gradually, the number of cracks on the young man's body decreased, but the speed of healing did not diminish. Until the last crack healed, the white smoke disappeared, and the young man who had been curled up on the ground suddenly released his hands covering his eyes, propped himself up in the void, and slowly stood up. Standing up, the young man raised his head and opened his eyes. At that moment, his lightless eyes took on a divine color, locking gazes with him. He looked down at the young man, and the young man looked up at him. Suddenly, the young man asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking right now?" He said, "So gods really exist?" The young man shook his head with a smile. "I'm thinking, after I win next time, should I take your hand or leg?" As the person in question, "Do you have any good recommendations?" Ha ha, he laughed heartily, then restrained his smile, looked down at the young man, and asked, "Do you know why you just survived?" "Good luck," the young man blurted out. "Good luck? Ha ha, then you better hope your luck continues next time." He laughed, "Your wish has been granted, human, it's time for you to go back." As his words fell, the entire space where the young man was suddenly shattered. In the blink of an eye, Su-Chen looked up, the bright moon had disappeared out of thin air, and the surroundings were filled with an extremely white color. Not far away, a teleportation gate had quietly appeared. Su-Chen turned around and pulled Moon, who had just been frightened by him, gently wiping away the tears on her delicate face with his fair and slender fingers, and softly said, "It's okay, I'm fine, let's go back." Moon nodded gently, and after confirming that his arms were not hot, she opened her arms and hugged him again. Su-Chen stepped out, walking into the teleportation gate with the girl. City S. Hall of the Game God. The large electronic bulletin board suddenly made a ding sound, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Whenever a player passes through this hall to participate in a game and successfully completes it, below the king level, a clearance prompt sound will be broadcast in front of the channel the player entered earlier. Only those above the king level will receive a full hall announcement. At this moment, everyone knew that a player had completed a game above the king level. However, the player clearance information displayed on the electronic bulletin board next made everyone dumbfounded. Winner player, Su-chan, clearance difficulty, Imperial, clearance time, 116:11:34, wins/losses, 113. For a moment, the scene fell into silence, followed by an uproar. Ha! No way! This, Su-chan? That waste who lost 13 times in a row? Impossible! Hey! Did you input the data incorrectly? The front desk lady who was called out looked panicked, not knowing how to reply, but then she saw a broad hand resting on her shoulder, and when she saw that it was the manager, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, our data is never entered incorrectly, please do not question our authority. The muscular man who spoke wanted to retort, but heard a ding sound coming from not far away. The lights on both sides of the previously empty Imperial channel suddenly burst into color, as if welcoming the victor's return. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, as the portal flickered, a young man led a girl out from it. Unlike before entering, Su-chen had removed the white gauze from his face at this moment, his deep and colorful eyes calmly scanning the entire hall. The hall fell silent. Tap, tap. In the vast hall, only the slight sound of mechanical legs moving could be heard at this moment. Su-chen led the girl named Yu out of the empty Imperial channel ahead. Seeing so many humans suddenly appearing around him, Yu held the boy's hand a little tighter. Wherever Su-chen went, the crowd subconsciously made way for him. Under everyone's gaze, Su-chen led Yu straight to the front desk of the hall, ignoring the other players waiting in line at the window. Of course, this was not cutting in line, but a rule of the hall that winners above the king level had priority at the window for settlement. Arriving at the window, Su-chen politely smiled at the front desk lady. Hello, I would like to settle the prize money for the game I just played. Okay, please. Before the front desk lady could finish, the manager next to her interrupted, slightly bowing in front of the boy at the window, saying, Mr. Su-chen, right? I am the manager of this hall, Shi Jian. Please move to the back hall, and I will personally settle it for you. Sure. Su-chen nodded, realizing that he had other things to do later, and occupying the front desk window was not ideal. Shortly after, Shi Jian walked out from a side door. Su-chen followed him to the back hall. The two entered a reception room, where Shi Jian warmly invited them to sit down. If settling is urgent, I won't make tea, would you like some drinks? Shi Jian said as he walked to a refrigerator counter. Then 2 bottles of cola, please, thank you. After speaking, Su-chen turned to Yu to teach her etiquette. Yu, at times like this, you should say thank you to the other person, okay? Yu nodded as if understanding, imitating the boy but quietly said, thank you. Shi Jian took 2 cans of cola and placed them on the table. Seeing this scene, he immediately realized that the girl was not human, at least not from their world, and asked, I forgot to ask, who is this? My contract partner, we can talk about her later, please help me settle the reward first, manager. After Su-chen finished speaking, he picked up a can of cola, pulled the ring tab, took a sip, then picked up another can, pulled the ring tab, and handed it to Yu. Yu carefully took the cola handed to him by the young man, imitated him by bringing it to his lips and taking a sip, his bright eyes shining. Alright, let's get started then. With that, Shi Jian raised his left hand, lightly tapped the bracelet on his left wrist with his other hand, and a faint light appeared. A virtual panel suddenly projected between the two of them. The panel was double-sided, and Su-chen could also see the information recorded on it. For example, the side facing him at the moment detailed his performance in the wooden house. He didn't look closely at the content on the panel, just glanced at the evaluation column in the lower right corner. The system had rated his performance in this segment as an A. Su-chen had no objections to this evaluation, as he was aiming for speed rather than a cautious approach. 5 minutes later, Shi Jian carefully reviewed all the records and performance evaluations of the young man in the game. Although he had hosted many royal players before, he had only seen this kind of data 3 times. What surprised him even more was that this was the first time the other party had won in the game. The record showed a win of 1 and 13 losses, and he had been in this position for over 30 years, yet he had never encountered such a situation. With a clear understanding, Shi Jian moved the panel aside, crossed his hands, and looked at the young man with increasingly intense eyes. Su-chen, who was extremely sensitive to others' gazes, keenly sensed a change in the other's eyes and his expression turned strange. Shi Jian, on the other side, was completely unaware of this and said, "Thank you for waiting, Mr. Su-chen. Considering that the royal difficulty level is divided into 4 stages, the system has evaluated your performance in these 4 stages as A, S, 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 with an overall rating of S+. According to the rules of the God's Hall, the standard bonus for clearing a royal game is 5 million. Since you achieved 3 S ratings, 1 A, and an overall S+ rating, you will receive an additional bonus of 700,000. This bonus will be transferred to your designated bank account within 3 hours. Hearing the numbers reported by the other party matching his own calculations, Su Chen remained calm and nodded indifferently. Shi Jian noticed the young man's expression and held him in higher regard, continuing, Mr. Su Chen, your completion time for this run was 116 hours, breaking the record for the first royal clearance in this hall. On behalf of this hall, I would like to award you an additional 500,000. If you are willing, we can also upload your achievement to the royal completion time leaderboard. How many ranks can I climb by uploading? Shi Jian's face lit up. I have already calculated for you. If you choose to upload, you can directly enter the top 76 positions. According to the rules of the God's Hall, you will receive an additional bonus of 240,000 per month. Su Chen understood and felt that the previous 500,000 was quite sincere, so he nodded. Then please have the manager help me upload. Hearing that the young man was willing to upload, Shi Jian was secretly delighted, knowing that the hall's performance would skyrocket this year. He immediately agreed, no problem. The Royal Completion Time Leaderboard was a national ranking list, with players constantly refreshing the royal fastest clearance records. Players who made it to the leaderboard could have the suffix information indicating which God's Hall they belonged to. Each God's Hall had an institution responsible for training players, and being able to follow a player onto the leaderboard would naturally bring significant traffic to their hall. However, there was no rule stating that players who broke records in the game after entering from a certain God's Hall had to be named after that hall. Players were free to choose whether or not to associate their name with the hall. The bonus previously awarded by Shi Jian on behalf of the hall was an olive branch extended to the young man. Su Chen naturally knew what the other party was thinking, but he didn't care. What he cared about was another ranking list. Manager Chi, please help me check if there is a player ranking list for players going to City S after passing through customs. Shi Jian, who had a clear idea in his mind, immediately replied, I have already checked for you. Due to your high overall evaluation, although you have only won one game temporarily, your overall assessment has still allowed you to enter the top 100 list in this city, currently ranking 97th. 97. A bit low. Su Chen muttered to himself. This ranking was lower than he had anticipated, but fortunately, he had made it into the top 100 list, and moving up was only a matter of time. Hearing the young man's tone, Shi Jian saw through the other party's goal. Are you so concerned about this list because of the player action quota in the city this year? Su Chen glanced at the other party and nodded frankly. Player action was an athletic event organized by gods from around the world for top players. It was stipulated that only royal-level players could participate. The reason for selecting this level was a compromise, as there were not many imperial-level players, and selecting royal-level players was naturally the best choice. The rewards were self-evident, and the participation quota was taken from the player ranking list. Player actions were divided into national and global levels. To participate in a national player action, one needed to enter the top 10 of the royal-level player list in City S to secure one of the 10 available spots. To participate in a global player action, a player must be on the World Royal Level Player Ranking list and have experience participating in a national player action. After understanding his own ranking, Su Chen had a clear idea in his mind. With 4 months left until the end of the year, as long as he could win 4 more games in a row and have an excellent overall score, breaking into the top 10 should not be a problem. After all, what the ranking list valued more was the quality of the overall evaluation of passing through, rather than the number of times passed. Most of the rankings were dominated by players who had accumulated their rankings through frequency. Just Su Chen's comprehensive evaluation of passing through could crush the historical best evaluations of most people on the list. By the way, this is the feedback ticket for Mr. Su Chen's recent pass. With that, Shi Jian suddenly produced a small black gift box in his hand and pushed it onto the table. As stipulated by the gods, the feedback ticket for passing at the royal level is a 15-year life pill. Please verify it. Su Chen picked up the gift box, opened the lid, and inside lay a hazy gray round pill. Just opening it for a moment filled the entire reception room with a refreshing scent. No problem. Su Chen nodded, closed the lid, and casually put it into his backpack. Mr. Su Chen, your rewards have been settled. Is there anything else you would like to inquire about or any services you would like to handle? Su Chen turned his head and glanced at the girl next to him sipping on a cola, saying, Manager Chi, please help my contract partner register her identity information. Of course. Shi Jian nodded and took out a sphere from his backpack, placing it on the table. A faint light appeared, and a green beam of light scanned the girl from top to bottom. 5 seconds later, the beam retracted, and Shi Jian picked up the sphere, accessed the panel, and confirmed the successful entry of information. Mr. Su Chen, your contract partner's information has been successfully entered. I must remind you that after the contract is established, if your partner endangers social order in this world, the system will attribute the resulting losses to you. Su-chen nodded. I know, so I want to enroll her in a training course. That's great. I can handle that for you. Our training courses have regular and advanced classes, and I can provide you with detailed information on the differences between them. Manager Chi, there's no need for a formal introduction. I have some understanding in this area. We are enrolling in the advanced class, and I have only one request. I want a female instructor with a gentle demeanor to be in charge of her. I don't need to consider anything else, and we can discuss the tuition separately. Shi Jianqin solemnly promised. You've come to the right place. I will definitely arrange for Miss Yu to have the gentlest top-tier instructor in this hall. Su-chen nodded and asked, if we proceed now, approximately when can she start her classes? Upon hearing the young man's question, Shi Jianqin hurriedly replied, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away. The virtual panel reappeared, and Shi Jianqin quickly searched through it. After a moment, Shi Jianqin closed the panel and said to the young man, the soonest would be 3 days from now. The top-tier instructor I have selected will finish the course by then, and Miss Yu can start her classes. Great, I will bring her here at that time. Su-chen nodded and continued, there is one more thing I need your help with, Manager Chi. Please check the recent public bounties posted by the Spirit Crossing Bureau and also put up my information on the recruitment platform. No problem, Shi Jianqin replied, then summoned the panel again and swiftly operated on it. After some searching, Shi Jianqin expanded the panel, displaying the public bounty platform of the Spirit Crossing Bureau. According to your request, this month in City S, there are still 5 uncompleted public bounties of level 2 or higher, including 2 level 2 evil spirits, 1 level 2 vengeful spirit, 1 level 1 evil spirit, and 1 level 1 vengeful spirit. I have also posted your information on the recruitment platform. Thank you, Su-chen expressed his gratitude and muttered softly, there are even 2 more level 1 spirits. Evil spirits and vengeful spirits are entities that have become players since the arrival of the gods, strengthening themselves through negative human emotions. The difference between them lies in the fact that evil spirits are formed from the accumulation of negative emotions in a specific location, while vengeful spirits, in addition to that, are fueled by the grudges of the deceased and are often found in graveyards. Some powerful vengeful spirits even possess independent thinking abilities. The Spirit Crossing Bureau is an official organization established to eliminate these 2 types of spirits. In normal circumstances, the Bureau is responsible for eradicating hidden spirits that threaten urban order. However, for spirits discovered in remote or less populated areas, the Bureau issues public bounties for players to form teams and eliminate them, after which they can claim rewards from the Bureau. The posted bounties have deadlines, and if no player completes them within the given time, the Bureau will intervene. Different levels of spirits also determine the eligibility of players to accept bounties. For example, according to the official regulations of the Spirit Crossing Bureau, only players of King rank or higher can accept level 2 spirit elimination bounties, and similarly, only players of Emperor rank or higher can accept level 1 bounties. Before entering the game, Su-chen had already checked the bounties posted by the Spirit Crossing Bureau. At that time, all level 1 bounties had been completed by players, which is why he asked Shi Jianqin to check for bounties of level 2 or higher. To Su-chen's surprise, within just 5 days, 2 level 1 bounties suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Su-chen turned to Shi Jianqin and said, Manager Chi, please help me pre-accept those 2 level 1 bounties and open the team for public recruitment. Hearing the young man's request, Shi Jianqin was slightly taken aback. Are you sure you want to pre-accept 2 level 1 bounties at the same time? I'm sure, Su-chen replied decisively. Since there were only 2 level 1 bounties available, he might as well accept them both. According to the regulations of the Spirit Crossing Bureau, for a level 1 bounty hunt, even for royal level players, the minimum number of team members must be 3, otherwise the task cannot be accepted. After the public recruitment, as long as one of the pre-accepted bounty recruitments has 3 people, it is considered a successful acceptance, regardless of whether the final result is an evil spirit or a grudge spirit, he does not care. Although surprised by the young man's confidence, Shi Jian still dutifully pre-accepted the bounty for him and asked, Mr. Su-chen, do you need to handle anything else? No. Okay, I'm happy to serve you. Here is my contact information. Just let me know in advance when you bring Miss Yu here in 3 days. Okay. Opening the virtual panel to record Shi Jian's contact information, Su-chen left with you. Next, he had to take the girl to buy daily necessities. Finally having some money, he had to splurge a bit. However, just as Su-chen stepped out of the Hall of Gods, various reporters who had been lurking around the entrance for a long time immediately surrounded them. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Su-chen? I am a reporter from High Media. Can I interview you on how you managed to win after losing 13 times in a row and entering the royal level? Hello, I am a reporter from media. Mr. Su Chen, can you reveal your overall score evaluation after winning? Yes, you have entered the city's rankings with just one victory. Your overall evaluation must be high. Can you reveal how, as a newcomer, you managed to clear the game in such a short time? Faced with the reporters surrounding him, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Su Chen was not aware that the topic of his clearance had already spread among the other players in the Hall of Gods. If it were another player who cleared a royal-level game, perhaps no one would pay attention. But as a player who lost 13 times in a row and quickly entered the national rankings with an astonishing first clearance speed, the topic was extraordinary. So, as soon as the media received tips from players, they immediately sent reporters to wait outside the Hall of Gods. Feeling the girl holding his arm tighter, Su Chen's face showed undisguised impatience, and his deep black eyes took on a golden hue at that moment. In the next moment, a tremendous pressure swept out from the young man. The unsuspecting reporters suddenly felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their heads, their knees bending, the oppressive feeling making it hard to breathe. Fortunately, this pressure only lasted for a second before disappearing without a trace. But by the time the reporters regained their senses, they were already sweating profusely. Su Chen timely showed a faint smile and politely said, "Excuse me, please make way. Don't block the road." With that, the reporters scattered like birds and beasts. Leading the girl to the roadside, Su Chen extravagantly hailed a hovercar to take them to the shopping center for the first time in his life. Along the way, you leaned against the car window, looking curiously at the scenery outside, while Su Chen introduced various things they saw along the way. Seeing her interest, he then mentioned taking her to class in 3 days. Su Chen thought the girl might act scared or reluctant to go alone, but after he brought it up, you readily agreed. Although she was a bit afraid of the unfamiliar environment, she knew she couldn't rely entirely on the young man in front of her. She was clear that they were partners, and only by helping each other could they be valuable partners. So, she had to adapt to surviving in this new world as soon as possible. Arriving at the shopping center, amidst the surprised looks of the women, Su Chen led you straight into a women's clothing store. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Su Chen skillfully selected a few low-key yet elegant pieces of clothing from the shelves. He then asked the female shop assistant to take measurements for you and requested her to help you choose some intimate underwear while also teaching her how to dress herself. Upon learning that the adorable girl was actually a contract creature, the initially puzzled shop assistant readily agreed. During the time you was in the fitting room with the assistant, Su Chen also picked out a few women's clothing items for himself to replenish his inventory. As a deceiver, one of his abilities, the Faceless Man, allowed him to transform into anyone at any time, including females, so he naturally kept spare clothing on hand. The assistant enthusiastically recommended styles to Su Chen. "Sir, your contract creature is so cute. Are these clothes you're picking out intended as gifts? Could you please inform me of the type of outfit that would suit the recipient? I can make some recommendations for you." Su Chen declined, saying, "No need, these are for me to wear. I can choose for myself." As soon as the young man spoke, the beaming smile on the shop assistant's face froze. After you finished trying on the clothes, Su Chen thanked the assistant and thought about giving her a tip as a reward, but she declined. After settling the bill, Su Chen did not take you back to his previous home. Since he used to live alone in that house and now had someone else with him and had money, he couldn't let you stay in that environment. So, Su Chen hailed a cab, gave his original address to the driver, and then had the driver head to the nearest residential complex. After some searching, Su Chen finally rented a brand new, fully furnished 3-bedroom apartment in a community 3 kilometers away from his previous home. After confirming with the landlord that they could move in that day, Su Chen took you back to the old house. However, there wasn't much to move from his rundown place, so he only took some daily necessities and a virtual smart computer before leaving. After you saw where the young man used to live, she commented, "Brother Su, the place you lived in doesn't feel as good as my dragon's den at home." Su Chen. Back at the rented place, Su Chen began teaching you the simplest cleaning tasks, and then the two of them got busy. By dusk, they had managed to clean 2 rooms and finally took a break. Luckily, the furniture was ready-made, and the bed sheets and other items ordered online in the afternoon were delivered to the doorstep. Su Chen asked you to stay at home and went downstairs to the community supermarket to buy some fast food takeout. Although it was cheap mass-produced food, you, who had never tasted human delicacies, enjoyed it. Su Chen also thoughtfully bought her a few cans of cola, making her bright eyes light up. "You can drink it, but don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. It won't go bad if you keep it in the fridge, so you can drink it slowly, okay?" Su Chen advised. You nodded in understanding while holding the cola on the sofa. Looking at the night outside the window, Su-chen went into the bathroom lost in thought. Coming out of the bathroom, Su-chen, wearing a bathrobe, took out a preset bracelet from his backpack and handed it to you. After briefly teaching her how to use the basic functions, Su-chen opened a recorded video on the virtual panel of the bracelet. The video showed a well-proportioned woman showering attentively. Then, Su-chen instructed you to follow the woman in the video and taught her how to use the bathroom. After reminding her not to drown herself, Su-chen returned to the living room and sat down. Take out the virtual intelligent computer brought from home from the backpack, boot up and connect to the wireless network. Su-chen opened a virtual cloud web page and entered a URL, skillfully inputting the homepage account and password after the jump, and the web page immediately redirected to a forum, mental hospital. On the concise page to the right, the current online number is displayed, 131. After entering the forum, Su-chen skillfully entered a pinned chat room and entered the room password. Very laugh entered the chat room. Very unlucky XDM, was the information you gave me before accurate? I searched for half a month in CityS and didn't see that broken army you mentioned. Very beautiful, little cry, I've given you so much information, isn't it your problem if you can't find it? Very cry, exactly, that's how it is, unlucky brother. Very angry, damn it, the anti-riot squad, I thought I just grabbed an idle arsenal? I chased after them for half a day, really unlucky, almost got caught. Very embarrassed, angry brother didn't bring a lot of XDM? Very angry, don't mention it, if I could bring you, I would have done it long ago. Damn B-list, if I knew it would attract those grandsons from the anti-riot squad, I wouldn't have taken this job. Very beautiful, it's been a few days since Little Smile came out to talk. Very laugh entered the chat room, very cry, oh, speak of the devil. Very laugh, good evening everyone, what are we chatting about? Very beautiful, good evening, listening to unlucky sing and angry almost got taken out by the anti-riot squad. Laughs, very cry, smile, how was the information I gave you last time? Very laugh, thanks for the information, little cry, I successfully obtained broken army. Very cry, you're welcome. Very unlucky? Very embarrassed, I'm so amused, it turns out Unlucky's job was taken by Laugh Brother first, oh my, I'm dying of laughter. Very beautiful, haha, very unlucky, damn, so you two made a private arrangement without saying anything in the group, after I searched for half a month, damn it. Very cry, no, Laugh Brother got the same clue as the one I gave you. Very unlucky? Very beautiful, what has Little Smile been up to these days? He's not coming out to talk. Very cry, what else can he do? He must have gone back to playing games. Very laugh, bingo. Very angry, goes every month, even more hardcore than me. Very beautiful, did you win? Very laugh, I won. Very laugh, oh, little cry, help me find the information on the 2 level 1 bounties that just came out from the Spirit Crossing Bureau these days. Very cry, no problem, I'll give it to you later. Very embarrassed, what's going on? Is Laugh Brother planning to go on a rampage with XDM? Very laugh, if you guys want to come, I welcome you. Very cry, I say Laugh Brother, you recruited 2 level 1 bounties at the same time? Very beautiful, oh my, hold on, let me go check. Very unlucky, I'm going, Laugh Brother wait, I'll join your team later, can I play with Broken Army? Wah! Very laugh, no. Very angry, what's with the act of pretending to be young, laugh, count me in. Very beautiful, oh my, a rare face-to-face meeting, everyone is so active tonight. Very unlucky, everyone's going, why isn't Beauty coming? Very embarrassed, Beauty isn't coming? Very beautiful, stop teasing, I have to go into the game tomorrow, no time to play with you guys. Very unlucky, without Beauty, the world is as tasteless as eating instant noodles without seasoning. Very beautiful, get lost. Very cry, Laugh Brother, you've pre-accepted both of them, so which one are you going to meet? Very embarrassed, of course, I'll choose the evil spirits. Those guys have no brains, a few punches and they'll be blown up. Very laugh, no, if you guys are coming, choose the grudge spirits, and I want the kind that can be captured alive. Very beautiful, oh my, little laugh is up to something big. Very cry, I understand, Laugh Brother, I also got the information you wanted before, I will send it to you later. Very unlucky? Very embarrassed, no way? Laugh Brother is playing for real? Going after grudge spirits and wanting to capture them alive? Is it stable or not? Unstable brother is scared. Very beautiful, little embarrassed is just incompetent, don't you have angry brother with you? Very angry, what's wrong with the grudge spirits? Screw them. Very laugh, okay, let's leave it at that for tonight, you guys send me the application to join the team, I need to rest early, so I'm out. Very beautiful, okay, bye. Very laugh left the chat room. After leaving the exclusive 6-person chat room in CityS, Su-chen waited for Very Cry to send him the data while browsing the homepage forum of the Very Mental Hospital, looking for any hot news worth checking out. such as the latest research projects by Baomu, the appearance of royal weapons in cities of country M, and occasionally popping into chat rooms in other cities. Every user here has the prefix very. The very mental hospital is actually a place where a group of abnormal people gather to share information and keep warm. Those who do not believe in gods and are different from ordinary people are considered abnormal. Once identified as abnormal in reality, they will be officially wanted. And Su Chen is one of the 3 founders of the very mental hospital. Every user here must pass the review of the 3 founders to join, and the threshold for joining is all royal level. Excluding the 70 people who are not online, this forum has gathered 201 royal abnormal people. In any organization, this is a force that cannot be underestimated. Passing time browsing the forum, messages kept popping up in Su Chen's virtual panel. Su Chen summoned the virtual panel, which displayed several players' applications to join the team. Player Lu Jing applies to join the team to subdue a level 1 grudge spirit. Do you agree? Player Qiao Weigao applies to join the team to subdue a level 1 grudge spirit. Do you agree? Player Quang Longyu applies to join the team to subdue a level 1 grudge spirit. Do you agree? Seeing these 3 names, Su Chen smiled faintly and immediately clicked agree for all 3, then opened the recruitment platform, confirmed the team members, closed the public recruitment, and cancelled the recruitment for capturing evil spirits. Ding! A light sound caught Su Chen's attention back to the virtual intelligent computer, where Very Cry had sent him intelligence data. Su Chen opened the private chat box. Very Cry, laugh brother, everything you need is here. Su Chen replied, thank you for your hard work, and then opened the data sent by the other party. At the moment of opening it, a 3D real scene distribution map suddenly appeared. He glanced at the file name, Baomu Company's real scene distribution map. After a quick look, Su Chen temporarily put it away and then opened the next file, Intelligence on Subduing Level 1 Grudge Spirits. The file opened, followed by a picture, and Su Chen looked at it. The picture showed an abandoned and dilapidated building, which from the appearance could vaguely be recognized as an abandoned hospital. Below the picture was the recorded intelligence. On August 16, a Level 1 Grudge Spirit, codenamed A1107, with unknown abilities, was discovered at the former site of the Medical University Hospital 2 kilometers outside City S. The King-level Spirit Exploration Team entered on the same day at 2 p.m. and has not returned since. Spirit Crossing Bureau. After a quick look, Su Chen was about to log off when Very Cry sent him another file. Very Cry, laugh brother, I won't go for the face-to-face meeting this time. I have marked all the events that happened in that hospital before for you. You may find some clues about that grudge spirit. He opened it and found a detailed map of the layout of the old hospital site, complete with annotations and markings. He smiled and said, thank you. Su Chen enlarged the map and carefully examined each annotation. On March 16, 2015, at 11 p.m., the emergency room received a middle-aged man who had fallen from the second floor due to excessive drinking, suffering a severe head injury. After a 1-hour surgery, the patient's vital signs recovered. At 2 a.m. the next day, the awakened man took a fruit knife placed by his family in a fruit basket and killed the other 2 patients in the same room while they were asleep. When the nurse discovered it, the man had already fallen from the 3rd floor and died despite rescue efforts. The police on the scene determined it as a suicide. On July 14, 2016, at 2 p.m., a construction worker accidentally fell and was impaled in the chest by a steel bar. After undergoing a 1.5-hour surgery at the hospital, he ultimately died. At 5 p.m. on the same day, his family and relatives caused a disturbance at the hospital, with one man carrying a knife targeting the lead surgeon. The situation spiraled out of control, and in self-defense, the surgeon knocked out one of the knife-wielding family members, only to be stabbed in the chest by the family member's underage child from behind, resulting in the surgeon's immediate death. On February 11, 2018, at 7 p.m., a large-scale food poisoning incident occurred in the hospital's cafeteria, resulting in the deaths of 13 doctors, 21 nurses, and 9 medical staff. After the police investigation, it was determined to be a case of deliberate poisoning. After screening, one of the doctors who died from poisoning was identified as the perpetrator, with the initial assessment indicating revenge against society due to losing a game that month. On November 27, 2018, at 1 a.m., 9 newborns disappeared from the nursery, leaving behind a large amount of blood. When the police arrived, they were unable to find any evidence. The case was eventually taken over by the enforcement officer. Over the next 3 days, there were more cases of children disappearing from the hospital. The Bureau of Spirit Crossing intervened and determined it to be the work of a level 3 vengeful spirit, which was driven out and removed on the same day. Following this incident, the hospital's reputation gradually declined, leading to its eventual abandonment. After reading the annotations, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh at the misfortune that had befallen the hospital. It was strange to him that the hospital had experienced a level 3 vengeful spirit in 2018, which was successfully removed by the Bureau of Spirit Crossing. Why, then, 4 years later, did an even more exaggerated level 1 vengeful spirit emerge? Considering that a vengeful spirit had already been removed once and the abandoned site had no residents, there shouldn't have been enough negative emotions to give rise to a level 1 vengeful spirit. With narrowed eyes, Su-chen realized that there must be other information about the hospital that the Bureau of Spirit Crossing had not fully recorded, or perhaps even the Bureau itself had not fully understood the situation. Unfortunately, the available information was limited, and there was no other way to investigate beyond being present for evidence collection. Hearing a faint sound of a door opening behind him, Su-chen turned around to see Yu, who had just finished showering, walking towards him in a newly bought light-colored pajama with cartoon patterns. However, Su-chen's gaze was fixed on the wet silver hair dripping onto the floor from the girl's head. Turning back, the young man leaned back slightly on the sofa, staring at the white ceiling, lost in thought. "Ah, I forgot to buy a hairdryer. Sit still, don't move around," Su-chen said as he lifted the girl's wet silver hair and dried it with a towel, then used a hairdryer borrowed from a neighbor to blow-dry her hair. "In the future, if you wash your hair, dry it the way I showed you, okay?" Feeling the warm air on the back of her head, Yu closed her eyes comfortably. "I understand." As the wind blew, Su-chen seemed to remember something and opened the panel to show a picture to the girl. "Look, should you consider cutting your hair into the short style in this photo? It would be easier to manage on a daily basis." You looked at the picture, where the female model had short brown hair that was very eye-catching. Although she was tempted, she still asked, "Xiao Su, do I not look good with long hair?" "You look good. Can I not cut it then?" "Of course, this is your hair. I'm just giving you a suggestion to consider." You softly responded, her hands clenched together, lost in thought. "But even if you don't cut it short, you still need to take care of your hairstyle, but there's no rush. When you start classes, all these teachers will teach you." The girl suddenly interrupted, "Xiao Su, what's wrong? Can you help me blow dry my hair in the future too?" The young man showed a faint smile. Of course. After Su-chen finished blow drying the girl's hair, he realized that she had fallen asleep sitting up. Su-chen shook his head helplessly, feeling a strange sense of parenting. After carrying the girl back to her room, Su-chen returned to the living room, opened the French windows to the balcony, and took out the longevity pill that Qi Jian had given him from his backpack. He opened the box, revealing the murky gray pill inside. The scent of the pill filled the box, and he knew that while this box was a treasure to others, it had no effect on him. Even if he took the pill now, it wouldn't add a single year to his life. Su-chen stared expressionlessly at the longevity pill for a long time, then looked up at the distant neon center of the city, where a towering high-tech building stood tall, one of the top technology companies in the world, Huangmu. But the building in front of him was just a branch of Huangmu in City S. 3 days later, Su-chen took a car with you to the Game God Hall again. As soon as they got out of the car, Su-chen saw Qi Jian waiting in front of the hall with a smile on his face, leading them to the training class. Su-chen also met the gold medal instructor he had requested, with a standard melon seed face, slightly permed brown hair flowing over his shoulders, and a soft and natural smile on his face, instantly putting the girl at ease in the unfamiliar environment. Watching the two get along so well, Su-chen turned to Qi Jian and thanked him. Because he needed to go hunt vengeful spirits in the next few days, even though Yu was starting classes the next day, he had no choice but to leave the girl at the training class for these days. Fortunately, Yu behaved very well, which put Su-chen at ease. After leaving the training class, Su-chen immediately returned to the main hall of the God Hall. However, as soon as he stepped into the main hall, he noticed that the crowd inside was whispering about something. Following the crowd's gaze, in the seating area, 3 men in black suits sat silently, surrounded by empty seats with no one approaching. "Hey, isn't that the famous actor Lu Jingsheng? Wow, a big celebrity. Damn, why is that crazy dog sitting next to my Lu Bao? I wanted to go up and ask for an autograph." "Shoo, keep it down. Do you want to be dragged into the arena by that crazy dog? What if he hears? I'm a member of the Lu family army." Lu Bao wouldn't ignore his fans being dragged into the arena by a crazy dog. "Heh, what a crazy fan. Didn't you see your big star sitting with Qiu Weigao? Who's helping who is still uncertain? Hey, what's going on today? The crazy dog Qiu Weigao, the gambling dog Quan Longyu, and the big star Lu Jing, all here on the same day." 3 royal levels suddenly came to this broken hall? Following Su-chen back to the main hall, Qi Jian happened to hear the other party's words and walked over with a smile. Su-chen looked at the 3 conspicuous figures in the hall, feeling a headache. It was only then that he understood the meaning when he asked about the positions of the 3 people in the chat room earlier, and the other party replied that he could see them as soon as he entered the door. Helplessly sighing, he walked over. As a well-known celebrity in the hall, the young man passing through the crowd was immediately recognized by someone. Wow, another royal level. Oh, the lucky star is here too. She's at least a royal level. Why are you, a marquis who doesn't even dare to enter the king level, sour about it? Hey, did that kid go the wrong way? Under the puzzled looks of passers-by, the young man strolled up to the three figures and stopped in front of them with a smile, saying something. The three people who were approached by the young man were visibly stunned, first puzzled, then their faces lit up, and the most handsome man among them conjured up a black suit out of thin air and handed it to the young man, who seemed reluctant to accept it. City S. Spirit Crossing Bureau. Xiao AI, how is the royal level spirit exploration team sent to the outskirts doing? Can't you contact them yet? Hearing this, AI Lin, who was quickly manipulating the virtual panel with her hands, replied without looking back, Yes, Director, I have tried to contact Captain Chen's team many times, but it seems like their signal is being blocked by something. At this moment, a red exclamation mark suddenly popped up on one of the many virtual panels in front of AI Lin, accompanied by a sharp alert sound. Seeing this, AI Lin's face changed, and she immediately pulled the red panel in front of her to open it, followed by an urgent communication message popping up. Then, an intermittent hoarse male voice came from inside. I am Chun. Gang A. In danger. Requesting support. Click. The communication abruptly stopped. AI Lin was first stunned, then realized, Director. It's a communication from Captain Chen. She quickly operated the panel in front of her, trying to establish communication with the other party again, but like previous attempts, the signal on the other side disappeared into thin air, and the only thing that could be locked onto was the old hospital site. AI Lin exclaimed, Damn it, communication is lost again. She turned to look at a man wearing a beret behind her. Director. Called by AI Lin, Zhuo Chen's eyes narrowed, and he fell into thought, muttering at the corner of his mouth, Something's not right. Then, as if he had figured something out, his face instantly darkened a bit, and he said in a deep voice, Domain? That would explain it. AI Lin. The vengeful spirit most likely has created a domain, interfering with communication. Xiao Chen has probably taken the shattered mirror pill, briefly breaking through the domain's blockade to call for help from headquarters. How many teams have accepted the bounty on this vengeful spirit now? Hearing this, AI Lin quickly swiped a panel to check. Director, only 2 teams have accepted the bounty. Our team of 4 from City S and a team of 5 from the neighboring City A. The team from City S seems to have arrived already. What about the other team? Let me see, they just started the hunt not long ago, and their coordinates seem to be Huangmu. What? It's too late. How many royal level teams without missions are there in the bureau now? AI Lin quickly checked the panel, then her face darkened. It seems like none. Just then, a panel suddenly turned green, catching her attention. Hey, it seems like Team Bai has already finished their task, and they don't seem to have any follow-up arrangements. Zhuo Chen made a quick decision, then let them not come back, go directly to support the team from City A. Yes, Director. Also, immediately contact the branch in City A, have them get in touch with the team that has already arrived, tell them not to rush in, wait for Bao and Shang and the others to arrive before making a move. That is a grudge spirit that has already hatched its domain. Yes, Chief. Outskirts. In front of the old hospital site, the bright sunlight falls on the dilapidated abandoned building. A man with a full beard stubs out the cigarette in his hand and throws it on the ground, crushing it with his foot, then looks at his teammate beside him and asks, I say, is there really a first-level grudge spirit here in broad daylight? TSK, there's no atmosphere at all. Beside him, a girl in a pink sportswear with a duckbill cap on her head glances disapprovingly at the bearded man, waves away the drifting smoke with her hand in front of her nose. Uncle, we're on a mission now, keep your second-hand smoke to yourself. The bearded man, however, nonchalantly takes out another cigarette from his pocket, about to light it up, when a pair of white sports shoes suddenly whizzes past him, kicking the upright cigarette in half. Pulling back his foot, the girl in the duckbill cap coldly says, Uncle, I don't want to say it again. Seeing his beloved cigarette kicked in half, the bearded man's forehead veins slightly bulge, a black revolver suddenly appears in his hand, pointing towards the girl in the duckbill cap. Where did this delicate little girl come from? Before the bearded man could finish, a large hand timely appears and presses down on the black revolver. Standing between the two, Lon looks at the two who are at odds, saying, Enough. You're all teammates, don't be so hot-tempered. If you want to fight, save it for the arena, no one will stop you then. The temporary team leader steps in to mediate, and the bearded man can't push further, snorting coldly as he puts away the revolver. On the other side, the girl in the duckbill cap is relentless, sarcastically saying, Oh dear, were you a dog in your past life? You get tugged a little and behave, after all, you're ranked 85th, not even as good as a delicate little girl, relying on some despicable means to climb the ranks. Heh. Enough! Lan shouts, whatever personal grudges you have, I won't intervene, but don't cause trouble in the team. If anyone doesn't want to do this job, just leave the team. Don't make everyone look bad. Humph. The girl in the duckbill cap snorts, Lan, I'd better remind you, this guy is a shameless sneaky dog. Be careful after we pull out the grudge spirit, you might get backstabbed. Little girl, your face looks decent, why is your mouth so dirty? The bearded man says ominously. On the side, a man in black guard attire with a guard cap speaks up, Lan, I suggest you kick these two out, so there won't be any trouble later. Alright, I know what to do, just behave yourselves. Whoever causes trouble, I, Lan, won't let them off the hook. Lan glances at the girl in the duckbill cap, then warns the bearded man. Yes, the bearded man shrugs. If there are no issues, let's go in. The sooner we remove the grudge spirit, the sooner we're done. With that, Lan leads the way towards the hospital. The others follow at a certain distance behind Lan. With 50 meters left, as they see the hospital right in front of them, the 5-person team suddenly stops in their tracks. Sensing something, they look up abruptly, noticing a dark cloud-like black mist looming over them. It's getting dark. Faced with the sudden environmental change, the faces of the 5-person team instantly darken. It's worth noting that ordinary grudge spirits don't have the ability to change the environment, especially since they are still only around the hospital. The man in guard attire at the back of the team is the first to react, his figure turning into a night shadow and rushing towards the road. However, just a few steps out, he suddenly returns to his original position. The guard attire man, back in place, is stunned, then frustratedly pounds his leg. Damn, it's a domain. Not just the guard attire man, the others' faces also turn grim. The domain is the basis for distinguishing between primary and special grades. If originally their 5 royal level players could easily handle a normal primary level grudge spirit, then a special level grudge spirit with a domain could easily handle their team in return. What's going on? Wasn't the reward posted by the Spirit Crossing Bureau specifically for primary level spirits? It's over, now that the domain is activated, we can't get out anymore. Don't panic. Lan Shou comforted everyone, the Spirit Crossing Bureau's intelligence has never been wrong. The appearance of the domain now only has one possibility, that the primary level grudge spirit mentioned in the reward announcement has hatched a domain during this period, so he is just using the domain to trap us, but has not shown himself. Upon hearing Lan Shou's words, the other 4 immediately brightened up. Are you saying? That's right, that spirit is most likely just hatching a domain. The domain is probably not yet perfected. That guy probably hasn't truly entered the special grade category. With the strength of the 5 of us, there is a chance we can eliminate him. Lan Shou said confidently. Based on what you're saying, that does make sense, and if that guy has truly become special grade, he wouldn't just let us chat leisurely here. The girl in the duckbill cap nodded in agreement. Yes. Lan Shou nodded, so we don't need to panic, it's just a slightly stronger than primary level grudge spirit. Removing a newly born special grade grudge spirit, the Spirit Crossing Bureau will surely compensate us well afterwards. With that, Lan Shou took the lead again and the 4 quickly followed. Under the black mist, the once desolate and dilapidated buildings appeared even more eerie and terrifying. Led by Lan Shou, the team arrived at the hospital's door covered in cobwebs. After confirming there were no ambushes through the transparent sliding door, the 5 pushed the door open and entered. However, just as they stepped inside, a sudden dizziness swept over them. In the blink of an eye, when Lan Shou opened his eyes again, a dark and silent corridor abruptly appeared before him. Lan Shou's eyes widened in shock, he turned around abruptly, but behind him, there was no one, only a broken white wall remained. He swallowed unconsciously, stiffly turned back, and looked at the dark and eerie corridor in front of him. His back was already covered in cold sweat, a sense of despair and powerlessness surged through him. It's over. In despair, Lan Shou finally understood the horror of the domain, and realized how foolish it was to lead the team into the enemy's domain without understanding the situation. At that moment, somewhere in the hospital, similarly scattered and alone, Lan Hao opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital room he didn't remember entering. He looked around, but his 4 teammates were nowhere to be seen. A strong sense of unease made him tense, but the room's furnishings confirmed that he was still inside the hospital. With this realization, Lan Hao understood that they had likely been separated by the domain of that grudge spirit. He approached the window and found that all the windows in the room were boarded up, preventing him from seeing outside even through the cracks. After confirming there were no useful clues in the room, Lan Hao went to the door, unconsciously swallowed, composed himself, and turned the doorknob. Opening it slightly, Lan Hao peeked outside to make sure there were no grudge spirits in the corridor before pushing the door open and stepping out. He looked around, confirmed the direction of the stairs, and walked towards them. In the dark and silent corridor, Lan Hao stepped lightly, moving forward silently with each step. quietly reaching the corner of the stairs. Just as He Longhao turned the corner, what he saw made his pupils suddenly contract. In the darkness, a faint silhouette of a child was silently sitting on the steps. This eerie scene instantly gave He Longhao, who was already on edge, goosebumps all over his body. 2 finger-sized spheres appeared on his hands, emitting particles as he grasped them, quickly enveloping his hands and transforming into a pair of knuckles with smiling faces imprinted on the back of his hands. Just as He Longhao was about to make a move towards the child's figure, he saw the child on the stairs suddenly turn around as if sensing something. The knuckles, the size of a child's head, came close to the boy's face, causing his hair to flutter in the wind. At the critical moment, He Longhao stopped his punch because, up close, with the slight glow of the bracelet, he saw the child's shadow reflected on the stairs. He widened his eyes in disbelief as the shadow and the young face told him that the boy in front of him was alive. Seeing the boy's panic at the sudden appearance of the knuckles, He Longhao narrowed his eyes and withdrew his fist, asking, "Who are you? Why are you here?" As He Longhao stared intently at every inch of the boy's body, his fist clenched inside the knuckles, ready to strike if the boy showed any sign of strangeness. The boy stammered in panic. Sensing the man's increasingly hostile gaze, the boy involuntarily swallowed his saliva, reorganized his words, and said, I'm Wan Gung. I came here with my friends to play hide and seek, but I've been hiding here for half an hour and they still haven't found me. Then when I tried to go out to find them, I found that I couldn't get out. You came here to play hide and seek? There are warning signs nearby, though, He Longhao questioned skeptically. Because we used to come here to play before, and we didn't see anyone else, so we thought it was okay to come in. Big brother, who are you? Looking at the boy's innocent face, He Longhao was momentarily unsure how to judge the situation and continued to ask, "What do you mean by not being able to get out?" The boy pointed downstairs. "I want to go down to find my friends, but every time I go downstairs, I end up back upstairs." He Longhao's eyes narrowed as he looked down the stairs and said to the boy, "You stay here, I'll go down and take a look." "Okay." The boy obediently nodded and then walked up the stairs to make room. After the boy came up, He Longhao went down the stairs. "Big brother, be careful." The boy's voice came from above, and He Longhao, puzzled, turned around. The boy's sinister smile was right in front of his face. Outside the hospital, a hovercar with the emblem of the Spirit Crossing Bureau slowly came to a stop. Before the car could fully stop, the door opened, and a young man with glasses jumped out, followed closely by 4 figures behind him. Landing on the ground, Bai Wenqing scanned the area as if looking for something, then exclaimed, "Strange, didn't Xiao Eileen say that another team from City A had already arrived?" Behind him, a slender man took a few steps forward and began searching the ground. After a moment, he noticed 5 faint footprints on the ground not far away. The man immediately approached, squatted down, and picked up a clump of mud from the footprints. "Xiaoguan, what do you think?" Bai Wenqing asked as he and the other 3 approached. Xiaoguan slowly stood up, looked in the direction where the footprints led, and shook his head. "Captain Bai, we're late. The team from City A has already gone in." Bai Wenqing scratched his head slightly annoyed. "This is troublesome. The information from City A is slow. Captain Bai, what should we do now? Should we follow them in directly, or wait here for another royal-level team from our city?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wenqing's expression changed, and under his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes became wise as he looked towards the abandoned building in the distance under the bright sunlight. At this moment, Bai Wenqing, who activated his insight, could vaguely see that the building in front of him was surrounded by fluctuating dark mist, and his steps unconsciously moved closer, wanting to see more clearly. As Bai Wenqing approached, in his inside eyes, the patches of black mist became more real, and the abandoned building under the bright sunlight revealed its true form, with dark mist looming overhead, eerie and sinister. However, when Bai Wenqing withdrew his insight, the building in front of him returned to a peaceful and serene state. "Captain, how is it? Did you see anything?" Bai Wenqing's face turned serious as he said, "The director's analysis is correct. This vengeful spirit has already hatched its domain, and we are not clear about the characteristics of this domain, so we cannot rush in. Let's wait for another team to join us before making a plan," Bai Wenqing said, turning to a girl in the team. "Xiaonan, where is the other team now?" Xiaonan, as she was called, immediately summoned a virtual panel in front of her and quickly operated it with her hands. After a moment, Xiaonan said, "Captain Bai, they left the abandoned pasture 20 minutes ago and are on their way here. They should arrive in about 5 minutes. Abandoned pasture? Bai Wenqing was puzzled. Why did they specifically go to the abandoned pasture after starting the hunt? Xiaonan. Understood, Xiaonan responded, operating the panel again with her hands. After a while, Xiaonan, who had finished checking, showed a surprised expression. Bai Wenqing keenly noticed the change in his teammate's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "They went to the abandoned pasture to buy a binding spirit rope." "What? A binding spirit rope? Is their team of 4 planning to capture a level 1 vengeful spirit? No, the guy inside now can be considered a special grade. Are they crazy? Xiaonan, who had checked the information, shook her head and said, no, with their lineup, it's possible to capture a level 1 vengeful spirit alive. Oh, Bai Wenqing asked, what's the background of this team? 21st ranked Lu Jing, 13th ranked Quang Longyu, a newcomer ranked 97th, and the famous arena mad dog from this city. Excluding the newcomer, even a level 1 vengeful spirit would be easily dealt with by this lineup. Just then, the sound of an engine came from a distance, and Bai Wenqing and his team looked towards the source, where a hovercar was speeding towards them in the air. Seeing the hovercar, Xiaonan immediately checked the coordinates of the other team on the panel and her face lit up. Captain Bai, it's them. Under the gaze of Bai Wenqing and his team, the hovercar turned towards them and approached. Before long, the hovercar slowed down and stopped not far from them. The 4 doors of the car opened simultaneously, and 4 men in black suits stepped out, exuding a strong aura. Lu Jing, who came out from the driver's seat, habitually straightened his coat before looking at the 5 people in front of him with a somewhat dazed expression. It seems someone beat us to it, Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu? Just as Bai Wenqing and the others were puzzled by this address, a tall man next to the passenger seat walked towards them with a gentle smile on his face. Su Chen glanced at the hovercar with the exclusive emblem of the Spirit Crossing Bureau parked nearby. Hello, are you guys from the Spirit Crossing Bureau? Yes, Bai Wenqing replied seriously. Are you the team that took on the Vengeful Spirit bounty? We are the 3rd Imperial level team under the Spirit Crossing Bureau of City S. I am the captain, Bai Wenqing. The situation of this bounty has changed. Who is the temporary leader of your team? I am the captain, my name is Su Chen. You? Bai Wenqing looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise, then remembered the new recruit ranked 97th that Xiaonan had just mentioned, so he asked tentatively, are you Su Chen, the new recruit ranked 97th in this city? Yes, Su Chen nodded calmly. Bai Wenqing was taken aback. He didn't expect that in such a strong team, the temporary captain was a new recruit ranked 97th. What do you mean by the situation changing? Su Chen asked. The young man's words brought Bai Wenqing back to reality, and he explained in detail the information about the domain discovered inside the building. After listening to Bai Wenqing's information, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Domain? Special grade? Are you saying that this first-level grudge spirit has hatched a domain and become a special grade grudge spirit during the time of the bounty notice? And another team from City A that took the same bounty has already entered ahead of us? That's right, the bounty level has now been raised to special grade. The Bureau's intention is for you to cooperate with us to eliminate it before the grudge spirit fully masters the domain. After hearing the other party's words, Su Chen fell into contemplation. Seeing the hesitation on the young man's face, Bai Wenqing thought he might be intimidated by the special grade grudge spirit, but before he could speak, the young man said something surprising. We can help you rescue the people inside, but when we capture the spirit, you can't interfere with us. Of course, we won't. Ha? What did you say? Bai Wenqing widened his eyes slightly, as if he had heard something unbelievable, and his 4 teammates behind him also looked incredulous. I said, when we capture the spirit, please don't intervene, after all, this is our bounty, Su Chen repeated. Although it was hard to believe, Bai Wenqing felt that the young man in front of him seemed serious. Are you serious? Bai Wenqing advised, that's a special grade grudge spirit that has already hatched a domain. It's not something an ordinary first-level spirit can compare to. I know, Su Chen said matter-of-factly, you don't need to repeat it so many times. If you're afraid, you don't have to intervene, saving people should be your priority, right? With that, Su Chen led the way to the hospital, followed closely by 3 others. As they passed by Bai Wenqing, the tallest member, Zhou Weigao, grinned and gave him the middle finger. Bai Wenqing's mouth twitched. Hey, this guy has no manners. This crazy dog has been rude for more than a day or 2. Are you new to the village? Oh no, you just transferred here recently, it's normal not to have heard of that guy. Bai Wenqing stopped and stared at the 4 casually walking figures in suits, sighed lightly after a moment, and followed them, saying, let's try to delay until the chief sends reinforcements. Soon, Bai Wenqing and his group walking behind saw the 4 people in front suddenly stop. Bai Wenqing asked, why did you stop? Su Chen reached out and touched an invisible wall, saying without looking back, the domain of that grudge spirit is repelling others from entering. How could that be? I just saw it hadn't. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Wenqing used his insight to look ahead again, but his words stopped abruptly. The abandoned hospital in front of him was completely surrounded by black mist. Even his insight I couldn't penetrate the black mist. Retracting his insight, Bai Wenqing's face turned serious, as if he had realized something, and then he voiced his speculation: if this grudge spirit has begun to openly block others from entering the domain without any hesitation, it is very likely that a battle has erupted with the City 18 that has already entered. Hearing this, Xiaonan's face beside him changed slightly. If that's the case, with the overall strength of the small team in City A, I'm afraid it won't last long. I just checked it out, and only the team captain Lan Shou in City A ranks relatively high. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenqing's face darkened a few shades, but then he thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he looked up suddenly at the only sturdy man among Su Chen's group. No, there's still a chance, Zhou Weigao, we need your anger. Without the holy law, now, among the people present, only your master-level anger can break through the domain of the vengeful spirits. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weigao enjoyed it quite a bit, preparing to step forward, but heard the young man beside him say indifferently, no need to make it so complicated. With that, under everyone's gaze, Su Chen's deep eyes instantly took on a holy golden color, looking up at the invisible wall. Click! At that moment, everyone heard something shatter as if. Immediately after, a human-sized gap suddenly broke open in the invisible wall in front of everyone. Amidst the shock of everyone, Su Chen had already stepped into the other side of the gap. Sensing no movement behind him, he turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Let's go. The hospital trio reacted first and quickly followed in surprise. Wow, Brother Shao is amazing. At this moment, Bai Wenqing was still immersed in the shock of the young man breaking the domain with one glance. This is a special domain that not even an imperial-level player can forcibly break through. In his understanding, to directly break through the domain opened by a special vengeful spirit, generally speaking, only two professions can do it. One is the anger of a berserker, and the other is the holy law. But even with these two, he had never heard of anyone being able to create a gap in the domain of a special vengeful spirit with just one glance. Thinking back to the young man's confident statement earlier about capturing the vengeful spirit alive, Bai Wenqing felt his head spinning a bit. With such strength, but only ranked 97th? Hey, Captain, are we going in or not? Xiaonan reached out his hand and waved it in front of him. Bai Wenqing, who had come to his senses, looked at the four figures gradually moving away, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Then without hesitation, he stepped into the domain. Let's go, follow them. Leading the way into the domain, Su Chen immediately felt a gaze cast in their direction. Hidden and revealed, he murmured. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, the young man in front suddenly stopped in his tracks and sat down on the spot. After sitting down, Su Chen bent his knee, rolled up his pants leg, and removed the mechanical leg from his left leg on the spot. Then, with a single thought, a new flesh leg solidified and materialized on the severed leg. Little did he know that the people behind him were already full of horror. He put the removed mechanical leg into his backpack, slowly stood up, and adjusted to his new leg. After a few hops in place, Su Chen turned around to look at everyone, revealing a faint smile. Sorry for the long wait, because I had to go on a special mission at the last minute. I decided to change my leg just to be safe. Everyone. Su Chen patted his new thigh satisfactorily and continued to walk forward. After losing in 13 games, his limbs had long been exhausted. However, he usually used the faceless man to create fake arms and legs, and then added the characteristics of turning fake into real, making them appear real. But in order not to arouse suspicion, he deliberately left a severed leg to attach a conspicuous mechanical prosthetic. It was precisely because of constantly using the faceless man that his mental strength gradually became stronger, strong enough to merge into the eyes of the gods. Along the way, Su Chen tried to release his perception vision, but found that his perception range was directly reduced by several times in this field. Even at its extreme, he could only sense a distance of 3 meters. After a moment, everyone arrived at the hospital gate covered with cobwebs. Su Chen approached and used his remaining 3-meter perception to explore inside. At this moment, he keenly sensed that behind the gate, on the dusty ground, 5 extremely inconspicuous footprints appeared in the dark. What puzzled Su Chen was that the 5 footprints just stayed in place and did not continue forward. Su Chen squinted his eyes, then turned to look at everyone, conjured a stone in his hand, and threw it to the frontmost person, Lu Jing. Loser, help me keep this stone safe. I'll go in alone first. You guys stay here and watch. If I'm fine, you can follow me in. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenqing immediately retorted, no, if you go in alone, you will definitely die. Su Chen waved his hand indifferently, it's okay. I left a teleportation mark on that stone. As long as you're still outside, I can teleport out at any time. Bai Wenqing was taken aback, wanting to say something, but saw the young man in front of him had already opened the door and stepped inside. At that moment, in full view of everyone, the young man who entered suddenly disappeared on the spot. Seeing the young man's figure disappear into thin air, the pupils of everyone outside the door suddenly contracted. Damn! The first to react, Zhou Weigao, was about to step forward to follow, but fortunately, Kwang Longyu beside him quickly grabbed him. Brother Nu, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. What if you go in and disappear too? Kwang Longyu shouted. Then can I watch Xiaozai go in alone? Zhou Weigao shook off the other's hand and was about to push the door. Bai Wenqing immediately stepped forward to block the door and said in a deep voice, no. It's obvious that this grudge spirit's domain already has spatial characteristics. Going in now would just waste the lead your captain risked his life to obtain. If even you, the only berserker who can break the domain, are made to disappear by the other party, we will truly be at the mercy of the enemy. Damn! Zhou Weigao exclaimed in frustration, so are we just going to do nothing? Lu Jing stepped forward to persuade, Brother Nu, don't be hasty. Since Xiao is still holding back and hasn't used everything, he shouldn't have encountered any danger yet. He's right. The usually silent Xiaonan suddenly spoke up, the domain characteristics of this vengeful spirit should only cover the hospital, otherwise as soon as we step into the domain, it can easily scatter all of us. This vengeful spirit is very clever, intentionally not revealing its characteristics, in order to lure us into the hospital unknowingly, scatter us, and then pick us off one by one. Going in now would be falling right into the enemy's trap. So what do you suggest we do? We can't go in, so are we just going to wait here? At this moment, Kwang Longyu suddenly produced a coin in his hand, staring thoughtfully at the door. Don't worry, perhaps I have a way to prevent us from being scattered in space. Somewhere inside the hospital. The dizziness faded away, and when Suchin opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room filled with baby cribs, with the lobby he saw when entering already gone. The sudden change in environment made him realize immediately that he had likely been displaced in space. Suchin immediately extended his remaining 3-meter perception field, then walked around the room to confirm that it was just an empty room. He propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The domain's spatial characteristics? No wonder the footprints stopped at the entrance. In a few moments, Suchin quickly assessed the situation, silently grateful that he had been cautious and not let others follow him in. Otherwise, if everyone was scattered and alone, they would be picked off one by one. As for himself, it didn't matter. Immersing his mind, Suchin tried to communicate with the stone outside that had the teleportation mark but found an additional barrier between him and the mark. In his view, the sudden appearance of this barrier was likely the hospital itself. With no way out at the moment, Suchin shook his head, dismissing the idea of demolishing the hospital. If they hadn't known there were survivors inside, their initial plan was to demolish the entire abandoned building and force the vengeful spirit out. What a hassle! Suchin muttered, then turned the doorknob and left the baby room for the corridor. He activated the new bracelet, switching on the lighting system, and as he looked down the dim corridor, covered in dust with some mobile hospital beds piled against the wall, he saw the bright red word demolish written on the white walls. Just then, a slightly childish sobbing sound suddenly echoed through the corridor, sending shivers down his spine. Woo-woo, the already dim and eerie corridor became even more sinister under the sobbing sound. Suchin frowned. Playing tricks. The sobbing continued, and Suchin stopped to listen, confirming that the sound was coming from the other end of the corridor. He walked towards it. Tap, tap. Suchin deliberately did not muffle his footsteps. As the sobbing became clearer, Suchin's eyes narrowed. Around the corner, in his perception, a boy sat on the stairs, covering his face and sobbing. What puzzled Suchin was that the boy in his perception was actually alive. After confirming there were no ambushes, Suchin turned the corner and approached the boy from behind, a hidden dagger appearing in his hand behind his back. Before he spoke, "Hey, who are you?" Hearing the sound behind him, the boy in front, still sobbing, paused, turned his head in surprise, wiped his runny nose with a red nose, and hoarsely said, I'm Fang Yiba. Who are you, big brother? Suchin didn't answer and continued to ask, "Why are you here?" I came here with my friends as usual to play hide and seek. I've been hiding here for a long time and they still haven't found me. I wanted to go back, but every time I go downstairs, I end up back upstairs. I'm so hungry, I miss my mom, sniff. After speaking, the boy started crying again. Suchin narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Stop crying. I'll ask you again, who are you? Why are you here?" Hearing this, the crying boy looked up in confusion at the young man's watery eyes. "Big brother, what are you talking about? I told you my name is Fang Yiba. Big brother, can you take me out? It's so dark here, I'm so scared." With tears in his eyes, the boy slowly got up and walked towards the young man. Just as the boy stood up and stepped on the stairs, a dagger suddenly cut through the air and accurately stabbed the boy's left shoe, causing him to fall to the ground. Ouch! The fallen boy cried out in pain, lying on the ground and looking up, saying with a sob, "Big brother, what are you doing? It hurts so much." Seeing this scene, Su Chen's eyes became even colder, and he said with a slight smile, still pretending, "Huh? To be honest, your acting is terrible. You said you wanted to find your mom, so why didn't you react when I deliberately made noise with my footsteps just now? Don't tell me you couldn't hear it, crying without calling for help. Secondly, I have already surveyed the terrain before coming here, and there are no residents nearby. There is no information about any children coming here." With that, Su Chen produced another dagger between his fingers, his deep eyes tinged with a golden hue, and continued, "You are indeed a genuine human, but it seems that you are filled with a strong grudge." As the words fell, the boy lying on the ground was stunned for a moment, then his face of innocence quickly disappeared, replaced by a cold smile as he stared at Su Chen with unwavering eyes and said in a chilling tone, "Oh, big brother, you can see it, huh?" Using his divine eyes, Su Chen could see a dark gray grudge gathering in the boy's abdomen. Seeing through his trick, the boy got up from the ground without hesitation. At that moment, as the boy stood up, his body suddenly trembled, and then he raised his head abruptly, looking very painful, with red eyes and a tearful voice shouting, "Big brother, save me." Unexpectedly, as the boy raised his head, he was met with a sidekick from the young man. His pupils contracted suddenly, and the boy was kicked and slammed into the wall of the stairs, then fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could recover from the pain, a pair of shoes had already stepped on his head, and a cold voice followed, "Didn't I tell you, your acting is really bad. You're still pretending. You're trying to appear innocent to lower the guard of the intruding team, right? Why?" The boy's face pressed against the floor made muffled sounds, his mind already overwhelmed by fear, even though he had always been successful before. As long as he followed his parents' advice and pretended to be innocent, those intruders in their house would completely relax, and then he could suddenly grab their heads. That's how it should be. Above his head, the cold voice continued to enter his ears. "The grudge inside you doesn't have the power to control you, but you are controlling the grudge inside you. Although I don't know what happened to you, you better ask for help quickly before I crush your head." As the young man's words fell, the boy suddenly felt the foot on his head exert more force. Hearing the other's words, the fear of facing death suddenly swept over his body, and he cried out hoarsely, "Mom, Dad, save me, save me." Sniff, crying, this time the boy was truly crying. In the air, a pungent smell permeated. Su Chen glanced at the liquid slowly flowing from the boy's waist and withdrew his foot disdainfully. At that moment, the staircase wall and the figure of the boy on the ground in front of Su Chen suddenly twisted. In a moment of shock, the space changed instantly. Su Chen watched as the space he was in abruptly transformed into a dim corridor from the staircase. Because he had been awake since entering, he did not feel the nauseating dizziness as before this time. Su Chen raised his wrist and used the light from his bracelet to scan ahead. Where the light reached, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a shadow in front of the corridor. In the blink of an eye, a mass of black mist suddenly rushed into his perception range. Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and he reappeared behind. The attack mist, and the black mist seemed to pause for a moment, then slowly transformed into a bald man in a white coat under the boy's gaze. Su Chen looked with his divine eyes, his eyes narrowed, because the bald man in front of him, transformed from the black mist, was full of resentment, with a concentration far exceeding that of the previous boy. The bald man in front of him was the vengeful spirit itself. Surprised, Su Chen's mouth slightly curled. However, what puzzled Su Chen was that although he had faced a top-level vengeful spirit before, the bald man in front of him, although with a strong concentration of resentment, only had a first-level intensity at most, far from reaching the top-level intensity. What was going on in this unfolding domain? At that moment, the bald man's lifeless eyes stared at the boy, suddenly spoke in a deep and eerie voice. "You are troublesome." With that, a mass of black mist wrapped around the bald man's hand. A silver light flashed, and Su Chen saw a surgical knife suddenly appear in the man's hand. Seeing this, Su Chen opened his hands, and in the next moment, a black staff materialized out of thin air in his hand. Holding it at both ends and rotating it, he split it into two to hold it in both hands. The Sacred Law High-Level Spirit Removing Staff, a product specially developed by the Wild Shepherd for the Spirit Passage, was also available for sale to players, and this one cost him 100,000. However, the advantage was that this staff carried the aura of the Sacred Law, which had an excellent restraining effect on the resentment of vengeful spirits. Su Chen chose the staff because the structure of spiritual bodies was different from that of humans, and ordinary blades were not very effective. Only by destroying the core that stored spiritual energy would the spiritual body itself disappear. In comparison, the staff had a larger striking surface than ordinary swords and guns, and was also flexible enough. This staff was specially chosen by him, as he was skilled in using spears, and the staff was handy to use, and in tight spaces, he could split it into two and use it as short staffs. As expected, after Su Chen took out the short staff, he felt the aura of the sacred law attached to it. The bald man's lifeless eyes finally showed a slight change, a natural fear of the sacred law aura as a vengeful spirit. It was a vengeful spirit, a combination of negative emotions, and the pure and sacred aura of the sacred law was its natural enemy. At the moment when the bald man's eyes changed, the figure of the boy in the corridor disappeared quietly. In a flash, Suchin blinked to appear in front of the man, his divine eyes instantly locking onto the core point of the man's spirit within his body, raising his left staff and striking towards the man's right hand. Squeak! Touched by the aura of the sacred law, wisps of white smoke appeared on the man's right wrist, and in pain, the surgical knife fell from his hand. With a successful strike, Suchen's right staff stabbed the man's abdomen, creaking sounds, and white smoke gushed out frantically. As the man bent over in pain, Suchen suddenly squatted down and kicked a sweeping leg towards the man's lower body. The man's eyes widened in anger, and he immediately lost his balance and fell backward. Seizing the opportunity, Suchen raised his staff, ready to deliver a heavy blow while the man was off balance. Unexpectedly, in a moment when the short stick was swung down, the bald man who was originally falling backward suddenly turned into a black mist, avoiding the strike of the short stick and preparing to pounce towards the young man's face. Faced with the sudden counterattack, Su Chen, who insight weakness aided by his divine eye, had already anticipated it. Using the force from his abdomen, he leaned to the left to narrowly avoid the airborne counterattack of the black mist. Holding the stick in his right hand, he twisted his body and swept past. Bang! The black mist's airborne counterattack suddenly extended a surgical scalpel to block the stick, and the tip of the knife that touched the stick emitted white smoke. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, realizing that the opponent's surgical knife was transformed from grudges, and immediately abandoned the strategy of disarming. As the knife and stick clashed, he was about to make a move when he saw a silver light flickering in front of him. Without any hesitation, Su Chen instantly moved to above the black mist, and in the next moment, 3 surgical knives burst out from the mist, stabbing into the young man's previous position. Seeing the young man in front of him disappear again, at such a close distance, the black mist couldn't help but pause for a moment. As he moved above the mist, Su Chen combined the short stick, held 2 long sticks, raised them forcefully, and struck down towards the black mist below. Just as the long stick was about to fall, the black mist seemed to have grown eyes on its back, suddenly changing its shape and creating an opening. Su Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, the blow didn't land, and he suddenly appeared behind. Boom! Su Chen, who had flashed to the back, smashed the floor tiles with a stick, raising dust. Straightening his posture, Su Chen gritted his teeth in anger, once again splitting the long stick into 2, glaring at the bald man's grudge spirit in front of him. The blow just now was like seeing the opponent's bloodied face, ready to deliver the finishing blow, but in the end, he was outwitted, making him itch with anger. Little did he know, the bald man who had transformed back into human form at this moment still felt a palpitation and fear from the young man's previous attacks. Just this wave alone made it abandon the idea of engaging in close combat with the young man again. Moreover, its physical skills were extremely poor during its lifetime. If it hadn't changed its shape in time, it might have already perished. At this moment, it also realized that the young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary royal. Anger surged in his heart, and strands of anger slowly appeared on Su Chen's shoulders. Rage! Just then, he caught sight of the 3 surgical knives that the black mist had shot out earlier. The 3 surgical knives were straightly stabbed into the floor tiles, and the surface of the stabbed tiles twisted, just like the distorted images he had seen before the spatial changes. Su Chen silently warned himself that those surgical knives were definitely covered with domain characteristics, and he didn't want to experience what would happen if his body twisted. Feeling the solid anger slowly emerging from the young man, the bald man's heart trembled, his eyes showing a horrified expression. It must be noted that the opponent had already revealed spatial abilities earlier, but the solid anger emanating from the opponent's body, as a grudge spirit, it would never be mistaken, that was the unique ability of a berserker. With his human cognition from his previous life, he knew that a person could not possess 2 completely unrelated professional abilities. Su Chen didn't know why the opponent suddenly stopped the attack, and with a fierce momentum, he took a step forward. The bald man subconsciously took a step back. Su Chen took a few steps, accelerated, and suddenly stepped forward. The bald man subconsciously took 2 steps back, throwing 5 silver surgical knives forward between his hands, while the black mist faintly spread under his feet. Su Chen keenly perceived the bald man's slight movements, immediately gave up shifting, bent his knees, used the force from his abdomen, leaned back, slid past the incoming surgical knives, then straightened his body and rolled forward. During the roll, Su Chen's palm changed, the right stick suddenly disappeared, and 3 marbles took its place, which he threw out, one of them aimed at the bald man's throat. The bald man didn't take it seriously, and the surgical knife transformed again, accurately deflecting it. Little did he know, the young man who witnessed this scene smirked, suddenly threw the left stick, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The bald man's eyes shrank suddenly, and at the same moment, countless black lines burst out from the soles of his feet, forming a group of black lines that revealed Su Chen's figure. In an instant, those black lines seemed to lock onto their target, bending and straightening at lightning speed to pierce towards the young man. Just then, a clanging sound suddenly rang in the bald man's ears. With a glance, he saw the marbles that had just been cut open by him. At this moment, the other two marbles thrown by Su Chen hit the wall and began bouncing chaotically in the narrow corridor. Just as the black lines were about to strike Su Chen, the young man's figure disappeared once again, replaced in midair by two playing cards, stained with a hint of red anger. In the next moment, Su Chen's figure reappeared as the marbles continued to bounce in the corridor, but the black lines, as if they had eyes, instantly locked onto him again. As Su Chen seamlessly shifted with the three marbles, the bald man suddenly appeared with three pairs of playing cards all around him. This bizarre scene sent a chill down the bald man's spine, and without hesitation, his body softened as he tried to transform into black mist once again. However, in its panic, it overlooked the short stick thrown by Su Chen earlier. In that moment, the stick struck, hitting the bald man squarely in the crotch, accompanied by a squeaking sound as wisps of white smoke suddenly appeared. The intense pain caused the bald man to roll his eyes and even slowed down the speed of his transformation into black mist. In that moment, the three pairs of playing cards surrounding the man suddenly expanded with a red angry aura. Boom! A flash of fire, the sound of the explosion filled the narrow corridor, magnified several times. On the other side, Su Chen, who had already moved out of the explosion range, held two sticks in his hands, calmly raised his elbows to cover his ears, and the heat wave from the explosion brushed past his face. After the explosion, dust filled the corridor, and Su Chen raised his leg with the storm leg that had gathered the explosive energy, kicking forward with a gust of wind sweeping through the entire corridor. Su Chen stepped forward, his perception vision covering the front. On the charred ground, the bald man's body had been blown to bits by the angry playing cards, and now there were scattered black mud-like objects of various sizes on the ground. Through his divine eyes, Su Chen could see that there were still grievances within those scattered black mud, albeit at a lower concentration than before. The largest clump contained a shimmering black crystal. Subsequently, the scattered black mud on the ground began to wriggle towards the largest clump containing the core. Su Chen was not surprised by this. Although he had attached anger to the three pairs of playing cards, the cards themselves were of small quality, and even with the anger attached, it was not enough to cause excessive damage. However, it seemed that the effect of the anger bomb was still significant. He also knew that the amount of anger alone was not enough to kill a level 1 vengeful spirit, and he had no intention of killing it. That's why he only threw 3 marked marbles to set up the formation, as relying solely on teleportation itself could not seamlessly connect to the next teleportation, with a 0.3 second stiffness each time it was used. However, items with marks were not subject to this limitation. As long as the marked items were within the teleportation range, Su Chen could achieve seamless teleportation, which was why he used teleportation with confidence despite knowing that the opponent had a trick up their sleeve. Su Chen walked towards the largest clump of black mud, where the concentration of grievances in the crystal had faded and no longer posed a threat to him. Just then, the largest clump of black mud suddenly opened a mouth and, after a few tugs, shouted with a tone of resentment, darling, kill him. Darling? In the midst of Su Chen's confusion, the corridor in front of him twisted once again. Giggling at the moment of spatial distortion, that mouth suddenly smiled. Accompanied by the eerie laughter of the grudge spirit, Su Chen's face became ugly. In the next moment, the space changed, the laughter disappeared suddenly, and the corridor in front of him turned into an empty ward. In the dim ward, Su Chen stood silently, with strands of anger constantly emerging from his shoulders. Oh, I forgot to activate clarity. He realized that he had not supplemented with clarity earlier to enhance the intensity of his anger, and now in a state of rage, he almost became more and more angry. He immediately activated clarity to calm his mind. After calming down a bit, facing the sudden change in space again, Su Chen was about to reorganize the intelligence when the previously silent ward suddenly filled with a series of wriggling sounds. Hearing this strange sound, Su Chen immediately activated the bracelet's light system to maximum power, and quickly moved away from the bed to ensure his movement was not hindered. Under the bracelet's light, the entire ward was instantly illuminated. Seeing the illuminated scene in front of him, even though Su Chen was now very calm, he couldn't help but be amazed. Where the light spread, the grayish-yellow cracked walls were densely covered with black dots, which appeared to be enlarging with the wriggling sounds. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he realized that all those black masses wriggling out of the wall were emitting the aura of evil spirits. The wriggling black dots varied in size, and the evil spirit auras they emitted were also different. Just by his divine eyesight, there were over 24th level evil spirits, nearly 10 third level ones, and among the third level ones, one had an aura intensity approaching second level. Yeah, at this moment, countless black masses wriggling outward suddenly transformed into mouths, and baby-like cries instantly filled the entire ward. The continuous cries annoyed Su Chen a bit, knowing that he was in a state of clarity and should not have any extra emotions. He immediately realized that the cries of these evil spirits carried a disturbing effect on the mind. Strands of anger emerged from Su Chen's shoulders again, his gaze coldly scanning the countless evil spirits on the wall. With a thought, anger quickly covered his body surface, gripping the twin sticks tightly. Taking a fierce step, his figure suddenly separated into a shadow, instantly solidifying. The two figures rushed into the circle of evil spirits in an instant, sweeping the sticks, and the evil spirits wailed incessantly. Combining the sticks, Su Chen swept away several fourth-level evil spirits, then turned around, his divine eyes staring at a third-level grudge spirit about to pounce not far away. He slightly tilted his body, raised a stick with one hand, and fiercely smashed it towards the evil spirit. With a sharp cry, the evil spirit, about to advance to the second level, burst open under this blow, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. With the joint efforts of the two teenagers, the number of evil spirits in the ward drastically decreased. At this moment, in a certain ward on the top floor of the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department, in the darkness, a woman in a large pink nightgown lay on the bed, her belly bulging. Beside the bed, a large lump of black mud lay next to the woman, its exposed mouth constantly muttering "dear." The woman's eyes were full of tenderness, her fair palm continuously stroking its surface. Gradually, the lump of black mud continued to grow, its surface turning from grayish-black to deep black, finally condensing into a black mist, which in the blink of an eye transformed into a bald man. The woman held the man's hand, gently caressing it, and softly said, "Dear, the children are crying and calling out, they need you. I will assist you, and a few mice have broken in, I can't get rid of them, we don't have time to waste. Dear, I know, let the remaining children come and help me, that guy is very tricky." In the ward, the eerie cries from evil spirits still echoed. Even though their companion was smashed by a stick, they showed no fear, still screaming and rushing towards the two teenagers. Su Chen swung his stick to block the black claws of a spider-like third-level evil spirit attacking from the left, deflecting the force and then kicking it to pieces with an angry kick. Suddenly, the wall in front of him twisted. This familiar scene made Su Chen raise his eyebrows slightly, and the next moment, the space changed. Where the light from his bracelet shone, there was another corridor. Su Chen looked ahead with the help of the light, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He saw the bald man he had blown to pieces standing intact in the dim corridor, his lifeless eyes now filled with endless resentment staring fiercely at the teenagers. But upon seeing the two identical teenagers, the bald man's expression changed slightly. Through his divine eyes, Su Chen saw an unbelievable scene. Not only did the bald man he had blown up before still harbor strong resentment, but now it was even stronger than before. The one he had blown up before wasn't the man's true body? However, just as this speculation arose, Su Chen quickly dismissed it because the core inside the vengeful spirit's body was exactly the same as what he had seen before. As Su Chen's mind raced, the bald man in the corridor suddenly spoke ominously, "Kid, I will make you regret stepping into this hospital." As the man's words fell, the corridor scene suddenly twisted. In the next moment of spatial transformation, a sharp claw unexpectedly reached for the teenager's chest. Sensing it in an instant, Su Chen was shocked and almost instinctively moved away from his original position. Stabilizing himself, sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked closely, only to find himself back in the ward, with the sharp claw that had just attacked him coming from a cat-like third-level evil spirit. Then, Su Chen seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head, finding the bald man had silently appeared behind him. A cold smile played on the man's lips as he pointed towards the bewildered teenager, countless black lines suddenly shooting out from his fingertips. At the same time, the remaining 7 evil spirits also rushed towards the teenager. In an instant, Su Chen's divine eyes, aided by insight into weakness, captured the trajectories of the black lines coming towards him. Bang! Su Chen and his two companions stepped forward in place, facing both sides head-on. With agile steps, Su Chen moved like a ghost towards the bald man, not dodging or avoiding, but directly confronting the countless black lines coming at him. Just as the black lines were about to reach him, Su Chen suddenly disappeared like a ghost, and a pair of playing cards appeared in midair. Boom! The furious playing cards destroyed the black lines, and Su Chen reappeared beside the man, ready to strike with his stick. At that moment, the bald man, who had been facing forward, suddenly turned to look at the teenager, a strange smile on his lips. In an instant, the space twisted and changed again. When the face of a young girl appeared in front of Su Chen, his pupils shrank, the force in his left stick tightening, and in an instant, he disappeared, smashing the wall with a powerful blow. The white wall shattered suddenly, the broken bricks cutting his hand, but Suchen seemed unaware, his eyes filled with overwhelming anger. In the waiting room, 6 children turned their heads with innocent smiles to look at the teenager, all saying in unison, "Big brother, what are you hiding from?" The 6 children with innocent smiles all looked at the teenager, amplifying his clarity to a high intensity. Suchen's eyes flashed with clarity. The reason he was angry was that the 6 children in front of him were all living humans. But through his divine eyes, he saw that all 6 children were filled with resentment, including the boy he had kicked before. At this moment, Suchen seemed to sense something, turned his head to look, and saw a bald man walking out of the distorted space, with a mocking smile on his face. "So you also hesitate to take action? Well, after all, they are my lovely children." Seeing the man appear, the 6 children immediately showed joy on their faces and shouted in unison, "Daddy!" Hearing this, the bald man's face immediately showed a friendly smile. "Oh, my good children." Seeing the 6 children joyfully calling a grudge spirit their father, Suchen's face became extremely gloomy because he knew clearly that the 6 children in front of him were not being controlled. If they were, they could not escape his keen insight, as it was the children themselves who were manipulating the grudges within their bodies. In other words, these children were sincere. But, precisely because of this, it became even more bizarre. With a cold gaze, Suchen stared directly at the bald man. "Where did you abduct these children from?" Before the man could answer, a boy suddenly said, "You are the one who was abducted. We were born here, it was the big brother who intruded that is the bad person." The boy's innocent words made Suchen slightly stunned. Upon hearing his companion's words, the other children also echoed, that's right, the big brother is a bad person." "Exactly. I kindly sent you to your death, and you kicked me. Bad person." Ha! Listening to the children's innocent words, the bald man suddenly laughed, pointing at the youth, "See, you are the bad person." He then turned to the children and said, "Children, how should we deal with the bad person who intruded into our home?" The 6 children raised their arms and shouted, "Kill the bad big brother." "That's right." The bald man clapped his hands and then looked at the youth with a stern gaze. "Now, you can go and die, bad big brother." As the man's words fell, an overwhelming anger suddenly erupted from Suchen. Rage, skill from the profession, berserker, turning anger into strength. The higher the anger value, the greater the amplification, with no limit, but overloading will cause irreversible backlash to the user. Suchen's indifferent voice echoed in the hall. The bald man was taken aback, then quickly reacted. In his past life, he naturally knew about this skill that players exposed. Black mist appeared as he raised his hand, and the bald man suddenly reached into the mist as if grabbing something, then pulled his hand forward. A large number of black balls emerged from the man's hand, falling to the ground and starting to wriggle, emitting a squeaky sound. In an instant, low-level evil spirits began to wriggle on the ground. Suchen's gaze swept coldly across the entire hall, his 2 sticks merging into one in his hands. The next moment, Suchen, filled with overwhelming anger, suddenly disappeared from his original position. The bald man, accustomed to such situations, released black mist from under his feet, black lines bursting out, ready at any moment. However, at that moment, a murderous intent suddenly appeared above his head. The bald man looked up in shock, and 3 youths holding long sticks suddenly appeared above him, raising their sticks in unison. The man was startled, and countless black lines shot towards the figures. However, the 3 Suchens did not dodge or evade, and their sticks fiercely struck down. The lines clashed with the sticks, but the black lines from below were burned into white smoke by the holy aura on the sticks, unable to resist the attack of the 3 sticks. Despite this, some black lines still managed to pierce through the bodies of the 3 Suchens. Even though the black lines pierced their bodies, the 3 Suchens continued their assault without any reduction in force, striking down with their sticks. The bald man never expected the other party to engage in a life-and-death struggle from the start, and was instantly struck by the 3 sticks, causing his entire body to explode. At the last moment, a massive black mist burst out from the humanoid body. Both sides exchanged injuries. However, Suchen, who landed on the ground, began to heal automatically from his wounds, along with his 2 phantoms. The divine eyes locked onto the core of the grudge spirit. Suchen could see that the concentration of resentment in the opponent's body had greatly diminished after taking a hit from him. Suchen was about to pursue the advantage, but he saw evil spirits surrounding him like a pack of wolves. As he swung his staff, the scene in front of him distorted and changed once again. In the next moment, 3 young faces suddenly appeared in front of the 3 teenagers. Just as Suchen was about to stop his staff, the space distorted again, and countless evil spirits replaced the children in an instant. At such a close distance, with his movements frozen in that split second, Suchen had no way to avoid it. Before he could use his shifting ability, he and 2 illusions were overwhelmed by the evil spirits. In an instant, numerous sharp claws pierced the bodies of the 3 teenagers, blood splattering. Ha! The bald man laughed at this sight, throwing 6 surgical knives at the 3 teenagers. At that moment, the 3 teenagers pierced by the evil spirits suddenly raised their heads, their 3 divine eyes shining brightly, causing the evil spirits and the 6 surgical knives in the air to freeze in that moment. In a flash, Suchin decisively retracted his illusions, and before the surgical knives could reach him, he swept his staff horizontally. A silver light flashed, and Suchen's figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Suchen reappeared from a corner, his suit torn to shreds, but his flesh and blood gradually healing at a visible speed. Seeing that the teenagers were still alive, the bald man was also greatly surprised. You are indeed formidable, with abilities in space, anger, healing, and those strange eyes. How many abilities do you have? Even I am envious. Suchen spat out a mouthful of blood, suddenly fell silent, his deep eyes sweeping between the bald man and the children, and finally over the evil spirits covering the ground. The previously confusing intelligence suddenly became clear at this moment. The hospital incident, the dear ones mentioned by the boy when they first met, the dear one at the brink of death, the domain ability that could still be used despite severe injuries, and the children's accounts of being born here. When everything connected, the sense of unease hovering over Suchen's head suddenly disappeared. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the young man's eyes. So that's how it is. Suchen murmured to himself, straightened his messy suit collar, then looked ahead at the evil spirits gradually surrounding him, his divine eyes exerting pressure, causing the low-level evil spirits to retreat immediately. He looked at the children, then turned to the bald man, indifferently saying, "If I'm not mistaken, they are the batch of infants who went missing here 4 years ago, right? And you, not quite at the supreme level but able to use a domain, commanding a large number of evil spirits, healing instantly. It seems there is more than one grudge spirit here." Hearing the young man's words, the bald man remained silent. Although his mind was in turmoil at the moment, the young man's next words struck him even harder. "Let me guess, you are the father, and as for the mother's words, could it be that there is another maternal grudge spirit here?" As the young man's words fell, the bald man's face changed slightly. Sensing the change in the man's expression, Suchen smiled faintly, his reaction confirming his suspicions. Coming to his senses, the bald man's tone turned colder. "Even if you delay, it's useless." Feeling his wounds already healed, Suchen chuckled, "I am indeed buying time, so what? You didn't immediately deny what I just said, did you? Enough!" The bald man suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" As the man's words fell, the evil spirits under the pressure of the divine eyes once again howled and rushed towards the young man like a pack of wild dogs. Suchen remained calm, splitting into 2 illusions again, the solidified illusions instantly striking into the group of evil spirits. Suchen stood calmly at the back, no longer taking the initiative to attack. He also discovered the spatial characteristics of that domain. When the opponent manipulated the space, they needed a positional medium. The children and the evil spirits shared the same grudge within their bodies, so the guy controlling the domain could freely switch their positions, but he never changed his position from the beginning to the end. No matter how the space changed, only the environment was affected, and his own position would not change. In other words, as long as he did not take the initiative to attack, the opponent's attempt to use the spatial characteristics to gain an advantage was somewhat wasted. Even if the space changed, his perception field could immediately sense the presence of anyone entering the area. Sure enough, seeing that the young man did not attack as aggressively as before, the bald man did not choose to approach recklessly. After all, the image of the young man being beaten up before was deeply imprinted in his mind. Apart from the 2 shadows fighting in the group of evil spirits, the situation was at a stalemate for a while. The bald man was eager to deal with the young man in front of him, but Suchen was not in a hurry, continuing to speak calmly from behind. "Let me think." He lightly touched his forehead, as if remembering something, his eyes lit up. "Oh, right. 4 years ago, when the 3rd-level grudge was discovered at the Spirit Crossing Bureau, you were already planning, right? If I guess correctly, the one planning should be the deer you mentioned, right? After all, I don't think you have the brains for it." The bald man's face immediately darkened. Suchen continued, "If that's the case, not only can you secretly create and control evil spirits, but you can also heal your injuries. In the realm of grudges, the only thing I can think of is a purely reproductive maternal grudge, and most grudges are said to take on their previous appearance. Judging from your appearance, you were probably a doctor in your past life, right? It's embarrassing. But seeing that you were a doctor in your past life, I originally thought you might be the doctor who was stabbed to death by the children. But now that you've become a grudge so elegantly, it's more likely that you're the one who poisoned the cafeteria in revenge, right? That's right, a doctor who can do such things is more likely to become a grudge after death, isn't it?" The bald man glared fiercely at the young man, raised his hand suddenly, and countless black lines shot out towards the front. At that moment, one of Su Chen's illusions in the group of evil spirits appeared on the path of those black lines, leaving a pair of playing cards in the air, and the illusion dissipated in that instant. Countless black lines pierced through the illusion. Boom! A flash of fire, and countless black lines turned into ashes in the air. Amidst the explosion, Su Chen continued calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished yet." If all of this started with the layout of that maternal grudge, I think that maternal grudge had been lurking in the hospital for a long time. Your deliberate poisoning of the hospital cafeteria was not a coincidence, right? There are many examples of humans being influenced by grudges, and intelligence reports show that you didn't have much time left at that time. Are you also one of those examples? Hearing this, the bald man's pupils contracted, his fists clenched. Su Chen liked the other's reaction and continued, "That maternal grudge must have made a deal with you, right? Then, in the same year, as a grudge, you collaborated with that maternal grudge to abduct the newborns from the nursery, and then, using the methods of that maternal grudge, released a third-level grudge to take the blame, putting on a show for the Spirit Crossing Bureau. A third-level grudge specifically targets defenseless children, which seems reasonable to others. After the Spirit Crossing Bureau thought the incident was perfectly resolved, you continued to lurk here, cultivating a large number of evil spirits from the abandoned hospital until now. That maternal grudge can restore you in a short time, and you must be close to advancing to a special level, right? So you couldn't resist and started setting traps to lure others into here, as the nourishment for your final step. And the reason you are only at level 1 but can expand your domain should be because the mother used her own grievances to collaborate with you to create a temporary small domain, right? If it's a reproductive mother spirit with a huge amount of grievances, it should be possible, right? When I came in, I found that besides the domain inside, the layer covering the outside is just a facade, used to scare people. With that, Su Chen clapped his hands. Okay, finally, let's go back to the beginning. So, what was the purpose of bringing these children here that year? The dust settled. Su Chen's face turned serious, his eyes gradually becoming cold as he locked eyes with the bald man whose eyes were tinged with blood vessels. Intentionally abducted, then painstakingly raised them to adulthood, even playing house in this abandoned building. Su Chen paused, then changed the subject. I have recently reviewed a lot of information about the two spirits. On the official website of the Spirit Crossing Bureau, I also saw a post that specifically counted the situations in which humans would generate a large amount of negative emotions. Among them, betrayal by loved ones ranks second, and childhood is the purest stage for humans to generate negative emotions. So, it seems that your purpose is already obvious. With that, the twin sticks in Su Chen's hands suddenly disappeared, replaced by a black long spear that appeared out of thin air. Su Chen held the black spear diagonally with one hand, the silver spear tip skimming the ground, anger swirling around the spear as he calmly said, "In other words, there is no such thing as a harmonious family. From start to finish, they were the sacrifices you prepared." As the young man's words fell, in the distance, 6 children were struck as if by lightning, their eyes glazed over. At this moment, the bald man was anxious and puzzled, not understanding why Deer did not temporarily disrupt them when the young man spoke these words. Just then, the man seemed to sense something, suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. The black spear pointed towards the ground, and the young man holding the black spear took a step forward. A thought reached perfection. Sensing the momentum emanating from the young man in the distance, the bald man was suddenly shocked. Impossible! How could you reach perfection at your age? It shook its head, its expression frantic. No, it's impossible. Su Chen clicked his tongue, tapped his ear, and indifferently said, "If you can't do it yourself, don't use it to deny others. I despise people like you the most." Su Chen took a step forward, the spear flashing like lightning, and wherever the spear light passed, large swaths of evil spirits turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. If someone who knew the young man were here at this moment, they would see that he was truly angry. Putting away the spear, Su Chen looked at the bald man with a look of disdain in his eyes. "What I hate the most is vampires like you who hide behind the weak and defenseless." As Su Chen took another step forward, the bald man's legs involuntarily trembled, stumbling back 2 steps. In the vast hall, the young man's cold voice echoed. "When I fought you before, I deliberately avoided the core to play with you. At that time, you still had value, but since there is a second one here, I don't need you anymore." As the words fell, the bald man felt a strong killing intent locking onto him, something that had not appeared during their previous fight. In fear, it frantically waved the scalpel, and the space in front of its eyes kept distorting, but only distorting. It was only then that the bald man realized that the spatial properties of the domain had inexplicably failed, yet it could still sense the existence of the domain. This unimaginable situation left its already blank mind petrified on the spot. Just then, a clear silver bell rang abruptly in the hall. A silver light flashed, and a coin gently fell from the air, caught by a pair of slender hands with a snap. Open your hand, revealing the coin with the front side facing up on the back of your hand. In the hallway of the hall, the leading Kwang Long-yu happily whistled. General! Turning his head, the bald man who looked over at the sound was stunned again. A man of average build, wearing a suit but exuding a handsome and ruffian-like aura, appeared in front of the safety passage in the hall, followed by two men in suits, one tall and handsome, the other tall and burly with a strong presence. Seeing the slightly puzzled gaze of a young man not far away, Kwang Long-yu just said, "Xiaogu, you can't move here now." Hearing Kwang Long-yu's words and thinking of the bald man's anomaly, Su Chen's eyes flashed with clarity, and he nodded in understanding. Well done. With that, Su Chen took 2 steps forward with his gun, and on the 3rd step, his speed suddenly increased. The sound of wind exploding, like stepping on the wind, he strode out fiercely, causing the tiles around the soles of his feet to collapse. In a flash of cold light, as if something had shattered, the bald man's eyes widened in anger, lowering his head in astonishment. A black gun had pierced his body at some point, and the black crystal emanating from its center emitted a crisp, mournful sound as it shattered with a bang. Su Chen's stern face was close at hand, and it struggled unwillingly, the surgical knife that had just manifested disintegrating into powder. Just before it dissipated, it heard the emotionless final words in its ear. "I've spared you, scum." As the resentful spirit's body turned into white smoke and dissipated, the crystal shards fell to the ground. Not far away, the 3 men in suits stared in shock, swallowing their saliva in unison. "Did you see that clearly? Ah, this. One shot? That's it? That's the realm of the gun's extreme intent." Chue Gao, who was already a grandmaster, immediately discerned the source of the aura emanating from the other party, and his eyes then revealed an excited look without concealment. Stepping on the fragments and crushing them into dust, Su Chen put away the broken army and released the rage, then looked at the 3 people who had suddenly appeared. "Hey, what are you doing here? Where are Bai Wenqing and the others?" Su Chen asked. "I asked them to stay outside. After all, my gamblers can't handle so many people, it would lower the odds too much," Kwang Long-yu explained. "My gambling skills are not limited by the domain. As long as I win, the conditions I choose will be triggered. So I chose to gamble that the 3 of us would not be scattered by space by tossing a coin. But even with just 3 people, the odds are still very low, so it took a little longer on the road, and when I heard your voices, I came over." "I see." Su Chen walked over and said, "I've been wanting to see your abilities, it's quite interesting." "How much?" Kwang Long-yu blinked. "A bit, not much." The 3 men in suits were very tacit in not asking about the young man's momentum just now. Everyone knew what was going on, who didn't have some hidden cards, especially for one of the founders who could gather more than 200 Imperial-level players. As the 2 were talking, Lu Jing noticed 6 children standing not far away with a dazed look on their faces, furrowing her brows slightly. "Xiaogu, what's going on with those children?" Su Chen glanced over there and shook his head. "They were brought here by the resentful spirits. They are babies who went missing from this hospital 4 years ago. Let the Spirit Bureau handle it, we don't need to worry about it." With that, Su Chen immediately released his perception vision, encompassing the entire abandoned hospital. With the disappearance of the bald man, the troublesome spatial domain had long since shattered. Without the constraints of the domain, the perception vision spread out like an unbridled wild horse. Sensing every corner of the hospital, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, then he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Now that the domain has been shattered, there are still some severely injured survivors and some bodies in this hospital. "Xiao Zai, go out and find Bai Wenqing and the others to help." After a pause, he turned to the other 2 and said, "Shuai, remember the floor address I mentioned. Take Nu Gu to carry out the seriously injured first. Be careful on the way, as there are evil spirits lurking in several corridors." Lu Jing responded and quickly turned to leave. Next, Su Chen reported several locations to Kwang Long-yu, asking him to remember them on the panel, and also sent him the real scene map of the hospital route previously sent by Fei Changku. "What about Xiaogu?" Kwang Long-yu asked. Su Chen glanced at the ceiling. "There is still a first-level mother spirit up there. I'll go take care of it." "Then I'll go with you, Xiaozi," Xiao Weigao said. Su Chen shook his head. "No need, that guy is in a special situation. I can handle it alone. Nu Gu, you go remove the remaining evil spirits in the building to prevent any from escaping." After some thought, Xiao Weigao nodded. "You take care of yourself." With that, he followed Kwang Long-yu out. After the 3 left, ignoring the children on the other side who were staring blankly, Su Chen walked towards another safe passage. Along the way, evil spirits occasionally attacked from the corners, but they couldn't slow down Su Chen's pace. Obstetrics and Gynecology Department of the hospital. Swinging the stick, Su Chen smashed the last 3rd-level evil spirit in the building, standing in front of a ward, then opened the door. the door was pulled open. The originally dim and quiet ward was instantly filled with light. On the hospital bed, a woman in a pink oversized nightgown sat with her eyes closed, leaning against the headboard, with a light-colored blanket covering her lower body, looking peaceful as if asleep. Su Chen's gaze fell on the bulging belly under the woman's blanket, his eyes narrowed. Through his divine eyes, he could see the massive grievances hidden inside her, far exceeding those of the bald man. But it did not exceed the first level. Standing at the door, the woman still had her eyes closed, showing no reaction. After a moment, a calm voice echoed in the quiet room. A very wise choice. The woman on the hospital bed still did not open her eyes, just slightly parted her lips and spoke softly. I'm just a pregnant woman, I don't have the strength to resist anything. Su Chen secretly activated, awakening, then said, assuming you are indeed pregnant. A pregnant woman carrying a grudge is still a pregnant woman. The woman suddenly opened her eyes, turned her head to look at the young man, and said softly, isn't that right? Su Chen and the woman locked eyes, her gaze like still water, showing no hint of resentment. I have never seen a mother so calm in the face of her child's enemy. They are just manifestations of my grievances. The evil spirits have no consciousness. What about the bald weirdo? Just a dog fostered by someone else. Ah, truly heartless. With that, a golden chain appeared out of thin air in the young man's hand, emitting a shimmering golden light. Seeing the object in the young man's hand and sensing the aura attached to it, ripples appeared in the woman's eyes like still water. After a moment of surprise, she suddenly smiled. Under the young man's gaze, the woman covered her mouth and laughed softly, then 2 tears fell from the corners of her eyes. As the laughter subsided, the woman still covered her mouth and spoke softly again. Binding spirit chain, a good thing. I bet they never thought someone would dare to try to capture a special grade grudge spirit alive. As the woman's words fell, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. You are not at the special grade. Is that so? The woman glanced at the young man. With that, under Su Chen's slightly astonished gaze, the concentration of grievances in the woman's body suddenly soared, and a suffocating pressure instantly swept through the entire ward. This familiar pressure struck Su Chen, shocking him. There was no doubt that this was the imposing pressure from a special grade entity. However, this sense of oppression lasted less than a second. Before Su Chen could react, it suddenly dissipated, as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. Now what? The woman's lips curved into a smile, looking at the slightly stunned young man in front of her, and spoke softly as usual. Unexpectedly, when Su Chen came to his senses, he suddenly chuckled, his voice still calm. Special grade? So what? The young man's reaction left the woman slightly stunned, but then she seemed to realize something and smiled in resignation. Indeed, what difference does being special grade make? With that, the woman closed her eyes again and resignedly said, if you're going to tie me up, do it quickly, before I turn this place into ashes. Before the woman finished speaking, the chain in Su Chen's hand had already slipped out and flew towards the woman on its own, with a golden light flashing on the chain. In the blink of an eye, it flew to her, binding the woman, and then the golden chain disappeared into her body, sealing off all the resentment inside her at the same time. As the resentment inside her was sealed off, the woman's originally bulging belly slowly shrank back to its normal size. At this moment, the woman was truly just a facade. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he confirmed that all the resentment inside the woman had disappeared. He looked around and pulled over a dusty chair from the side, and sat down without hesitation. You're quite cooperative, saved me a lot of trouble. Now, let's talk about the person behind you. Upon hearing the young man's words, the woman opened her eyes again, turned her head to look at him, her face showing a hint of surprise, and then met the young man's dark and deep eyes. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Su Chen continued, from start to finish, your emotions have been very calm, so calm that you don't seem like a vengeful spirit at all. Since you're willing to cooperate with me, I don't mind hearing your story. The woman's mouth opened slightly without a sound, and the stagnant water in her eyes seemed to ripple with the young man's words. Leaning back on the headrest, she gazed up at the grayish ceiling, as if recalling something. After a moment, she calmly said, would anyone believe the words of a vengeful spirit? I will make my own judgment. You may be a vengeful spirit, but if I ignore the resentment in you, you seem more like a person imprisoned here. When you saw me, there was no hatred in your eyes, and you even showed a hint of resignation. The woman chuckled lightly, you must be quite young, but very perceptive. Then, she stopped smiling. To be honest, I don't know why I'm here. My memory starts from the moment I opened my eyes in this hospital room. I don't know about my past life, or if I even had one. My memory is stuck here, I can't move my lower body, and a voice in my head tells me I'm a vengeful spirit. When I woke up, I accepted this setting, so I have survived as a vengeful spirit until now. Listening to the woman, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. It's impossible. The condition for becoming a vengeful spirit is to retain the resentment and memories from one's past life. The woman shook her head gently. I don't know, but I really don't have memories from before I woke up. After waking up, I've been lying on this bed all this time. I can't get out of bed, and the voice in my head tells me to wait here. Over time, my belly grew bigger, and that's when I realized I was pregnant. I gave birth to the first vengeful spirit born from my resentment. I tried to communicate with it, but it was not like me. It only had a bit of self-awareness. We couldn't communicate, but I could control its every move. In the days that followed, I kept getting pregnant and giving birth to vengeful spirits and evil spirits, but the number of evil spirits was much higher. Vengeful spirits were only a small part. As the woman spoke, Su Chen interrupted. You said there's a voice in your head? Do you know if that voice is yours or someone else's? I don't know, Su Chen frowned, but still said, go on. After a long time, two men suddenly approached me. They called themselves the God Hunter Guild. Upon hearing this name, Su Chen was astonished. God Hunter? Did those two men show you their arms? Yes, they both had a tattoo on their arms, like a sword piercing through a book, with a single eye at the hilt. The God Hunter Guild, this name was very familiar to Su Chen, because this guild was very similar to theirs, both created by the abnormal. The difference was that the abnormal guild did not restrict members' freedom, had a shared intelligence network, mainly communicated online, had strict joining conditions, requiring layers of screening to ensure there were no dissenters among the members. The God Hunter Guild, on the other hand, was an offline propaganda organization that actively conducted missionary activities, recruiting the abnormal, including those wanted by the police. If the abnormal guild was like a nursing home, then the God Hunter Guild was more of a group with nothing better to do, actively gathering guild members, planning and carrying out various scale terror activities against official places of worship, and leaving behind the guild's unique emblem graffiti at the scene. In general, the members of this guild were highly aggressive terrorists. Therefore, this guild had always been a thorn in the side of the police, and even some people blindly admired the God Hunter and spontaneously incited riots. However, only a few people knew that the original God Hunter Guild was just a stray dog that had left its original base. At that time, the God Hunter was just a branch that had split from the Godless Guild. Initially, like the Abnormal Guild, the Godless Guild did not have much offensive initiative, just a place where the abnormal gathered for warmth, and the joining conditions were far less strict than the Abnormal Guild. In comparison, the Godless Guild was more visible to the public eye. It was because of this that the number of members in the Godless Guild far exceeded that of the Abnormal Guild. But this also laid hidden dangers. With a large number of members, improper management naturally led to a mix of good and bad, with some highly aggressive abnormals rallying under the banner of the Godless Guild to carry out terror activities. In the end, with the intervention of the Godless Guild headquarters, one of the original founders led a group of highly aggressive abnormals to leave the Godless Guild, establish a new guild, and began to call themselves the God Hunter Guild, recruiting abnormal members. Ending the association with the Godless Guild marked the beginning of a nightmare for the police. The re-established God Hunter Guild spared no means. In a short period of time, they consecutively carried out several large-scale terror activities, while also propagating their guild, rapidly expanding their membership numbers in a very short time. Thus, the police's archenemy emerged. Su Chen was one of the few who knew the origins of the God Hunter. Not long ago he had obtained information about the broken army from a God Hunter cadre. Oh no, he traded for it. He was a person of quality. Although an abnormal, he was also a good citizen of City S. After being robbed, the other party did not even get angry, but instead admired him, and invited him to join the guild on the spot, but he refused. The other party did not even know that the seemingly naive young man in front of them was one of the founders of the Abnormal Guild hidden in the shadows. Because he understood the characteristics of this guild, Su Chen also knew that anything related to the God Hunter would inevitably have a taste of terror activities. He stared at the woman and asked, "Why did the God Hunter people approach you?" The woman's eyes filled with memories. They asked me to do things for them. The voice in my head also told me to cooperate with them. At that time, I was already tired of being lonely, so I agreed to help them, and it was from then on that I realized I had been living in the basement of a hospital all along. Speaking, the woman looked around the room. Here, after the hospital was abandoned, I controlled the evil spirits and made them bring me up here. At that time, I thought that living higher up would allow me to see the outside, but soon after, that Habagu dog boarded up all the windows with wooden planks. What did they make you do? They initially sent a man, the one you removed, to work with me. They wanted me to cooperate with him, turn him into a vengeful spirit after he poisoned himself. I did as they asked, but I also made a condition for them to give me a chance to understand the outside world. Unexpectedly, they agreed. So, after turning the dead man into a vengeful spirit, he also started educating me about the outside world, and I played house with him here. Later, that man stole 9 babies from the hospital, and they made me release a low-level vengeful spirit. I did as they asked, but they thought the 9 stolen babies were too many, so the vengeful spirit that man turned into ate 3 of them, leaving 6 to raise, the ones you saw earlier. In the following days, they asked me to increase the vengeful spirit strength of that Habagu dog, and I did as they asked, until it reached the strength of a level 1 vengeful spirit. Then those 2 came again. They asked me to use the dog's characteristics to help them create a domain, and I did as they asked. At that time, I was already close to breaking through to the special level, but I suppressed it myself, not crossing that line. As I grew stronger, the voices in my mind faded, and I no longer needed to obey them. Later, those 2 asked me to cooperate with the dog to hunt down the humans who entered here, helping it achieve the special level. In the end, they thought I had completely joined their side. One of them gave me a strand of vengeful spirit from other spirits, from the special level. As soon as it entered my body, it wrapped around my core, but they didn't know that I already had the power of the special level. Shortly after they left, I suppressed that strand of vengeful spirit in my body. Before leaving, they warned me that if the dog died during this period, I should self-destruct and level this place to the ground. After finishing, the woman looked at the young man. And then, you came. After listening to the woman's words, Suchen fell into a brief contemplation. Each point she mentioned seemed plausible and matched his previous deductions. He could preliminarily infer that the God Hunters wanted to secretly cultivate 2 special-level vengeful spirits to cause trouble and hunt down the people from the Spirit Crossing Bureau. However, due to the woman's rebellion and his intervention, the plan had now been exposed. In his view, this was very much in line with the group's modus operandi, planning in secret and then suddenly bringing about a catastrophic disaster for society. 2 special-level vengeful spirits with domains could easily destroy half a city overnight without the Spirit Crossing Bureau being prepared. It was not an exaggeration. From the woman's account, there was only one doubt left, that the other party had no memories from their past life. Vengeful spirits never appear out of thin air. Those that do appear must have lingering attachments from their past lives, which Suchen believed was inevitable. However, he could not see any resentment in the other party's eyes. Besides having vengeful spirit energy, they did not behave like a vengeful spirit at all, and even willingly cooperated with being bound by the spirit sealing rope. The situation was puzzling, and for the time being, Suchen could not deduce anything. But for now, the other party was sealed by his spirit sealing rope and had become his property. A spirit sealing rope was worth millions, and there were official regulations that vengeful spirits caught with a spirit sealing rope could be owned, but they needed to be purified of their vengeful spirit energy by the Spirit Crossing Bureau first. He could only hope that handing it over to the Spirit Crossing Bureau later would lead to some breakthroughs. After a moment, with a clear understanding in his heart, Suchen looked at the woman and asked, "Are you just going to surrender like this, not afraid of being directly removed?" The woman shook her head at his words. "I don't care. If I have to stay here doing meaningless things, I might as well be dead." Then, she changed the subject. "But if the person who comes is not you, or if there is no binding spirit cord, I might choose death and destroy this place." For a moment, the man and the spirit locked eyes. Suchen stood up slowly. He couldn't see any difference in the woman's eyes, unless she was also a fraudster who had mastered the art of controlling her expression to the extreme. Of course, the chances of that were like winning the lottery. But he didn't rule out the possibility. As he stood up, Suchen secretly used the rule of charm on the woman, but the ability couldn't lock onto her. He sighed inwardly, realizing that even if she appeared as a woman, her spirit was fundamentally different from a human body and couldn't be determined by gender. Then, to the woman's slightly surprised gaze, a dark blue flatbed cart appeared out of thin air by the young man's feet. "You can move, get on by yourself." The woman looked up at the young man in a daze. "Do you not have a girlfriend?" The young man replied evasively, "Sorry, I'm not a gentle person." Despite his words, the woman didn't make a fuss and slowly climbed down from the bed and onto the cart. After the woman got on the cart, Suchen pushed her out of the ward and headed downstairs. In his perception field, as the woman was sealed, the evil spirits and grudges scattered throughout the hospital had already dissipated along with her, and Quan Longyu and Bai Wenqing's group were busy moving survivors and bodies. As they descended the stairs, Suchen whispered, "Hold on tight." Before the woman could understand what the young man meant, the cart suddenly shook violently, but she managed to grab onto the rail in time, avoiding being shaken off. When Suchen pushed the cart downstairs, the woman felt her buttocks sore from the shaking, but after getting used to the rhythmic and not too intense shaking along the way, she felt strangely comfortable. Subconsciously, she closed her legs. As Suchen pushed the woman out of the hospital, he saw Bai Wenqing's group and the 6 children who had been in the building before at the entrance. Seeing the young man coming out of the hospital, Quan Longyu and the others immediately surrounded him. "Are you okay, Xiaozai? Xiaoga, are you okay? What about the mother spirit you mentioned?" Facing the three slightly concerned people, Suchen shook his head, then gestured towards the woman on the cart. This person is the mother of a special grade spirit, but I have sealed her with a binding spirit cord. She is different from ordinary spirits, her situation is quite special. Special grade? This woman on the flatbed? Quan Longyu was slightly surprised and quickly took 2 steps back, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him. Suchen chuckled, "Don't worry, she's not a threat for now." While the four were talking, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Special grade? They turned to see Bai Wenxing and his group a few steps away, all looking shocked. After seeing the beautiful woman on the flatbed, Bai Wenxing couldn't help but swallow hard and said in disbelief, "You really captured a special grade spirit by yourself?" Su Chen shrugged, "It's not a big deal. This one is different from other spirits. She surrendered voluntarily, so it wasn't too difficult for me, relatively speaking." The boy spoke lightly, but Bai Wenxing's gaze fell on the other person's suit, which was covered in bloodstains and in tatters. He secretly admired it and then said, "Captain Su, hold on a bit longer, the ambulance from the bureau will be here soon." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, following the other's gaze down. Only then did he realize that he was covered in dark red bloodstains and his clothes were torn to shreds. He immediately realized the misunderstanding and smiled wryly. "You misunderstood, Captain Bai, I'm fine, not injured." With that, the boy lifted his suit, took off the whole jacket, revealing his well-defined upper body. Behind them, the only female member of the team, Xiaonan, had never seen such a tempting figure before. Seeing this scene, she quickly covered her eyes, then involuntarily opened her fingers to peek through the gaps. Seeing the unharmed body under the bloodstained suit, Bai Wenxing was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "Captain Su has a good figure, it seems I was overthinking." Folding the bloodstained suit and putting it in his backpack, Su Chen took out a black t-shirt to put on. "Enough about me, Captain Bai, how are the survivors you rescued? What's the casualty count?" Hearing this, Bai Wenxing's face darkened slightly, shook his head, then turned and led the group forward, saying, "We arrived too late. The one-level spirit hunting team that entered the bureau earlier has all been sacrificed. The team from City A that entered early also had 2 casualties, all fatal. When we arrived, they were already exhausted, with only Captain Lan Shou and 2 other members still alive, with Captain Lan Shou and 1 other member in critical condition." Su Chen pushed the cart behind Bai Wenxing, his gaze sweeping over a row of closed-eyed bodies on the ground, then falling on 6 children not far away squatting with their heads buried in their arms. In his view, the high probability was that those sacrificed with fatal blows died at the hands of those children. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen could see that the resentment in the children's bodies had disappeared. At that moment, one of the girls suddenly looked up. With that glance, she saw the woman on the stretcher, her expression startled. However, feeling the girl's gaze, the woman's face remained expressionless, showing no emotion towards the children. After all, most of the time, those children were taken care of by the Haba dog, and it was just playing the role of a wooden mother. Seeing the woman's lack of reaction, the girl listlessly buried her head again. Not far from the children, Su Chen noticed a man with a bloodstained chest glaring angrily at the group of children, his eyes full of undisguised killing intent. Beside the man, a girl in a duckbill cap sat next to him, taking care of him. Bai Wenxing pointed to the man with the bloodstained chest and introduced him to Su Chen. "That man is Captain Lan Shou of Team A from City A. According to him, his injuries were caused by a surprise attack by those children." Su Chen nodded. "Captain Bai, how do you plan to deal with these children?" Bai Wenxing's gaze was complex, and he turned his head away from the children. "Their situation is somewhat complicated. It's better to leave it to the public security for handling." "I see. By the way, Captain Bai, there's something I need to report to you. In fact, the mastermind behind this incident is very likely the God Hunting Guild manipulating in the dark," Su Chen suddenly said. Hearing the boy's words, Bai Wenxing's face changed, and his voice became a bit louder. "God hunting? Those lunatics?" "Yes," Su Chen nodded, then roughly recounted the woman's account and some of his own conclusions. For this guild, Su Chen still has some dislike. Who knows when this group of lunatics will suddenly bomb the area near his home, so he has nothing to hide. Listening to the teenager's account, Bai Wenxing's face became more solemn, especially when the teenager mentioned that the God Hunters were secretly cultivating 2 special-grade vengeful spirits, which made him shudder with fear. If this is a plot orchestrated by the God Hunters behind the scenes, with the personalities of those lunatics, if their plan fails this time, they may retaliate in a more aggressive way. This matter must be reported to the director quickly. With that, Bai Wenxing immediately summoned a virtual panel. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from a distance. The crowd turned in surprise to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a silver-white hovercar with lightning-shaped cracks on its body speeding towards them, followed by several white ambulances. Xiaonan in the crowd's face lit up at the sight of the hovercar. Captain, that's Thunder Team's car. Wow, Thunder Team's modified car looks cool every time you see it. Seeing Bai Wenxing and his group suddenly excited, Xiao Weigao scratched his head and asked, Thunder Team? Who's that? Brother Nu, it's not that I'm laughing at you, you should spend more time online, Quan Longyu teased. You don't recognize the Emperor-ranked players in the National Emperor ranking? Xiao Weigao sneered, showing a hint of disdain, just Emperor-ranked, nothing special. Xiao Weigao did not deliberately lower his voice when he said this. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, but they also knew that this guy in front of them had already demonstrated his Grandmaster-level strength in the arena, and reaching Emperor rank only required time and opportunity. But when their boss was openly disrespected by an outsider, Bai Wenxing felt it necessary to introduce him properly, so he said, that's the captain of our special operations team in the bureau, Ting Feng, Emperor-ranked, Thunder Mage. As the group chatted, the thunderous engine sound had come closer and was now near them. Upon closer inspection, the silver-white hovercar with lightning-shaped cracks looked even more imposing. By the way, this engine and color changing should be illegal modifications, right? Su Chen glanced at Bai Wenxing casually. Sensing the teenager's gaze, Bai Wenxing smiled awkwardly. Ting Team only drives this car when going on missions outside the city, so the public security department turns a blind eye to it. That's great, if I reach Emperor rank, I'll get one too. Su Chen sighed. Brother Xiao, I already have one at home, do you want to come over and see it sometime? I have a racetrack at home, you can drive it however you want, Lu Jing said with a smile. Quan Longyu's eyes lit up. Brother Qiu, do you need a security guard at home? How do you feel about me? Lu Jing immediately looked disgusted. No, if I hire you, I'm afraid one day I'll come home and find you've gambled away my land. Tisk, stingy. I'll definitely come if I have the chance, Su Chen said with a smile. As the group chatted and laughed, the hovercar had slowly come to a stop not far in front of them. The door opened, and a white-haired man in a deep black uniform stepped out from the driver's seat, with a resolute face, a beard like a spear, and a dignified air. As the man got out of the car, Bai Wenxing and his group immediately went up to greet him and stood at attention. Thunder Team. Ting Feng, who had been frowning all the way while rushing over after receiving an emergency notification, only relaxed slightly when he saw Bai Wenxing and his group standing intact in front of him. He nodded slightly, took a firm step forward, and walked past them without looking back, asking as he went, what's the situation inside now? How many survivors are there? Do we have any information on the enemy's abilities and positions? The white-haired man spoke as he walked up to the group of four, saying, are you the city's bounty team or A? Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze stopped abruptly as he scanned the woman on the cart, his steps halting, his sharp eyes narrowing. Do you have a binding spirit cord in you? You are a vengeful spirit. The man's sharp gaze was like a blade, and with just one look, the woman turned her head away, unable to meet his eyes. Su Chen, who was pushing the cart, timely spoke up to explain, I am the temporary captain of the city's bounty team, Su Chen. This fellow is a special grade vengeful spirit that I captured. I have already removed an ordinary vengeful spirit on the spot. The incident has been resolved. You are late, Captain Ting. The young man's words were neither humble nor overbearing as he met his gaze. Upon hearing the young man's words, the white-haired man tilted his head. Resolved? Yes, Captain Ting. Bai Wenxing stepped forward a few steps from behind and explained, this is our city's bounty team. They quickly resolved the incident. Captain Su risked entering the domain and single-handedly removed an ordinary vengeful spirit and captured a special-grade mother vengeful spirit. To be honest, Captain Su fought without our assistance, we only handled the aftermath. Hearing this, Captain Ting was momentarily surprised, then he regained his composure and saluted the team of four on the spot. Captain Ting, captain of the Special Operations Team of the Crossing Spirit Bureau, here representing the Crossing Spirit Bureau to thank you all for your assistance. With that, the white-haired man took a step back and bowed to Su Chen and the others in gratitude. Seeing this scene, Bai Wenxing and his group quickly followed suit, saluting and bowing in turn. Su Chen just smiled and said, Captain Ting, you are being too formal. This was a bounty we took on, and resolving it was our duty. Young and steady-minded. Ting Feng, standing tall, looked at the young man appreciatively and said, regardless, this time it was an error in our Bureau's intelligence. Besides the original rewards for ordinary and special grades, the Bureau will provide you with additional assistance when you return. Su Chen smiled back, then we thank Captain Ting for that. You deserve it. With that, Ting Feng turned to Bai Wenxing and asked, how is the casualty situation this time? What about Chen Gang and the others? Bai Wenxing's face darkened slightly as he shook his head. Sorry, Captain Ting, we arrived late. Ting Feng's expression faltered for a moment, then he said, no need to blame yourselves. Since joining the Crossing Spirit Bureau, everyone has been prepared for this day. Are there bodies left behind? Yes, over there. Bai Wensheng led him to the hospital entrance. Ting Feng stood silently in front of the row of bodies for over 10 seconds before saluting them. The onlookers stood silently behind, watching the scene. Although their contact was brief, Su Chen could feel the strong sense of responsibility emanating from Ting Feng towards his subordinates. That kind of aura couldn't be faked, and Su Chen genuinely admired such a person. Later, the arriving paramedics provided emergency treatment to the severely injured from City A, then swiftly left with them. The others helped move the bodies of the deceased onto another vehicle left at the scene. As they watched the ambulance depart, Su Chen and his team were to go to the Crossing Spirit Bureau next to collect their bounty. Just as they were about to get into the car, Ting Feng called out to Su Chen, "Captain Su, I'm also heading back to the bureau. Shall we chat on the way?" Su Chen glanced at his hovercar and nodded slightly, then turned to the other three and said, "We'll see you at the Crossing Spirit Bureau." Hey, Kwang Longyu looked enviously. "That's great, I want a ride too." "Wait until you can handle an ordinary vengeful spirit on your own." Lu Qing leaned against the car door and laughed. "Hey, how do you know I can't do it? Isn't it because Brother Shao hasn't given me a chance to show off?" Su Chen was about to open the passenger door when he realized there was already a Bai Wensheng sitting inside, smiling at him through the window. He had no choice but to bring the woman to the back seat. As soon as he got in, the modified hover car shot out at an astonishing initial speed. Su Chen looked around the car and saw that the interior was carved with fluorescent blue lines, with corners faintly glowing. Throughout the journey, Bai Wensheng kept telling Su Chen the detailed process of the mission, with Su Chen occasionally adding details, but omitting the part about fighting vengeful spirits. When Ting Feng learned that the young man in front of him was only 17 years old and not yet an adult, his originally firm and calm face almost faltered. He had thought the other person just looked a bit inexperienced, but he was truly inexperienced. A 17-year-old royal could single-handedly remove a first-level vengeful spirit with a small domain. Even though Ting Feng had been in the Spirit Crossing Bureau for over 20 years, he had never heard of such a remarkable achievement. Through the rearview mirror in the car, Ting Feng intentionally or unintentionally observed the young man, feeling moved, and couldn't help but say, "Captain Su, are you interested in joining our Spirit Crossing Bureau after you come of age? I can guarantee that if you come, you will definitely be the captain of the team." Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting the sudden olive branch, but replied, "Sorry, Captain Ting, after graduating, I plan to continue going to university." "Well, it's a good youth, no rush, but the treatment at our Spirit Crossing Bureau is very good. If you ever feel interested, feel free to contact me, and I will recommend you." "Thank you in advance, Captain Ting." At this time, Bai Wensheng asked, "By the way, Captain Su, are you planning to study liberal arts or martial arts in university?" "Probably martial arts," Su Chen replied. He hadn't been to school in a long time, and even though he was confident in his abilities, it was still a bit of a fantasy to rush into a liberal arts university with the little time he had left. Moreover, while he was on this mission, others were still studying late into the night. "Then it looks like we might be colleagues in the future," Bai Wensheng said with a smile. Hearing the young man's words, Ting Feng shook his head gently and said, "With your current strength, entering the martial arts department, I wonder who will be your teacher in class, huh?" The three chatted and laughed as the hovercar entered the city of S. "Alright, get off. The enjoyable experience time is over, we need to change cars." Parking the car in the underground parking lot, Ting Feng led the two to temporarily switch to a special car from the Spirit Crossing Bureau. Even though he was the captain of a special operations team, he couldn't drive a modified car around the city to challenge the authority of the public security. 5 minutes later, the hovercar slowly stopped in front of a building. The three got off, and Su Chen looked up slightly to see that the grand building in front of him was the headquarters of the Spirit Crossing Bureau in S City, his first visit. Since the fantastic trio had not arrived yet, Su Chen pushed the cart and followed the two into the building first. After entering the building, Ting Feng bid farewell to the two. After a simple registration at the front desk of all those involved in the vengeful spirit incident, under Bai Wensheng's arrangement, a staff member quickly came to take the woman for purification. Su Chen watched the seemingly fragile figure being taken away, while the other person taken away appeared calm. "Captain Su, purifying a special-grade vengeful spirit's grudge will probably take 3 days. Let me take you to settle the reward money first," Bai Wensheng said, leading the way. "Okay." Su Chen followed him to the reception room, where due to the unexpected turn of events in this reward, the original reward amount had naturally been revoked by the Spirit Crossing Bureau. Subsequently, another staff member came in to recalculate the reward amount for this incident. During the calculation period, the 3 members of the very late team also arrived at the reception room under the guidance of the staff. After a moment, The staff member calculating the amount folded up the virtual panel and smiled lightly at the four of them, saying, Captain Su, this time your reward for removing a level 1 grudge spirit is 3 million, capturing and resolving a special grade grudge spirit event is 8 million, and considering that this incident was caused by an intelligence error from our bureau, including compensation, and aid of 5 million, the total reward amount this time is 5 million, which will be transferred to your reserved bank account within an hour. Upon hearing this amount, Kwang Longyu's eyes lit up on the spot. 5 million? How much is that when divided equally? 375 million, the staff member reminded warmly. Wow! Xiaoga, I love you. Kwang Longyu cheered and pounced towards the young man. Su Chen lifted a foot to push him away, politely thanked the staff member. Xiaoga, I don't want this reward this time, I didn't really help much, Lu Jing suddenly said. Oh, we're just being sentimental, it's fine if you don't want it, Kwang Longyu teased from the side. Su Chen shook his head at the words, since I brought you out, the amount we receive naturally should be divided equally among us. After completing the task, we are a team, my achievements are naturally yours, there's no need to argue about it. Lu Jing looked slightly stunned, then scratched his head and said, yes, Xiaobe is right, I'll treat you to dinner later. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the door of the reception room was pushed open, revealing a man wearing a beret and a woman walking in. Facing Su Chen, the staff member immediately stood up nervously and greeted, hello, director. Relax, I just came to meet the reward team that solved this incident. The man in the beret smiled and then his deep and insightful eyes fell on the young man among the four. Hello, young men, I am Zuo Chen, the director of the city's Spirit Crossing Bureau. Captain Su, I heard that you single-handedly removed a level 1 grudge spirit and captured a special grade grudge spirit. Then he turned the conversation and asked directly, Captain Su, are you interested in joining the city's Spirit Crossing Bureau? As Zuo Chen's words fell, everyone in the reception room was stunned. Ha? What's going on? The director of the Spirit Crossing Bureau personally came to recruit? Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, he didn't expect the other party to be so direct from the start, making him wonder, do you really like people that much? Before the young man could reply, Zuo Chen continued, of course, I've heard about your situation from Tingfeng. You don't need to give me an answer now. If you plan to attend the Martial Arts Academy, you can consider the Spirit Crossing Bureau after graduation. Although we are a bit busy, the benefits are definitely the best, you can rest assured about that. Since the other party had said this much, Su Chen naturally couldn't refuse in public, so he stood up and said, thank you, Director Zuo, I will consider it carefully. Great! Just based on Captain Su's words, and the intelligence you obtained from the God Hunter Guild this time, the binding spirit rope you used to capture the special grade will be reimbursed by our bureau. Zuo Chen waved his hand and said, thank you, Director. The four of them thanked in unison. After that, Zuo Chen left with the woman behind him, as if he had just come to take a look. 17 years old, Imperial level, single-handedly took on a level 1, even bought the binding spirit rope in advance. Zuo Chen muttered to himself as he walked out of the reception room. Quite interesting. Xiao Ai, have you found out yet? Where did that young man come from? At the words, the woman named AI immediately brought the information panel she had previously found to the man. Director, we found out that the young man is an orphan with no relatives. His background is clean with no issues, but his gaming record is a bit. At that moment, Zuo Chen also glanced at the gaming record in the bottom right corner of the young man's profile, minus 13 wins, 1 loss. He exclaimed, what kind of record is this? Isn't that kid only 17 years old? How does he have so many games played? And isn't he supposed to be at the Emperor level? How did he only win 1 game? Director, ever since that young man gained access to the game, he has been playing every month, and his ratings for each game are not low. However, for some reason, he keeps losing until recently when he won his first Emperor level game with an overall rating of S+. This victory propelled him to the top of the city's Emperor level rankings. Zuo Chen fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. What do you think? Behind him, Eileen raised her hand to adjust her glasses and confidently said, Director, I believe that the young man was intentionally losing before. One thing that can be verified is that the entry ticket for the opponents in the game is not their lifespan but their own organs. Before reaching the Emperor level, the opponent wagered everything, and after winning the game, their originally blind eyesight was restored. According to Xiaonan, the young man had previously opened the domain of vengeful spirits with just one eye, which indicates that his eyes are not ordinary. I speculate, that's enough, Zuo Chen suddenly interrupted, your speculation is sufficient. Also, isn't it the norm for the gods to use lifespan as the entry ticket? Isn't that young man only 17 years old? Director, it's because that young man no longer has any extra lifespan. In his background, it is recorded that during a vengeful spirit outbreak when he was 8 years old, his death was foretold. What? Zhuo Chen abruptly stopped in his tracks, turned to look at his intelligence commander, and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, Director," Eileen nodded, then continued, "The young man doesn't have much time left. To prevent unnecessary outbreaks, he has been placed under close observation by the Public Security Department." Zhuo Chen clicked his tongue, his expression darkening slightly, finding it hard to accept that the candidate he had high hopes for was running out of time. After a long silence, he asked, "Is there still any Xingqing pill available on the market?" Hearing this, Eileen's eyes lit up slightly. "Director, are you planning to?" Before she could finish, Zhuo Chen continued on his own, "The frequency of the appearance of the two spirits has been increasing. We can't afford to overlook any fresh blood. That kid has great potential, achieving so much at such a young age. We should help if we can. Look into it." "Understood," Eileen nodded and began checking on the virtual panel. However, as she continued her investigation, Eileen's expression gradually darkened, and she eventually sighed softly. "It's not possible, Director. Xingqing pill is nowhere to be found on the market now. The few that were leaked before have already been acquired by those conglomerates. Tisk, those capital parasites." Zhuo Chen couldn't help but curse, then fell silent again. A moment later, "Xiao AI, keep an eye on that kid when you have the time." "Yes, Director." After the four of them completed the reward collection at the Spirit Crossing Bureau, it was already getting dark outside, with dazzling neon lights illuminating the various floating cars passing by. Lu Jing wanted to treat everyone, but Su Chen insisted on going to pick someone up. When Lu Jing drove to the entrance of the Divine Hall, Su Chen saw the girl in the training class holding a notebook and consulting the brown-haired instructor. He walked over slowly. At that moment, the girl not far away seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head to look towards the entrance, catching sight of the young man's tall figure. Her face showed a moment of surprise, then she quickly broke into a bright smile and ran towards the young man. The girl rushed forward and hugged the young man around the waist, looking up and asking, "Xiao Suji, why are you here? Is everything done?" Originally, she felt a little melancholy at the thought of not seeing each other for the next 2 days, but now all those emotions were swept away in an instant upon seeing the person. Su Chen smiled and touched the girl's silver hair. "Well, it's done. Someone is inviting us for dinner tonight. I'll come to pick you up." At that moment, the brown-haired instructor also strolled over. Su Chen looked over and saw the gentle and warm smile still on the other person's face. "Mr. Su," the other person greeted him. Su Chen nodded slightly in response. "Miss Su, thank you for today. I'll take her with me for now." "Okay." Outside the door, when the three of them saw a young man leading a beautiful silver-haired girl out from inside, their expressions changed instantly. They all raised their thumbs up towards the young man, only to receive a cold glance in return. Under the night sky, in City S, a high-rise building was hosting a party where elegantly dressed people were in attendance. In front of a transparent window, a handsome man in a suit and tuxedo held a glass of red wine to his chest, gazing at the neon night view below, slowly swaying the goblet. In the background, at the banquet, a middle-aged man stood on the stage, energetically addressing the crowd. Despite the advancement of technology, humans still choose the most primitive superstitions. We must eradicate this situation. What do you all say? Well said. The crowd cheered. Just then, a waitress-dressed woman hurriedly approached the man standing in front of the transparent window. "President, I have an important matter to report." "Speak." The man didn't turn his head, still calmly swaying the goblet in his hand. "The two vengeful spirits we secretly cultivated in the outskirts, they were successfully removed by the Spirit Crossing Bureau today." Bang! The red wine goblet fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. In an instant, the entire banquet fell silent. "Why is Laughing Master a god?" Very disgusted joined the public chat room. Current hall online, 53 people. Very disgusted. What the hell? Very happy. What's going on? Who created the post? Only the title, no content? And it's even pinned? Very big. Wow. What's the big news that 53 people are watching? Very ugly. Newcomers, don't worry, the host has a frequent urination problem. This is his third time going to the bathroom in an hour. Wait for him to come back and pay attention. Very disgusted? Very unlucky. He's back. All newcomers sit up straight. Listen to me carefully. Very ugly. Hee hee, the weak kidney is back. Very unlucky? Clown, are you drunk? I advise you not to spread rumors here. Very ugly. Hurry up. He's going to the bathroom for the 4th time soon. The current host has muted Very Ugly for 30 minutes. Very unlucky. See, this is the consequence of challenging the host's authority. Very Ugly has been unmuted by the administrator. Very Cold. Very happy. Oh, I'm so happy. Big Brother is here. Very ugly. Do you understand the value of Lord Cold? Pretending? Very cold. What are you all doing? Why is the title Ah Shao? And it's pinned? Could it be that he himself helped you pin it? Very unlucky? Very unlucky. Hello, Lord Cold, laughing brother is not here, so I'll talk about his deeds. Very painful. I pinned it. This post is quite interesting. Don't take it down, let it continue. Very cold. Oh, what are you talking about? Very virtual. Wow, 2 men came in all of a sudden today. What's going on? Very unlucky. Cough. Then I'll continue. Gentlemen. Very unlucky. Why is laughing God a god? Very unlucky. When I first met, I was full of anger, called him laughing boy. When I got to know him, I realized, called him laughing brother. When we met, I understood, I should call him laughing god. Very unlucky. Laughing boy? Laughing brother? Laughing god. I am forever a true god. Extremely unlucky. Good things with brothers, just starting to cross the spirit reward, the beginning of a wild pasture, a single rope, breaking through the domain at a glance, entering a dangerous situation alone, 1 shot to destroy a level peak grudge, going to meet a special level with a single knife, locking its body, flat push, 1 shot up to 1300. Extremely unlucky, life fully, money according to share, this is the demeanor of my smiling god. Extremely disgusted, you're exaggerating, buddy, breaking through the domain at a glance. Extremely unlucky, do you think I'm joking with you? That I have to tell you in detail, although the domain is not complete yet, but my smiling god broke through at a glance. In front of the Spirit Crossing Bureau, in the face of the B-Text Sane team, directly opened a gap. Extremely disgusted, really? Is destroying a level with 1 shot just the final blow? Extremely embarrassed, don't doubt it, I was there at the time, that grudge spirit was still at its peak state, and smiling brother just took 1 shot and directly took it down. The speed was so fast that we could barely see it. Extremely unlucky, that's right, if you don't believe it, just go to the official website of the Spirit Crossing Bureau and search for the announcement of assistance to players in District S. The first one is us. Do you think I'm lying to you? Extremely happy, it's true, capturing a special level, Smiling Lord is awesome. Extremely unlucky, Smiling Lord? Call me Smiling God. Extremely cold, did Smiling need you guys to take on the reward? Is he really that powerful now? Is he good looking? How tall is he? What's his voice like? Is he fat or muscular? Extremely ugly. Extremely loving. Extremely painful, tone it down, newbies will be scared at extremely cold. Extremely unlucky, cold lord, rest assured, my smiling god is just 1 word from head to toe, super invincible and damn handsome. I can guarantee this, he's several times more handsome than that guy Louis Jingsheng who's popular on TV. Extremely embarrassed, at extremely unlucky, pay me back for the meal. Extremely unlucky, I'm just giving an example, don't rush, you're handsome too, come on, a kiss. 3, red heart extremely embarrassed, get lost. Extremely cold, really? Do you have photos? DM me, I'll make you an admin. Extremely unlucky. Yes, we have. We have a group photo after dinner. Extremely painful? At extremely cold, the admin has passed. Extremely unlucky, I have a photo of my smiling god's contract with the little dragon man rubbing a cat on the roadside. Do you want it, Pain Lord? Extremely unlucky has been set as an admin by extremely painful. Extremely happy. Extremely loving. Extremely cold, quickly send it to me too. At extremely unlucky, extremely crying joined the public post chat room. Extremely ugly, oh, isn't this little cry? Extremely crying, good evening, everyone. Extremely disgusted, good evening. Extremely loving, good evening. Extremely crying, it's so lively tonight, why is everyone talking about smiling brother? He was just chatting with me privately. Extremely unlucky you brothers, let's end it here tonight, see you next time. Extremely unlucky left the public post chat room. Extremely happy, happy. Extremely ugly, oh, he left so quickly. Extremely crying, hey unlucky boy is so lame, he ran away. I was just about to say smiling brother is too busy to go online now. Extremely ugly, did smiling lord go to do something big again? At extremely crying, I'm not sure either, he said he's going to the wild pasture. City yes. Wild pasture company. The half-open door of the server room was pushed open from the outside, and a graceful woman in a white shirt and hip skirt shouted inside, Mr. You, it's 12 o'clock, let's take a break and eat, everyone else has already gone down. Okay, I'll be down in a moment. Yuboji replied without looking up, carefully inspecting the servers in this area. After a moment, he confirmed that everything was fine, then he tidied up his tools and put them aside, wiped his hands with a gray towel nearby, and walked out. They were the exclusive maintenance team for Huangmu, as Huangmu usually needed to conduct various scientific experiments and data access, with a large flow of traffic, and the machines were basically running 24 hours a day. so their team would come regularly every week to inspect and maintain it. After all, for a big company like Huangmu, even if there was a malfunction for just 1 minute, the resulting losses would be immeasurable. Entering and exiting the computer room through a security door, scanning their identity, they walked down the stairs and passed through various scanning security doors. As usual, Yu Boji went to the nearest local restaurant around Huangmu. Basically, he would come over to work here every week, and during lunch break, he would always patronize this restaurant. As usual, Yu Boji, upon entering, greeted the landlady familiarly, then sat down and ordered his meal. 30 minutes later, after eating and drinking his fill, seeing that lunch break was about to end, Yu Boji pulled out his chair and got up, and before leaving, as usual, he went to the restroom. 3 minutes later, Yu Boji walked out of the restaurant. Walking out of the restaurant, Yu Boji returned to the company as usual. Passing through the lobby security door, scanning the selected floor in the stairwell to confirm his identity, Yu Boji returned to the computer room to continue the maintenance work he had not finished in the morning. 20 minutes later, Yu Boji slowly got up, and after confirming that there was no one around with his perception vision, he took a step towards a server. His slightly thin figure blocked the dynamic monitoring camera on the ceiling. In a few breaths, a data disk appeared in Yu Boji's hand out of thin air, and with quick hands, he inserted it into the server in front of him, concealing the camera above. On the 21st floor, in the control room, countless monitoring screens hung in the air. At this moment, several screens on the same floor suddenly flickered, completing the switch in an instant. The images remained the same, barely noticeable, and no one in the room noticed anything unusual. After inserting the data disk, Yu Boji turned and walked towards the door of the computer room. As he walked, his figure suddenly flickered, and 4 virtual shadows quietly separated from him. Walking out of the computer room, under the surveillance of dynamic cameras in various places in the corridor, the 5 Yu Bojis walked boldly to the stairwell, scanned their identities, and selected different floors. The floor they selected, along with the stairwell and the next floor Yu Boji was going to visit, had already been covered by his invasion of the surveillance footage. Before long, the 4 solid virtual shadows arrived at the 26th, 27th, 30th, and 31st floors respectively. Yu Chen's main body then arrived at the 33rd floor. After arriving at the floors, the faceless man transformed his body once again, this time into a female staff member on the target list prepared in advance for that floor. Yu Chen successfully passed through the floor's identity authentication door. As the top of the technology chain, even for a subsidiary like Huangmu, each floor was equipped with an identity authentication door. Only staff registered on that floor could enter. In order to pass through these authentications, Yu Chen had spent a long time collecting detailed information on all the target staff. After passing through the authentication door, he passed through another security door and followed the distribution map he had obtained to head towards the interior. Along the way, when he encountered colleagues who recognized his face, Yu Chen naturally imitated the daily behaviors of the female staff and greeted them. Turning at the next corner according to the route, at that moment, he came face to face with himself. The woman who was about to go to the water room looked at the sudden appearance of another herself and was stunned in place. As she raised her hand to rub her eyes, thinking she might be hallucinating due to overwork, a sudden intense headache struck her, and she instantly lost consciousness. Using the lady's rule, he forcibly controlled the other person's consciousness, manipulating the woman to go to the restroom and hang a sign in front of her door indicating it was under maintenance. Under the perception field, Suchin tried to avoid paths with people as much as possible as he made his way to the designated control room. Upon reaching the entrance of the control room, he could sense that there were 3 people inside. Without hesitation, Suchen, disguised as a woman, pushed the door open. One of the 3 people in the room, who was slacking off while the others worked, glanced at the door upon hearing the noise, recognized the familiar figure of his colleague, and then returned his gaze to the TV drama playing on the screen. The 3 individuals were focused on the panel in front of them, unaware that the woman who entered had discreetly locked the door. At the same time, a phantom image suddenly separated from the woman. In a swift movement, 2 shadows appeared behind 2 of the individuals, and a swift strike rendered them unconscious. Simultaneously, the lady's rule forced the last woman, who had looked up upon hearing the noise, to lose consciousness. This scene was playing out not only in this room but also in other control rooms on different floors. These operators were merely white-collar researchers and operators, with varying levels of strength, unable to resist the sudden attack from a royal-level player. Royal-level players were still a minority among the masses, which was one of the reasons Su Chen targeted the deserted control rooms. There were many places where intelligence data was stored, but compared to official institutions with stronger overall capabilities and tighter security, it was evidently easier for Su Chen to operate in the deserted control rooms. After confirming that the consciousness of the three individuals in front of him had completely faded, Suchin pushed them aside, sat down with his phantom image, took out the data disk obtained from Very Cry, and inserted it into the mainframe of the control room. As soon as the data disk was inserted, a series of codes popped up on the panel and began running automatically. Through the subsidiary's control room, the intrusion connected to the cloud at the headquarters of the deserted control rooms, smoothly entering the headquarters data center. Witnessing this, Suchin couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Very Cry technology, as a simple data disk saved him a lot of trouble. Along with the deserted headquarters database, Suchin quickly manipulated the virtual panel in front of him, inputting keywords to search and replicate them into another data disk he had brought. After connecting, Suchin learned how vast the deserted headquarters database was, with any scientific research data being invaluable. However, copying all this data in a short time was a daunting task, and time was running out. Although no one would have thought that someone would risk infiltrating their own headquarters database through the tightly secured deserted subsidiary, prolonged intrusion would eventually be detected. Keywords such as St. Ching Pill Formula, St. Ching Pill Buyer, Zenith Sorcerer, Death Destiny, Special Grade Curse Spirit, were input by Suchin to confuse and distract, along with other irrelevant keywords he had prepared. Upon clicking confirm, the copying progress bar began to jump rapidly. 10%, 30%, 50%. Just as the copying progress reached 80%, several panels in the control room suddenly displayed red exclamation marks warning. Suchin's eyes narrowed, surprised that the other side's headquarters had detected something unusual so quickly and had begun an investigation. Fortunately, he was prepared, and another data disk appeared in his hand, containing a firewall program prepared by Very Cry specifically for this purpose. After inserting it into the mainframe, the code ran automatically, restoring the panels that had previously shown red warnings to their original state. He knew this firewall wouldn't hold off the tech-savvy individuals at the headquarters for long, but for now, it was enough. When the progress bar reached 100%, Suchin and his phantom image suddenly stood up, removed the data disk, and swiftly left the control room in a flash. Meanwhile, at the remote headquarters of the faraway pastoralists, inside the towering high-tech building that reaches into the clouds, in the control room located at the top, a bald man in white clothes with bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the panel in front of him, where the data was jumping wildly, his suppressed emotions causing his face to flush red instantly. In the vast control room, the man's angry roar resounded. "Ha! Which branch's idiot is copying the database? Investigate thoroughly." Yes. All the staff in the control room responded promptly, their hands operating the panel non-stop. "Ha! An emergency communication from headquarters? Hello? Ha! Wait, what are you saying? Someone just tried to copy the headquarters database? Impossible, there are no signs of external intrusion in our security system. It's even less likely that someone internally would have the guts to do this. Alright, I'll immediately send someone to verify. Hello? No way. Hey, are you guys okay? Wake up, quickly call an ambulance. Someone has fainted." "Ha, you're saying someone in the control room upstairs also passed out? Investigate for me. Check the surveillance footage. Who did it? What are those useless people in the surveillance room doing? What? The surveillance has been breached? What's the source of the intrusion? The server room? It's an internal breach by our own people? Is it really someone from within causing trouble? Immediately lock down the exits until the culprit is found. No one is allowed to leave before that. The information must also be sealed. If I see any reports tonight about a similar incident, all of you will be out on your own. Got it?" As chaos engulfed the senior management of the pastoralists, the mastermind behind it all had already left the scene. After leaving the pastoralists, Suchin followed the planned route to evacuate, walking through crowded places where his appearance would constantly change, his speed of disguise changes comparable to a runway model. At the same time, Suchin continued to create more of his shadow avatars along the way, dispersing with the faces he had used before to various places. Although creating so many shadow avatars consumed a great deal of his mental energy, as long as he could conceal his whereabouts, it was meaningful. 30 minutes later, Suchin, now sporting an ordinary male college student face, entered a library and made his way to the second-floor restroom. He then manipulated another shadow avatar that he had left there earlier in the morning to stand up from an outside seat, behaving naturally, appearing to others as simply taking a break from sitting for too long. As it turned out, the undercover public security personnel observing from the shadows also thought the same. Seeing the young man who had been reading stand up and head to the restroom, they did not go so far as to follow him in. After all, no matter where, the restroom is an absolute personal privacy space. Once the shadow avatar entered, Suchen blinked back to his original form, simultaneously retracting all his dispersed shadow avatars from various locations, then changed into the clothes of the shadow avatar, straightened out the wrinkles, used the restroom, and strolled out. With his perception vision, how could those public security personnel sent to monitor him recently escape his range of perception? But if he hadn't recently leaped to the Imperial level, those public security guys probably wouldn't have bothered to monitor him. Clearly, he, who had been marked for a destined death, was the victim, yet he still had to be guarded against losing his mind and going on a rampage before dying. However, considering his orphan background, the possibility is actually quite high. Just kidding. He is a well-behaved urban citizen. Silently finishing the last paragraph of the book in his hand, the young man smiled silently, closed the book, put it back on the shelf, and walked out. In the dark outside the library, the public security personnel closely followed, seamlessly connecting the monitoring task. Little did they know that the light-footed young man in front of them had already appeared in front of them several times in different guises. When he came out of the library, it was already dusk. Suchen took a hovercar to pick up you after class, looking at the street scene outside the car window all the way, wondering if he should buy himself an energy storage bicycle. After all, it was quite troublesome to call a car every time he went out. Unfortunately, he was still a minor, otherwise, he would have gone to get a license. On the way back after picking up you, Suchen went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. He planned to cook dinner by himself tonight. He used to cook alone, but after moving to a new place without a kitchen, he stopped cooking. The opportunity was rare, so Suchen tried to make a few dishes tonight, such as broccoli stir-fried with pork, curry potatoes, and steamed rice. He tasted it himself and found it quite good. At the dining table, looking at the girl opposite with a satisfied expression, the young man smiled lightly. During the meal, Suchen said to the girl, I may need to go to City A in a few days. It may take 2 days to come back. Can you stay with Miss Su during this time? The girl paused slightly with the iron spoon in her hand, then a smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face as she nodded gently. Xiao Su, if you have something to do, don't worry about me. Miss Su is very nice, and I can learn a lot from staying with her. Well, that's good. Is the potato delicious? Yes, it's delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. You buried her head in eating, but secretly made up her mind to progress quickly and help Xiao Su as soon as possible. On the opposite floor, a female public security officer who was watching this warm scene through a telescope shook her head gently and couldn't help but complain. I really don't understand the higher-ups. How could such a young man possibly engage in any violent behavior and require night surveillance? Inside the room, her colleague corrected her. No, there is a reason for the arrangement by the superior. You are a newcomer and haven't seen big scenes. You don't know what consequences a royal player's riot can cause. Hearing this, another male public security officer nodded in agreement. That's right, Xiao Xia, you are still young. When I was doing this job, I witnessed a royal player who lost the game and didn't have much time left. He behaved naturally on weekdays, but later, at a shopping center, he suddenly made trouble. He had various explosives hidden in his backpack and used his abilities to detonate them on the spot. The scene was tragic. The woman pursed her lips, picked up the telescope, and looked back at the warm scene inside the room. After dinner and a shower, after a busy day and a huge mental effort, even at this stage, Suchen rarely felt the long-lost drowsiness and went to bed early. The next day, when Suchen woke up and logged into the very mental hospital, the first thing that caught his eye was a very eye-catching pin post. Why is Laughing Master a god? The young man in front of the panel twitched his mouth slightly, thinking of chatting privately with Very Cry, but he wasn't in a hurry and clicked on it. Very Hate, hey, is it true? Laughing Master just went to the wild pasture yesterday, and today the wild pasture's data was invaded? Very Love, it's very possible, and it is said that there was a fire in the upper levels of the wild pasture, the database was invaded, but no one was found, and they were thinking of blocking the news. In the end, they found that they couldn't find anyone and had to reluctantly seek the help of the public security in the early morning. Very Pain, it's quite interesting. Little Love works at the wild pasture, and she knows so much. The reports don't have as much detail as you do. Very Love, guess what, even if it's pain, it's not enough. Very Happy, by the way, why hasn't Laughing Master come online yet? I'm getting anxious, could he have been targeted afterwards? Very Ugly, are you in a hurry to laugh, sir? Could it be the data of Huangmu, but sir has not been online yet, it is really worrying. Very Loving, how is that possible? Huangmu is still a mess now. Very Embarrassing, oh my, are you serious, 77 people? You guys didn't chat from yesterday until now, did you? Very Bored, bingo. Very Cold, considering the high level of participation, from now on, let's treat this post as a public chat room. Very laugh joined the public post chat room. Very embarrassing, laugh God. Very happy, sir laugh. Very laugh, hey, not online for a day, what's going on with this post? It's still top with 77 people. At very painful at very cold, oh, laugh treasure is back. Very laugh, did you take the wrong medicine today? At very cold, very embarrassing, laugh brother, I reported, Shwai sold your photo. Very embarrassing has been banned by very cold for 1 hour. Very laugh, oh, it's okay, anyway, it's been disguised. Very unlucky? Very ugly, oh, you're here. Very unlucky, laugh God, sorry, laugh God goodbye. Very unlucky left the public post chat room. Very loving, sir laugh. Was it you yesterday? Very laugh, huh? Very painful, yesterday Xiaoku said you went to Huangmu, and then Huangmu's database was invaded. It can't be that coincidental, Xiao. Very laugh, oh, it was me. Very bored, wow, sir laugh is awesome. Very ugly, 666, very loving, a person can enter Huangmu and come out unscathed, sir laugh. How did you manage to bypass the security certification? Very cold, truly our laugh treasure. Very laugh, secret, take care of her. At very painful, shrugs, very crying, oh, laugh brother is back, was it smooth yesterday? Very laugh, with your data disk, saved a lot of trouble, thanks Xiaoku. Very crying, you're welcome very laugh. 1. Very crying left the public post chat room. Very laugh left the public post chat room. Very painful? Very happy, eating alone. Exit the chat room, Su-chan and, very crying, switch to private chat. Take out the data disk and insert it into the computer. Su-chen straightforwardly transferred a part of the data materials copied yesterday to the other party. Very crying, received accurately, thanks laugh brother, you've worked hard very laugh, you're welcome, without your help, I would have been caught by Huangmu headquarters, time is tight, so I can only copy these for now. Very crying, it's already enough, by the way, laugh brother, have you found the data information you were looking for? Very laugh, found it. Very crying, congratulations. Very laugh, it's still early. End the private chat with, very crying, Su-chen browsed the news online. Sure enough, the homepage was full of urgent reports about the intrusion of outsiders into Huangmu and City S. Su-chen casually clicked on a few articles with the highest number of views. Several articles mentioned that Huangmu had already issued the highest level of wanted reward in collaboration with the police, but so far, the culprit has not been found. He continued browsing until dawn. Su-chen then closed the page, took a taxi to send the girl to class. After waving goodbye to her, he returned to his residence alone. In the bedroom, Su-chen took out the data disk and inserted it into the computer, opening the data materials copied back yesterday. At the first moment of opening, Su-chen started reading the information of the buyers of Shengqing pill in great detail, which recorded all the buyers of Shengqing pill. He scrolled down and found that the most recent batch of buyers of the Holy Clear pill could be traced back to 6 months ago. Seeing this, Su-chen furrowed his brows, shook his head helplessly, and then exited to click on the Holy Clear pill formula, his eyes narrowing. Holy Clear pill effects. By taking this pill, one can eliminate all negative states, including but not limited to curses. Composition. The pill is made by a master alchemist using the aura of the sanctified realm law for a full month. Note, the alchemist must be above the grandmaster level, with a success rate of 30%. Looking at the composition column, Su-chen fell into contemplation. He didn't expect that producing a single Holy Clear pill would require a sanctified realm law to assist a grandmaster level alchemist. These two professions were rare in themselves, especially the sanctified realm law. It was said that only those with a pure heart had the chance to awaken in that profession. Su-chen had heard of the sanctified realm law, but at least in City S, it did not exist. Comparatively, the grandmaster level alchemist was easier to find. With such strict conditions, Su-chen finally understood why the pill was so scarce in the market. The limited audience it targeted, coupled with the stringent production conditions, explained its rarity. Shaking his head again, Su-chen exited and randomly clicked on the information for Death's Destiny. Even though he already had a general idea, he still read the detailed version. Death is Destiny, one of the unique abilities of the sanctified curse master. Initially, the cursed person is unaffected, but as the deadline approaches, the curse will gradually erode the total mental energy of the cursed person until the final deadline, at which point the cursed person will die on the spot. Method of breaking the curse: purify the cursed person within the deadline by taking the special medicine Holy Clear pill, or be cursed again by this ability to counteract the effects. Note, being cursed a second time does not require the same curse master. Pursing his lips, Su-chen then clicked on the information for Sanctified Curse Master, and as soon as he clicked, the young man's face froze. In the information, there were only 3 columns of personal information. Sanctified Curse Master, Gujian, male, from City C, game level, Emperor, member of the God Hunting Guild, the highest ranking wanted criminal by the police. Sanctified Curse Master, AI Jing, female, from City A, game level, King, exceptionally strong in mental curse power, unable to control herself, long-term mental instability, confined to the lowest level of the God Ring Abyss, only released when entering the game. Sanctified Curse Master, Dai Yuqing, male, from City A, game level, Emperor, serving in the Special Operations Team of Country F. The young man lay back on the bed, looking up at the pure white ceiling, murmuring to himself, maybe I should just wait to die. After a moment, the young man bit his lip, unwillingly got up, couldn't help but shout, damn it, isn't there a reliable one? Getting up, the young man took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, sat back down, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and then clicked on the next set of data. Special grade resentful spirit formed from the resentment of a deceased Grandmaster level or higher Curse Master, inheriting most of the abilities from their lifetime, with a strength far surpassing that of ordinary special grade resentful spirits. On December 7, 2011, traces of a special grade resentful spirit were found at the local Lucky Orphanage in City S. Pursued by the Crossing Spirit Bureau, the resentful spirit fled to the city center, causing casualties and chaos along the way. Eventually, after a few hours of standoff, the local Crossing Spirit Bureau and the Emperor-level squads from Cities A and B forced it into a corner. The resentful spirit surrendered at the city square, but during transport, it encountered an unknown terror attack, took advantage of the chaos to escape, and has since disappeared without a trace. Note, this incident resulted in 1311 deaths, with some residents being forcibly cursed to die, making it the deadliest special grade event in the history of the Bureau of Soul Crossing. On 2015. 1.7. Traces of a special grade curse spirit were found at the D-City Public Security Heroes Cemetery, where all 31 people present perished. Subsequently, the spirit fled to the outskirts under pursuit by the Bureau of Soul Crossing, engaging in a domain confusion chase team, then evading and sneaking into City B. After hiding for 3 days, it launched an attack in the city center. Fortunately, the 9th-ranked Emperor-class magician Pei Ikue and the 15th-ranked Emperor-class Dreamweaver Tosin Weiss happened to be in the domain at the time, working together to protect the crowd and delay the time, until the Bureau of Soul Crossing support team arrived and killed the spirit on the spot. On 2019. 3. The former transcendent sorcerer Lin Shuelian secretly cursed a large number of children to die in their early years. Due to the young age of the children, they were not able to perceive their abnormalities before the incident erupted, and no one noticed anything unusual. Later, Lin Shuelian committed suicide at his former junior high school, and at the same time, the deadline for the cursed deaths arrived, resulting in a sudden large-scale death of local children. Simultaneously, Lin Shuelian, who had committed suicide, voluntarily turned into a special-grade curse spirit, fleeing to City S on the same day with a surge of resentment, publicly attacking and killing an Emperor-class Fire Mage player, then disappearing and hiding his tracks. Afterwards, the police investigation revealed that there was a personal grudge between the deceased Emperor-class Fire Mage and Lin Shuelian. Note, the number of children who died from the cursed deaths in this incident was 511, plus one Emperor-class player who died in the attack, resulting in a total of 512 deaths. After flipping through the page, the young man's left hand was clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, and the slightly dim bedroom fell into a dead silence. Faintly, strands of anger appeared on the young man's shoulders. After a moment, a hint of clarity flashed in the young man's eyes, and the anger on his shoulders dissipated. Calm down. Calm down, the young man muttered to himself, it's not a dead end yet. After calming his emotions slightly, Su Chen then opened the remaining data files. Swindler former transcendent swindler, Wu Yuanming, male, game level, divine, deceased in 2011. Personal profile, cause of death. Wu Qiqi, the younger sister studying in Country M, had a conflict with a fellow student, who later became entangled due to personal grievances. Both parties signed a death contract to enter the arena, and ultimately, Wu Qiqi killed her opponent on the stage. However, the opponent behind Wu Qiqi was a notorious terrorist group in Country M, the 18th Street. Witnessing the death of her companion, 3 days after the incident, Wu Qiqi was kidnapped. When the local police received the public's report and rushed to the scene, they found the victim Wu Qiqi's body in an abandoned apartment, showing signs of inhumane abuse, with injuries all over her body. A week later, Wu Yuanming, who had walked out of the game and risen to the divine level, heard the tragic news of his younger sister in a foreign country. He immediately flew to Country M and, after seeing his sister's body and the investigation results of the local police, asked a friend to find the headquarters of the 18th Street. On that day, Wu Yuanming, armed with a silver giant frame, stormed the enemy's stronghold in a shopping center, single-handedly fighting against 7 Emperor-class cadres and numerous members. That night, the blood moon hung over City A of Country M. During the battle, Wu Yuanming revealed himself as a swindler. The next day, the streets of the building were littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. After this battle, the most notorious and powerful 18th Street in Country M was expelled overnight. In the end, Wu Yuanming, who was also seriously injured, was sentenced to death on the spot by the senior public security officials from Country M for the highest level of massacre. With this, the profession of fraudster entered the public eye for the first time and was officially included in the professional collection. However, after Wu Yuanming's death, he was the first and at the same time the last fraudster. To this day, there are no players in the world who possess the profession of fraudster. After reading the last column of information, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Compared to Wu Yuanming's experience, he suddenly felt that his own troubles were nothing. However, he had no family, so he couldn't empathize after reading the other person's experience. If he were to look at the situation at that time with his current mindset, he would choose a more cautious way to dismantle the terrifying group one by one. He also did not agree with the last column of information. After all, being a fraudster, unless one exposes oneself, it would not be worthy of being recorded in the files while alive. Continuing to read on, one afternoon, Su Chen stayed in his room organizing data until dusk before going out to pick up his classmate, Yu. In the following days, Su Chen stayed at home to rest. During this time, a so-called headmaster called to ask when he would go to class, and he casually brushed it off. It was probably just to have him go back to school, and maybe give him some public recognition to increase the school's enrollment and reputation. When the 3-day purification period was over, the Spirit Crossing Bureau called to inform Su Chen that he could go pick up the purified special grade grudge spirit. Taking a taxi back to the Spirit Crossing Bureau, Su Chen saw the purified woman's grudge spirit in the reception room. Mr. Su, please sign to receive it. After the young man signed the agreement for the purified grudge spirit, the female staff member left early. When Su Chen looked at the woman again through his divine eyes, her appearance was still beautiful, and she looked at the young man calmly. The difference was that the resentment in her body had disappeared, and the originally dark crystal inside her body had turned into a clear transparency. Since the woman's resentment had been completely purified, the binding spirit thread in her body had also lost its sealing effect. How did you feel these 3 days? Su Chen asked the woman, pulling out the binding spirit thread from her body and putting it in his backpack. Hearing the young man's question, the woman looked down at the floor, as if recalling something, and said after a moment of thought, "It was painful at first, but it felt comfortable after getting used to it. What about your power?" The woman shook her head. "I can't use it, but I can feel that the original capacity is still there, it's just that the bottle is temporarily empty." Su Chen nodded, got up, and left the Spirit Crossing Bureau with the woman. On the way back, Su Chen also picked up Yu after class. When the girl saw the beautiful woman following the young man, she ran towards them and greeted, "Hello, sister." The woman, who was greeted, was slightly surprised, raised her hand subconsciously to point at herself, then realized and softly replied, "Hello." On the way, Yu, who sat next to the woman, blinked her watery eyes from time to size up the woman beside her. In her heart, she speculated, could she be little Su's spouse? Thinking of this, she glanced at the woman's firm and full upper body, pouted, and turned her head away. So little Su likes this type of person. When they returned home, Yu quickly ran into the kitchen. Before long, the girl walked out slowly with a cup of water in her hand, her eyes focused on the slightly swaying plain water in the cup in front of her. Her steps were somewhat stiff, afraid of spilling it, and she made her way to the living room, placing the cup in front of the woman sitting on the sofa. "Please have some," the girl said sweetly after setting down the cup. Seeing the girl's innocent smile, the woman was slightly stunned, as it was the first time she had been treated like a person. "Thank you," she replied. On the side, Su Chen watched this scene with satisfaction. After attending the training class, the girl's progress was rapid every day, and he estimated that she would soon completely adapt to this new world. Seeing how sensible she was, the young man felt more at ease. Moreover, with the girl continuously learning new knowledge recently, Su Chen could feel that her spiritual lake was also expanding. Compared to when she first arrived, the girl's spiritual capacity had already expanded by a third, which was quite astonishing. It seemed that he had indeed found a treasure. Su Chen stayed at home for 2 more days and only set off close to the end of the month. After sending the girl to the training class, Su Chen took the woman and boarded the express train to City A. During the journey, the woman remained silent, resting her elbow on the window and gazing slightly absent-mindedly at the rapidly passing scenery outside. In the knowledge it had acquired, purified vengeful spirits generally had only a few uses, and it roughly understood its own fate, so it never asked the young man where they were going. We have arrived at South Station in City A. Please passengers, take care of your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. With the clear voice of the female announcer on the broadcast, Su-chen led the woman out of the station and then hailed a hovercar on the roadside to speed off. The driver turned back to look at the woman and asked, "Miss, where to?" The woman remained silent, and the young man beside her replied, "To Xin Chuadang." "All right." Leaning against the window, Su-chen admired the city's streetscape. Unlike S-City where he was from, the streets here had a more cyberpunk style, with various shops selling mechanical prosthetics and blacksmith shops scattered everywhere. After all, known as the hometown of skilled blacksmiths, Su-chen's destination, Xin Chuadang, was the most famous local blacksmith in City A, where at least 60% of the weapons and equipment used by players in Country Z were made. 20 minutes later, the hovercar came to a slow stop. Su-chen led the woman off the car, and what came into view ahead was a grand oval building. Su-chen walked forward, passing through the outdoor security gates along the passage. On both sides, there were stern-faced security guards wearing dark sunglasses, exuding an imposing aura. Su-chen and the woman walked past them expressionlessly and entered through the door. As soon as they entered, a female attendant in a light purple uniform greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, welcome to Xin Chuadang. How may I assist you today?" "Hello, I made an appointment online to have a weapon customized today, under the code C133, Su-chen replied. Upon hearing this, the attendant didn't even pause and said smoothly, "Ah, Mr. Su, right? Your appointed master has already made arrangements for you. Please follow me." With that, the female attendant led the way. Su-chen followed with the woman, feeling slightly surprised at how smoothly the service was. The attendant didn't hesitate at all after he mentioned his code, showing that she must have memorized all the information of the scheduled visitors. Guided by the female attendant, they went through the lobby and up to the second floor, then arrived at an office door. The attendant knocked softly, waited for a moment, and then pushed the door open. "Master Wu, your scheduled guests are here." Let them in." A male voice came from inside, followed by a female waitress stepping aside, opening the door, bowing slightly, and making a gesture of invitation towards Su-chen and the others. After the young man and the woman entered, the waitress silently retreated and closed the door. Walking into the office, the young man's eyes were greeted by a room full of weapons and machinery, with a Mediterranean man wearing goggles focusing on a black straight knife on the table. Without stopping his movements, the man gestured for them to sit down without looking up. "Please, have a seat." Seeing this, Su-chen did not rush the man and casually found a chair to sit down. After a moment, the Mediterranean master finally looked up, took off his goggles. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, I'm Wu Wen. You must be Mr. Su who made an appointment today for weapon customization, right?" "Yes, hello, Master Wu." Su-chen nodded politely. Wu Wen took off his gloves and asked, "Time is limited, so let's get started. What type of weapon are you planning to customize, Mr. Su?" Su-chen shook his head. "No, I actually came today to forge a soul into a weapon. Since your online service hasn't launched that yet, I chose weapon customization on the spot." Wu Wen responded, "Ah, that's fine. Mr. Su, please show me the materials you have." However, Su-chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he said, "Sure, but I will need to sign a confidentiality agreement for the materials I will show next." Of course. Wu Wen was not surprised by this request and placed an agreement on the table. Su-chen took it, quickly scanned through it, confirmed no issues, and signed his name. After the other party put away the agreement, a black long spear appeared out of thin air in the young man's hand. Upon seeing the black spear, Wu Wen exclaimed, "Broken army?" Wu Wen stood up abruptly, pushed his chair back, and walked a few steps to the young man, bending slightly and staring intensely at the black long spear in front of him. "Ah, what exquisite carvings!" Wu Wen's face showed a hint of fanaticism. The young man slightly tightened his grip with one hand, and a strong aura instantly emanated from the black spear. "Ah, sorry, I got carried away." Feeling the aura from the black spear, Wu Wen regained his composure. "Indeed, it is the broken army." With that, Wu Wen shifted the conversation and locked eyes with the young man. "But, Mr. Su, can you reveal where you obtained it? The broken army was recently hijacked by the crazy hunters on the way. I signed a confidentiality agreement, didn't I?" Facing the other's doubt, Su-chen calmly replied, "Now that it's in my hands, it belongs to me. Master Wu doesn't need to worry about anything else." Wu Wen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and turned away. "Ha ha. Indeed, I believe Mr. Su has a special connection with it. I don't think those hunters dare to come openly to us." Sitting back down, Wu Wen looked at the young man and said, "But to forge the soul of the broken army, the quality of the soul must be high. To ensure success, it should be at least second level or higher. Naturally. Suchin pointed to the woman. She is the soul I brought, a purified top-grade grudge spirit. Top grade? Hearing the young man's words, Wu-Wen widened his eyes and then looked at the expressionless woman in front of him. Surprised, Wu-Wen subconsciously swallowed, and his face became somewhat awkward. He had not expected the young man to want to forge a top-grade soul right from the start, especially since he had only recently entered the first level of forging, which was beyond his capabilities. This, Mr. Su, made a joke. With my current level of forging, it is a bit beyond my ability to forge a top-grade gun with a special grade spirit. Please wait here for a moment, I will go and invite my master over. She should still be in the hall at this time. Suchen nodded and watched as the other person hurried out. When Wu-Wen left, the office fell into silence. After a while, the voice of the young man suddenly sounded. You seem quite calm. Are you mentally prepared? The woman's face remained calm. There's nothing wrong with becoming your gun spirit. In this world, vengeful spirits have no freedom from doing evil, and I have no motivation to do evil. Besides, I have already been purified and can retain consciousness. For me, this is already the best outcome. With that, the woman looked at the young man with clear eyes. I should thank you. Perhaps by being by your side, I can find out why I was born without any memory. Thank you, my future master. It's too early to be so attentive now, and don't call me master. Okay, master. 5 minutes later, voices could be heard faintly from the corridor outside the door, getting closer. Kid, I left a bunch of work just to come and see you. If you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences. Oh, my dear master, I really didn't lie to you. There really is a young man who brought a special grade vengeful spirit. If I could handle it, how could I dare to disturb you at this time? Suchen listened to the voices outside the door and looked towards the entrance. After a moment, Wu-Wen walked in, followed by a tall woman in a black windbreaker, with a high ponytail and dark brown goggles on her face that obscured her features. Just looking at her slender and tall figure was comparable to a professional model. Upon entering, Wu-Wen smiled at the young man and said, Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Su. This is my master, Hao Ai, also our new master blacksmith, a top-grade forging expert. Su Chen stood up with a faint smile. Master Hao's reputation precedes her, and I naturally recognize her. Mr. Su, skip the pleasantries. I'm busy, so where is the special grade vengeful spirit that needs to be forged? Suchen pointed to the woman and said, This is her. Hearing this, Hao Ai's gaze fell on the woman, then she pulled out a silver sphere from her pocket and threw it into the air. The round ball transformed suddenly in mid-air, forming an iron dragonfly hovering in the air, followed by a green beam scanning back and forth over the woman. 2 seconds later, the ball retracted the beam and flew back into Hao Ai's hand on its own. Hao Ai then summoned a virtual panel, glanced at the information on it, and couldn't help but smile slightly. She had been stuck in her soul forging progress due to a lack of good materials for a long time, and the special grade vengeful spirit in front of her was like a pillow falling into her lap. Thinking of this, she found the young man much more pleasing to the eye. Then she said, Bring me the broken army. Hearing this, Suchen stepped forward and handed the black gun to her. Hao Ai took the gun, inspected it up and down, and then nodded gently. Very good, no damage. It truly is a top-quality piece forged by me. Su Chen was taken aback. Could it be? Sensing the young man's unusual expression, Hao Ai, who was in a good mood, smiled. Don't worry, although this gun came from my hands, it was auctioned off long ago, and it's no longer my concern who owns it. If you are willing to forge a special grade spirit into it, it shows that you truly like this gun. Ah, it was a false alarm. Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How did he know to rob? Oh no, the weapon obtained from the transaction coincidentally met the rightful owner. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to pursue it. Su Chen responded with a smile, Thank you, Master Hao, for understanding. I am skilled in using guns, and this gun is indeed my favorite. Hao Ai nodded, Your materials are good, I can help you forge the weapon into a soul device, but the process will take half a month, and I am very busy lately, so if you want to forge it, you will need to come back to pick it up a month later. That's no problem, Su Chen agreed readily. Good, here is my VIP card, hold on to it. You can enjoy an 8% discount on all purchases here, and come back with this card in a month to collect the finished product from me. Hao Ai casually tossed a black and gold card to the young man, then looked at the woman. You, come with me. With that, Hao Ai put away the weapon and left directly. The woman glanced at the young man before leaving, then followed the woman's footsteps. After Hao Ai left, Wu-Wen looked apologetic as he turned to the young man. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, my master has indeed been very busy lately. Please don't mind. Su Chen nodded to indicate it was no problem. If he didn't have enough chips, he probably wouldn't even get a chance to see the other party's face. He could tell that the change in attitude was confirmed after identifying the special grade grudge spirit. Special grade grudge spirits that could be captured alive were extremely rare, even the grandmasters would be envious. In their eyes, this was a very precious opportunity for practice. Despite looking young, he was able to subdue a special grade grudge spirit. Just based on this, Wu specially set aside his work and took on the role of a guide when he saw that the young man seemed interested in exploring the venue. In his view, it was never wrong to build a relationship with someone with such great potential. Who knows, when he advances to the grandmaster level in the future, maybe the other party will capture a special grade spirit for him to enjoy. Su Chen did not refuse the other party's kindness and followed him back to the first floor. Because the second floor and above of the venue were work areas, on the first floor down to the negative second floor, there were various weapon shops and many non-sale weapons displayed for visitors. It was nearing noon, and the flow of people in the venue remained steady. As a first-class forging craftsman, coupled with his striking Mediterranean hairstyle that stood out even in the crowd, along the way, there were quite a few people greeting Wu Wen. However, when they saw a first-class forging craftsman master acting as a guide for a young man, the passers-by were surprised and began to speculate about the young man's identity. At this moment, a fellow venue staff member stopped in front of the two, obviously familiar with Wu Wen, and said to him, "Hey, La Wu, when did you have time to be a guide here? Didn't you say you were busy as hell this month?" Wu Wen waved his hand. "Ha, you don't understand. This Mr. Su is a VIP of my master. Who else should I personally attend to if not him?" "VIP?" The man looked surprised. Since when did Master Hao have a VIP? Isn't it always just those waiting to be favored? Well, now he does, doesn't he? Can those who are waiting to be favored bring my master a special grade grudge spirit? Wu Wen chuckled, looking proud in front of his acquaintance, as if he had caught the grudge spirit himself. Hearing Wu Wen's words, the man's eyes widened slightly, surprised. Special grade? Then, the man's gaze swept up and down the young man, and happened to catch sight of the black and gold card the young man was playing with, instantly confirming what Wu Wen had said. "I see." The man suddenly muttered to himself, then looked up, his eyes shining as he looked at the young man. He stepped forward to the young man, smiling. "Hello, Mr. Su, nice to meet you. I am Lu Ruanji, a colleague of Wu Wen, also a first-class forging craftsman like him." Having said that, Lu Ruanji quickly handed over his business card. The people present all looked on, and Su Chen naturally wouldn't lose face on the other party's turf, so he took the card with a smile. "Hello, my name is Su Chen," he said. Seeing the young man smile back at him, Lu Ruanji continued, "Mr. Su, are you here this time to bring a special grudge spirit to hone your soul?" Su Chen nodded. Lu Ruanji was even more pleased, clapping on the spot. "Oh, what a coincidence. Mr. Su, to be honest, my master is also one of the 7 craftsmen, specializing in soul forging. Mr. Su must be from out of town, right? If you are here to forge your weapon soul, really, I think you can." Before Lu Ruanji could finish, Wu Wen suddenly interrupted with a loud shout. "Stop, stop, stop." Having heard this, how could he not realize that the guy who called him brother every day was now trying to steal his thunder in front of him? Wu Wen took a few small steps to Lu Ruanji's face, almost touching, pointing his finger close to the other's chest, and whispered, "Mr. Su has already made a deal with my master. Lu, are we brothers? Can brothers steal each other's thunder? Can you show me some respect?" With that, without waiting for Lu Ruanji to speak, Wu Wen immediately pulled the young man and walked quickly ahead. "Mr. Su, don't mind him, this person talks nonsense. There's a good shop ahead that sells great spears. Let me take you there to have a look." Su Chen's original intention of strolling was to buy another spear as a backup, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. As the two walked away, the onlookers left behind were discussing animatedly, with many of them keeping the words of the three in mind, and some even made calls on the spot. Lu Ruanji watched the two figures leaving, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "Sorry, old Wu. We're brothers, can't keep good food to ourselves." Then, he dialed a communication panel on the spot. 3 seconds later, the call was connected, and a slightly impatient and hoarse voice came from the other end. "What don't you understand this time? Don't you know I'm busy?" "No, master, let me tell you, a young man with a special grudge spirit came to the hall today. He intends to forge his weapon's soul. I was just about to tell you, but unfortunately, that young man has already been taken by Hao, master craftsman." I thought. The communication on the other end suddenly paused, then the tone raised significantly. "What did you say? Someone brought a special spirit to our hall for soul forging? Are you serious? Dare to deceive me?" "Really, master, I saw it with my own eyes. That young man was holding Hao's black gold VIP card. If that young man didn't really provide a special grudge spirit to Hao, with Hao's character, how could he give a young man a black gold card for no reason, and even let his disciple take him around the hall? Lu Ruanji finished in one breath, then changed his tone. The communication on the other end fell into silence suddenly, followed by a rustling sound, occasionally mixed with the sound of objects colliding. The next moment, that hoarse voice came out again. Lu Ruanji, use all your abilities to keep that young man before I arrive at the hall. If you can't keep him, don't ever say you're my disciple. Lu Ruanji was invigorated. Yes, I will follow the master's orders. I'll go now. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was cut off. Lu Ruanji now felt a surge of blood. He didn't care about the consequences at all, because if his master could secure the opportunity to forge the special grudge spirit, he would definitely be able to watch from the sidelines. It was a contemporary master blacksmith forging a special soul into a weapon on the spot. Even if he was just watching from the sidelines, he believed that his skills would greatly improve. Lu Ruanji has been stuck at the first level intermediate stage for too long. He must seize this opportunity. With determination, Lu Ruanji hurried in the direction where the two people had left. Little did he know, there were also a few people quietly following him from behind in the crowd. When Lu Ruanji made the call, he did not deliberately lower the volume, and many people present could clearly hear the voice on the other end of the call. Knowing that there would be some excitement later, the crowd followed closely behind. At the first level intermediate stage, in front of a weapon shop, Wu Wenjiang was enthusiastically persuading the shop owner to bring out some real weapons for the young man. Master Wu, if you are really busy, I can browse on my own. Wu Wen waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, I'm not busy at all. That guy surnamed Lu talks nonsense all the time, don't believe him, he's famous for being a big bragger around here. The weapon shop owner couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sound of this. Wu Wen turned to the shop owner and continued, I say, boss, everyone says your goods are good, but why do they all seem to be at the Marquis and Earl level? Don't you have any public grade weapons? Do you really have any good stuff here? Ha! The shop owner's mouth twitched again, as if public grade weapons were like cabbages in the market. However, despite the complaints, he didn't dare to neglect the master craftsman of the first level intermediate stage in front of him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Master Wu, all the goods in my shop are laid out in front of you too, there are no higher grade ones, you see, there's an auction coming up recently, and all the public grade and above weapons have been taken away as a source of goods. Wu Wen was taken aback, suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot what day it is today, I've been so busy lately. He turned back to the young man, Mr. Su, I'm sorry for making you come here for nothing. It's okay. With that, the two walked out of the shop. It's a bit unfortunate, there happens to be an auction in the city recently, I guess we won't find any high-quality weapons today, it's a pity, I don't even have a good gun in stock now, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome, Wu Wen said. Su Chen wasn't too concerned, and instead asked, Master Wu, are you planning to hold an auction here soon? Wu Wen nodded, yes, if you need it, you can attend the auction in a few days to see if there's anything you like, but once it's at the auction, the prices will definitely go up. As long as the item is useful, the price doesn't matter, Su Chen said casually. That's true, Mr. Su, with such a handsome face at your age, you must have already achieved financial freedom by capturing a special grade grudge spirit. If you plan to participate, you can show my master's black gold card, and the staff will take you directly to the VIP room. What privileges does this card have? Su Chen asked, playing with the black gold card. Well, at the auction, in addition to the VIP seats, when you settle the items you bid on, you can still settle at an 80% discount, and most buyers can only bid 3 times for the same item, while you can bid 5 times, so when most buyers see a VIP buyer participating in the bidding, they will choose to give up directly. Su Chen nodded, finding this privilege convenient. As the two were talking, they walked out of the shop, but suddenly stopped in their tracks at the sight before them. Outside the shop at that moment, a crowd of people had blocked the entire passage. Not far from other weapon shops, Su Chen keenly noticed a few people pretending to pick weapons, but their eyes kept scanning in this direction after they came out. Among the pretentious people was Lu Ruanji, whom he had seen earlier. Following the young man's gaze, Wu Wen also noticed the figure of his good friend. His eyelids suddenly twitched, a sense of unease rising in his heart. I caught a glimpse of the two of them looking at me at the same time. Lu Ruanji subconsciously looked around and saw that the storefront was empty except for himself. He awkwardly put back the short knife he was playing with, put his hands in his pockets, and turned around in place, not knowing what to do. Then, as if making a decision, he turned his steps and walked openly towards the two not far away. Ignoring the fierce gaze from Wu Wen, Lu Ruanji's ears turned slightly red, but in order to achieve his future goals, he forced a smile at the two and said, Oh, Mr. Su, what a coincidence, we meet again. Are you planning to choose a weapon here? I am very familiar with the shop here. I can be your guide if you are looking for a weapon. Su Chen glanced at the onlookers and knew that these people were only eyeing the special grudge spirit in his hand. He lost interest in continuing to browse, so he politely declined. Thank you, Master Lu, for your kindness, but it seems that there is no suitable weapon for me here. I plan to take my leave today. Before Lu Ruanji could say anything to persuade him, Wu Wen immediately said, in that case, Mr. Su, let me escort you. Su Chen nodded slightly and then walked towards the stairs on his own. The onlookers sensibly made way for the young man. Wu Wen followed closely behind the young man, but noticed that Lu Ruanji was also following from behind. So he turned back with a displeased expression and whispered, Old Lu, why are you following us? Lu Ruanji's face stiffened slightly, and he replied with a thick skin, can't I walk the same way? Wu Wen chuckled, sure, of course you can, but even if you plan it this way, it's useless. Mr. Su is already a distinguished guest of my master. What happened before is in the past, it may not be the same later. Lu Ruanji finished with a smile. Wu Wen frowned slightly but didn't say anything more, just wanting to quickly send the young man away to avoid any trouble. As they climbed the stairs, the three walked ahead, followed by a large crowd of onlookers. The passing crowd was initially puzzled, then joined in. When the three returned to the first-floor lobby, they saw a group of men in suits at the reception desk, surrounding a young man in gorgeous attire like bodyguards. One of the men in suits was asking something in front of a female server, who then looked around the lobby and spotted the most conspicuous figure in the crowd with a Mediterranean hairstyle, pointing towards him. The man in the suit looked in the direction indicated by the female server, his expression brightened, and he immediately returned to the young man, saying something. Then Su Chen saw the man walking quickly towards them. As the distance closed, the young man slowed down and walked gracefully to the three, stopping in front of them with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze, and said, Good afternoon, I have heard of the names of the two masters. My name is Li Xiuquan, from the Li Family Consortium. I have a matter to discuss with Mr. Su. I wonder if Mr. Su can spare me some time? The young man's voice was not loud, but it fell into the ears of everyone present. The onlookers immediately started discussing. Interesting, that seems to be the future heir of the Li Family Consortium. Wow, even the consortium is coming to him. You guys spread the news fast. The crowd behind them discussed one after another, while Su Chen politely stood there listening to the other party, then stepped aside and calmly said, Oh, hello, sorry, I have something else to do. Goodbye. As the young man's words fell, the group of people remained stunned in place. It wasn't until the young man walked past them that Li Xiuquan came to his senses and turned around abruptly, shouting at the young man's back, Mr. Su. Then I opened up and talked openly. My father loves weapons, and his big birthday celebration is coming up next month. Our Li Family Consortium is willing to exchange millions in 3 public-grade weapons with a king sword that has a second-class blade soul for the special-grade grudge spirit in your hands. As Li Xiuquan's words fell, the hall was in an uproar. Millions? And 3 public-grade and 1 king-grade? Wow, what a deal. So rich. The Li family is really wealthy. Wow, is this really happening? If it were me, I would definitely agree. Hee, you don't understand. While the conditions offered by young Master Li are tempting, even if a special-grade grudge spirit is forged into a public-grade weapon, it can be elevated to imperial grade in one step, becoming an imperial soldier with a first-class soul. Do you understand? Bro, is this for real? Sounds exaggerated. Exaggerated? If it weren't, why would Li Xiuquan be willing to offer these stakes to make a deal with the other party? As the hall buzzed with discussion, Li Xiuquan saw the gradually retreating figure of the young man finally stop. Just as he was secretly delighted, he saw the young man pause for a moment before continuing to walk forward without looking back, saying, Young Master Li's kindness is well received. With that, Su Chen continued walking towards the door without stopping. Behind him, upon hearing the young man's words, Li Xiuquan's mouth slightly opened again, and he stood still once more. He thought he had offered enough sincerity, but he never expected the other party to refuse so decisively. The previously noisy hall suddenly fell silent, but it only lasted for a few moments before the discussions resumed. No way. Did he just refuse like that? To hear such conditions without changing expression, he's a master. While the crowd was discussing, Su Chen had already reached the front desk, with the door right in front of him. At that moment, the door suddenly pushed open from the outside, and an elderly man with white hair and a rough appearance rushed in. As soon as the white-haired old man entered, the discussions in the hall came to an abrupt halt. In the back, Lu Ruanji's expression brightened upon seeing the old man, and he hurriedly stepped forward, waving his hand and calling out, Master, over here. Initially, some people were skeptical upon seeing the unkempt old man, but when even Lu Master had to call him Master, they immediately confirmed the old man's identity and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, it's really Master Do. Seeing the old man rushing in, Wu Wen's face immediately turned unpleasant. After hesitating for a moment, he finally dialed a communication on his panel. At that moment, the service staff at the front desk also reacted, running over to the old man and respectfully calling out, Master Do. However, Do Qianshan, who had entered, ignored the service staff in front of him. His sharp eyes scanned the hall, and then he saw his disciple rushing over urgently. He impatiently went to meet him, asking, "Where is he?" Lu Ruanji immediately pointed to the nearby young man and said hurriedly, "Master, it's that young man, Mr. Su Qin." Before Lu Ruanji could finish, the old man who had been in front of him a moment ago disappeared in an instant. When he looked again, he saw that the old man had already appeared in front of the young man. Su Chen looked at the white-haired old man who had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and stopped his steps helplessly, but still politely greeted him, "Master Do." Do Qianshan looked at the young man and then asked straightforwardly, "Kid, I heard you brought a special-grade grudge spirit? Is it true or false?" Not far away, Lu Ruanji, who heard the old man address him as kid, slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing that his introduction just now was completely in vain, feeling a bit overwhelmed emotionally. "Oh my dear master, first impressions matter." Facing the old man's straightforward question, Su Chen calmly replied, "Of course it's true, but I have entrusted it to Master Hao for soul forging." Hearing this, Do Qianshan's eyes sharpened, and he said, "No problem, I have immersed myself in soul forging for decades. My skills are definitely better than that woman who just started a few years ago. As long as you nod, I can go get it back for you. If you are willing to entrust it to me for soul forging, I will definitely return a perfect top-grade soul weapon to you." Just as Su Chen was about to speak, a male voice suddenly sounded from behind the old man. "I say, old Do, who can't talk big. You're already quite old. I think it's better to give the opportunity to the younger generation." Su Chen looked towards the sound and saw a middle-aged man in a jeep jacket walking towards them with a smile on his face. "Great! Another master has arrived." Seeing the man appear, the onlookers immediately became excited. Do Qianshan turned his head back at the sound and his expression turned cold when he saw the newcomer, and he said in a displeased tone, "Lu Zicheng, what are you here for? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Lu Zicheng, as he was called, still smiled, and said, "I am here for the same reason you are here. We have more than one master in this new forging competition." With a glance at Lu Ruanji not far away, Lu Zicheng continued, "But it seems your disciple's intelligence is not very sharp." "What do you mean?" Do Qianshan asked with a dark expression. "What do I mean?" Lu Zicheng chuckled, "Old Do, you are also a master, right? Why are you so stingy? You can't even bring a gift when visiting someone with that." To the astonishment of the crowd, a blood-red long spear suddenly appeared in Lu Zicheng's hand. As soon as the blood-red long spear appeared, Do Qianshan's eyes narrowed. Among the crowd, there were also sharp-eyed individuals who immediately recognized the blood-red long spear Lu Zicheng had taken out, and couldn't help but exclaim, "King's weapon red tassel?" Lu Zicheng's smile deepened at the reaction of the crowd. He took a few steps forward, carrying the blood-red long spear, and walked up to the young man, smiling as he spoke, "Mr. Su, I am Lu Zicheng. I heard that you were looking for a suitable spear, and coincidentally, I have a spear forged by me. Although its quality is not high, it is still a king's weapon named Red Tassel. If you don't mind, I will give it to you as a gift. Let's be friends." Lu Zicheng reached out to hand over the red tassel, but he kept talking. "Of course, this spear has not yet been forged with a soul, but as long as you have a suitable soul in your hands, you can come to me anytime. Red Tassel only lacks a soul to be promoted to an imperial weapon." Lu Zicheng handed over the long spear with a smile, thinking that no one could resist the dual temptation of making friends with a master and receiving a king's weapon that could be promoted to an imperial level, especially considering the young age of the man in front of him. Unlike old Do who came empty-handed, he was fully prepared with the existing information and was confident in taking down the opponent. Faced with such tempting conditions, just when everyone thought the young man would definitely accept Lu Zicheng's long spear, the next moment the young man raised his hand not to take the spear, but instead scratched his head and said something surprising. "I'm sorry, Master Lu's kind offer is appreciated, but I already have a king's spear at home, so I really can't accept this red tassel anymore, otherwise my family member will get jealous." Jealous? Lu Zicheng's mouth twitched. The entire hall fell into silence. At the staircase, Haomu, who had rushed down after receiving Wu Wen's communication, silently witnessed this scene. His footsteps slowed down as he stood on the steps, gazing at the three people in the front row from a distance, a captivating smile appearing on his lips. To be honest, when Wu Wen received a message saying that two masters came to find the young man, she was initially unsure. After all, young people are often easily swayed. But now, it seemed she was overthinking it, as the young man in front of her had a stronger will than she had imagined. Just as she was hesitating whether there was a need to show up, at the front desk, Suchen bowed to the two masters and said, "It's time for lunch, the kid has something to do, so I'll take my leave." With that, Suchen gave the two a faint smile and suddenly disappeared from where he stood. At such a close distance, the two masters' pupils contracted slightly, and then a faint sound of the door being open came from behind them. Spatial ability? Realizing this, everyone present turned to look at the door, but by then the young man had already left, leaving only a slender figure walking away leisurely. The two masters almost simultaneously turned around, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at the young man's retreating figure. As new masters of the hammer, their professional skills had already reached the peak, and their game levels were not low. Setting aside their identities as masters, Dou Qianshan was at least a royal-level player, while Lu Zicheng had surpassed him and ascended to the imperial level several years ago. Yet even so, when the young man disappeared before their eyes, they were still unable to react. Although they had not anticipated this, being a bit negligent, they could not deny the abilities the young man had just displayed. In the instant the young man teleported, he almost instinctively concealed his own aura, which was the most terrifying part. It was only then that they realized how could someone capable of capturing a special-grade grudge spirit be underestimated. However, their preconceived notions had only seen the young man's youthful appearance. At the staircase, Howie, who had witnessed the scene just now, was no less shocked than the two at the door. Coming to her senses, she inexplicably recalled the scene of her conversation with the young man earlier. Although it was just a few words, the young man at that time remained calm and composed, just as he was moments ago. Then, she seemed to remember something and suddenly chuckled, with a hint of self-mockery. Indeed, they, the so-called masters, were usually treated with respect by others, and being flattered for so long had subtly changed their attitudes towards others. These figures, seen as big shots in the eyes of others, might have been no different from ordinary people in the eyes of the young man, which was why he didn't care who forged his weapon spirit. As long as the person taking over had the ability, it was enough, just like handling business. Even though releasing the news would attract even the masters, the young man did not do so. After the young man left, the previously silent hall erupted once again. "Oh my god, am I seeing things right? That guy actually refused 2 masters in a row. Wow, the ability of spatial characteristics. He's so cool. I should have mustered up the courage to ask for his contact information just now." Impressive, calmly refusing 2 masters and leaving, not even changing his expression in front of Wang Bing. This guy is really suave. Strange, I've never heard of this person before. He also has a very handsome face. As the commotion continued in the hall of the new hammer, Su Chen had already left the oval building and arrived at a noodle shop on the main street. Looking at the menu, he ordered a bowl of fried sauce noodles and fresh meat wontons, then found a seat and waited quietly. Su Chen's mind was very clear. In the situation just now at the new hammer, no matter who he agreed to at the time, he would inevitably offend the other two, and might even be portrayed by the onlookers as someone who raised prices. In his view, politely refusing the other party has always been the best solution to troublesome matters. After all, it's better to extend a hand than to strike a smiling face. During the wait for the dishes, Su Chen took out his tablet and browsed the official website of Xian Shuangdong, where he found the section about the auction. Clicking into it, he learned that the auction Wu Wen mentioned would open in 3 days. The Xian Shuangdong website originally had an online auction system, which he had browsed before. However, most of the items available online were of lower quality, so he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. After all, Xian Shuangdong conducted transactions for valuable items offline. It was said that there had been incidents in the past where high-quality items sold online were looted by rioting organizations on the way to the buyers, so Xian Shuangdong decided to only trade valuable items offline. Su Chen casually browsed through the webpage and saw several eye-catching auction items that were pre-released to attract attention. At that moment, one of the auction items in the pre-released images caught his eye. It was a silver-gray long spear, with a tip as slender as a reed leaf. Most importantly, the quality level was indicated below the image, grade a long spear moon eater. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that he indeed needed to attend this auction. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes to the table, and Su Chen quickly finished both portions. He ate fast because it made him feel fuller. At the age of 17, the young man didn't have to worry about his digestive system failing. After eating his fill, Su Chen checked the map to find a nearby hotel close to Xian Shuangdong. Although he wasn't short of money at the moment, he still subconsciously compared prices. After searching for a while, he finally chose a hotel with good reviews and affordable prices. Since it was nearby, Su Chen didn't need to take a taxi and decided to walk there as a post-meal stroll. Walking on the street, his mechanical leg attracted attention, and occasionally shop owners selling mechanical prosthetics would greet the young man, but he politely declined with a smile. Following the navigation, he arrived at a bustling intersection, where advertisements were projected on the buildings. As Su Chen's gaze swept over one of the advertisements, it paused slightly. It was an advertisement for an arm wrestling competition, and what caught his attention was a well-built bald man in the center of the advertisement. Oh, an old acquaintance. With a lollipop given by a girl on the street, Su Chen stopped in front of a sports center. At this moment, there was a long line in front of the sports center, with eye-catching billboards on both sides. In front of a temporary window, the words "Registration Office" were posted. Su Chen walked over, picked up a form as directed by the staff, filled it out, and then joined the queue. Most of the people in line were muscular men, and they were surprised to see a slender young man with a mechanical leg walking over to join the line. The muscular guys in front of Su Chen also turned around and jokingly said, "Young man, did you come to the wrong place?" Su Chen glanced at them and then pointed to the nearby billboard, asking, "I didn't come to the wrong place, isn't this the venue for the arm wrestling competition?" "You're in the right place, but with your small arms and legs." The man chuckled, looked the young man up and down, and shook his head. "Young man, let me kindly advise you to go home early and eat more good food, don't just follow the crowd." "Thanks for the reminder, but I think I still have some strength." Speaking, Su Chen rolled up his sleeves and showed his biceps to the other person. However, when the young man made this gesture, the several strong guys behind him laughed even more joyfully. One of them even laughed so hard that tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. His thick palm landed on the young man's shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, we are comparing wrist strength here. What's the use of showing us your biceps?" After the man finished speaking, he laughed to himself again. "Oh, I can't take it, this is too funny." Seeing that they didn't believe him, Su Chen could only shrug helplessly. Seeing that the young man still had no intention of leaving, the several older guys in the back treated him as if he had come to experience the competition. Bored of waiting in line, they started showing off their physique in front of the young man to tease him. Su Chen didn't mind the attitude of these people and chatted with them from time to pass the time. As the line moved slowly, after 10 minutes, they finally reached Su Chen and his group. In front of the line was an AI wrist strength machine. The older guy in front of Su Chen selected the 6th level of medium difficulty with the guidance of the staff and started competing with the AI wrist strength machine. Su Chen watched from behind. After a brief stalemate, the older guy suddenly exerted force, his thick arm veins bulging, and he managed to defeat the AI mechanical arm in one go. The staff member took the man's form and gestured for him to walk to the other side. Passed, next. Soon, the several older guys in front of Su Chen all passed the AI screening one after another, but they didn't rush in. Instead, they stayed in front of the passage, smiling and waiting for the young man to undergo the screening. When the staff member called "passed, next," it was finally the young man's turn. Su Chen took 2 steps forward and curiously examined the AI machine in front of him. The staff member pressed a white button on the machine, resetting the level to 10 and said, 10 buttons, a total of 10 levels. The minimum passing level is 5. Once you select, we will begin. What's the difference between different levels? Su Chen asked. Of course, level 5 is the lowest. After entering, you still need to go through the preliminary selection. Level 6 can skip the preliminary selection, level 7 is for the elimination round, level 8 directly enters the top 64, level 9 enters the top 32, and level 10 goes straight to the top 16, the staff member patiently explained. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully and, under the surprised gazes of the crowd, he raised his hand and selected the red button representing level 10. In front of the passage, seeing the young man decisively choose level 10, the several older guys became more convinced that the young man was just here for fun. They started cheering, "The kid dares to choose. Go for it. Crush that mechanical arm." The staff member was also surprised and initially thought the young man had made a mistake, so he kindly reminded, "If you made a mistake, you can reset it with the white button over there." But the young man shook his head and calmly said, "No need, I chose level 10. Alright, the kid wants the momentum." The several older guys continued to cheer in front of the passage, already imagining the young man's face turning red when he couldn't move the mechanical arm later. Su Chen reached out and grabbed the round bar on the left side of the platform, his right hand passed through the loop, clenched his fist, and placed his wrist against the mechanical arm. The moment his right hand touched it, a 5-second countdown appeared on the AI machine screen in front of him. Su Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and as the 5-second countdown reached 0, he exerted all his strength in his right wrist, and his peak, wrist strength, erupted at that moment. Crack! The mechanical arm hit the platform hard, making a crisp sound. Su Chen stood up straight and pulled back his right hand, only to see that the broken mechanical arm did not bounce back. Instead, wisps of black smoke emerged from the connection point of the mechanical arm. Su Chen's face suddenly showed embarrassment. He was about to apologize to the staff when he saw that they were already standing there dumbfounded. In front of the passage, several older brothers had smiles frozen on their faces, staring in disbelief at the machine emitting black smoke, their jaws dropping in shock. Suchen had to speak up and say, sorry, I broke the machine. Does this count as passing? Upon hearing the young man's words, the staff member finally came to his senses, eyes switching back and forth between the young man and the machine with a look of astonishment, his mouth twitching slightly, then he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. You passed, give me the card. While the staff member was registering the information, Suchen asked again, sorry, do I need to compensate for breaking it? The staff member's mouth twitched again, but he said, of course not. He knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the machine in front of him, it was just a matter of skill. How could he ask the other party to compensate? So, does this mean I made it to the top 16? Yes. After the staff member calmed down a bit, he nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand. Go over there, someone will take you to the waiting area, where you can wait for the top 16 to start. Okay, thank you. Suchen politely smiled and walked in front of the bewildered older brothers at the passage, waving his hand. Hey there, are you guys okay? The older brothers finally came to their senses, but their minds were still reeling from the shock just now, subconsciously saying, oh my god, how is this possible? A muscular older brother in a black tank top circled around the young man, touched his arm, and said in amazement, this doesn't make sense. But the feeling of the slender arm was real. It wasn't that the young man's arm was really thin, it was just that the difference was quite obvious compared to the muscular older brothers in front of him. Little brother, are you a wrestler? One of the older brothers guessed, but then shook his head, that's not right, even wrestlers need to train their bodies. Suchen just smiled lightly and said, I just have some strength, see you in the top 16, brothers. With that, the young man walked to the front, turned the corner, and disappeared at the end of the passage, leaving the muscle-bound older brothers looking puzzled. Strange. Walking into the venue along the passage, Suchen's eyes were filled with muscular men in the venue, exuding a strong masculine hormone scent in the air. In the center of the venue, there were many tables, and many muscle-bound older brothers were competing at the moment. Soon after entering, a staff member came over and led Suchen to the waiting area marked with the top 16 sign. When Suchen sat down, he realized that this empty area seemed to have only him. So, whenever people passed by this area and saw a young man sitting in the top 16 waiting area, completely different from the other participants in the venue, their curious eyes were filled with surprise. During the wait, Suchen looked at the screen projected in the distance above the center of the venue. On the screen, a bald man in a suit, unable to hide his muscular physique, was chatting with the host. Second floor of the venue, inside the broadcast commentary room. Mr. Yen, as the 5-time defending champion, you are here this year as a special guest to personally commentate on the past matches. What are your thoughts on seeing the competitors below engaged in intense competition? The female host smiled at the camera and asked. On the side, Yen Lating tugged at his slightly tight suit tie, pondered for a moment, and then said, it's not good for me to take all the prize money myself, I have to give the young people a chance. I heard that as a special guest today, you will also have a friendly match with this year's champion after the game. How do you feel about your performance today? Are you confident in winning the friendly match? The female host asked again. I guess it doesn't matter much, I feel energetic every day. I'm personally looking forward to the friendly match. At this moment, the assistant behind handed a game information card to the female host in the blind spot of the camera. The female host naturally merged the card handed by the assistant into a stack of cards in her hand, and casually lowered her head to take a look. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then she said, oh, Mr. Yen, it seems that this year's players are quite strong. The competition has just started, and one player has already successfully challenged the 10th level in the qualifying stage, entering the top 16, just like Mr. Yen did back then. Oh, hearing this, Yen also showed some interest, that makes it even more exciting. In the waiting area, Suchen watched the broadcast on the screen quietly. After the preliminary selection, a male commentator appeared on the screen, commenting seriously with the female host, while Yen occasionally added some professional details on the side. Unlike other sports competitions, the arm wrestling competition process is relatively short, taking only an hour from the preliminary selection to the start of the top 64. During this time, Suchen was still the only one in this area, feeling a bit bored with the lack of entertainment and the repetitive words of the host. He yawned, wondering when the top 16 would start. Fortunately, Suchen didn't have to wait long. Under the enthusiastic commentary of the host, 32 strong men sadly left the stage, and after the halftime break, the top 32 officially began the competition. Unconsciously, the number of spectators in the audience area gradually increased, with most of them being eliminated players. 15 minutes later, Su Chen, sitting with his legs crossed, saw 15 muscular men walking towards his area from the other end of the aisle. The group of men and the young man exchanged glances from a distance. When they saw a slender young man already sitting in the top 16 waiting area, the group of men looked surprised. Su Chen smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet the big men. "Hello, hard work." However, most of the men just walked straight to the waiting area and found a place to sit down, ignoring the young man. Only a few muscular guys walked to the vicinity of the young man's seat, showing strong interest and asking, "Little brother, are you a direct qualifier? I didn't see you in the competition." Su Chen nodded. The muscular guy on the left suddenly became excited. "Little brother, since you are a direct qualifier, you must have challenged the highest level, right? We still have some time during the break, how about we have a little match?" As the muscular guy's voice fell, the others also turned their heads to look, curious to see what this ordinary-looking young man was capable of. "Let's forget about it. It's better for us to rest and maintain our condition during the break," Su Chen replied tactfully. Upon hearing the young man's answer, one of the muscular men sneered and sarcastically said, I think you must have taken some drugs during the screening, otherwise, why would you dare to compete with you now? You still need to save the effects for when you go on stage." With this remark, the others first carefully assessed the young man's physique, and then some of them nodded in agreement. "It's indeed possible." Hearing this, Su Chen did not argue, shrugged indifferently. The short 15-minute break quickly passed, and soon the staff came over to remind everyone to get ready to go on stage. The group of people stood up, Su Chen followed at the end of the crowd, and walked down the stairs, following the passage to the temporary competition stage in the center of the venue. After the crowd went on stage, the female host started to liven up the atmosphere, and the passion of the audience was ignited, causing a buzz in the audience seats. In this atmosphere that made people feel excited, Su Chen and the other 15 contestants came to the table one by one under the arrangement of the staff. "Hey, it's you. Looks like I'm lucky today." Su Chen glanced at the opponent who was talking to him, as if it was the same person who had mocked him for taking drugs in the waiting area. Seeing the young man not speaking, the muscular man's arrogance became more pronounced, smiling and saying, "Remember to take your drugs. I'll try to go easy on you and not crack your bones." Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. "Yeah, don't worry, I'll be careful too." "Ha, tough guy." The muscular man sneered. "Today I'll show you what real strength gained through true training is." With that, the two stepped forward under the referee's instructions. Facing the opponent's taunts, Su Chen didn't really care. After all, it was a competitive match, and a bit of trash talk before the match was somewhat meaningful. So, in response, he raised a middle finger towards the opponent. The muscular man, who was already prepared, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this. His clenched fist tightened a bit more, his veins bulging, his muscles full of power, exuding a sense of oppression, staring fiercely at the young man. Su Chen didn't back down, met the opponent's gaze with a smile, then adjusted his posture, clenched his right fist and placed it on the same level as the opponent's wrist through the loop on the table. On the table, the two wrists, one thick and one thin, formed a sharp contrast. The black-clad referee holding a small red flag blew the whistle softly and waved the flag down at the same time. As the red flag fell, the muscular man grinned, gritted his teeth, and suddenly exerted all his strength. In an instant, the thick arm on the table suddenly pressed down a bit on the young man. The muscular man's eyes lit up with excitement, intending to increase his strength and press on while he had the advantage, but the trend of overpowering the opponent suddenly stopped, or more accurately, he couldn't move the opponent's wrist. The muscular man's eyes widened, his left hand tightly gripping the round edge of the table, his body slightly leaning, and stubbornly exerting force again. However, no matter how much force he exerted next, the slightly slender wrist under his strong wrist remained unmoved. Because of the excessive force, the muscular man's face turned red, and after another unsuccessful attempt, he looked up at the young man, only to meet the slightly mocking gaze of the young man. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, ran down his face, and just as it was about to fall vertically, the young man in front of him exerted force. At that moment, the muscular man only felt a tremendous force that he couldn't resist coming from the young man's wrist. Crack! The back of his hand hit the soft pad on the table. When he came to his senses, he saw that his wrist had been forced down on the table. The black-clad referee immediately blew the whistle. The red flag stood on the table, announcing the end of this round. Su Chen calmly withdrew his right hand, while the muscular man remained in the position of being forced down, and then, his dazed eyes gradually filled with horror, his mouth involuntarily forming an O shape. The merciless voice of the black-clad referee then brought him back to reality. 1-0, prepare for the second round, please switch to your left hand. Wait, that didn't count just now. The muscular man suddenly shouted, this guy cheated. He must have taken drugs. I demand a thorough investigation. However, the black-clad referee gave the muscular man a look as if he were looking at a primary school student, calmly adjusted his glasses, and reminded him, "I'm sorry, sir, this open competition does not restrict professional abilities, even taking drugs is allowed." Upon hearing this, the muscular man's eyes widened, and he roared, "Ha? What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of ridiculous rules are these?" Insulting the referee, questioning the rules, yelling and disrupting the order at the scene, 1 yellow card penalty, and another yellow card penalty will have you removed from the field, sir. With that, the black-clad referee flicked a yellow card out of his jacket pocket, not caring whether the muscular man accepted it or not, and just stuck it on the opponent's arm. "You!" The muscular man was so angry that he couldn't speak, his face turning as red as a monkey's butt. Just then, the black-clad referee added, "Also, my profession is a doctor, and I can tell that the gentleman in front of you shows no signs of drug use, so please prepare for the second round." "He's not on drugs? How could he possibly beat me without drugs with that small frame of his?" the muscular man said incredulously, but he didn't dare to yell as loudly as before. The black-clad referee did not respond further, emotionlessly repeating, "Please prepare for the second round." Su-Chen immediately placed his left wrist on the table, jokingly saying, "Brother, come on, my right hand is my dominant hand, beating you is normal, but it will be a bit troublesome with my left hand." Hearing this mocking remark, the corners of the muscular man's mouth twitched, his eyelids twitched, and the veins on his red face and forehead bulged. When the two wrists were placed together again, the referee dropped the red flag, and the upper body of the muscular man immediately leaned to the right and exerted force. Different from the previous feeling of being unable to move the opponent, this time he could feel himself slowly toppling the young man. This normal scene reassured him. At this moment, the advantage was his. He smirked and looked at the young man opposite him, who was no longer as composed as before under his pressure, clearly struggling. Seeing this, the muscular man became even more excited. At this moment, his left wrist had already pressed down on the young man by almost half. With such a huge positional advantage, the opponent had no chance of turning the tables, just a little more, and he could bring him down. He enjoyed this process. Under his absolute strength, the opponent could only struggle helplessly, unable to do anything. Watching the back of the young man's hand almost touching the table, the black-clad referee also approached the table on the left, slightly bending down to witness the scene. The desire for victory drove the muscular man to exert all his strength again. He seemed poised to win this round in one go. However, at that moment, just as the back of the young man's hand was about to touch the table, the muscular man once again felt that familiar pressure. He stared intently, clearly just a hair's breadth away, yet no matter how hard he tried, that slender wrist remained unmoved. "Just a little more," the muscular man roared in his heart, but what happened next made him feel shocked and sweat profusely. The slender wrist suddenly exerted force, slowly lifting the previously overwhelmingly dominant muscular wrist. The black-clad referee on the side was suddenly alert, his eyes slightly widened, focusing intently on the unbelievable scene before him. At the same time, the camera on-site also captured this moment sharply, and the backstage staff immediately enlarged it on the screen for everyone to see. Everyone was witnessing this turning point moment. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the audience, as if cheering for the wrist in the screen that was turning the tables in a desperate situation. On the screen, the slender wrist did not disappoint, slowly turning the situation around, and soon both wrists returned to their initial position. No matter how hard the muscular man tried, he could only watch as the slender wrist continued to slowly overpower him. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and looked up, meeting the young man's joyful smile. In the commentary room on the second floor, two commentators were speaking passionately, but Yen Song let his gaze fall on the corner of the screen where the table was enlarged, looking at the familiar face, his expression blank. Amid the cheers from the audience, Su-Chen crushed the last glimmer of hope in that thick wrist. The referee in black immediately straightened up and blew the whistle. 2-0. Game over. Withdrawing his hand, Su-Chen politely flashed a harmless smile and said, "I concede." However, the muscle-bound man who had just been defeated had lost his previous arrogance, looking deflated and soulless as he maintained the position he was brought down in. Seeing that the opponent seemed to be quite affected, Su-Chen shrugged, turned around, and left the field on his own. Since the round of 16 and the quarterfinals were played consecutively without a halftime break, while others were still competing at the moment, Su-Chen, who finished first, was led by the staff to wait on the side. Due to the BO3 format of the competition, the first round defaulted to the right hand, the second round involved switching to the left hand, and if it went to a third round, both sides would use rock-paper-scissors to determine which hand to use. Not everyone had overwhelming victories like Su-Chen, many matches were deadlocked until the third round. Shortly after, amidst the commentary, the round of 16 ended, and the host promptly announced the start of the quarterfinals. The remaining 8 players were assigned opponents on the spot by the on-site staff in the order of the round of 16 results. Therefore, Su Chen's opponent was the one who finished the match after him in the round of 16. Once again on stage, facing him was still a muscle-bound man, but this time wearing a different colored tank top. Most of the muscle-bound men had slightly tan wheat-colored skin, but his opponent at the moment seemed to have a somewhat fair complexion. However, Su Chen paid no attention to it, as their right fists clenched and their wrists met at the same level. At that moment, the muscle-bound man in front of him suddenly blinked flirtatiously. Caught off guard by the close proximity, Su Chen was momentarily stunned, but the referee had already signaled the start. Ah! The muscle-bound man seized the opportunity and let out a strange cry, exerting force on his wrist. Snap! The young man's slender wrist made intimate contact with the tabletop cushion. When Su Chen realized what had happened, the referee had already announced the result. 1-0, for the second round, switch to the left hand. Su Chen looked at his opponent in disbelief, his eyes slightly widened, almost speechless. Damn, you sneaky bastard. Sensing the young man's gaze, the muscle-bound man smiled charmingly. The arena is like a battlefield, this is called strategy, little brother. Su Chen's mouth twitched for a moment, then he drew a chilling arc. As the two sides adjusted their positions again, they both let out strange cries at the same time as the referee signaled the start. Ah! Ah! Snap! In the blink of an eye, the muscle-bound man's thick wrist made intimate contact with the tabletop cushion. 1-1, let's decide the third round with rock paper scissors. Retracting his hand, Su Chen looked at his opponent and said with a smile, this move is called overpowering with strength. Before he could finish, the young man's voice abruptly stopped. At that moment, the muscle-bound man in front of Su Chen blushed, staring at him with intense eyes. Staring back, the muscle-bound man's hand suddenly roamed and caressed his own muscular chest, then he forcefully tore apart his deep purple tank top, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the young man with a flirtatious gaze. Next, I'll choose cloth. Little brother, you choose scissors, I can use either hand. Subsequently, the two played rock paper scissors, with the muscle-bound man choosing cloth as he said, while Su Chen chose rock. I can use either hand too, Su Chen said indifferently. The muscle-bound man was taken aback, then licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. How about we compare with the back of our right hands? Su Chen glanced at the referee beside him and asked, I'm fine with it, but is this allowed? The black-robed referee nodded at the words, there are no restrictions in the third round rules, as long as it involves the use of wrist techniques. Alright, let's begin then. Su Chen raised his hand and took a stance on the table. Seeing the young man so straightforward, the muscle guy's face revealed a triumphant smile. He then produced a pill out of thin air and swallowed it in front of the two. In an instant, the muscles on the muscle guy's wrist swelled abruptly, veins bulging, and his arms grew a size larger in the blink of an eye. Seeing the change in the opponent's arm size, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his quick-thinking brain reacted at the same time. Heh, turns out you didn't build that strength through training. The muscle guy smiled, young man has good eyesight. Yes, I am an alchemist. The pills I make can easily enhance physical strength that others can't achieve even with intense training, without any side effects. Impressive, right? By the way, I am a woman. With that, the muscle guy winked at the young man. Su Chen glanced at the muscle guy's exposed chest. Doesn't seem like it. The muscle guy suddenly flexed his muscles, not big enough? There are many big people here. Oh, so, young man, are you big too? The muscle guy chuckled. Well, that's hard to say. The black-robed referee, unable to bear it, urged, please start the match. Oh, you're so eager. The muscle guy teased the referee, reaching out his hand towards the table. Stop! Su Chen suddenly shouted, pointing his index finger at the muscle guy's right hand. First, remove the unknown poison patch on the back of your hand. Upon hearing the young man's words, the black-robed referee turned his head in shock to stare at the muscle guy. The muscle guy smirked, his expression stiffening as he tried to play dumb. Young man, what nonsense are you talking about? It's just the back of my hand, right? He then showed his right hand's back to the two, seemingly fine on the surface. However, this couldn't escape Su Chen's perception. He had sensed the issue on the back of the muscle guy's hand from the beginning but didn't mention it as the match didn't involve touching the back of the hand. It was only when the opponent deliberately requested to use the back of the hand in the match that Su Chen realized the muscle guy had a plan. He has a poison patch on the back of his hand that matches his skin color. If you don't believe me, go scratch it, Su Chen told the referee. Although there was no visible difference, the black-robed referee nodded and grabbed the muscle guy's right hand with gloved hands. As the referee scratched the back of his hand, the muscle guy's expression began to change until the referee indeed scratched out a poison patch that matched his skin color. The muscle guy raised his hands decisively. Don't call the police, I surrender. Seeing his trick exposed, the muscle guy surrendered promptly and was escorted out of the arena by the black-robed referee. While the rules were indeed lenient, the use of poison was strictly prohibited. Before leaving, the muscle guy's face showed no anger, still not giving up as he threw a flirtatious look towards the young man. Even leaving the scene, he wanted to disgust the young man. Unfortunately, Su Chen remained unfazed, even sticking out his tongue and leaving with a flushed face. Su Chen could only say that the opponent's tactics were not evil enough. Soon, the top 8 ended, and Su Chen smoothly advanced to the top 4 amidst the referee's announcement. Ultimately, if the matches were based on the order of the top 16, the muscle guy Su Chen had just defeated could be considered one of the only 2 strong players on the stage. Sure, here is the translation of the text to English. Sure enough, after a brief halftime break, Su Chen smoothly advanced to the finals without any pressure. On the final stage, 2 dazzling spotlights shone on the 2 contestants. Su Chen looked at his opponent on the table and fell into contemplation. The muscular guy on the opposite side of the table suddenly removed his mechanical prosthetic right arm in front of the camera, and then the space twisted abruptly, revealing a huge mechanical right arm out of nowhere. The venue fell silent in an instant. The muscular guy calmly attached the mechanical giant arm to the gap in his right arm. With a hiss, the exposed components compressed and extended, and steam gushed out from the mechanical giant arm. The muscular guy satisfactorily retracted the mechanical palm, which made a loud bang on the metal table, exuding a powerful aura. "Come on, young man." The muscular guy smiled boldly. Su Chen silently placed his right wrist on it, and his slender wrist looked particularly small and weak under the mechanical giant wrist. The referee in black on the side was stunned for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up as he stared at the mechanical giant arm of the man in front of him, clearly a cyberpunk fan. After a brief surprise, the audience erupted in unprecedented cheers and shouts. "Wow! Awesome, bro! Wow, so cool arm!" As the referee in black waved the flag, the mechanical guy suddenly exerted all his strength. The back of the mechanical giant wrist suddenly opened several gaps, and 4 thrusters inside instantly sprayed out power exhaust. Su Chen was suddenly shocked. Wow, playing so fancy? Feeling the heavy pressure on his wrist, Su Chen felt the oppression from his opponent for the first time, and his brain became excited, and his slender wrist burst into full force. Boom! With a loud noise, the previously evenly matched situation was instantly destroyed. The entire mechanical giant arm was suddenly overturned by a slender wrist, smashing the metal table underneath into a dent. Click, click. The overturned mechanical giant arm suddenly began to emit sporadic sparks, and the exposed mechanical components stopped running after a few moments, wisps of black smoke emerging from the mechanical giant arm. The referee in black looked slightly stunned, then announced loudly, 1-0, as the cheers erupted again from the audience. Just as everyone was cheering for the young man, Su Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at his opponent. At this moment, the mechanical guy on the opposite side still maintained the overturned posture, his eyes blank, showing no intention of retracting the mechanical giant arm. Suddenly, the reflections in the mechanical guy's eyes, which were originally reflecting the scene lights, dimmed, and then the mechanical guy opened his mouth, and a cold mechanical AI voice came out. "It has been determined that victory is impossible against the opponent. This machine will enter a 5-second countdown self-destruct program. 5. Damn you!" Su Chen, who reacted, immediately cursed, rushed to the right side, grabbed the still-dazed referee in black, lifted him up, and threw him out of the field. 1. In the final second of the countdown, at the critical moment, Su Chen swiftly moved and dodged off the stage. 0. As the merciless mechanical AI voice finished the countdown, the mechanical guy on stage exploded, with a huge bang echoing throughout the venue, and mechanical fragments flew into the audience with the heat wave, causing the crowd to scream in pain. The sudden accident left everyone in the venue in a panic. As the crowd in the audience stood up in panic, the powerful voice of the female host came from the broadcast. "Please, all audience members, do not panic. Take care of the elderly and children around you, and orderly leave under the organization of the staff." Under the competition stage, the thick smoke from the explosion dissipated. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the spot where they had originally stood, now turned into a black iron pit. Su Chen stood in place, his thoughts in disarray. Damn it, he never expected that the opponent in front of him would turn out to be a cyborg? Self-destruct if unable to win? Who the hell sent a robot to compete and couldn't handle it? Under the direction of the on-site staff, the audience was quickly evacuated. Moments later, several personnel in police uniforms entered the venue and began the on-site investigation. Su Chen looked at the group of police officers rushing into the scene and sneered inwardly. How could the police arrive so quickly in such a short time? Those guys who rushed in were the police who had been secretly monitoring him since he arrived in City A. With the police on the scene, Su Chen was led by the staff to the backstage waiting room for the results. During this time, the referee in black brought the lounge to express gratitude to the young man for saving his life earlier. 30 minutes later, the staff with the results arrived at the lounge and informed Su Chen that the cyborg contestant had self-destructed and it was not a terrorist attack. Therefore, after consultation with the organizers, the young man naturally became the champion. The journey to the championship made Su Chen feel somewhat absurd. After the danger was eliminated by the police, the organizers even spent over 10 minutes rebuilding a simple stage from the pile of destroyed scrap metal. Below was a projected image, above was a simple iron platform, and the destroyed area was cleverly concealed using projection technology, looking quite presentable. After the stage was rebuilt, the organizers once again invited the audience back to the venue. Su Chen was then awarded the championship trophy on the newly constructed makeshift stage. Although there was a little accident just now, fortunately, it was safe and sound, and the competition will continue. First, let us congratulate player Su Chen on winning the championship. The generous and impassioned voice of the female host echoed in the venue. Next, after a brief interview, we will move on to the eagerly awaited friendly match segment. Mr. Su, I heard that this is your first time participating in this type of competition. What are your thoughts after winning the championship this time? On the simple competition stage, the well-proportioned female host held up the microphone and approached the young man. It's quite abstract. Su Chen scratched his head, speaking honestly. Because he really couldn't figure out how to evaluate this competition, the strength competition was simply a no-threshold melee hyped up by the organizers. Seeing that the conversation was about to fall flat, the female host quickly changed the topic. How do you feel about the upcoming friendly match with the former champion, Mr. Yen, who has won in previous years? Are you confident in winning? Su Chen tilted his head and thought, Mr. Yen, to be honest, I don't feel much pressure competing against him. Winning should be quite simple. Ha! The female host was taken aback by the young man's unexpected response. Wow! Awesome! As the young man's words fell, the audience suddenly erupted, with many burly men in the audience standing up and cheering. Behind the stage curtain, Yen, who was waiting to go on stage, heard the young man's words, his face instantly darkening, and the staff beside him looked frightened. Is this considered a pre-match declaration of war? The female host chuckled awkwardly, trying to smooth things over, and then said, It seems that Mr. Su is very confident about this friendly match. Without further ado, let's give a round of applause to the former champion player, Yen. The female host's suddenly heightened voice was met with a burst of cheers from the audience. Yen! Yen! Su Chen was quite satisfied with the audience's reaction, knowing that the higher the opponent's popularity, the more pitiful they would be after their downfall. He and Yen Songrang are indeed old acquaintances, and his mastery of wrist strength was also obtained from the other party. However, the fondness between them is not limited to just a simple friendship. Su Chen's encounter with Yen Songrang can be traced back to a public-level game several months ago. At that time, the game was a brainpower segment that Su Chen was very good at, the honeycomb maze. After the game started, a total of 100 players were randomly scattered throughout the maze, with clues to the exit placed in each grid, provided that the puzzles left behind were solved. Players could team up to advance, but the rules would also change as time passed. On the first day, only 2 players were allowed in each grid, and if the number exceeded the limit, when a third player entered unintentionally, the grid the players were in would be sealed off, trapping the 3 players inside until one of them was eliminated, at which point the grid would be unsealed. On the second day, the rule changed to 1 person. By the third day, the rule changed back to 2 people, and it was on that day that Su Chen encountered a 3-person grid while solving puzzles. A 3-person grid meant that one of the 3 players present had to be eliminated. At that time, Yen Songrang was one of those 3 players, and not only that, his strength had already reached the level of a grandmaster, using a reckless playing style. Faced with such a deadlock, Su Chen immediately offered to help solve the puzzle as a condition, persuading Yen Songrang to eliminate another player. Yen Songrang also realized that the young man in front of him at the time had no resistance, and thinking that he himself had no idea how long it would take to solve the puzzle by recklessly charging ahead, he agreed to the young man's condition. After eliminating the extra player, Su Chen indeed demonstrated his puzzle-solving ability along the way, leading the other person on the correct path. In the game at that time, whenever a player was on the correct path, the system would provide a notification, so Yen Songrang was delighted to use the young man as a tool after taking the correct path. The fondness between them began to grow rapidly at that time. Su Chen also understood that the fondness was simply because the other party was very satisfied with him as a tool. Without hesitation, he took the other party's ability, the Grandmaster-level wrist strength. Later, he slowly upgraded this ability to its current mastery. With the strongest puzzle master in Yen Songrang, who had a ceiling on his strength in the game at the time, the two of them cleared the game in just 2 days after teaming up. At the end of the game, after finding the exit, Yen Songrang promptly eliminated the tool that was no longer useful. Of course, this was within Su Chen's expectations, and at that time, he had no intention of winning. To make a deal with the gods, he needed to have equivalent bargaining chips, so he had been planning for this long before being cursed with a predetermined death. The necessary threshold for making a deal was also simple: lose the game, let the gods take away a part of his body, then win the game and take away a part of the god's body. All of this was based on the equivalent treaty in the Treaty of the Gods established by the various gods who currently rule the world to ensure the game could continue to run smoothly, binding some gods from playing with absolute power and preventing those gods who couldn't afford to lose from disrupting the overall game. The equivalent treaty constrained the final settlement of the gods, so if a player lost something in a previous game and requested to retrieve what was paid when they won the game, the god must fulfill their wish. However, Su Chen did not want to reclaim his original body but instead wanted the other party's body. This did not affect the establishment of the equivalent treaty. You take mine, I take yours, and this still met the conditions of equivalence. When the gods drafted the treaty, they never imagined that humans would be able to contain the bodies of the gods. Not long ago, Su Chen won the game, and at that time the god spoke, offering him a wish. But he also knew that under the constraints of the contract of the gods, the other party had no choice but to grant his wish, just trying to intimidate and pressure him to change his mind. In conclusion, Su Chen had never had a good impression of Yen Songrang from the beginning to the end, but it was a coincidence that they met in City A, which suited him. Amid the cheers of the audience, the bald man Yen Songrang, wearing a black tight vest and a cloak over his shoulders, walked out from behind the backstage curtain and slowly ascended the stage. Su Chen's gaze met the sharp eyes of the other party, and he smiled. "Long time no see, brother Yen." Yen Songrang stared at the young man in front of him, but he could no longer see the humble and pleading expression on the young man's face as when they first met. "Indeed, it has been a long time, my young friend." The two exchanged symbolic smiles, and as they locked eyes with the young man's deep gaze, Yen Songrang couldn't figure out what the young man was up to. Defeat him in a friendly match? Break his undefeated legend in front of everyone? Yen Songrang had already thought of these possibilities when he received the invitation from the organizers. He knew that the organizers would go to great lengths for publicity, even if it meant bringing a god down from the mountain. Despite understanding all this, he still showed up today. As a grandmaster, Yen Songrang's wrist strength was enough to make him proud, and he couldn't imagine anyone here who could beat him. On the stage, Yen Songrang looked at the young man and said, "I don't know what you've been through or where you got your power from, but if you think being a champion can shake my position, you're being a bit presumptuous. Those guys you eliminated are all small fry in front of me." Upon hearing this, Su Chen tilted his head in confusion and said, "Brother Yen, what are you talking about? I just passed by here and wanted to have a friendly match with you." With that, the young man showed a hint of innocent smile. For some reason, looking at that smile, Yen Songrang felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The female host on the side keenly noticed the unusual atmosphere between the two and immediately asked, "Are the two players ready?" Yen Songrang turned his head and walked towards the competition table, saying, "Let's begin." "I'm ready too," Su Chen said with a light laugh, following behind him. As their wrists touched on the table, Yen Songrang's cold gaze met the young man's, and he said, "I will make you regret challenging me here." Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile, and he calmly replied, "Brother Yen, don't cry later when you lose." Yen Songrang's mouth twitched, and his eyes towards the young man grew colder. Seeing that both were in position, the referee in black on the side waved the flag. As the flag came down, both sides exerted their strength at the same time, and a terrifying momentum emerged from the competition stage. The tense wrists of the two bulged with veins, but neither side gave in, maintaining the initial stance. However, feeling the strength in his wrist at that moment, Yen Songrang was shocked. He couldn't budge the young man, whose wrist strength could actually match his own. As the two were deadlocked, Su Chen smirked at Yen Songrang. "I say, brother Yen, it's been almost half a year, and you're still at the Grandmaster level? That's not good, it's too weak." Veins suddenly appeared on Yen Songrang's forehead, and he glared angrily at the young man. But what happened next made Yen Songrang's mind tremble uncontrollably, as a huge force suddenly came from his wrist. Yen Songrang's eyes widened, wanting to resist, but he found that his own strength couldn't budge the immense force. He was horrified, knowing that his wrist strength had already reached the Grandmaster level, and just a few months ago, the young man in front of him had begged for mercy under his absolute power. "It's impossible," he growled low, his face turning red. However, even though Yen Song exerted all his strength, he still couldn't shake the slender wrist that kept twisting him. Watching himself about to be twisted down, Yen Song was shocked to find that the oppressive force on his wrist suddenly stopped. But as he tried to twist back with all his might, his expression froze, and boundless anger filled his eyes. Yen Song tried to turn the situation around, but found that although the trend of the slender wrist in front of him had stopped, he still couldn't shake it at all, unable to twist up or down. His wrist was stuck in a position about to be twisted down, almost touching the table, but the slender wrist remained motionless, just staying there. Yen Song raised his eyes and met the smiling gaze of the young man. He, the reigning champion, was being humiliated by this guy who regarded him as a nobody. In front of the camera, the audience looked at the sudden stalemate on stage, their faces becoming strange. Hey, what's going on? Yen Song is being twisted down. Not really, look closely, it's close, but that young man doesn't seem to want to continue twisting. Huh, damn, Yen Song is being played like a dog. Good guy, he can twist him down but chooses not to, insisting on leaving a little distance. How malicious is this humiliation? Alright, reigning champion Yen Song. Listening to the audience's shouts, Yen Song's face turned green, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at the young man, coldly saying, "What do you want? If you want to win, do it properly." Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him smiled and said, "Sure, if you want to win properly." The young man paused, "Beg me." "What?" Yen Song gritted his teeth, speaking slowly. "If you want to lose, beg me." Su Chen repeated with a light smile. "You?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. "What? Unwilling? If you're not willing, then wait, we'll record a full hour of you on camera." In anger, Yen Song once again tried his best to change the situation, but it was in vain. The clear reality finally made him realize that he really couldn't shake the young man in front of him. After a moment of silence, a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz came from the table. "Beg you, twist me down." "Ha?" Su Chen leaned over, suddenly shouting, "What did you say? I can't hear you. Are you this big and haven't eaten?" Yen Song was so angry that he was about to turn into the Hulk. Feeling the gaze of the live audience, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Beg you, twist me down." After shouting, just as Yen Song slightly lowered his head, thinking it was all over, the young man's light voice suddenly came, "Oh, I don't want to." Yen Song suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins staring at the young man. Facing the shocked gazes of others, Su Chen remained indifferent, lightly laughing. "I changed my mind. Bark 3 times like a dog, and I'll let you lose properly. You shameless bastard. Going too far." Yen Song, furious to the extreme, didn't care about the competition anymore, and stood up directly. The aura of a grandmaster burst out in an instant, intense killing intent emerging. The sudden scene made several audience members who were different from the muscle-bound guys around them stand up abruptly. Just as they were about to climb over the railing and jump down, Yen Song threw a punch with terrifying force towards the young man in front of him. At the moment of impact, Su Chen didn't dodge, anger covering his fist, and a punch clashed head-on. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, an invisible wave of energy swept out from the stage. Click! At this moment, there was a sound like bones shattering. When several plainclothes police officers in the audience regained their senses and looked again, they saw Yen Song on the stage collapsing in pain, clutching his completely deformed right hand and wailing on the ground. In a bare-fisted clash, even though Su Chen had severely injured the opponent's right hand, he was not in good shape himself. At this moment, the knuckles of his right hand were bloody and blurred, with the white joints showing under the skin. Su Chen silently took out a tissue to wrap his bleeding right hand, put it in his pocket, and quickly recovered from his injuries out of sight of the camera. At that moment, several personnel who had changed back into police uniforms jumped down from the audience seats and ran to the stage. "What's going on? How did they suddenly start fighting during the match?" One female officer scolded as she rushed over. Su Chen innocently raised his hands. "Sir, he attacked me first. I felt my life was threatened, so I fought back to defend myself. Isn't that considered self-defense?" "Shut your mouth." The female officer snapped at the young man, then crouched down to examine Yen Song's injuries. Other police officers surrounded them. A middle-aged uncle with a stubbly beard patted the young man on the shoulder and sighed lightly. "Why did you have to provoke him? Now that something has happened, you're in trouble too." Su Chen knew there was more to what the man was saying, but he remained calm as ever, knowing there were many cameras on the scene. "Sir, you must have seen it too. He showed intent to kill me first. I just took his punch. There was no follow-up. It's clearly self-defense, right?" The middle-aged uncle police officer shook his head helplessly, and the female officer who had examined Yen Song's injuries stood up and walked over to the uncle, giving the young man a hostile look. Su Chen responded with a smile. The angry female officer turned away from the young man, reporting to her superior, "Captain Chen, Yen Song has a comminuted fracture in his whole hand, severe deformation of the arm, the broken bone in the wrist has pierced an artery, he's bleeding heavily, the injuries are serious." The captain nodded, When will the ambulance arrive? In about 3 minutes, the female officer replied. The captain glanced at Yen Song, who was lying on the ground wailing in pain not far away, his tough bald face now covered in tears. He's lucky he's not dead. Captain Chen, how should we handle this young man? The female officer pointed to Su Chen. The captain shrugged. What else can we do? Take his statement and let him go. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled calmly. The female officer looked puzzled. Huh? Captain Chen, are you serious? Just let him go like that? He's seriously injured, that guy. And besides, Before she could finish, the captain interrupted her. What else can we do? There are hundreds of witnesses here. That guy surnamed Yen started it, and he clearly showed strong intent to kill. He deserved to be punched. This kid was just defending himself, even though he may have deliberately provoked the other party, but he's still a minor. You can take his statement and educate him later. The female officer was speechless, realizing she had been a bit shocked by the recent events and her emotions were running high. I knew it, the sirs are still very reasonable, Su Chen said. After the commotion caused by Yen Song, the organizers couldn't continue with the competition and had to ask the audience who still wanted to watch to leave early. The ambulance arrived and took Yen Song to the nearest hospital, with 2 police officers accompanying him. Su Chen was taken back to the station by the middle-aged uncle police officer to give his statement. Before leaving, Su Chen seemed to sense something and called out to a middle-aged man with a big belly at the entrance of the venue. Hey, old brother, don't forget to transfer the champion prize money to my card. The middle-aged man with a big belly nodded repeatedly, watching the statue of the plague god leave. Name: Su Chen, a very honest and straightforward person. The police officer asking the questions glanced strangely at the teenager. Age: 17. Gender: Su Chen looked strangely at the other person. Do you want to ask sir to help me look? Cooperating to complete the process, Su Chen was released the same day. As he walked out of the police station, the sky outside was getting dark, with the twilight glow casting a narrow shadow of the departing teenager on the street. At the entrance of the police station, the middle-aged police officer watched as the teenager's figure disappeared around the corner of the street. The female police officer beside him said, Captain Chen, his behavior today, even as a minor, was quite extraordinary, and that Yen Kongrang's strength is at the Grandmaster level. Yet he was able to disable a whole hand with just one punch. The middle-aged police officer closed his eyes at the words, pondered for a moment, and said, have the department send out more personnel. Remember, they need to be highly covert. Withdraw the previous ones. As the teenager was able to disable a Grandmaster-level person with one punch, it's highly likely that he has already noticed our surveillance. From today's encounter, he doesn't seem surprised by our presence and his reaction is very calm. The female police officer nodded heavily and was about to turn back into the police station. Also, have the department raise the potential threat level of that teenager by 1 level. The female police officer's expression froze at the words. She turned her head and said, but Captain Chen, that teenager is already at the level of a fierce ghost. Raising it by 1 level would mean a 17-year-old at the royal level, able to disable a professional, bodybuilding champion, grandmaster with 1 punch. Seeing how effortlessly he did it, that teenager deserves a great sin, of course, as long as he behaves himself. All of this is just hypothetical. I understand. After all the commotion, Su Chen had to take a taxi back to the hotel by himself. Really, the police didn't even send a car to take me home after taking me away. Their service is really lacking. Su Chen complained, took off his shoes, and lay down on the soft white bed. After stretching comfortably, Su Chen sat up again, leaned against the pillow, put on his bracelet, clicked to bring up the panel, and skillfully entered a string of URLs to go online. When the page redirected to the mental hospital, Su Chen quickly found the exclusive chat room for City A and entered as an administrator without any hindrance. Very Laugh entered the chat room. Very show off. Hey, Laugh Lord? Very cool. Damn. God. How did the god of laughter suddenly grace us with his presence here? Very Laugh. Help me find someone in City A. That guy should be sent to the hospital now. I probably know which one, but I need the specific room number. Little Cry isn't online, so if you have any clues, PM me. Very show off. No problem. Who does the god of laughter want to find? Very Laugh. Yen Songrang. Very Swagger. Hey. Isn't this the guy on the list? The king-level explosive fish dog? Very show-off, Yen Songrang, the guy who relies on his strange strength and doesn't challenge the higher levels, always staying in the king-level explosive fish, is the guy the god of laughter is looking for? Very Laugh. It's a bit of a personal grudge. Very cool, Laugh God. Wait a moment, I'll look it up for you. Very Laugh, thanks. Lying on the bed, looking at the address and room number sent in the private chat box, a smile curved on the teenager's lips. City A People's Hospital. The operating room door was wide open, and the figure of a bald man lay on a mobile hospital bed being pushed out by several nurses. Yen Song, who had been given general anesthesia, allowed several nurses to push him into a police ward. The nurses carefully removed his blood-stained clothes and cleaned his body. Throughout the process, Yen Song stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, bloodshot eyes appeared, and Yen Song, feeling increasingly angry, let out a roar. The nurses, shocked by the scene, quickly left the room. 2 police officers in uniform entered and warned Yen Song to control his temper. Ignoring them, Yen Song's mind was filled with images of the youth who had defeated him. He couldn't understand how the youth had improved so much in a few months. Convinced that the youth had used some unknown external force, Yen Song believed that he, as a master, should not have lost to him. Seeing Yen Song's disturbed expression, the police officers left the room. Late at night, Yen Song, who had partially recovered from the anesthesia, was lost in thought. Meanwhile, several undercover police officers followed a young man named Su Chen as he left his house. Su Chen led them to a luxurious internet cafe, where he showed his top-ranking status in the game League of Legends and received a free trial card. Despite being underage, Su Chen was allowed in the cafe's children's area for 2 hours. While some police officers pretended to play games, they were actually monitoring Su Chen. After playing a game for nearly an hour, Su Chen went to the restroom and returned to his computer. At a city people's hospital, Yen Song, with his remarkable recovery ability, had regained his ability to speak after being under anesthesia. Reflecting on being defeated earlier in the day, Yen Song's anger flared up, especially upon learning that the youth who had injured him had been released without consequences. Yen Song vowed to seek revenge on Su Chen the next time they met. In the dim ward, the echoing declaration of Yen Kongrang's uncontrollable anger resounded. At that moment, the white-gray curtains hanging by the window suddenly swayed in the wind. In the darkness, a chilling voice suddenly emanated from the room. "Oh, I heard you were looking for me?" Yen Kongrang's eyes widened in shock on the hospital bed, looking around the room. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared by the window. Reflected in Yen Kongrang's widened pupils was the figure of a young man, his expression horrified to the extreme. Before Yen Songrang could finish speaking, the young man's figure flashed in front of him, and a slender hand grabbed his neck. Yen Songrang, choked, struggled to breathe, trying to pry the hand off his neck, inadvertently aggravating his injured right hand, causing intense pain. Standing by the bed, Su Chen leaned in, his face close to Yen Kongrang's, his eyes cold as he mocked. "What did you just say? Are you going to break my neck when we meet again?" Yen Songrang, choked, shook his head frantically, his face turning red as he made whimpering sounds. "Isn't that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me, made me misunderstand." Su Chen released his grip. As Yen Songrang tried to shout, his throat tightened again. Yen Songrang glared angrily at the young man smiling at him. "Hee, I tricked you," Su Chen chuckled. "This time we meet, there may not be a next time." Realizing something, Yen Songrang frantically shook his head and struggled. However, still under the effects of anesthesia, each of Yen Kongrang's struggles only intensified the suffocating feeling of despair. Unable to break free, Yen Kongrang's eyes finally showed a look of despair as tears welled up, pleading for the young man to spare his life. The young man leaned in close to Yen Kongrang's ear, whispering, "You strangle me once, I strangle you once, that's fair, isn't it?" With that, despite Yen Kongrang's frantic struggles, Su Chen exerted a little force with his right hand, breaking Yen Kongrang's neck. 30 minutes later, when 2 police officers entered the room for a routine check, they were shocked by the scene before them. The open windows, the fluttering curtains in the night breeze, the messy hospital bed, Yen Kongrang's head tilted to the side, his eyes wide with bloodshot, lifeless, and a clear handprint on his neck, along with a prominent totem mark on his forehead. The 2 police officers were horrified by the scene. One of them quickly activated the encrypted communication device and made a call. On the other end, a deep voice answered, "What's wrong, Xiaowu?" "Captain Chen. Something big happened. Yen Songrang is dead." There was a moment of silence on the line, followed by a sudden shout, "What?" On the neon-lit street, police sirens blared. The elevator doors opened, and several nurses waiting in front were startled and quickly made way. A group of police officers strode through the hospital corridor and arrived at a ward that had been cordoned off. Leading the way, Captain Chen pushed aside the police cordon and entered the room, frowning at the body on the hospital bed. He looked at his subordinate and asked, "What's going on? Weren't you 2 watching him here? How did a perfectly fine person suddenly disappear?" One of the police officers looked aggrieved. "Captain Chen, we really did stay outside the door and never left. We didn't even get distracted. When we first came in, this guy was fine, but when we came back to check after 30 minutes, he was suddenly gone." Another police officer nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Captain Chen, and there was no sound in the ward during that time. When we came in, only the window was open, so the killer must have broken in through the window." Hearing this, Captain Chen walked to the fully open window, looked down, and saw the floating cars on the street below appearing like toy cars in his eyes from the height of the 8th floor. The night wind brushed his face, causing Captain Chen's eyelid to twitch. He turned around and looked at the forensic doctor examining the body in front of the hospital bed, asking, "How is the body? Are there any fingerprints or clues left?" The forensic doctor slowly stood up, facing Captain Chen, and shook his head slightly, saying, "Captain Chen, the victim died from having his neck twisted directly. Although there were 2 non-overlapping handprints left on the neck, there were no fingerprints. I speculate that the victim's neck was squeezed twice in a row, and there were no signs of struggle on the neck, which may indicate that the victim didn't even have a chance to resist in front of the killer." Captain Chan's eyes narrowed. Even though Yen Song was in a severely injured state, he still had the strength of a grandmaster. Yet, he was killed by having his neck twisted. The police officers were outside the door, and there was no time to make a sound for help. To be able to silently kill a grandmaster-level player under police surveillance, even breaking in from the 8th floor window, how strong must this killer be? For some reason, the silhouette of the teenager leaving at dusk first appeared in his mind. Captain Chen's thoughts were in turmoil for a moment. They had a conflict during the day, so there was a motive. Therefore, Captain Chen immediately asked, "Where was Su Chen when the incident occurred?" A police officer replied, "Captain Chen, at the time of the incident, that teenager was playing games in a cybercafe for children 3 kilometers away from here, and our people are still watching him." Hearing this, Captain Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then it's fine." At that moment, the forensic doctor spoke up, "Captain Chen, come and take a look." The killer left a totem mark on the victim's forehead. "Totem mark?" Captain Chen murmured in surprise, then walked to the body and his face stiffened when he saw the totem mark. Captain Chen immediately took the flashlight from his subordinate, bent down in front of the body, and shone the light. The pattern on the totem mark, like a sword piercing a book, had a finely carved single eye at the hilt. The totem mark of the God Hunter? Captain Chen was shocked. What about the room's surveillance? Did it capture anything? One of the police officers weirdly brought up a panel and said, "Captain Chen, yes, but it only captured the beginning. Show it to me." "Yes." The police officer then played the surveillance video. Everyone present saw in the video that Yen Song was lying on the bed in the dimly lit room, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the window from outside, and then the surveillance screen blinked and turned black, as if something had covered it. The surveillance video ended there with no further footage. Captain Chen frowned, paused the moment when that dark shadow passed by, analyze and zoom in. "Yes." The police officer quickly manipulated the panel, and the image froze, gradually becoming clearer as it was enlarged. Clad in nightclothes and wearing a felt hat, under the hat was the side profile of an extremely thin man. In the frozen image, the man outside the window supported the felt hat on his head with one hand and shockingly raised his middle finger towards the camera with the other hand. Chen Fu stared fixedly at the thin profile of the man in the picture, his pupils trembling. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Facial recognition." The police officer manipulated the system again, scanning the thin profile of the man in the picture. After the scan, a cold, mechanical female voice suddenly sounded, "Identification successful. Confirmed target, top-level wanted criminal, Wanderer Chinbo, major crime, God Hunter Cadre." "Damn it!" Chen Fu suddenly cursed, his clenched fists trembling lightly, causing a terrifying aura to sweep through the entire hospital room in an instant. The people present experienced a moment of suffocation, but fortunately, the terrifying pressure quickly dissipated. Several people who had come to their senses immediately gasped for breath, their backs already soaked in cold sweat. Only 3 police officers who had been following Chen Fu from the beginning remained calm. One of the male police officers reminded, "Captain Chen." "I know." Chen Fu took a deep breath, waved his hand to interrupt the other person. "There's no way, everyone will have a moment they can't control." With that, Chen Fu left the hospital room, leaving behind, "Classify this incident as the work of the God Hunter. Conduct a personnel check on this hospital, and it's up to you to handle the rest." "Yes." Walking along the corridor to the smoking area in the hospital, Chen Fu silently took out an electronic cigarette, leaned against the wall, and let his thoughts wander as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Inside the hospital room, several police officers who were tidying up were whispering to each other. "I mean, what just happened to Captain Chen? That aura was too terrifying." "Exactly, I've never seen Captain Chen lose his temper like that before." At this moment, one of the police officers who had been following Chen Fu approached, interrupting their conversation. "Take the task seriously." One of the young female police officers shrugged, "Oh, it's just some cleanup work. By the way, Wang, you've been following Captain Chen for so many years, why did he suddenly get angry? Don't pry into Captain Chen's affairs. The man known as Wang snorted, turned away after a moment of silence, leaving behind, major crime level, wanderer Chen Bo. Just hearing the name gives you a rough idea. He's Captain Chen's younger brother. While the police were busy dealing with everything, the main culprit, Su Chen, who was in an internet cafe, quietly retracted the virtual image he had released with a victory. Coincidentally, his 2-hour internet time was up, and Su Chen joyfully got up and left the internet cafe. To outsiders, it looked like he was simply immersed in the joy of winning the game. With his current mastery of the faceless man level, Su Chen believed that the police wouldn't be able to track him down afterwards. Moreover, the face he used before breaking in was that of a god hunter cadre. The faceless man was not just about changing forms, it was a true ability to transform into someone indistinguishable from the original person. Even facial recognition wouldn't reveal anything unusual. As for why Su Chen took such a big risk to eliminate Yin Song, it was because he held grudges. Since he was a child in the orphanage, whenever he was bullied and someone hit him, he might not hit back on the spot, but he would never let the other person off easily afterwards. He would only seek revenge more fiercely, so that others wouldn't dare to trouble him again. Su Chen had always lived by this rule. Of course, Su Chen didn't know how much of an impact his impersonation of Chen Bo had on the police. People's Hospital in City a regular hospital room. Several people who appeared to be visiting a patient's family sat around the bed. Suddenly, a thin man sneezed. Big Brother Chen, catching a cold in the middle of summer? One of his companions teased. The thin man wiped his nose and grinned. It must be your mother thinking of me again. The man obviously got used to the other person's foul mouth, didn't care. How can you not have a few more moms when you go out? Turned serious and said, Brother Chen, why did you choose to meet at the hospital this time? There are too many eyes here. You know nothing, who cares if a group of people are sitting there chatting when there are many people around? The thin man sneered. The woman on the sickbed said, Brother Chen, let's talk about the operation this time first. All right. The thin man became serious and said, 2 days later, the new hammer auction will be held. Disperse after the meeting. I want each of you to bring your subordinates to follow the sellers of high-quality auction items. You know what to do after following. The list of who to follow will be provided on the day. Oh, divide and conquer, no problem. I love bullying the weak, A slightly lewd-looking man chuckled. Just then, an ordinary passerby hurried into the ward, carrying a kettle in his hand, and approached the group of thin men, interrupting their conversation in a low voice. Chen Bo, the situation is changed. I don't know why the police suddenly started checking people in the hospital. We should leave. Have you discussed it? The thin man exclaimed, this shouldn't be happening. We are so discreet. Did the police discover something? Was anyone recognized when they disguised themselves and came in? The group shook their heads. Forget about that. If we don't leave soon, it will be troublesome. The passerby urged. What's there to fear? Just a few police dogs. Chen Bo remained calm and indifferent. There are plenty of hostages here. Since they are using this frontal investigation method, there must have been some unexpected event at this hospital, and they may not necessarily trace it back to us. The passerby added, among the police who came, there was a team led by someone surnamed Chen. Oh, that person surnamed Chen, alright. Chen Bo suddenly got up. See you all later, remember to be on time, I'll take my leave first. With that, Chen Bo swiftly left like a gust of wind. The group looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Let's disperse, see you later. Okay. On the way back, Su Chen stopped at a small shop by the street for a rare late-night snack before returning to the hotel. While lying on the soft white bed, a communication panel suddenly popped up. Who is it, so late? Su Chen muttered lazily, not bothering to get up, and answered the call lying on the bed. Only then did he realize that the incoming call was a video call. In the next moment, a beautifully delicate face appeared abruptly on the screen. Su Chen then remembered that he had left a communication panel for you before coming to City A, but at that time, when he taught the girl how to use it, she only understood half of it. He chuckled, your face is too close, I can even see your nose hair. Ha! You in the video suddenly exclaimed, quickly moving her face away from the screen, allowing Su Chen to see her half-body appearance clearly. The girl was wearing a cartoon pajama, with silver long hair scattered on her shoulders. The pajama collar was loose, revealing her snow-white collarbone, against a white wall background. Seeing the boy lying on the bed in the video, you curiously reached out her finger to poke the screen. Xiao Su, why the question mark? You blinked her big eyes, it feels so magical, even though we are not together, I just thought it might be you. Chatting with the girl always made the boy unconsciously show a faint smile. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Are you afraid of the dark alone? He teased. WH. Where did you get that idea? New mouth. Su's sister told me that when family members are far away and cannot meet in person, they will video call like this. So, I wanted to try it. Oh, are you still in training class now? Have you eaten? Su Chen asked. Seeing the teenager not correcting her sentence, Yu felt secretly happy, but still couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes curved like a crescent moon. What are you laughing at? Hee, nothing. The girl smiled and shook her head gently, then said, Little Su, Su's sister brought me to her house, and Su's sister cooked dinner herself. It tastes super delicious. You are at Miss Su's house, so you have to behave and not cause trouble. Su Chen advised like an old father. Okay. Yu nodded heavily in the video, then seemed to stand up, and the video slightly shook along with her movement. Little Su, let me tell you, Su's sister's house is super big. Let me show you. The screen began to shift. Apparently the girl was controlling the perspective. As the perspective shifted, first there were white walls, then some band and game posters, followed by a luxurious computer desk, a pink gaming chair, pink headphones and keyboard, some figurines placed next to the computer, then the bedside, wardrobe, and a graceful woman wrapped in a towel after bathing. With brown hair tied up, revealing snow-white shoulders and long legs, Suda walked out of the bathroom, smiling at the girl on the bed and asked, You, what are you doing? Yu replied immediately, Su's sister, I can use the smart bracelet now. I'm video calling with little Su, hee. Hearing this, Suda noticed that the screen in front of the girl seemed to be facing her, showing the handsome face of the young man. Suda froze in place. After telling Yu that he would be late for a few days, Su Chen ended the call with lingering joy, fell into a deep sleep, and had a rare good dream tonight. The next day, during the waiting period before the auction opened, Su Chen specially invited several outstanding members from the A City chat room who had helped him before to gather and have a happy meeting. Within a day, 5 men and 3 women toured most of a city. The next day, the homepage of the outstanding hospital was full of group photos of them, making everyone envious. Unlike other organizations, there was no need to conceal personal information among the outstanding members, and there was no need to do so. Since the day they joined after passing the review, their personal information had long been transparent. On the day of the auction, Su Chen took a taxi to Xin Chuadang again. After getting off the car, the crowded scene in front of the venue made Su Chen hesitate a bit. He expected there to be many people, but he didn't expect it to be this crowded. Various luxury cars were parked on the side, and people in gorgeous clothes lined up in front of the venue, waiting to be checked in. To attend the auction held by Xin Chuadang, one could only grab tickets online in advance or have an official invitation letter. Su Chen had neither, but fortunately he had asked Wu Wen beforehand. Guests with a black gold VIP card could enter without a ticket and didn't need to queue with the crowd. Seeing this scene, Su Chen deeply felt the convenience of privilege, otherwise he would really be bored to death waiting in line. Passing through the crowd, Su Chen walked straight to the ticket checkpoint in front of the venue. Most of the people in the long queue were high-level players, of course. There were also wealthy businessmen or dignitaries. At this moment, when they saw a teenager who was not dressed formally or even wearing cheap clothes walking past them, they were visibly surprised. When they curiously stretched their necks to look ahead, they saw the black gold card presented by the teenager, and the ticket inspector's face suddenly turned enthusiastic, causing them to retract their heads. Damn, turns out he's a big shot. Upon entering the venue, a well-dressed waitress-like woman quickly approached Su Chen and led him to the VIP room. After Su Chen left, the square in front of the venue, a roaring engine suddenly sounded, the sound getting closer. The people outside the venue changed their expressions slightly upon hearing the sound, which was obviously modified. Soon, a shiny black and gold hovercar appeared in the sight of the crowd. Amidst the roar, the car came to a stop, the door opened, and 3 stylish and beautiful girls stepped out. Tall and slender, with golden hair tied into a light brown ponytail, wearing a black high-neck crop top with one long sleeve and one side revealing a delicate shoulder, paired with a black high-slit skirt showcasing snow-white thighs. Silver short hair, a blue and white long-sleeve top with off-shoulder straps, black shorts with light-colored fishnet stockings underneath, and high-heeled shoes. Wearing a cat ear hat, with golden twin ponytails peeking out from the sides, a black and white crop top revealing a side of the midriff, draped in a slightly fluffy black and red short jacket, white and black shorts with a leg garter on each leg. In addition, the 3 enchanting girls all had red eyes. Seeing the appearance of the newcomers, there were continuous exclamations from the long line. Ha, indeed, only the AO family in City A dares to drive modified cars on the streets. Ha, Miss AO Shin's cold gaze, if I could lick it, I wouldn't mind being a dog. Wow, it's rare to come to City A, and we've really hit the jackpot, encountering such beauties. No, bro, hold my spot, I'll be right back. Hey, wait, why are you in such a hurry? Why are all you out-of-towners so bold? Would anyone dare to touch the AO sisters on their turf? Don't say I didn't warn you, those 3 sisters are still underage. If you dare to approach them, you'll be socially dead. You should have said that earlier. Upon hearing the word underage, the person scratched his head with a wry smile, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, who are they? How dare they flaunt their modified cars in the jurisdiction of the police? Local bro, enlighten us. If you don't know the AO family, it's okay, you must know AO Jean, who ranks 17th on the national emperor list, right? At these words, the person's face changed drastically. The one ranks 17th with the rare advanced profession of fire mage warrior, AO Jean? Damn it! The person who was enlightening them always enjoyed seeing the dumbfounded expressions of these out-of-towners when he talked about these things, sneering. Hee, the AO family has more than one emperor-level figure. AO Fu ranked 53rd on the emperor list, and AO Linger ranked 99th. They are all from the same family as those three sisters, and AO Jean is their father. AO Linger is even the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in City A. Not to mention the royal level, the whole family with the surname AO is extraordinary, got it? The person's mouth twitched, recalling that he had just foolishly thought of going to strike up a conversation. He broke out in a cold sweat. Sorry to bother you. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the three girls remained calm. They were already accustomed to such scenes. The girl with golden twin ponytails walked ahead, leading her two sisters straight to the ticket checkpoint, showing the black and gold card given by Dejian Lu Zichang. The ticket attendant greeted the three girls with a smile and let them pass. Inside the venue, a service staff also led the three girls to the VIP room. In the VIP room, the girl with golden twin ponytails stood in front of a transparent window, overlooking the vast venue below, where only a few people were seated at the moment. Aoing sat back on the soft beige sofa, yawning and stretching lazily, complaining, really, only a few people have sat down, and there are still so many people waiting outside. I wonder when we can start. The girl with the golden ribbon ponytail sat down as well, crossing her long and fair thighs, picking up a green grape from the glass table and popping it into her mouth. The silver-haired girl walked casually around the room, saying, "There's no way around it. After all, it's the annual auction of the new hammer, and more famous people will come than in previous years. I'm just worried about so many people. I don't know if second sister will be able to win the public soldier she's interested in." Hearing this, Aoing waved her hand dismissively. "It's okay. The amount we brought this time should be enough, and we have 2 more bidding opportunities than others. We will definitely be able to win it for Xiao Jun." Ao Jun, who was quietly eating grapes on the side, spoke up. "It's okay if we can't win it. I've seen that the starting price for the public soldier is also 1.5 million. If it gets bid too high, it's not worth it." Aoing took off her cat ear hat and played with it in her hand. "No, I promised Xiao Xin that I would win this as a birthday gift for you." Knowing her older sister's temperament, Ao Jun didn't try to persuade her anymore and continued to eat grapes. Sitting on the sofa, Su Chen looked boredly at the people moving around on the seats below. As if remembering something, Su Chen pressed a button on the sofa. Soon, a maid dressed as a server entered, politely saying, "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" "Bring me your most expensive wine and some snacks," Su Chen said without looking back while sitting on the sofa. Starting to freeload. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The maid behind him reminded him, "I'm sorry, sir, but our establishment does not allow alcohol to be served to minors." "I apologize." Su Chen suddenly stood up and walked over to the maid. Despite her even posture, she was still shorter than the young man in front of her. Su Chen pointed to himself and said slowly, "I, yesterday, turned 18, I'm an adult now, okay?" Unexpectedly, the maid in front of him smiled faintly, squinting her eyes without being moved. Seeing that the maid was unfazed, Su Chen was at a loss and walked back, waving his hand. "I give up. Just bring me a bottle of Sprite and a bag of peanuts." "Certainly, please wait a moment," the maid smiled and left. 5 minutes later, Su Chen held a tall glass filled with half a cup of Sprite, unexpectedly caught the peanuts thrown high in the air with his tongue, and rolled them into his mouth. The maid from earlier stood by the sofa, squinting her eyes. In a while, Su Chen would need her help to bid. Before long, the seating area below was already filling up with people. Just then, a solemn bell suddenly rang throughout the venue. The abrupt sound of the bell not only did not startle the crowd, but instead invigorated them. Sitting in the VIP room on the second floor, Su Chen heard it more clearly. His lazy mood was swept away, a rare occurrence for him to be influenced by external factors. The tolling bell signified something extraordinary. The reverberation of the bell also marked the official start of the annual auction of the new hammer. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, a graceful blonde woman stepped onto the stage and walked to the center under the spotlight. "Dear guests, good afternoon. Welcome to the annual auction of the new hammer. I am the auctioneer for this event, Yin Wenxian. It is a great honor to stand here today, and I hope everyone can find something they like at today's auction." After a round of applause, Yin Wenxian continued, "Without further ado, I believe everyone is eager, So let's unveil the first item up for auction today. As Yin Wenxian's voice fell, a section of the stage suddenly sank, and then a pillar slowly rose from below, on top of which lay a golden pendant in a transparent glass box. At the same time, a screen suddenly projected onto the stage. Yin Wenxian seamlessly began to introduce the auction item. Oh, as everyone can see, it looks like our first auction item will be more popular among female guests. Such exquisite item, even I can't help but want to participate in the bidding. Of course, male guests can also bid to give as a gift to their loved ones, which is also a good choice. I'll mention here that the auctioneer is still single. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Let me see. Yin Wenxian pretended to look at the card in her hand, but she had already memorized all the auction items for today in her mind. Oh, this pendant is not just beautiful, its name is Purifying Heart Pendant, crafted by a first-tier blacksmith in our gallery. While maintaining its beautiful appearance, it contains a rich and pure holy aura. Wearing it daily helps nourish the mind and spirit, calming and stabilizing the soul. It can also deter some low-level evil spirits, resist attacks from lingering grudges, and even withstand an attack from a high-level grudge when necessary. Identified as a marquee-grade accessory, starting bid is 300,000. After Yin Wenxian finished introducing, a wealthy-looking woman in the audience immediately raised her paddle and bid, 350,000. Others also joined in the bidding, but most of the voices were indeed from female participants. As for this Purifying Heart Pendant, Su Chen was somewhat interested. Ever since the moment he was marked for a destined death, the curse had slowly been eroding his total mental capacity. Even at this moment, it was still slowly consuming him, and he had already lost nearly a third of his mental capacity. If this pendant could really nourish the mind as the blonde lady described, it might alleviate his current situation. Soon, someone in the audience bid 700,000, which was already above the market price of the Purifying Heart Pendant. But as they say, quality comes with a price. And being a new item at the auction, it was naturally a top-notch product that most people could accept a higher price for, especially at an auction. Nevertheless, the number of people bidding at this moment visibly decreased. 730,000. Another female voice rang out. 730,000. Any more bids? Yin Wenxian scanned the audience, 730,000 once. Seeing no further bids, she continued, 730,000 twice. Yin Wenxian was ready to strike the auction hammer. Just then, a gentle female voice from the second floor called out, 800,000. Upon hearing this, the previous female buyer who bid 730,000 froze. 800,000. Yin Wenxian looked towards the direction of the voice that bid, her eyes lighting up. Oh, it seems our first auction item has finally caught the attention of the guests in the VIP room. 800,000 once. Yin Wenxian called out, 800,000 twice. In the audience, the previous female buyer bit her lip lightly, raised her paddle with determination, and bid her final offer. 830,000. Oh, it seems this lady also really likes this pendant. 830,000 once. Yin Wenxian said. In the VIP room, Su Chen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, elbows resting on the armrest, palm supporting half of his cheek, and casually said, 880,000. The maid by the window understood and softly called out, 880,000. In the audience, upon hearing another bid from the VIP room, the female buyer sighed lightly, feeling a bit lost. However, she had no choice as she had used up all her bidding chances and could no longer participate. 880,000 once. With no further bids from the audience, the price had already exceeded the original price by far, and bidding higher would not be worth it. Moreover, this was only the first auction item, and many people were still observing. 880,000 twice. 880,000 three times. Yin Wenxian struck the auction hammer in her hand. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in our VIP room for winning the first item in today's auction. Inside the VIP room, Ao Ying's gaze fell on the window on the opposite second floor. Hey, she pressed a button on the sofa, and a maid entered immediately. Ao Ying asked, besides us, how many other rooms are open in the VIP room today? Miss, there are 3 more rooms, the maid replied. There are still 3 rooms left. Ao Ying muttered, playing with her hat in her hand, looks like we can't just rush to bid later. Ao Jun put the last grape on the glass table into her mouth, slightly unclear in speech, and said to the maid, please bring another bunch of grapes. Yes, miss, please wait a moment, the maid said before leaving. After the Qingxin chain, the new auctioneer displayed several auxiliary-grade auction items in succession, but there were not many buyers participating in the bidding. Sold. Congratulations to the lady, Yin Wenxian said, let me see. Oh, the next item up for auction will be elevated to the public grade. I believe everyone will love it. On the stage, a cylindrical platform slowly rose, with a long knife placed inside a transparent square frame. The blade was straight, with a slightly curved tip, resembling a goose feather. A public-grade weapon. It seems that the competition for this item will be fierce, Yin Wen-chen introduced. This knife is called the Snow Goose Knife, forged by the former master Sun Lao of this museum 5 years ago. The previous owner of the Snow Goose Knife was also a royal player, and the knife is still well maintained to this day. It can also be forged with a soul, and since the knife had a soul before, although it dissipated after following its owner, the success rate of forging a soul for the Snow Goose Knife next time is almost doubled. Therefore, the starting price is 2.7 million. At the moment the Snow Goose Knife appeared, people in the audience craned their necks to look, unable to contain their excitement. What lay before them was a public-grade weapon with a fully developed soul. Just the nearly 100% success rate of reforging its soul was enough to make most players envious. As Yin Wen-chen finished speaking, a male guest immediately shouted, 3 million. He added 300,000 without waiting for Yin Wen-chen to respond, and soon others joined in the bidding. 3. 1 million. 3. 15 million. 3. 21 million. Bidding voices filled the venue for a while. In the VIP room, Ao Shen stood in front of the window, her cold face staring slightly heatedly at the Snow Goose Knife in the frame below. Even though she had her back turned, Ao Jun, who was leisurely eating grapes, could sense her younger sister's subtle change in emotions and said, the Snow Goose Knife, the name sounds suitable for a woman to use, not bad. If Xian likes it, she should bid for it. Hearing this, Ao Shen was pleased, but she still shifted her gaze away from the Snow Goose Knife. She knew that her two sisters always doted on her, so she couldn't show her emotions now. As the first public-grade auction item to appear, forged by the master, the quality was naturally top-notch. Coupled with the excellent condition of having had a soul before, the price of this Snow Goose Knife was bound to be raised to an astonishing level. The black cards they brought today were not enough to support them in bidding for two public-grade weapons. No, I'm just browsing, not really interested, Ao Shen turned around and said, we can't spend money recklessly before buying that public-grade weapon for second sister. Oh, Ao Ying covered her mouth and chuckled at the sight, then suddenly got up and hugged her younger sister tightly, rubbing her head vigorously, so sensible. Our little Xian is so cute. Ao Xian's head was buried between two soft mounds, trying to break free but unable to, making muffled sounds. Meanwhile, bidding continued at the table, and by now, the price of the Snow Goose Knife had been crazily raised to 5.1 million by the crowd. Using 5.1 million to shoot a public soldier is already extravagant enough. People with conditions can invite a first-class blacksmith to cast a public soldier, and at most only need to pay 3 million. Even if you invite a master, it will not exceed 4.5 million. But the premise is to be able to invite. At this point, this price has made many people start to hesitate, and the voices of on-site quotations have gradually decreased. But there are still many wealthy buyers secretly competing. 5.2 million. 5.26 million. At this moment, a bidding voice came from the second floor. 6 million. In the VIP room, upon hearing this bid, Suchin finally realized that his neighbor was a VIP just like him. The other party was also generous. The first bid raised the price to 6 million, showing a clear intention to win. Oh, it seems that our VIP finally couldn't hold back. 6 million once, Yin Wen-chen exclaimed, feeling delighted. As expected, the bidding of 6 million has made many people on the scene hesitate, and the bidders are also VIPs on the upper floor. A few people may be willing to bid again, but they have few bidding opportunities. Unless someone else bids to use up the upper floor bidders' chances, they simply do not have the qualifications to compete with the VIP. Unfortunately, the remaining few people all thought the same, so naturally no one wanted to come out as cannon fodder. 6 million 3 times. Yin Wen-chen hammered the auction hammer in her hand. Deal. Congratulations to our VIP on the second floor. Many people at the table sighed with a hint of unwillingness, quietly cursing in their hearts about privilege. But if possible, who wouldn't want to be privileged? Next, several extraordinary public soldiers were displayed, showing how well prepared the auction was. Su Chen was originally not interested in other public soldiers, but listening to the introduction of the Golden Girl on stage, he couldn't help but become a little interested. He also participated in the bidding a few times in the early stages. Of course, he was naturally brushed off. Su Chen originally had no malicious intent, but then he suddenly had a bad idea, so he deliberately stirred up trouble in the early stages of the bidding, raising the price sharply. It would be best to make these people bleed a few times before his favorite long spear appeared. Another public soldier came on stage, and after Yin Wen-chen finished introducing, the starting price was 2 million. Su Chen used the same trick again, preparing to let the maid in front of the window bid, but the squinting maid shook her head gently and asked, Mr. Su, may I ask, do you want to participate in the bidding for the next item you are interested in? Yes. Then you better not attract too much hatred before you get that item, the squinting maid advised. Hearing this, Suchen glanced at the other party, paused for a moment, still indifferent, and just said, bid. The squinting maid helplessly turned back. 5 million. Hearing the bid coming from the second floor again, the guests who originally wanted to participate in the bidding at the table twitched their mouths. This opening bid raised the price by 5 million for nothing. What's even more annoying is that this situation has happened more than once, and each time the other party deliberately raised the price and then did not participate in the subsequent bidding. Those who were interested in that public soldier were itching with anger but helpless. Even if the other party did not deliberately raise the price of this public soldier would still be raised to 5 million, but the key is the process. Bidding up to 5 million is not the same concept as starting the bidding at 5 million. Originally, according to the normal process, when it reaches 5 million, many competitors would be eliminated, but if it starts at 5 million from the beginning, with the other people's bidding opportunities reserved, the subsequent price of this public soldier will only be higher than before. Although everyone knew this in their hearts, they could only continue to bid painfully in order to get the weapon they desired. In the VIP room, Aoing frowned slightly as she watched the VIP room opposite once again raise the bid, complaining, really, the person over there is too bad. If the item we are going to bid on later appears and the person opposite deliberately raises the price like now, we might lose a lot of money this time. Ao Shen nodded in agreement and suggested, how about we visit the VIP room opposite? Let them stop messing around. Ao Ying's eyes lit up, and she suddenly stood up and said, that's a good idea. If it turns out to be true, that person should be grateful to us. Otherwise, I'm afraid that person won't be able to leave after the auction ends. Just as the two thought it was feasible, before the maid could speak up, Ao Jun said, no, during the auction, the privacy of guests in the VIP room is confidential. They won't let us visit. Ha? There's such a rule? Ao Ying immediately looked at the maid next to her. The maid nodded in agreement, yes, miss, there are indeed rules in the mansion. During the auction, we cannot disclose information about other VIPs, nor are we allowed to freely visit other VIP rooms. Why? Such a strange rule. Ao Ying sat back down, looking puzzled. Ao Jun explained, after all, if two VIPs join forces to bid, with enough funds, the others below won't have a chance to compete. How do you know so much, Xiao Jun? I came with Dad last time. You guys were out playing, so you didn't know. Otherwise, big sister, where do you think your bloodstain came from? Oh, Ao Ying suddenly realized, no wonder Dad gave me a public weapon after we came back that time. As the three women chatted, the public weapon that Su Chen maliciously raised the price for finally sold for 4 million. The successful bidder smiled, but felt a strange pain in his chest. Congratulations to this gentleman. Next, since the staff and swords have been displayed, Yin Wenxian paused and continued, this public weapon, being the last item in this auction, is also the only public-grade long spear in this auction. The square pillar rose slowly from below, and within the long transparent square frame, a silver-gray long spear with a tip as fine as a reed leaf stood quietly. This long spear is called Moon Eater, and I believe many of you here have heard of it. Yin Wenxian introduced, this spear was also crafted by the former Grand Craftsman Sun Lao, but unlike the Snow Goose Knife, Moon Eater is brand new, of top quality, and can also be forged with a spear sole. It is also Sun Lao's masterpiece before retirement. Starting bid, 4 million. Yin Wenxian announced loudly. In the VIP room, Ao Ying stood up and walked to the window, her gaze falling on the long spear in the frame, a slight smile on her lips. Finally, my little treasure has arrived. Sis, should we bid first now? Ao Shen asked as she approached, but her gaze inadvertently glanced at the VIP window opposite. Ao Ying also glanced at the opposite side. Not yet, let's wait a bit longer. Just as the three women hesitated, a strange scene unfolded. On stage, the auctioneer had already announced the starting bid, and the audience should have started bidding as usual. However, after Yin Wenxian announced the starting bid, the scene suddenly fell silent, with not a single bid made. The unexpectedly quiet scene made Yin Wenxian, standing on the stage, slightly stiff. As for why no one was bidding at this moment, on the one hand, it was because the person who had been causing disruptions had not appeared yet, and everyone was waiting silently. Those who truly valued this item did not want to waste a bidding opportunity here. On the other hand, only a few people in the audience were willing to bid. As the saying goes, a staff for a month, a knife for a year, a sword for 10 years, and a spear for a lifetime. Of course, this is not to say that the difficulty of mastering a gun is much greater than that of other weapons, but as the king of 100 soldiers, the combination of physical skills and gun skills is unparalleled by other weapon techniques, requiring more practice time to excel. Therefore, in reality, there are not many people who are truly skilled in guns. Compared to long guns, it is faster to master short knives and straight swords. In the other VIP room, the maid squinted and turned around, asking, "Mr. Su, this is the last public weapon in this round. Are you not going to bid this time?" "Of course I will bid." Suchin placed the goblet on the table, slowly stood up. "But let me handle the bidding this time." The squinting maid didn't quite understand why, but obediently moved away from the window position. Suchin walked to the window, his gaze sweeping over the silent scene below, quite satisfied. In an instant, a breathtaking bidding voice swept through the entire venue. 5 million. The voice was not loud, but it came through the speaker on the second floor, leaving everyone present stunned. On the stage, with excellent mental composure, Yin Wenxian was the first to regain her composure. Although shocked, she subconsciously said, 5 million once. As Yin Wenxian's voice fell, the people in the room who had regained their composure were all in an uproar. "Ha! Are you crazy? 5 million? It's suddenly increased by 6 million? Expletives omitted automatically in public places. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Does he think everyone is a fool?" "Exactly, no one bid. Let that guy upstairs bid on his own. Let him be the fool." At that moment, the people at the table were filled with complaints. In the VIP room, the three women in front of the window were all stunned, their lips slightly parted in disbelief. Ao Xian was at a loss for words for a moment. Beside her, Ao Jun, who had come to his senses, decisively said to the two of them, "I'm out, we're not bidding on this gun." Ao Jun's tone was firm. 5 million was already a significant amount, and if the other party was determined to raise the price, they could not compete with the funds they had brought. In this situation, what needed to be avoided even more was being outbid. If they were to compete out of anger and raise the price to a point they couldn't afford, they would still be the ones at a loss. So, even if this gun was excellent, she had no intention of competing with the other party. 5 million twice. No one responded. 5 million 3 times. The hammer fell. Sold. When the blonde woman's hammer fell, Su Chen in front of the window couldn't help but smile. All the emotions earlier were leading up to this moment. Successfully winning the eclipse moon, Su Chen felt pleased and took a few steps back before lying back on the soft beige sofa. Earlier, he deliberately caused trouble, not only to disgust people, but also to make the buyers at the scene resent him. The seemingly ordinary bidding voice actually carried a hint of anger that he had deliberately infused into it. After deliberately unleashing his anger during the previous battles, his rage had recently been promoted to the Grandmaster level. Thanks to this, he was now more meticulous in his use of anger. Anger is also a form of power. The way a person walks, stands, behaves, and even speaks, all carry their unique power. Just by observing someone's posture and behavior, you can tell whether they are nervous, agitated, calm, composed, or at a loss. The same goes for the voice. Beautiful melodies in music always uplift the mood, while sharp noises tend to make people irritable. Just a short sentence, Su Chen was added with a barely perceptible trace of anger, sounding unintentional, yet the subtle anger seemed to ignite the fuse in a group of explosives. As a result, the crowd below exploded. Faced with such outrageous price manipulation, as long as one person stands up to express dissatisfaction and resistance, others with similar discontent will stand up in succession to resonate, and ultimately, in a situation where most people resist, no one will want to be the scapegoat. Faced with ferocious beasts, cattle and sheep will always band together, united to prevent the beasts from preying on any lamb among them. However, the ferocious beasts had already eaten their fill, with no interest in the lambs, but in the vacant territory left behind after the cattle and sheep left together. With no one bidding, Eclipse naturally became Su Chen's acquisition. Of course, spending 5 million to buy a top-grade long spear is indeed a bit extravagant, but as Su Chen had told Wu Wen before, as long as the item is useful, he doesn't really care how much money he spends. Money, being a digital currency, will come back if spent, and a suitable top-grade long spear will be an effective aid for him in the next month's game without Broken Army. Looking down at the gradually calming scene below, the maid squinted her eyes and looked back at the delighted young man, unable to help but quip, "Sir, you are truly naughty." Su Chen grinned, not denying it. She then looked down at her bracelet and advised, "There's still about 30 minutes before the auction officially ends. If you want to leave early, I can open the back door for you." She was truly afraid that if the young man didn't leave soon, the staircase would be crowded after the auction ended. "Of course, I have to make a run for it." With that said, Su Chen, who was all smiles a moment ago, quickly changed his expression, his deep eyes looking at the maid in front of him, and then he said seriously, "But before making a run for it, I want to ask, are all the maids of the new hammer like you in serving guests?" The room suddenly fell silent, and the maid, upon hearing this, opened her eyes slightly to meet the young man's gaze, then chuckled. Covering her mouth, she said, "It seems I have given you the wrong impression, you are an exception. I just thought you resembled my brother a bit, so I spoke a few more words. I'm sorry if you didn't like it." "Hey, is this some kind of cliché?" Suchin looked incredulous. "You actually noticed when I used that trick earlier, right? If you are from the new hammer, you shouldn't allow me to use such cheating methods." The maid was surprised, not knowing how the young man had noticed, but she still spoke the truth. "Sir, you are a distinguished guest of Master Hao. Even if I had stopped you, it wouldn't have affected you." Suchin pondered for a moment and said, "That's true, but since you noticed, why are you working as a maid here?" He then changed the subject, his gaze sharp. "Or do you have some other purpose here?" Upon hearing the young man's words, the maid was taken aback. "Sir, why would you think that? It's quite normal, isn't it? Most people tend to stay where their abilities match, whether out of necessity or by choice," Suchin said matter-of-factly. "If a white-collar worker goes to work as a network administrator in an internet cafe, anyone would feel a sense of dissonance, right?" The maid nodded in agreement, her finger against her chin. "That's true, but I don't want to sit in an office doing the same job every day. Compared to that, being a maid isn't bad at all. I quite like this profession, as it allows me to occasionally meet interesting people like you, and it helps me improve in dealing with people and observing their behaviors." Pausing for a moment, she squinted her eyes again at the young man, smiling. "What do you think, sir? Or, is it that in the eyes of the master, my performance today is not that of a qualified maid? Or, are you actually retaliating because I didn't serve you wine and sang in a different tune at the beginning?" Suchin waved his hand without commenting, not answering, and instead asked, "You said you have a younger brother, is that true?" "False," the maid suddenly said. "In fact, everything just now was deliberately acted out by a weak maid to seduce a young wealthy man." That makes sense." Suchin slowly stood up, shrugged, and walked towards the door, saying, "Take me to collect the auction items, it's time to go." "Yes, sir," the squinting maid replied, following the young man a few steps. At the corner of the second-floor corridor, 3 beautiful girls hid in the corner, their eyes fixed on a closed door in the distance. Inside the corner corridor, another maid looked slightly flustered and advised, "Ladies, we really shouldn't be peeking here." Aoing gestured back without looking and whispered, "Oh, don't be so loud, just take a quick look, don't be so stingy." Seeing that persuasion was futile, the maid behind her didn't know what to do. Without making the 3 girls wait long, the door in the distance was soon opened, and 2 figures walked out. Seeing the 2 figures coming out of the room, Aoing smirked. "See, I knew that guy was going to run away early." The 3 girls looked over, but unfortunately, the 2 figures came out facing away from them, making it impossible to see their faces. Apart from the maid beside them, all they could see from the back was that the person was male. The maid hurriedly urged, "Ladies, we've already taken a look, let's leave quickly." "Oh, okay, let's go." On the other side, Suchin also sensed someone peeking at the end of the corridor, but for now, obtaining the auction items was more important, so he decided not to meddle. "Lead the way." The squinting maid led the way, with Suchin following behind, casually observing her back and walking posture. Guided by the maid, the 2 of them descended to the first floor, where Suchin obtained the 2 items he had bid on in a collection room. After confirming that everything was in order, Suchin casually put the 2 items into his backpack, declined the maid's offer to escort him, and headed towards the venue's main gate. In front of the collection room, the maid slowly opened her squinted eyes, her pupils in her cyclical eyes resembling transparent lenses, silently watching the young man's departing figure. After a moment, the maid called out and made a communication through a panel, indifferently saying, "Target 1 has left through the main entrance." Received. On the other side, as Suchin walked out of the venue to the square, he expressionlessly brought out a panel and dialed a public security communication line. "Hello, I would like to report.